In the class group, a red envelope of 1 billion suddenly appeared, but no one in the class dared to grab it, because the one sending the red envelope is a mysterious person called Little Devil, and no one has ever seen this ID before. There was a sentence written on the red envelope: "I'm sending out red envelopes. Everyone can grab them, but the one who grabs the most has to play a game with me. If you fail to complete it, you must accept the punishment unconditionally. How about it?" Everyone got excited when they heard about the red envelope to grab, and no one cared who he was, urging him to send out the red envelope quickly and not to dawdle. Grabbing a red envelope is like picking up money, with an invisible attraction. Soon everyone agreed to it. The Little Devil didn't hesitate and really sent a 200 yuan red envelope. I grabbed 6 yuan. Just enough. Zhou Jiwen grabbed more than 20. He's the lucky one. After a while, the Little Devil sent a message. The lucky one is classmate Zhou Jiwen. In the first round of the game, Zhou Jiwen has to take off one of Zhang Ye's socks within an hour. When I heard this, I almost laughed out loud. Although Zhang Ye is not the most beautiful in the class, she is the best at taking care of herself, with a good figure, and she dresses up all day long. I have stolen glances at her. Zhou Jiwen is different in the class. He is a quiet and honest boy, wearing glasses, extremely introverted, and I haven't spoken to him all semester. I can't help but admire this Little Devil. He really knows how to play. Zhang Ye sent a string of laughing and crying emojis in the group chat, then said, "Damn it, does that bitch know I'm wearing stockings today and deliberately messing with me? Oh my, this isn't punishment, it's clearly a reward." Yeah, you're not scared, are you? As soon as class ended, someone closed the classroom door and said with a smile, Yeah, hurry up, don't be shy. Ha ha. Zhang Ye and Zhou Jiwen were already surrounded by everyone at the front of the classroom. Zhou Jiwen, who was shorter than the tall Zhang Ye, blushed all the way to his neck, lowered his head and dared not look at Zhang Ye. I don't know who pushed Zhou Jiwen from behind. He stumbled and knelt directly in front of Zhang Ye. Someone teased, "Look, Zhou Jiwen even knelt down for you." Yeah, you should take the initiative too. Ha ha. Even though Zhang Ye was open-minded, she was still a student and felt a bit embarrassed being teased by a group of people. Finally, she bit her lip, bent down, took off her shoe, and lifted her leg in stockings forward. Zhou Jiwen, come up. Zhou Jiwen was much more resolute than I had imagined. Probably under pressure from the crowd's teasing, he gradually raised his hand and reached towards Zhang Ye's leg. I clearly saw that when Zhou Jiwen's hand touched Zhang Ye's leg, she shuddered all over, her face even redder than before. I almost held my breath to watch the whole process. Zhang Ye's legs were very slim and white, and when Zhou Jiwen slowly pulled down her black stockings, there was a strong contrast and stimulation. After taking off Zhang Ye's stockings, Zhou Jiwen sat on the ground as if he had collapsed. In the end, Zhang Ye snatched the stockings back from him, and he finally came to his senses. Well done, Zhou Jiwen. Mission accomplished. The Little Devil said a sentence and promptly sent a 200 yuan red envelope. So exciting. This time I must grab the Luck King. Everyone's emotions were raised to the highest by the Little Devil. With red envelopes to grab and small games to play, why not join in the fun? I didn't care about anything else. I just wanted to grab the red envelope first. Zhang Ye said in the group chat, "Damn, I let someone touch my leg and only got 5 yuan. Will the next game be more exciting?" Yes, looking forward to the Luck King. This time, I only grabbed a few yuan, and the Luck King was taken by He Peng. The Little Devil still sent a smiling emoji first, then said, "Second round of the game. Luck King He Peng touches Li Wan's chest. Time limit 1 hour. Li Wan was the sports committee member of our class, a tough girl type, and no one dared to provoke her. At this point, she sent an angry emoji first, then said, "I'm not playing this game. It's too tasteless. Let He Peng come and try." The Little Devil habitually sent a smiling emoji and said, "The Luck King failed to complete the task and must accept punishment." Seeing Li Wan somewhat disappointed, everyone in the group chat started to get excited. "Li Wan, you also grabbed a red envelope. Just bear with it." Oh, how boring. The game just started and we encounter such a person. Li Wan was probably furious and directly sent 5 kitchen knives in the group chat. I said I'm not playing. Whoever wants to play can play. His punishment has nothing to do with me. Shameless. Originally, everyone was in high spirits, but after being scolded by Li Wan, everyone fell silent. After returning to the dormitory at night, the Little Devil in the group suddenly sent a message. In the second round, the Luck King He Peng failed in the game, and the punishment is high-altitude free fall. High-altitude free fall? I didn't quite understand. What kind of punishment is this? Everyone also started discussing in the group. What is high-altitude free fall? He Peng, after you finish the punishment, tell us about it tomorrow. Ha ha. He Peng is really unlucky to encounter Li Wan. But from start to finish, He Peng did not reply to any messages in the group. and no one paid attention. The little devil sent a smiling emoji, indicating that red envelopes will continue to be sent tomorrow morning. So get ready, the game has just begun. I glanced at the messages in the group, then closed it and went to read a novel. Anyway, there were no red envelopes to grab at night, and I didn't care about any punishment. High-altitude free fall. I never dreamed that things would get out of hand like this. The next morning's morning reading, everyone seemed to still be immersed in yesterday's red envelope game, and many people quietly sent messages in the group to a little devil. What I find strange is that He Peng's seat is always empty. I don't know where people go. I thought about it and asked in the group, "Why don't you come to class yet, He Peng?" He Peng never got back to me, and instantly a sense of foreboding hit me, and the rest of the class joked about him. "He Peng, you're not going to be punished by the imp for jumping off a building, are you? Ha ha, yeah, falling from great heights." Oh, just then, a person suddenly rushed in outside the classroom door. It was He Peng. Instead of returning to his seat, he ran to the podium and stared at us with mute eyes. Everyone looked at him in unison and wondered what he was up to. At this time, He Peng suddenly grinned and violently rushed towards the corridor, flipping over and jumping from the 5th floor. All I heard was a thud. I couldn't even speak. Chapter 2 Punishment. The whole class, everyone was He Peng this out to the whole confused. Jump from the 5th floor is not a small matter. I was the first to react to rushed out of the classroom. He Peng has been twisted, body is lying in a pool of blood downstairs. The classroom teacher, the school director, quickly arrived at the scene and called the police. The police came and just checked He Peng's body, and then moderated the camera. He Peng's every move was filmed, and no one came near him, so the matter ended up as a communication between the school and the parents, and no one knows what kind of result it was. Just as we were in shock, the group imp sent a message out. He Peng's punishment is over. The second game is not completed. The next King of Luck will continue the previous round until it's completed. Let's continue to grab the red envelopes. After that, he sent out another red envelope. This time, people were no longer excited, but rather a little angry, and many students directly cursed in the group. Grass. You it, He Peng just died. You ing have no humanity? Moderation. I saw Liwan sitting in her seat and shivering. She also sent a message. I don't know who you are in the class. Are you in trouble with me? Don't think that being rich is a big deal. Can you respect the dead? Zhang Ya also had a rare serious moment. Disperse, don't play. It's also quite boring. The people were talking to each other in the group, but no one quit the group. And the reason I didn't quit the group anyway was that I was still hoping to receive some bonus money after it was over. So I guess everyone was thinking the same thing as I was. Still sending a smiley face, the imp said. The game can't end when it starts. That's what you all promised before. And you're obligated to finish the game when you've taken my money. In addition, withdrawing from the group and telling outsiders about this game will also be penalized. If all of you don't grab the red packets, then it will be up to me to designate who will play. Wang Rui hit a straight SB and continued. Grass, you think you're the king of heaven? Punish as you say. He Peng's death was just an accident. Do you dare to admit that you killed him? The imp replied almost in seconds. I killed him. The words instantly looked shocking to me, and my instincts told me that he didn't seem to be joking. Wang Rui also didn't say anything because of this dislike. Sad to say, but there are still bold students received red envelopes. Someone to take the lead, who do not want to lag behind. Soon red envelopes and grabbed the end. I let out a long breath. Fortunately the King of Luck is not me. The King of Luck this time is called Sun Xin. After class, I went to the toilet. When I came back, I saw the class fight. I squeezed over to see. Liwan Red Eyes grabbed Sun Xin's collar. Sun Xin's face has been a little red and swollen. I asked Xiao Ming, who was watching, what was going on. Xiao Ming skimmed his mouth and said, this Sun Xin is timid. He guessed that he believed the words of the little devil in the group and was afraid of being punished. So he quietly took advantage of Liwan's inattention after class and touched her face. Ha! Liwan slapped Sun Xin again with red eyes and gritted her teeth. Why are you so disgusting? Is my face something you trash can touch? I'll beat you to death. Sun Xin, presumably having endured about as much as he could, shook off Liwan's hand and pointed at her. You've almost had enough. You got He Peng killed and you want to get me killed? I don't want to die. What does He Peng's death have to do with me? Sun Xin's voice raised. If you don't let him touch, he will fall down the building? Liwan was yelled at by Sun Xin. A moment of speech. Angry at the table to cry, and no one to comfort. People are bad enough. Some of us were laughing and watching the fun, while others were analyzing who this imp was and who in the class was playing it. A new message came to the group at that moment. From the imp. Sun Xin's game is complete. The bonus amount is upgraded to $300. The third game begins. King of Luck kisses Su Chunxiao for 30 seconds, with a time limit of 1 hour to complete. After saying that, he quickly sent out a red envelope. Originally, we just blindly grabbed red envelopes. When we saw the content of the third game, it is still hard to avoid sighing up. How is this endless? I just couldn't resist asking. Imp, do you dare to say who you are? Playing is playing. Can you have some bottom line? Other students began to chime in. Yeah, Su Chunxiao is my goddess then. Can we please stop playing this dirty game? It's breathless, but human nature is really hard to guess. There are really people who silently grab the red envelopes. And like last time, as long as someone takes the lead, the back grabbed fast. Thinking that Su Chunxiao was going to be forced to kiss later, I anxiously and hurriedly also clicked on the red packet. And to my dismay, the king of luck is actually Wang Rui. Although Wang Rui is a mixer, but people are quite righteous. He directly used voice to curse in the group. Asterisk 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 you dare to show me who you are? I really think that I'm not a good person. I'm at your disposal to play the game? You old me will not play this game today. I see you put old me how to do. CNM. I can see that Wang Rui is really on fire. He would have been explosive temper, coupled with social contacts. I believe that the little devil was pulled out by him certainly did not have much good fruit to eat. Su Chunxiao is the class flower of our class. Long and sweet. Favorite white shirt, white canvas shoes. I like her for a long time has not dared to confess, because the pursuit of her too many people, but were she to study well refused. I'm a beggar and how will have the opportunity to do it? Can only be silently secretly in love? Su Chunxiao sent an awkward emoji and said, everyone stop playing and have a good class. To the end, the imp never said a word back, and people didn't seem to take this seriously, but it was me who kept thinking in my mind that an hour was only 1.5 lessons, and if Wang Rui really didn't play the game, would he be punished? I mumbled in my heart, hoping that He Peng's death was really just a coincidence, and if Wang Rui was fine after an hour, I would immediately quit the group. As the minutes ticked by, I don't know why, but I started to get more and more nervous. I noticed that Su Chunxiao, who was sitting in front of me, looked back at Wang Rui from time to time, and Wang Rui seemed to be fidgeting and looking left and right, so I knew that even though everyone talked a lot, they were still a little scared in their hearts, just like me. Halfway through the math class, the group imp suddenly sent a message. 5 minutes until the end of the third game. I hurriedly looked up to surround the class to see who was messaging on their cell phones, but alas, there was no trace of it at all. No one responded either. For one thing, they were in class, and for another, no one knew what was going to happen in 5 minutes. Time flew by, and I stared at the phone in my hand when the 5 minutes were up and the group imp sent a message out right on time. Game time is up. Wang Rui didn't finish the game. Punishment through and through. I exclaimed out in shock as did the other students, and we all looked at Wang Rui in unison. Was it going to be a punishment after all? Wang Rui shook his body with a disdainful expression. The math teacher slammed the table and loudly admonished. What are you all looking at one by one? Wang Rui, what are you up to again? Stand up for me. Wang Rui innocently twisted his body to stand up, but also did not forget to use his cell phone and the group back to ASB. But Wang Rui just stood up. His feet do not know what tripped. The whole body instantly leaned forward. His table straight on a pen. The tip of the pen facing up. This as I watched him inserted in the table by himself. All I heard was a muffled grunt and he never moved again. Ah, dead. The students sitting next to him jumped up and ran away screaming in fear, and the math teacher rushed over at a fast pace, calling 120 while checking Wang Rui's injuries. My eyes widened as I saw through the slit that the entire pen had been inserted into Wang Rui's heart, with a small section exposed behind it, laced with blood. The class was in disarray, and the math teacher barely restrained her panic, and with a quivering throat told everyone to gather in the playground first, and that the police would deal with it later. Is this the heartbreak? I felt my legs go a little weak. I was afraid of more than just Wang Rui's dead appearance, but this imp's words seemed to be true. The class was all heading for the playground with heavy hearts, and I couldn't find anyone to talk to if I wanted to. That's when the group rang again with a message that was like a bolt from the blue for me. The imp first sent a smiling emoji and continued. Punishment complete. Next continue to grab the red envelopes. The King of Luck continues to want to kiss Su Chunxiao for 30 seconds. Limited to 1 hour. Everyone stared numbly at their cell phones, not knowing what to do. And so many of the women cried. The imp added. By the way, I forgot to mention that whoever doesn't grab the red packet will be punished instead of the punisher. I'm just an ordinary student, not very resourceful, and I just hope that this is all really just a game. And the only thing I can do is to carefully observe everyone in my class to catch this little devil. There were a few female classmates with poor mental quality, their mouths shivering. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Obediently clicked on the red envelope. Then everyone one after another clicked on the red envelope. I saw Su Chunxiao standing alone at the edge. Her eyes still seemed to hang tears, I wanted to walk over to comfort her, but a few of her girlfriends walked over first. I had to give in. Pick up my phone and tap the red envelope for $74.60. My scalp instantly tingled and I frowned as I looked back at Su Chunxiao, who also looked at me. Someone next to me whispered, "The king of luck is Xiang Nan." Luckily it's not me. I don't want to play this dead man's game. I sighed bitterly. What should I do when I became the king of luck this time? Chapter 3, 30 seconds. I picked up the cell phone and put it down again. My heart was in turmoil. Su Chunxiao is the goddess in my heart, and also the goddess in the hearts of many boys. She is like a lotus flower blooming alone. What right do I have to kiss her? She was probably 100 times more reluctant. Was she really going to be punished by the imp this time? I saw Di Pang and Wang Rui's deaths with my own eyes, and when I think of them, my heart keeps thumping. At this time, I saw a police car drive into the school. I thought of what the imp said in the group, and looked around at the students who were a little numb with fear. I hurriedly said, "Listen to me for a moment. Students, now it's just our class of 50 or so students in the playground, and there's no teacher around." Everyone looked at me in unison. Su Chunxiao's face swished red to the root of her ears. I know she thought I was going to say something about kissing her. Do you all remember what the imp said? Now 2 students have already died. I don't want anyone else to die. We have to be proactive, but without finding out who the imp is. We still have to do what he asked and keep it a secret. The police have already come to our school for the second time. They'll definitely ask about us this time. I hope that everyone can adjust their mindset. Don't say anything that leaks out of your mouth. And this WeChat group thing still has to be kept a secret for now. I was pretty well liked in the class. So many people nodded approvingly, and Kodomine was the first to side with me. But there were some boys who stared at me with some contempt and asked, "What about your game with Su Chunxiao? Are you ready to make a sacrifice?" "Yeah, don't think that we'll just let you do whatever you want if you say a few big righteous fart words. Su Chunxiao you don't even want to touch." The 2 people who spoke were called Wu Yunqing and Zhang Bin. They had been chasing after Su Chunxiao for half a year. Both of them were not good students, and after being rejected by Su Chunxiao non-stop, they even sympathized with each other and became good brothers. I skimmed my head speechlessly. Perhaps in these 2 people's hearts, one of my human lives wasn't worth a single kiss from Su Chunxiao. Ming was furious and craned his neck at them. "Do you know what's going on now? What's wrong with a kiss? Is it more important than human life? I say even if you stop Xiangnan, you 2 retards still can't catch up with Su Chunxiao. What the hell did you say to me again? Believe it or not, I'll take you down on the spot." Chow. Seeing that they were about to fight, I hurriedly pulled Xiao Ming down with one hand. Now was not the time to start a fight. Just in time, too, the police came along. As I had guessed, 3 of them together. I saw a fat policeman at the head of the group frowning all the time. A visible scar on his neck stood out as he scanned us, then sat down on a step ladder a few dozen meters away from us and proceeded to start paging them one by one. In fact, after I reminded them, I wasn't worried at all that they would spill the beans because no one would joke about their lives, but instead it was me. With time passing by and seeing that half an hour was left, finally it was my turn, and I took a deep breath before walking towards the fat cop. He first asked me to describe the scene at the time of Wang Rui's death, and while I spoke, the young policeman at his side took notes. When I was in the middle of my sentence, the fat cop stopped with a wave of his hand. "No need to memorize it, it all says the same ing thing." The fat cop annoyingly lit a cigarette, his small eyes staring at my heart. Harry spit out the smoke and said, "Kid, you're the last one in the class to make a statement. I have to tell you something. What happened in your class is not as simple as a coincidence. The case that happened 7 years ago also happened here. If you know something, you have to tell me. If you know something, you have to tell me. Remember, you have to tell me." He purposely aggravated his tone in the last 2 sentences, and I was torn in my mind whether or not to trust this cop. But the imp's words were always rattling around in my head, so I had to grit my teeth and shake my head. The fat cop grinned down in disappointment, patted me on the shoulder, and greeted his men as they left. I watched the fat policeman leave as if I was relieved. Maybe this man could really help us in the end. It's not certain. And the case he said 7 years ago, what in the world is it? Suddenly, it occurred to me that I didn't have much time left, and I glanced at my cell phone with almost 10 minutes to spare. At the same time, I saw an unread message, a cell phone text. "Xiang Nan, I'm Su Chunxiao. I'm waiting for you in the cafeteria. Come over quickly." Surprisingly, it was from Su Chunxiao, and it was a cell phone text message. I held my phone with some excitement, but finally forced myself to calm down and ran towards the cafeteria with quick steps. The school wasn't that big. It only took me a minute or 2 to run there. It was class time and everyone was in their classrooms except for my class. Soon, I saw Su Chunxiao standing in the corner, wearing a white shirt, and when she saw me coming, she lowered her head with some blushing. I pretended to be calm and walked over to her, my heart beating faster the closer I got to her. Chun Xiao, you wanted to see me? Su Chun Xiao lifted her delicate little face to look at me, bit her lip and said softly, Xiang Nan, have you always liked me? She asked so bluntly that I kind of lost it for a moment, but I ended up nodding, which actually made me kind of a wimp when I thought about it. Su Chun Xiao lifted her foot and took a step towards me. A fresh scent came over, and I gathered my courage to look up at her. Her face was already red as she opened her mouth. What you just said in front of your classmates is what I hope for, and I don't want any more of them to die. She paused and continued, since you like me, then I'll give you a chance to be my boyfriend. The premise is that at the end of the semester you have to get to the top 20 in the class. Then, you can kiss me. This kiss is considered a bet. If you do what I say, then you can return the kiss at that time. If you didn't do it, you'll never have a chance again. After saying that, Su Chunxiao suddenly stretched out her two hands and hooked my neck. Her soft and warm lips instantly pressed on my mouth. I only felt my sky spinning. This was my first time contacting a girl, and I believe it was also her first time. I could feel the roll of her skin, her thumping heartbeat, and for the moment, I seemed to have forgotten everything until the cell phone in my pocket vibrated. Su Chunxiao and I both physically shuddered at the same time and let go of each other's hands. Su Chunxiao pursed her lips and asked me in a small voice, is that 30-second up yet? I scratched my head and nodded. Almost, I guess. Should be here. Just arrive. Su Chunxiao finished nodding and turned around with her hands behind her back. Su Chunxiao. I called out to Su Chunxiao. After exhaling deeply, I firmly looked at Su Chunxiao and said, I won't let you down at the end of the period. Su Chunxiao pursed her lips to stifle her laughter and shifted to mutter, who cares? Then, Su Chunxiao and I walked towards the classroom one after the other. By this time everyone had returned to the classroom, and I realized that the way everyone looked at us had changed. Especially Wu Yuncheng and Zhang Bin. That look seemed to want to kill me. I knew that from now on, I was done with the two of them. I thought to myself, did they just see me kissing Su Chunxiao in the cafeteria? After returning to my seat and sitting down, I smoothly pulled out my phone, only to realize that the imp in the group had sent an early message. Finish the game to the south and the bonus amount is raised to $400. Su Chunxiao instantly blushed, and I have to say that I actually felt a little bit of joy in my heart. After all, kissing with a goddess is not something that anyone can do. Then the imp added another. Students continue the red bag game. The King of Luck is going to have sex with Lily Zhao for a 2-day limit. Chapter 4 Initiative. As soon as the imp sent out this message, so many students cursed out. This is too much. Isn't this forcing people to be punished? What a handful to get into this group. Hey, people, Lily has a boyfriend. I don't know how to play this game. Speechless. Looking at the messages from the group, I never replied because I felt it was useless to say anything in the group. It would only attract the imp's attention. We don't even know who the imp is by now. There's no one to suspect. And the most important thing is to find a way to crack the game, not complain about it in the group. Jin Xiaofeng slammed the table and angrily yelled at us. Don't any of you even think about touching Laozi's woman. Better not even think about it. Whoever draws the King of Luck, behave yourself and be punished. Or don't blame me for not being polite. Jin Xiaofeng and Zhao Lili were a couple and usually especially liked to show their love, which everyone in the class knew. And Jin Xiaofeng, this person small-minded, is notorious. Relying on their own is a rich second generation. The family has money, often because of a small thing in the class fuss, and no one can stop him. I guess Zhao Lili with him together also figure a money. After Jin Xiaofeng spoke, everyone started to fall silent, but it was Imp who sent a message out. To add to the fun of the game, both will be penalized if the game is not completed this time. Kim exploded into a direct rage and said in the group, Chao Nima, Zhao Lili is my woman. I'm ordering you to cancel this game. I'll give you the money. What's your price if you're capable? In fact, I know, a lot of people in the class do not like Jin Xiaofeng, are watching him lively, see his woman to be touched by someone else. The heart do not mention how comfortable. There were also some who liked to flatter him and started chiming in on the group. Yeah, change the game. It's kind of a serious game. Peek has said he'll give you money. Don't give an inch. Pretty much forget it. The imp never answered again until the end. Today is Friday. After school, everyone rushed home. I was going to wait for Su Chunxiao, but it turned out that she was picked up by her father's car, so I had to hitchhike back by myself. Sitting on the bus, I pulled out my phone and realized that a number of people in the group had already started grabbing red envelopes. I laughed. No matter what others say verbally, there are so many people in the class. There are always some bold and don't care to take the lead. The red envelopes instantly grabbed. This time the King of Luck is Yi Jin. Yi Jin sent a speechless emoji, and then Jin Xiaofeng broke into a rant in the group. I didn't bother to watch him bite like a rabid dog, turned off my phone, and closed my eyes to mull over the events of the past 2 days. Luckily, this time the game was 2 days long, so I could have a good quiet moment to mull this over. Yijin used to be Wang Rui's little brother. Once Wang Rui died he had no backing, and Jin Xiaofeng was unlikely to let Yijin touch Zhao Lili. This time, if he couldn't find a way to crack the game, both he and Zhao Lili would have to be punished. I thought about what the fat cop had told me. A case from 7 years ago? And what exactly happened 7 years ago? And why had I never heard anyone talk about it? Things always go by fast when I think about them. I got home, hurriedly ate my fill, poured a glass of water and told my mom I needed to review, so I unlocked my room and turned on my computer. Our school doesn't have a lot of information because it's not very old, so it's mostly news about school leaders. On the contrary, when searching for keywords, I found a piece of news about our county. It is said that there is a small village in our county. Once there were more than 60 people died continuously. The village blood flowed into the river. Only the domestic animals and a survivor left. The survivor was sent to the mental hospital on the same day. The case was designated as a red case by the state. And so far there is no result of the investigation. The news is like a bulletin with no pictures or information about real people. Not even the name of the village is reported. I also made it a point to look up the definition of a red case. And most of the so-called red cases are, to put it bluntly, paranormal cases. And they are marked red because they are cases that cannot be investigated by human beings at the moment. It's fine if I don't see this, but as soon as I think of the word psychic, I shiver and instantly feel the temperature around me drop. The appearance of the imp caused 2 people in our class to die already, and both of them died in the same way as the imp's designated method of death. This is not as simple as coincidence. In other words, if the imp is a shadowy spirit, then we're pretty much just waiting to be played to death. I shook my head. The more I thought about it, the more horrible it became, and hurriedly closed the page. At this time my cell phone came a message. It was from Su Chunxiao. She sent out a big meow crying emoji and said, "Xiang Nan, what are you doing?" I said with a snicker and a look back, "Nothing to do. Miss you." "Hey." Su Chunxiao sent me a roll of her eyes and said, "Seriously, what do you think Yijin and Zhao Lili will do? So scared that they'll receive punishment when Monday comes." In fact, Su Chunxiao this question, but it is difficult to me. I also want to know how to save them, because this time it is them. It is very likely that the next time it will be on the verge of me or Su Chunxiao, but now there is really no way. I can only reluctantly say, it's okay, there's always a solution to things. Jin Xiaofeng is so rich, maybe he'll find someone to help. Well, but it's still scary and I'm afraid it'll be my turn next time, and I'm afraid to open the Microsoft group now. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Su Chunxiao and I had a conversation without a word, saying that I want to protect her. I actually have no certainty at all. I can only do my best. Sometimes I feel that I am really too small. With only 1 day of vacation and a makeup class on Sunday, we went back to school early in the morning. Just as I walked to the front of the school, I got a message from an imp. Yijin and Zhao Lili's mission is complete. The red packet is upgraded to 500. I'm Chao. Did they really do it? The group was just as shocked as I was, and were ranting and raving, seemingly completely forgetting about the punishment for the previous deaths. And I noticed that Jin surprisingly never interjected, which was not his style, and I knew it was the calm before the storm. I turned off my cell phone and ran quickly toward my classroom. Running into the classroom found that there are already a lot of people come. Yijin was surrounded by a few boys to ask questions. He looked embarrassed and lowered his head to casually perfunctory, and Zhao Lili sat alone in her seat with a somewhat apprehensive expression. Where's Kim? I had just thought that when a man burst through the door with a watermelon knife, startling me. I see NM. Jin Xiaofeng entered the door and looked at Yijin's position and rushed over, cursing non-stop. The knife in his hand mercilessly slashed at Yijin. Luckily, Yijin was smart enough to dodge fast. Otherwise half of his face would be gone. You have the guts to chow man, but not the guts to be chopped by me? You don't want to leave alive today. Jin Xiaofeng chased after Yijin like a mad dog and chopped him. It was obvious that he cared about Zhao Lili. Everyone just dodged away and no one helped. Sooner or later something will happen if this continues. I had thought that both Yijin and Zhao Lili would have to die. Now the ending seems to be good. If Yijin is hacked to death by Jin Xiaofeng, it won't be worth it. Yijin was so scared that he could only run around the seat, but he accidentally tripped over a chair and fell directly in front of me with a panicked look on his face. Seeing Jin Xiaofeng running past me, I gathered my courage and grabbed his hand holding the knife from behind. If I let him pounce on it, Yijin might be gone. Cut me loose. You! I couldn't subdue the frenzied Jin Xiaofeng on my own. And seeing that everyone was numbly watching the show, I yelled, "Are you blind? Do you want to die again? Come and help hold him down." The few boys around me reacted to my yelling and helped hold Jin down, but Jin's other hand was still holding Yijin in a death grip. Yi Jin could not break free, presumably looking at Jin Xiaofeng's reddened eyes in fear. Shivering, it's not like I reached out to her. Although his voice was small, it was enough to shock Jin Xiaofeng, and the knife in his hand fell to the ground, and we loosened our hands in the process. Jin looked back at Zhao Lily with a disbelieving face. Zhao Lily couldn't resist the eyes of the whole class, and her emotions instantly collapsed, crying out, "Yes, yes, yes! It's me! Who made me unlucky to be set up for this game? Yes, I was the one who reached out to him and set up a time to get a room. Xiaofeng, you only care about your own face. Have you ever thought that if he and I don't go, we'll be the ones to die? Not you." I was closest to Jin Xiaofeng. I could see the muscles at the corners of his mouth shaking with anger. He swung his head and spat on the ground, viciously cursing at Zhao Lily. "Die! Count me blind!" Chapter 5 Protection. Although Jin Xiaofeng stopped, the atmosphere suddenly became even more frozen, because I saw Zhao Lily clenching her small fists, seemingly holding back something, and her best friend Zhangya, who was standing by her side, also looked at Jin Xiaofeng with complicated eyes. I always had the feeling that there was something wrong with a few of them. At this time, Yi Jin also quietly stood up and was about to slip away when he was again kicked down by Jin Xiaofeng. "Even if this initiative is taken, don't you know how to refuse? This matter old son with you no end." Jin Xiaofeng pointed at Yi Jin and cursed and then glared at Zhao Lily, who finally couldn't hold back and yelled at Jin Xiaofeng. "Enough! Jin Xiaofeng, who are you to scold me? Do you think I don't know the conversation between you and Zhangya in WeChat? You guys call each other one husband and one wife so affectionately, and you specifically detached me to go. Ha! Is it necessary? Isn't it you, Jin Xiaofeng, who likes this feeling of cheating? My god, when I heard what Zhao Lily said, I just felt unbelievable, realizing that we were only in high school. The students around me were as surprised as I was, and they all started talking. Jin Xiaofeng looked at Zhao Lily with some surprise when she said this, then his expression began to change to anger. For these rich dukes, face was more important than anything else. Zhao Lily exposing him undoubtedly made him lose face in public. Zhao Lily said the words open does not matter. On the contrary, standing on the side of the Zhangya embarrassed, most of the people in the class didn't talk about Jin Xiaofeng. The one who said the most was Zhangya, because in their opinion, Zhangya was like a mistress in the adult world. Zhangya is really, usually so Thai. I didn't expect to sneak around and hook up with Brother Feng. Ha, this Zhangya is probably destined to be adopted in the future. He. The crowd said one thing to each other, and some of the long-tongued people intentionally increased the volume of their voices, which was meant for Zhangya to hear. Zhangya's face was red to the base of her neck, and I noticed that she quietly looked up at Jin Xiaofeng, only to have Jin Xiaofeng's head swing around, not wanting to pay any attention to her at all. Even though we're all in the same class, it's hard for anyone, let alone a girl, to have this kind of scandal spread. I had thought that this matter would just go away, but it turned out that Zhangya guessed that she really didn't want to take the blame alone, and once she bit her lip, she stood up. "I admit what happened to me and Xiaofeng, but, Lily Zhao, the thing's on you, do you dare to admit it?" How could Zhao Lily not expect that Zhangya would suddenly come out and talk about her at this time? After all, they were good girlfriends. Zhangya? Zhao Lily obviously knew what Zhangya was talking about and shouted with a frown. Zhangya Ha curved his mouth with a smile and increased the volume and said, "Last time we went to Walking Street, a handsome college student hit on you. Did you forget?" After Zhao Lily was blown away by Zhangya, she shook her head with a hard face and didn't seem like she was going to explain herself. Everyone was once again stunned by these two girls. Even Jin Xiaofeng didn't seem to have heard about this. Looking at Zhao Lily and shaking her head uncontrollably, both girls started to fall silent after they finished. It was truly the most poisonous woman's heart. Horrible. That's when the class bell rang. I was finally slowing down, and the story of these three students was too powerful to be true. I had a hard time imagining this happening in a sophomore class, especially between two girls. I knew that their relationship would never be sewn up again in the future, and everyone returned to their seats one after another, except for Jean, who was useless in persuading anyone. The teacher came in and saw Jean standing in front of his desk and asked him, "What's wrong with you? Get back to your seat and get ready for class." Jean clenched his fists and suddenly yelled, then rushed out of the classroom. I was shocked, thinking he was going to jump off the building like He Pang, so I hurried out to follow him, but luckily he just ran downstairs. When I came back, I was scolded by the teacher, but I was relieved. At this time, the WeChat group, which had been quiet for so long, was finally moving again. The imp still sent the smiling emoji and then said, "A new round of games has begun, so let's keep grabbing red envelopes. And this time the King of Luck can post a game instead of me. Any game will do." After saying that, he sent a 500 red packet in seconds. This time the game doesn't seem to be in danger. Oh, it's our own anyway. How we rob it. Yeah, this little devil is finally normal. As long as King Luck plays a random game, everyone is safe. Seeing the imp's words, I also felt good, as if all the gloom in front of me could be passed, but I never thought that this time the game would be the beginning of the real meaning of the word. I've grabbed more than 50 this time, but it's a shame it's not the King of Luck. Naya, I've only robbed about $10. Who is the King of Luck? I suddenly noticed a pattern. It seemed that those who had already grabbed the King of Luck would not continue to do so. I wondered if it was because of the large number of people in our class. There was a lot of talk about who the King of Luck was. After a few minutes, someone shouted out to the group, "The King of Luck is Jin Xiaofeng." Jin Xiaofeng. Did he also participate in this red packet grabbing? I thought that he had taken a blow and would not grab red packets again, but I didn't expect that after running out of the classroom, he was still quietly grabbing them, and his luck was still good. However, I always felt that it wasn't quite right. Why did I panic a bit about him being the King of Luck? I looked up at Yi Jin in his seat and saw him shivering, and I instantly understood. If Jin Xiaofeng was the King of Luck, he could designate people to play games, but if he wanted to take revenge on others, he could naturally designate them to play some excessive games, and apparently Yi Jin thought of this. The imp sent a smiling emoji, as if he had everything under control, and then said, "Please ask the King of Luck to designate the game." Kim quickly returned a few words. "I want Yi Jin to die. Want him to die. I want him dead today." Oops. I hurriedly typed in a quick comment. "Jin Xiaofeng, calm down. This is not good. We are all classmates." Jin didn't reply to me, but it was Zhao Lily who started replying to the messages as well. "Xiaofeng, I know I was wrong about this. Take back your words. Xiang Nan is right. We are all classmates. Stop it." Most of the people in the class, except for a few, were still united, and they all urged Jin Xiaofeng to withdraw his directive in the group, but Jin never said a word. The imp waited until everyone was quiet before typing out a line. "This game, Yi Jin is going to die. Limited to 8 hours. To die? Is it that straightforward? This time, the game is Yi Jin playing the game of death alone? I'm really speechless. Originally we could all be safe and sound this time, but it turned out that this Jin Xiaofeng made another whole mess." Yi Jin sat apprehensively in his position with his head lowered, and I knew that it was actually him who was the most innocent. I looked at the time. 8 hours later, which is 12 o'clock in the morning. As long as I stayed up past 12 o'clock in the morning, then the time limit would expire, which proves that the imp's game can be cracked. I don't think we can just sit back and wait. We have to be proactive and find a way to unravel it. After class, I gathered my courage and ran to the podium, told everyone to be quiet, and said seriously, "Everyone, too much has already happened in our class because of the imp's game, and like I said before, I don't want to lose any more of my students, so we have to unite. We can't just sit around and wait for things to happen. We have to take the initiative to find a way to break this game. Since the game is for Yi Jin to die within 8 hours, then we'll take the initiative to do our best to protect Yi Jin. As long as 8 hours have passed and Yi Jin hasn't died, then it's proof that the imp's game can be broken. I'll be protecting Yi Jin the entire time from now on, and I want everyone to help." I had thought that after I finished my paragraph, there would be warm applause, but I didn't realize that everyone was looking at me numbly, and no one was catering to me, and except for Yi Jin, who had a look of gratitude on his face, everyone else seemed to be uninterested in my words. Of course Su Chunxia was always in my favor, only she was too timid to stand up and speak out. At this time the class president Qin Yong stood out. Qin Yong in the class call is very strong, usually not much out of the head. Including this game, he always did not say much this time but took the initiative to stand out. "I think what Xiang Nan said makes sense. Instead of being slaughtered, why don't we put up a fight? Think about it, this game has no rest at all. What would you do in case it's you next time? I will protect Yi Jin together with Xiang Nan." The class president was, after all, the class president, and with him leading the way, everyone began to raise their hands enthusiastically. Said to start, we spontaneously arranged Yi Jin in the center of the classroom, beside by the class president and a few other trusted students to sit around him, and then collected all the knife, pen and other sharp and deadly things. Even going to the bathroom is protected by 2 people following you. Seeing the time passing by, we didn't even go to the dormitory after the evening study, because there were too many things in the dormitory. We still felt safer to stay in the classroom. As long as it was after 12 o'clock, it proved that we had succeeded. I told Su Chunxiao to go back to the dormitory to rest first, and I would notify her first if something happened. In this way, 10 or so students were voluntarily left in the classroom, and Yi Jin was still sitting in the very center, with the others sitting around him. It was late at night, so we turned off all the lights so no one would notice, and it was dark around us, with only the light from outside the classroom shining through in spots. Yi Jin did not eat in the afternoon, I took a bread and handed it to him. Yi Jin was so grateful that he was about to cry. He looked at me with a smile and said, "Thank you, Xiang Nan. I don't know what I would have done if it wasn't for you. It's okay, don't think too." Bang! Before I could finish my sentence, the ceiling fan on top of the classroom unknowingly suddenly fell down, just hitting Yi Jin's head. With bread still in his mouth, he slumped wide-eyed on the table, the top of his head a bloody mess. Warm blood splattered my face. Chapter 6, let's play it differently. We stayed silent in the classroom, the dimly lit classroom, the already dead Yi Jin, surrounded by classmates with his blood on their faces as well as mine. All of them, like we had ganged up on him and killed him. I could barely breathe. The warm sticky blood on my face kept sliding down my neck. I hurriedly wiped my face, gritted my teeth and barely reached out my hand to probe Yi Jin's nose. And sure enough, he was already dead. Call the police. I looked to the squad leader Qin Yong with a trembling voice and said. He was also scared, and could only nod his head before pulling out his cell phone in a panic. Qin Yong just pulled out his cell phone. Our cell phones rang at the same time, and we were all scared to death. I flipped open my phone to see that it was WeChat. The imp sent a smiling emoji, which looked like one of the devil's faces to me. Yi Jin completed the task. There is no punishment. Continue to send red envelopes tomorrow morning. Happy gaming, classmates. The air is still filled with the smell of Yi Jin's blood. Even though this is the third classmate to die, I still find it hard to accept that the imp can control our lives and deaths at will, and the condition for survival is every game he assigns. I looked at the time. It was just shy of 12 and we were that close. The class was obviously still awake, and as soon as they saw Imp's message, they were all concerned about what we were doing here. A few of us looked at each other. The class president and a few others were so guilty that I had to pick up my cell phone and say, "I'm sorry we couldn't protect Yi Jin. He's dead." Everyone was curious about the cause of Yi Jin's death, and started discussing it with a lot of talk. "Ah, dead? Jesus, couldn't a dozen of you stop him from dying? Was it you who failed to protect properly? Or was it the imp who did the killing?" After I sent the message, Qin Yong slammed his fist on the table, chagrined. "In fact, I am also angry. I do not even know how to answer the words of the class. Is it true that Yi Jin was smashed to death by the electric fan under the protection of more than 10 of us? Who the hell is this little devil?" The police and teachers arrived soon after, and none of us left in order to secure the scene. Luckily, the school have surveillance. We are still, the whole process was filmed. Otherwise the blood on our body is really difficult to explain. Yi Jin's death was once again designated as an accidental death, and we were only criticized by the teacher's education. After we cooperated with the police to take statements, it was almost dawn, and Qin Yong called me to go out to eat buns together. On the way Qin Yong suddenly whispered, "Xiang Nan, I think you're kind of sensible in the class. Do you think these few incidents in our class are coincidences?" He really asked me this question. I would like to hope that it is a coincidence, but where in heaven is such a coincidence? 3 people had already died, so I could only shake my head and say I didn't know. Qin Yong sighed and suddenly added after taking a few steps, "I don't know if you believe me, but I think our class has hit a ghost this time." Shady spirits? In spirit is nothing more than the meaning of ghosts in the movie. It's not that I haven't thought about it, but I still don't believe in it a little bit when it's actually put in real life. Qin Yong nodded and frowned. "Right. In spirit. My grandfather is an old gentleman. He told me that people with grievances after death will turn into in spirits, which are shadowless and invisible, and can host other people's bodies to harm them. And to get rid of it, we have to find its root, which means why it begets grievances." I seemed to understand, nodded. Listening to Qin Yong's words, I suddenly thought of the information I checked on the computer at home on Saturday, that the village where a lot of people died is in our county. If our class is really being missed by some kind of shadowy spirit, could the imp be someone from that village? I said to Qin Yong, "So can you ask your grandfather to help us?" Qin Yong seemed to be in a bit of a bind and said with a sigh, "My grandfather's health is not good, and his condition has gotten worse over the past 2 years, so I'm a little worried about his health. But if the class continues to die, then I'm going to have to ask his old man to come over, no matter what." Just for a moment, my impression of Qin Yong greatly increased. No wonder he is well liked. The teacher also likes him. At a time like this, can still disregard his own feelings? For the sake of others in the class, Qin Yong and I ate a cage of buns alone. He insisted on treating me. I couldn't resist, so Qin Yong and I became good buddies, and it was quite fun. The classroom had the police in place to deal with Yi Jin's death, so in the morning our class was assigned to study in the dormitory. It just so happened that I hadn't slept all night either, so I casually washed up and got ready to rest. I gave perfunctory answers to the questions asked by the people in the dormitory, because I really didn't want to mention that scene last night. I had just laid down when the imp sent a message on WeChat. A new game of grabbing red envelopes has begun, and this time, The King of Luck is going to be punished. Said he sent a $500 red envelope. The King of Luck is going to be punished? Who wants to rob it then? Are they all starting to be so direct now? Yesterday you directly let Eugene die. Today you directly let the Luck King die. Why don't you just let us all die together? No more robbing. The King of Luck has to be punished. What's there to rob? Grass. Everyone stop grabbing. If you're capable you'll let us all die together. Right. That's right. Don't get your hands dirty. Don't grab it. I have a bright light in front of my eyes. Right. Everyone spontaneous not grabbing the red packets this time seems to work. If everyone doesn't grab the red packets, I don't believe that the imp can make us die together at the same time. Too right. The group was surprisingly united this time. And sure enough, none of them moved the red bag. I really want to know what the imp is thinking at this point. Will he be annoyed? Anyway, I waited a while and the imp never said anything, so I hope he's compromised. As I watched, I fell asleep. After all, I was so tired last night. This sleep until noon, or by the WeChat group of messages to vibrate awake. I grabbed my phone in a daze, and it was Imp who had messaged back. Since everyone doesn't want to grab the red packets, that's fine. We don't need to grab them in the future. I'll just send them out. I always felt that there was something in the Imp's words, and sure enough, he then added. So, the new game is, Jin Xiaofeng and Zhao Lily. You guys vote to pick one out. The one with more votes I'll send out 500 yuan red packets individually, and the one with fewer votes will have to accept the punishment. And if you guys don't vote, then both of you will accept the punishment at the same time. 24-hour time limit. Game on. The imp has changed to a new trick, and I've kind of figured it out. His purpose is to kill someone every game, and the people who die are the ones who have had conflicts, and his instructions for every game is to tear the bond between us, first destroying the bond between our classmates, making us turn against each other, and then killing one after the other. That's despicable. I couldn't help but post a message to the group, sort of from the heart. I didn't expect the imp to reply to me. Very well, Xiang Nan is very active. Then you will be the referee, and you will be in charge of tallying the amount of votes when the time comes. I slapped myself hard. The class did not dare to say in the WeChat group, but a few buddies in the dormitory began to talk about it. At this rate of playing the game, we'll be played to death by him sooner or later. Grass. It's all my fault for being greedy for red packets. I don't know who the hell this imp is. It's so evil. Is it a ghost? I didn't participate in their discussion, but silently got dressed, because their words just now reminded me of Qin Yang's words. If the imp is really a Yin spirit, then he must have a grudge, and why he has a grudge is his root. I have to find it. The school is so big, if you ask around, you're sure to find some clues. I ran into the cafeteria first because I remembered there was a slightly older grandpa in the cafeteria. There weren't many people in the cafeteria at this time of day, and I was slowly making my way to where the water was boiling when a man in his 30s stopped me and asked me what I was doing. I asked, thinking about it, Uncle, I want to ask, is the oldest master in the cafeteria around? The man, with a cigarette in his mouth, looked at me twice and said, you're in the 9th class of sophomore year, right? I heard that 3 people died in your class recently. I nodded my head in a hurry, thinking that I had finally met someone who understood, and the man exhaled his smoke and smiled. You boys all want to play the hero as D. You're the 4th to come and ask me. I tell you this dead man's matter is not a small matter. If you can check it out, what do we need the police for? You're the 4th one to ask me. In addition, I still tell you again the cafeteria, the only one who worked more than 7 years of the old man, died last week at home, so here are now all new employees. Understand? Hearing his words, I nodded a little disappointed, but there's also a bit of information. And first of all I should be happy that I'm not the only one investigating this right now. There are 3 others ahead of me. Chapter 7 Disappointment. When I came out of the back door of the cafeteria, I kept wondering in my mind which 3 people in my class had started to investigate ahead of time, and I had to hug it out with them in order to do so, and my strength alone was definitely not enough. Not long after I walked out, I saw Su Chunxiao at the entrance of the cafeteria, holding her lunchbox in her hands. I smiled and walked over and said, Chunxiao, what are you standing here for? You're not waiting for me, are you? Su Chunxiao's thin skin. Was I a joke face red? White I said. Who's waiting for you? I'm just getting some air after dinner. I saw the lunchbox full of food in her hand, and I didn't care if she had prepared it for me or not, so I grabbed it with a cheeky hand. I happen to have not eaten, so I'll make myself at home. Ha. Chunxiao skimmed her lips, but didn't refuse. I guess she might really be waiting for me, but she's just too thin-skinned and embarrassed to say it. Now the students have already eaten, so the seats in the cafeteria are empty. I found a seat by the window and began to wolf down the food. Honestly, These days, although I did not do anything, but I always feel like I don't have enough energy, so I eat a lot. And the most crucial thing is that this is the meal Su Chunxiao helped me to prepare. Holding her face in her hands, Chunxiao sat across from me and said thoughtfully, Xiang Nan, who do you think that little devil in the Weibo group is? We didn't mess with him, why won't he leave us alone? And this vote, designating Jin Xiaofeng and Zhao Lili, they were originally a couple, so how can people vote? Hey! Chunxiao's question was exactly what was on my mind, I said with a sigh. The biggest problem right now is that we have no way to fight against the imp's punishment. Whoever he wants to die will definitely die. The only thing we can do is to protect ourselves first. Saying this, I stopped the chopsticks in my hand and looked at Chunxiao and said, Chunxiao, the last thing I want is for something to happen to you. Chunxiao smiled and pursed her lips. I'm not taking advantage of the opportunity to talk about love. This is really what I have in mind. Just then, a person suddenly ran quickly past outside the cafeteria, and I looked up to see that it was Jin Xiaofeng. What's Kim doing back at school at this hour? I didn't have the heart to eat anymore, and returned to the classroom with Su Chunxiao, where there was the same chatter as usual, except that everyone was now careful about what they said, each on their own, wary of the others. Jin didn't talk to anyone when he entered the classroom, but honestly sat in his seat, which surprised me. Soon the bell rang for afternoon class and the teacher gave her usual lecture. And all the while I was wondering in my mind what on earth I was going to do about today's vote. There were 54 in our class. 3 died, and now there are just 51 left, just enough to split the difference. No one in the WeChat group dared to talk nonsense either, and at that moment, my cell phone vibrated. I looked at it and it was a cell phone text, and I found that my deskmate Ming's cell phone also vibrated. I looked up and observed for a while. Most of the students in the class were looking down at their cell phones except those who were listening attentively. I flipped through the text messages. I'm Jin Xiaofeng. Vote for Zhao Lili in tonight's poll. I'll give you $600 if you vote for her. I frowned, and finally was aware of why this Jin Xiaoshan had suddenly returned to school. Since his impulsiveness had led to Yi Jin's death, he must have completely believed the imp's words, so now he had to do his best to canvass the class and make sure he didn't die. But Zhao Lili was his girlfriend before. Is this still a man? Ming also came over and took a look at my phone and shook his head. This Jin Xiaofeng really did it. Mass texting. But he does have this strength. His old man is in real estate. There is a lot of money. I heard someone say, this bastard's living expenses are more than 10,000 every month. It can't be used up. It seems that this Zhao Lili is miserable. I've heard what Xiao Ming said, but what Jin Xiaofeng did, I really despise him. I decided to do my best to help Zhao Lili. I secretly pulled together a group of people I was slightly close to, Chun Xiao, Xiao Ming, Xin Yon, etc., and then began to discuss strategies in the group. That's when the bell rang. As soon as the teacher left, Jin Xiaofeng walked to the lecture table in a furious manner and said loudly, You've all read the message I just sent you. I, Jin Xiaofeng, am true to my word, as long as you do as I say. I guarantee with my personality that there will be no shortage of benefits for you. Personality? Do you have a ing personality? I laughed and didn't even want to look at the coward. I was always observing Zhao Lili. She sat in her seat with her head down without lifting her head. She looked extraordinarily calm. I didn't know if she had a plan, or if she didn't care anymore. Time flies. Today is to vote for the class. So we all have our own thoughts, our weighing in the heart, resulting in a surprisingly quiet class. The teacher thought we were scared by the 2 days, out of the psychological condition, but also called Qin Yong out to ask about the situation. Qin Yong naturally did not say anything. Along the way, I did find one suspicion. Zhao Lili would frequently leave the classroom whenever she was free, and every time she went out, one of the boys in the class followed her. When she came back, Zhao Lili remained calm, but the boy who came back was sneaky, like he had done something wrong. By the time the last class of the afternoon rolled around, I got another text from Kim. I'm Kim. Remember to vote for Chloe tonight and I'll add another $200. And for those who vote for Chloe, I'll give $800 privately. What a nifty loss of heart. In fact, during this period of time, I privately established group has been pulled in one after another more than a dozen people. They are Xiao Ming, Xin Yong, Chun Xiao pulled in, all trustworthy, Kim and Lily Zhao. Whoever gets 26 votes first, loses. That's why our 10 or so votes are crucial. At the end of the evening, the imp sent a message in the WeChat group. There's still an hour until the game ends, so remember to vote. I sighed. What's meant to be is always meant to be. I stood up and walked over to the lectern, overwhelmed with nerves. As I passed Chun Xiao, she whispered a cheering word, which gave me a lot of peace of mind. People weren't surprised that I stepped up to the podium. because the imp had said earlier in the group that I would be the judge and tally the votes. I said as I placed a paper tube I had prepared long ago on the lectern. Everyone, take yourself a slip of paper and write the name you want to vote for and put it in the tube. I'll go through it one by one and count the votes. When I finished, I was the first to drop the already written note into the tube and exhaled. I feel very strange. According to the theory that we as a class should be united to deal with the imp, now it's turned out that everyone is going their own way. Even I've started to help Zhao Lily to deal with Jin Xiaofeng. I really don't know if I'm doing the right thing. Xin Yon, as the class president, still took the lead, and then everyone began to come up to vote one after another. In the evening it was study hall time. The teacher usually didn't come, and even when the bell rang, our class was still voting. After no one voted, I asked. Everyone voted. Now I'll start counting. I gulped, my heart beating wildly. After all, every vote in the box was vital. 1 vote for Kim Xiaofeng, 1 vote for Lily Qiu, 2 votes for Lily Zhao, 3 votes for Lily Zhao, 15 votes for Kim Xiaofeng, 18 votes for Lily Zhao, 25 votes for Kim, 25 votes for Lily Zhao. An accident occurred and I wondered if I had missed a vote, but I double-checked the box and recounted the separate votes, and it was still a tie, which meant that there was still one person who hadn't voted. Everyone is getting restless again. Being today's protagonists Jin Xiaofeng and Zhao Lily, Jin Xiaofeng pinched his fists, his face full of ferocious bursting thick tendons, and his expression had been squeezed and twisted horribly. On the contrary, on one side, Zhao Lily always sat calmly in her position. The imp always seems to be watching us vote and says so in the group. Last 5 minutes left until the polls close. Everyone instantly tensed up, exchanged words and started discussing with each other. Jin slammed the table and said loudly, anyone who hasn't voted, put that vote in for Lily Zhao and I'll give you $1,000 for it. I nervously scanned the crowd for who hadn't voted. It just so happened to be a 1 vote difference, and assuming that the imp had let the loser die, that 1 vote was the equivalent of a gate knife. People also just talk to themselves and ask each other questions, but no one comes up to vote. The more this happened, the more urgent Jin Xiaofeng became. His breathing became heavier and heavier as he shouted like crazy. How about $1,500? No, 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 $2,000 $2,000. Just vote for the death of Zhao Lily. I'll pay right away. He even pulled out his wallet and a wad of money was scattered on the floor. There was a sigh of relief from the class, and although they were envious and coveted, none of them went to pick it up. I had been watching Lily Zhao, and just now, I saw her suddenly grin and shake her head, and there seemed to be some disappointment in her eyes. Sure enough, only to see Zhao Lily slowly stand up, her eyes obviously a little red. She slowly raised the note in her own hand and said hoarsely, Jin Xiaofeng, you never thought that I was the one who didn't vote for this. Chapter 8 Despair. Zhao Lily really spoke out of turn, and almost everyone was surprised out of the blue. I can't help but wonder how deep her heart is, to be able to pinch the vote in her hand so far. Did she calculate that it would be a tie? Jin Xiaofeng instantly turned confused, and I saw that he was sweating on his forehead, the corners of his mouth twitching, wanting to open his mouth to curse, but then closing it. After all, the winners and losers are basically set now. Everyone was unanimously quiet. They all looked at Jin Xiaofeng and didn't speak, because he was known for his violent temper, and no one wanted to offend him now. However, Jin Xiaofeng was still unwilling, but unexpectedly squeezed out a smile and said softly to Zhao Lily, Lily, I was bad before. I'm sorry, can we make up? Don't vote for me. I still love you. I'll buy you whatever you want, okay? Seriously, I've seen disgusting people. I've never seen anyone this disgusting. Quite a few people couldn't stand to look at it, and Xiaoming beside me was even angry and scolded. Zhao Lily, don't believe him. Quickly cast your vote. Don't gab with this scum. Yeah, what scum? I don't know what made Jin Xiaofeng become like this. Nowadays, everyone's words surprisingly all have no effect on him. He still shamelessly licked his smile and said, Lily, I know you love me. Don't be angry. Good boy. My favorite is still you. Zhanya, that is simply not as good as you a nail. What I said is true. Jin Xiaofeng. I chow Nima. Zhanya directly exploded with anger when she heard this, pointing at Jin Xiaofeng and cursing. She had already been despised by everyone, and now that she was being talked about so much by Jin Xiaofeng, she couldn't hold the fire in her heart any longer. Zhao Lily, vote for this scum. What are you hesitating for? Yeah, I don't know what Zhao Lily is hesitating at this time. Just vote for Jin Xiaofeng. Jin Xiaofeng is like a street rat nowadays. No one treats him well, so what if he has money? Besides, I feel that Jin Xiaofeng seems to have mental problems. Zhao Lily's calmness scared me a little. This previously lively and cheerful girl, today turned unusually calm. Even if everyone said anything, she was smiling. Jin Xiaofeng was mad with anxiety and violently rushed to Zhao Lily, grabbing both her shoulders and shouting, Lily, Lily, look at me, will you give me another chance? When I saw Jin Xiaofeng like this, I was afraid that he would do something to Zhao Lily, so Xiao Ming and I hurriedly pulled him away. When I pulled Jin away, I could clearly feel his arms shaking. At this time, Zhao Lily finally did raise her head and stared at Jin Xiaofeng, hissing, you say you love me, so what if I lose and I die? Jin Xiaofeng hurriedly replied with a serious smile, Lily, I know what you said, but I can't lose. I'm the only son in my family. If I die, there's no one to inherit my dad's legacy. You're different. You live in the countryside. In case something happens to you, in the future, what happens to your family is what happens to me, Jin Xiaofeng, and I'll make sure that they don't have to worry about food for their whole life. I'm Chao. I really couldn't bear it. Rushed up and smashed Jin Xiaofeng's face so hard that his nose bled instantly, and I twisted his collar and said, Jin Xiaofeng, do you have any humanity left? After Jin Xiaofeng was knocked down by me, he actually didn't fight back. He directly ignored me and knelt in front of Zhao Lily, his face full of blood with a smile looking at Zhao Lily like a dog. I helplessly let go of my hand. I knew that Jin Xiaofeng was really crazy. Qin Yong pulled me away and shook his head to signal me to leave it alone. I took a few steps back, and Zhao Lily stood up at the same time. She didn't care about Jin Xiaofeng, but walked to the window alone. Everyone made a conscious effort to get out of her way, and I saw from the side that she was already crying. I glanced at Qin Yong, who shrugged his shoulders to indicate that he didn't know what she was up to either. Suddenly, Zhao Lily flipped onto the window and jumped straight down. Ah, don't! I rushed to the window as fast as I could, but what awaited me was the crunch of falling bones. At the same time, a piece of paper drifted in through the window, and I picked it up to see 3 words written on it. Lily Zhao. Jin Xiaofeng rushed to me like a mad dog, snatched the note, and then laughed maniacally with a hideous expression. See, you bunch of trash. This stupid Zhao Lily didn't vote for me in the end. Ha 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 ha, you guys fight me? I clenched my fists, ready to go over and punch him. At this time, a message came from the imp in the WeChat group. Voting is complete. Lily Zhao has the most votes. Lily Zhao's punishment is to stand at the podium and sing a song called Little Luck for Everyone. My favorite. Oh. What? Just this punishment? Little devil, are you saving it? Zhao Lily is already dead because of this game. Are you sick? The imp replied with a rare sentence. What does it have to do with me that Lily Zhao's death was of his own volition? So that's what it's called. And the punishment isn't death. It's just singing a song. It's all because we thought we guessed wrong. I crouched down clutching my head in chagrin. I even said I was rescuing everyone. But I was still being played by the imp and unable to do anything about it. Su Chunxiao came over and patted my shoulder to comfort me in a small voice. Don't feel bad. It's not your fault. You did the best you could. At this moment, Jin Xiaofeng stood dejectedly in his position. The blood on his face from my beating was not wiped. What made me even more surprised was that by now there were even a few people surrounding him. I really didn't want to see Jin Xiaofeng, so I simply ran out and sat down in the playground to smoke. The empty playground would calm me down. And after thinking left and right, I felt that there was still a lot of investigating to be done about the imp. Not long after, Xiao Ming came over. He said, just after you left, Jin Xiaofeng, this scum, was giving out money to everyone, and said that as long as they followed him in the future, the money would be unending. Many people didn't resist the temptation. Ming also lit a cigarette and continued, Jin Xiaofeng has also openly made an enemy with you, so I guess he'll be counting on you in the future. So you have to be careful. I shook my head, because I knew that there would be more and more enemies in the future. In fact, not only me, our originally united group, because of the appearance of the imp, it has long been torn apart. A lot of former good buddies and good sisters, because of the red packet game, turned against each other. By the way, there's one more thing. I don't know if you've heard. Ming is one of my few good buddies, and I really appreciate that he would share so much information with me. And I gestured for him to speak quickly. Do you know how Lily Zhao canvassed for votes? I don't know. Just know that when she goes out today, she's followed by a boy. Right. On this one, Lily Zhao privately messaged all the boys who are interested in her today and asked them to vote for Jean in return for, well, a kiss. Oh, my god. I just feel my scalp tingling. This already dead Zhao Lily's heart is really ruthless, but unfortunately, in the end, she still made the choice to die. I don't know if she will find it worth it when she knows the content of the punishment. I asked Ming how he knew. Ming bit his cheek and seemed angry. Jin Xiaofeng has now become a mad dog, biting everyone he sees, plus a few of his lapdogs. No one was able to control him for a while. He arrested 2 people for forced questioning, and anyone who went out with Zhao Lily was beaten up by him. He also said this matter publicly. He just wanted to ruin Zhao Lily's reputation. This nifty, I thought in my heart. This Jin Xiaofeng is really too inviting to hate. We must find a chance to cure him. Ming and I chatted a bit more and headed back to the dorm. When I returned to the dormitory, I saw that my roommate Li Yang's face was covered with injuries, and he had obviously been beaten by Jin Xiaofeng, because I remembered that he had also gone out with Zhao Lily. When Li Yang saw me looking at him, his eyes were a bit averted, and I didn't talk to him, so I took the basin and went to wash up. At this time Li Yang followed over and whispered, "Xiang Nan, are you investigating the imp?" I glanced at him and panicked a little, wondering why he was asking. After all, investigating the imp wasn't a good thing, and if the imp knew about it, he'd surely find a way to stop it. Li Yang pulled me to the outside of the dormitory and said, "I'll be direct. There are 3 of us investigating this. Originally Zhao Lily was one of them, but unfortunately she died. I saw you go to the back door of the cafeteria the other day, and I'm guessing that you must have been investigating this as well. And now that everyone's going crazy, this has to be done quietly, so I'd like to pull you into the fold." I unexpectedly put down the plate in my hand and looked at the wound on Li Yang's face and asked, "You're going out with Lily Zhao?" Seeing me looking at his wound, Li Yang covered it with some embarrassment and hurriedly explained, "Don't listen to Jin Xiaofeng's nonsense. Zhao Lily and I went out just to discuss the night's action. We didn't do anything. I swear to God, Jin Xiaofeng is all nonsense. Zhao Lily called the others to go out. In fact, she wanted to invite them to join in and find out the truth of the matter together, so that we can get rid of this imp's Weebly group earlier. Turns out none of these boys want to investigate. They're all afraid of being targeted by the imp, and that's not going to help. I didn't expect to be caught by Jin Xiaofeng." I nodded. So it was like this. I was finally a little relieved in my heart. This world is finally not as dark as I thought. The scum of the earth is also just Jin Xiaofeng. Zhao Lily is not that bad. I asked. "And who's the other guy?" "Li Wan." "Her?" Li Wan had been spat on by everyone for refusing to play the red packet game 2 days ago, and hadn't said anything, but I didn't expect her to take the initiative to investigate. It was really a deep hide. The more I talked, the more interested I became and seemed to find a new organization, so I was busy asking him about it. "Did you just say plans for tonight? What is it?" Li Yang swept back to make sure no one was there and whispered. Zhao Lily's original plan was to check out the abandoned building in the back garden tonight. Chapter 9, Late Night Operations. Abandoned school building. I was shocked in my heart, instantly remembered a lot of things. It is said that the reason why this school building is abandoned, because of a fire. The cause of the fire is not clearly investigated, as if someone deliberately set the fire, but also because of the students' previous love-hate relationship. At that time, also died a lot of people. The specific number of people no one statistics, and even the news did not go on. I also listened to other people chatting about, at that time, and did not take it seriously. Why have I never thought of this before? If, in the past, people had told me about the school building, I would have thought they were bluffing, but now that so much has happened in the class, I think this is likely to be a major breaking point. If the imp was a shadowy spirit according to Qin Yong, then perhaps the shadowy spirit was hiding in this building. I asked Li Yang, "Are we going to do it tonight? What's the plan?" Li Yang saw that I was interested and he was happy, nodding his head. "We'll sneak out tonight around 12 and meet at the playground first, then we'll head straight for the school building." "That's your plan?" Li Yang said. "Yeah, what's the problem?" I shook my head breathlessly and organized my thoughts before saying, "First of all, if we do go to the school building tonight, what are we going to look for? Or just to look around? What's the use of that? Secondly, that place is rumored to be so evil. What are we going to do if we encounter any evil spirits? Fight it with our bare hands? That means we must at least have a weapon for defense." Li Yang was flabbergasted by my question, especially when I talked about the Yin spirit. He directly shivered. I patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't be in a hurry. In a moment I'll pull you and Li Wan into my group. I also have a few trusted ones. There's strength in numbers. We'll discuss it in the group later." When I finished, I hurriedly and quickly washed up, then lay down on the bed and hid under the covers. I first pulled Li Yang and Li Wan into the WeChat group, then briefly talked about Zhao Lily and them. Qin Yong, always the leader, was the first to reply and said, "Good, I agree. The weasel thing should have been resolved a long time ago, but it definitely won't work tonight. Let's do it tomorrow night. I'll go back to my house tomorrow and I'll take care of the weapon thing." Seeing Qin Yong being so helpful, I happily sent a thumbs up to the group. Then Su Chunxiao said, "Xiangnan, I want to go too, but I'm a little scared." I said, "Chunxiao, you shouldn't go. What if you're in danger?" That's when Ming popped up, first sending an evil emoji, then saying, "In case of danger, I have you, Mr. Xiang. So what are you afraid of?" Finally Su Chunxiao sent a shy emoji. "Gee, I know it's dangerous, but I'm really curious and wanna go. I sighed helplessly and returned. Okay, but you'll have to stay close to me tomorrow. Aha. Everyone you a sentence in the group to discuss the plan for tomorrow night. In fact, with Jin Yong to prepare weapons, I think there is no big problem. Mainly depends on the courage. That night the 6 of us talked to 3 o'clock in the morning before going to sleep. What I find strange is that the imp hasn't been posting messages since he said he'd let Lily Zhao sing Little Lucky. I don't know if this is a good thing, or a bad thing, but in the back of my mind, there has always been a sense of foreboding. During the daytime classes, I was so uninspired that I slept through almost every class. Of course once class was over, I restrained myself from falling asleep, always on the lookout for Kim. This scumbag is capable of anything. I'm afraid he'll turn on me. There are several times. I woke up just in time to see Wu Yunqing and Zhang Bin walked behind me. They put their hands in their pockets with a smile on their mouths, see me wake up, and then hurriedly left. These two were feuding from the last time they kissed Su Chunxiao, and now that they're following Jin Xiaofeng, they're itching to screw me. Ming said as he bumped me on the side. Looks like this Jin Xiaofeng has to screw you. Should we take the initiative to him? Xiaoming's real name is actually very domineering, called Li Shiming. Do not look at his lethargic nature. But the fight is a good hand. The class dared to mess with him. Wang Rui has died. Seriously though, Xiaoming's words hit home. I didn't even get a kick out of punching Jin Xiaofeng last time. But this isn't the time for a fight, I said, pointing to the police outside the door. Don't make any trouble during this time. So many people died in our class in the past few days consecutively. Those police officers are almost stationed outside the door of our classroom, and are worried that there is no head out to catch and take back to hand in. Ming glanced up at the door, and indeed there was a police car parked. I don't have the heart to sleep. Now there are more things in my head. On the one hand, I have to watch out for Jin Xiaofeng in the classroom. On the other hand, I have to go to the abandoned school building tonight to investigate. Who knows how Jin Xiaofeng will fix me? Who knows what will be encountered in the abandoned school building? Just as I froze, my phone suddenly vibrated several times, and it was Imp. Everyone should be energized after a day's rest, so let's get on with the game. Considering that people don't like grabbing red envelopes anymore, for all future games, I'll be sending them out in the form of a direct handout, and whoever wins in the game will get my private red envelope of $600. Okay, new game on. Game content, limited to boys in the class. All boys have to participate. Prepare 100 slips of paper. Each slip of paper in order from 1 to 100. Then boys in order. Starting from number 1 to draw. Each boy can choose to draw 1 to 3 slips of paper each time, so that it has been rotating, until the end of the draw. And whoever draws the last one, that is to say, draws number 100, will have to receive the punishment. The game will be played during the lunch break tomorrow, and it will still be hosted by Xiang Nan, I think. I sighed helplessly. Yesterday I was wondering why the imp suddenly hadn't been heard from, and today it's a whole big game. Or all the boys are participating. It's a good thing we girls don't have to participate. Hooray! Don't you crow. This time it's the boys. Next time it might be us girls. Nima, do you girls have any conscience? Haven't we boys ever done anything for you? What do you care what I say? I wish you luck in the drawing of 100 tomorrow. Grass nigga. The class became unusually irritable, no longer as united as before. They all became selfish and often argued over trivial matters. The game was also really more brutal this time than before. In fact, in my opinion, it was good that all the boys participated. Without the girls, at least half of them didn't have to suffer. Sort of a self-congratulation. Kotomine said to himself from the sidelines. Let's hope this punishment is as easy as the last one. Hopefully. Maybe it's because we've been screwed by the imp so many times and experienced so much that we've suddenly become calm instead. The game thankfully doesn't start tonight, but tomorrow at noon, so we can make it to the abandoned school building in time to investigate at night, and hopefully have a result tonight. After the last class of the afternoon, Xin Yong asked his teacher for leave to go home, saying that he was going to prepare weapons for us. Honestly, I'm kind of looking forward to what kind of weapons he's going to have in store for us. Time passed quickly. Seeing that it was going to be 11 o'clock, Li Yang and I both got dressed and waited in the dormitory. A few other buddies in the dorm. I had already said hello ahead of time and lied to them about us sneaking out to surf the internet. At 11:45, Xin Yong finally sent a message in the group. I'm here. Everyone come to the playground. Just like that, Li Yang and I quietly slipped out of the dormitory at 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. Late at night the campus is quiet terrible. The roof of the old-fashioned searchlight sprinkled on the ground into a dark yellow piece, hitched to the ground constantly swaying folded shadow. Cannot say bizarre. The cool breeze kept shrinking my neck. In order not to be noticed, Li Yang and I ran quickly to the playground. By now, 4 people were already standing in the center of the playground. Chapter 10, Abandoned School Buildings. There was no doubt that Qin Yong and a few others had arrived first. From a distance, the empty playground looked indescribably eerie with just the four of them standing in silhouette. Li Yang guessed that he felt the same as me and asked me in a small voice, "Isn't that them?" I let out a deep breath, a little flustered by his question. After all, it's early in the morning, and I play it cool. Don't scare yourself. It's the middle of the night. It's not them. When I finished, I tightened my collar and took the lead as I ran toward them. I was sort of relieved as I ran closer and closer, and a few of their dark shadows became clearer and clearer. I heard Su Chunxiao say they were here from a distance. Then Qin Yong waved at us. Su Chunxiao had tied up her hair tonight and wore a tracksuit that made her look very British. I nodded at them and then asked, "Squad leader, how's the preparation going?" Su Chunxiao curved her mouth in a smile and suddenly drew a wooden stick from behind her back, pretending to hit me. I knew she was joking and obediently took the stick. It seems that Qin Yong prepared for us is this stick, about half a meter in length, looks very smooth appearance. The key I see the stick end of the wrapped with yellow talisman paper. Qin Yong threw Li Yang and I one each from his backpack and said seriously, "Everyone should have heard rumors about this abandoned school building. Whether it's true or not, we're prepared. This rod can deal with ordinary people as well as spirits." Li Yang asked as he squeezed the rod in surprise. "There really is a shadowy spirit." "Ha?" Qin Yong shook his head and held up his stick. "No one is saying there really is. It's just that the recent events in our class have forced people to think of the Yin spirit, and as Xiang Nan deduced, there's nothing we can do with the imp in case it's really a Yin spirit hiding in the school building without a weapon." The crowd nodded and I asked curiously, "Qin Yong, where did you get all these?" Qin Yong didn't want to hide it, and said very boldly, "Steal my grandfather's." The wooden rod was originally a flagpole, all peeled from mahogany branches, and the talisman was pressed on Grandpa's incense altar. Grandpa has been sick in bed for the past 2 days, so I stole it quietly, and I don't think he'll find out, and in case he does, it's a big deal to get a scolding. I patted Qin Yong's shoulder and said, "Thank you, squad leader." Qin Yong just shook his head, and then we got ready to go. Since there were 2 girls this time, we had agreed beforehand to split into 2 teams and walk in a pendant shape with the left and right sides apart. Qin Yong, Li Yang, Li Wan on one team, me, Xiao Ming, Su Chunxiao on the other. The reason for this is that there are 6 of us in total, so if there is danger behind and in front of us, we won't pile up our hands and split into 2 teams, which is equivalent to forming 6 people into 2, so that the front and back, after encountering the danger, can be the first time to react. This method, which was written in a military novel I read a while back, is how most of the special forces will be grouped when they go on a strike. The abandoned school building was in the back garden of the school, only 4 floors in total. And when we walked here we realized that the entire garden was pitch black because of the school's lack of searchlight coverage, and basically 5 meters in front of us was out of reach. At this time, Qin Yong pulled out 2 small flashlights from his bag and handed them to me, saying, "I've only got 2 flashlights, we'll use 1 for each team. Just stay close and don't get lost." Qin Yong consciously acted as a leader, and he and I raised our flashlights at the same time, shining them toward the distant school building. There must be some people who will question why we don't bring cell phones. This is Qin Yong's suggestion. He said that usually in this kind of murderous building, cell phones will generate magnetic fields that will attract the possession of Yin spirits. And of course, there is another reason why cell phones will make unnecessary noises and expose themselves. Our school is not big, so when this place was abandoned, the school had no intention of spending money to tear it down and rebuild it, resulting in the place not being visited all year round. The whole abandoned building was covered with creepers and moss, and several of the window panes were shattered, or fell open to sway in the wind. I gulped. Just looking at it from a distance made me a little panicky. Qin Yong looked at me and nodded. Then we walked towards the ruined building at the same time. The huge doorway, like the mouth of a monster, was going to devour us with darkness. Just as we walked through the front door, a giant cold wind blew out in our faces, accompanied by a musty gray air, and we hurriedly covered our noses. Qin Yong and I kept scanning our surroundings with our flashlights. All around us was just a bunch of broken and messy tables and chairs. There wasn't anything, and in front of us was the stairway. Qin Yong and I silently started to walk upstairs. The top of the stairs were dusty. The handrail was blackened and still had a burnt look to it, and several sections of the handrail had broken off. We tried to walk as close to the edge of the stairs as possible so we wouldn't accidentally slip our feet and fall off. Behind me, Su Chunxiao tightly tugged on the corner of my coat. It was obvious that she was scared. I thought about it and gathered the courage to gently hold her hand. Seeing that she didn't reject it before I pulled it tightly, I could feel the slight sweat on her palms. Li Wan hadn't said anything before. When she suddenly whispered, I asked the previous seniors, and they said that the place where the accident happened in this ruined building was on the 3rd floor. so why is the first floor all burnt? She finished, and pointed a finger at the wall in front of her. I followed the direction she pointed to look, instantly as to suck a breath of cold air. Began to pay attention to Chun Xiao went, completely did not care about the corner of the stairs. A whole wall was burned black. The smell of charcoal is very heavy, and even can clearly see that there are a few palm prints on it. Qin Yang just looked at it twice and frowned before continuing up the stairs. When we got to the second floor, it was all classrooms. 2 teams of us stood one behind the other in the empty hallway. Both sides were full of classroom doors, some open, some closed, books thrown all over the floor. A cool breeze swept by and these books began to turn the pages of their own accord. An extraordinarily shrill sound. I squeezed Chun Xiao's hand, signaling her not to be afraid, then whispered to Qin Yang, I think we have to hurry up. How about 2 teams separate to find it? Anyway, all in a corridor. Close, a team to find one side. Something directly call out loud on the line. Nothing to continue to go up the stairs. How about it? Qin Yang stroked his chin and thought for a moment before finally nodding and saying, that's fine, but everyone must be safe and never lose the stick in your hand. We nodded our heads, and then our 2 teams, split down the middle, went their separate ways to find it. Li Yang stayed close to my right side, and if I hadn't been pulling Chun Xiao, I felt like he would have wanted to hug on me. I said as I scanned each classroom with my flashlight and bumped him, what the hell are you shaking? Li Yang was bumped away from me and pressed up again, raising his stick to his head and whispering, Nima, this place is so eerie. I have a feeling we're going to run into something. Grass. Crow's mouth. I had just finished speaking when Su Chunxiao suddenly pulled my hand violently. Using a particularly strong force, my flashlight almost fell to the ground. I didn't dare to be careless, and hurriedly looked back at her, only to see Su Chunxiao's eyes wide with fear, looking forward, her other hand covering her mouth, as if she was afraid of making a sound. I hurriedly shone my flashlight toward where she was looking, and where he was looking was an open classroom with a plastic bag in the doorway that kept blowing up in the wind. Here, I wouldn't dare to assert that Chun Xiao was mistaken, and I wouldn't dare to move on, because just turning back, I realized something. We just walk forward. Behind us a darkness cannot see anything. Just when I look back to see Chun Xiao, visibility is estimated to be not even a meter. Without a flashlight, we probably cannot take a step. The most crucial thing was that I actually couldn't see the flashlight light of Qin Yang and the 3 of them at the other end. There was only darkness. I knew this was the time to not panic and to stay calm, even though my heart was beating out of my throat. I pulled Chun Xiao against the wall, then asked Li Yang to lean against the wall as well and said, Li Yang, keep an eye on the direction behind us. Let's stop for a while. Li Yang obediently leaned against the wall, staring at the direction behind us. I used the flashlight to shine in front of us, and then behind us. After all, the flashlight is very small, not very far, but at least we can be sure that we are safe around. It was then that I slowly lowered Su Chunxiao's hand and made a shushing motion to her. Su Chunxiao was on the verge of dripping tears just for a moment, only she forced herself to hold them back. I asked Chun Xiao as I shone my flashlight in front of me, don't be afraid. I'm here. What did you just see? Chun Xiao's body was shaking a bit. I kept patting her shoulder, and that's when Chun Xiao finally managed to squeeze out a few words. I just saw Lily Zhao. She was wearing white. What? Lily Qiu? I just felt a numbness in my scalp. Why would Zhao Lily appear here? Even if Zhao Lily turned into a Yin spirit after killing herself, shouldn't she be looking for Jin Xiaofeng to take revenge? Why would she appear here? There were still 4 or 5 classrooms left at the end of the line, and except for the one with the plastic bags, all the others were dead shut, and the flashlight shining in front of them made the classroom windows start to reflect, which always gave me the illusion that someone was standing behind the window watching us. The conversation between Su Chunxiao and I, Li Yang naturally heard it clearly. He was scared and said to me, Xiangnan, let's go back. Don't check today. I can't even see Qin Yong and the others. What Li Yang found out, I found out a long time ago, and I didn't say anything because I was afraid that he and Su Chunxiao would be afraid. In fact, I was so scared that my whole back was already wet with sweat, and I could only pretend to be calm. Don't be in a hurry. Let's wait for 2 minutes. Maybe Qin Yong and the others went into the classroom to check. If there's still no light on their side after a while, we'll turn back to them. Li Yang sniffled and nodded in agreement. Comforting Li Yang, I placed the flashlight on the ground and fixed it to shine in front of me. After freeing up a hand, I removed the jade on my neck. This piece of purple jade was left to me by my grandmother before she left. My grandmother said that my grandfather had saved someone in business when he was young, and that person was a grave robber. And in order to repay my grandfather, I gave him this piece of jade, which was said to ward off evil spirits and eliminate disasters. I prayed in my heart that my grandparents would bless us in heaven. I patted Chun Zhao's shoulder, then hung the purple jade around her neck. Chun Xiao gave me a grateful look and squeezed my hand for dear life, refusing to let go. I don't know if it's because of Ziyu or my comfort, but Chun Xiao seems to be doing much better. But just at this time, Li Yang next to him suddenly shouted, which resounded throughout the ruined building, only to hear him waving his stick and shouting, "Who is it? Who is it? Who the is yanking my hair?" I hurriedly pulled up Chun Xiao, picked up the flashlight on the ground, while squeezing the rod tightly, and walked to Li Yang's side. Chapter 11, The Tiger's Mouth. When people are scared, they raise their voices to disguise themselves when they speak. Li Yang must have really encountered something. He just yelled at whoever yanked his hair. And Su Chunxiao and I sure as hell aren't that boring. Then there's only one possibility that the shadowy spirits have really appeared. I walked to Li Yang's side, with a flashlight to the place he looked at, the front of the empty nothing. Qin Yong, 3 people still did not appear. The entire corridor as if from the beginning to the end only the 3 of us. I said to Li Yang, "What just happened to you?" Li Yang kept sniffling, and I couldn't tell if he had a cold or was crying. But anyway, his speech was shaky. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Just I turned around to watch you guys talk and suddenly someone yanked my hair. Naya, let's hurry back, said he was literally about to burst into tears. I used the flashlight to shine a glance at his face, and it instantly scared me, because on Li Yang's forehead, I don't know when, but there was actually a black handprint that stood out. Li Yang was already flustered, and now that he saw me looking at him like that, he directly became anxious and asked me, "Don't you look at me like that? What's wrong with me?" I said hurriedly, shaking my head and barely squeezing out a smile, "It's okay, I just see you crying like a pussy." When I finished, I laughed and gave him a handful of strokes on the head, wiping the black handprints off his head in the process. At this point, we can only go backwards. The Yin spirits have definitely appeared. The Zhao Lily that Su Chunxiao saw, and the black handprints on Li Yang's forehead all prove that they are near us. I don't know how to deal with the shadowy spirits, but one thing I am sure of is that these shadowy spirits don't want to kill us yet, because if they wanted to do it, just now Li Yang would have died. I held up my flashlight to take the lead, let Li Yang pad behind me, and slowly started walking back. I prayed in my heart that I would see Qin Yang's flashlight up ahead, the cool wind around me, blowing more and more frequently, the ground constantly have paper floating past my neck, ears, seems to be constantly someone blowing. I do not know whether this is an illusion, or the Yin spirit haunted. Since they didn't do anything, it means I'm not in danger. All I could do was grit my teeth and camouflage my panic. Just when we had walked more than 10 meters, a classroom not far in front of us suddenly had a flash of flashlight, followed by a scream. I was shocked and hurriedly pulled Su Chunxiao's hand and rushed towards the front. I felt that Qin Yong and the others must have been attacked already. The flashlight in front of us flickered, and I could only run forward from memory. The entire hallway filled with the sound of our footsteps. Su Chunxiao was being pulled by me and kept gasping for air, and I seemed to hear her shouting at me, but I didn't look back. I had to get to Qin Yong's support as soon as possible. It was about the 5th classroom from the front, not too far away, and by the time I got there, I was sweating profusely. I stood in the back door of the classroom and didn't do anything rash, but picked my head and looked in. The classroom was dark and I couldn't see anything, but there was the distinct sound of footsteps, proving that there was indeed someone inside, and I gritted my teeth as I prepared to slowly move forward. At this time, Su Chunxiao called out softly behind me, and I hurriedly made a shushing motion. As I was doing so, my afterimage swept the front of the hallway and suddenly there were more legs. I hurriedly jerked to my feet and raised my stick to strike. At the same time, a beam of light shone in my face and I couldn't open my eyes. To the south? Chunxiao? Aren't you guys at that end? Move the flashlight down. Qin Yong then reacted, made an embarrassed gesture and moved the flashlight down. I looked at the 3 of them like I was seeing a relative. It just turned out to be them. I let out a long breath and was about to ask them what had just happened, only for Li Wan to ask first, "Where's Li Yang?" I laughed and was about to tease this kid for being scared, but when I turned around, Su Chunxiao was the only one left behind me. I instantly froze in place. I asked Su Chunxiao at a loss for words, "Where did Li Yang run off to?" Su Chunxiao looked behind her somewhat innocently and said, "Just when I first called out to you, I realized that Li Yang had disappeared, just as you were pulling me forward." When Li Wan heard this, she instantly became angry. It seems that she has a good relationship with Li Yang, and directly pointed at me and scolded, "You just know how to pull the one you like and never care about anyone else?" Rubbish. Ming wasn't as good-natured as I was, and stepped forward, frowning fiercely. I said, "You're with no sense of humor? Isn't Xiang Nan in a hurry to come to us? You were screaming quite a bit just now." Qin Yong, as the leader of this time, he interrupted Li Wan who was about to continue arguing, looked at the direction we came from and said, "Okay, stop arguing. This floor is this big. It's imperative that we hurry up and find out. Indeed, this is the most important thing. I feel guilty in my heart. If I had turned back earlier and promised Su Chunxiao, maybe there wouldn't be so many things now. As we walked, we told each other what had just happened. It turned out that Qin Yong and the three of them felt that holding up the flashlight was a bit of a scarecrow. Qin Yong and Xiao Ming felt that even if there was really a shadowy spirit, they could still deal with it, so they chose to turn off the flashlight, causing us to think that they had disappeared. And just now when Li Wan screamed out, it wasn't that they had encountered a shadowy spirit, it was just a wild cat that scared Li Wan. Qin Yong just turned on the flashlight to confirm it and then turned it off. That's what happened to them. But it's complicated on our side. I don't know why Su Chunxiao saw Zhao Lily in all white, and I don't know why something yanked on Li Yang's hair and left a black handprint on his head. What does this mean? After I told Qin Yong and the others about all this, they also found it unbelievable. But in the end they concluded that both Su Chunxiao and Li Yang were hallucinating. Su Chunxiao didn't even want to explain anymore. I do believe her. And the way Li Yang just looked, and the black handprints on his face are what I personally saw. My palms still have a smell of charcoal to this day. Therefore, I didn't argue with them again on the surface, but I still kept an eye on them in my heart. After Qin Yong and Xiao Ming joined me, I had a lot of confidence. One of them is Latte, who doesn't believe in gods and ghosts, and the other has a Taoist grandpa. But we searched for a long time and still couldn't find Li Yang. I was getting more and more anxious as Su Chunxiao came back to this place and her hands started shaking again. Up ahead was the open classroom. The plastic bags on the floor had stopped floating, and the wind had stopped. I took careful steps forward, and was also keeping an eye out for movement behind me at the same time. Qin Yong took the brunt, the first to hold up his flashlight and rushed in. The three of us followed closely behind, with his two flashlights and I shining one on each side. But before we could get used to the place, I realized that there was a man standing in the window by the wall. The old windows used to be built big so that they would get good light. Here the bars on the windows had fallen off and become empty because it was an abandoned building. The man stood on the window with his back to us, feeling ready to jump at any moment. I closed the door with my hand. At the same time, I let go of Su Zhao's hand and let her lean against the wall. I held up the flashlight with one hand and the wooden stick with the other, and walked forward step by step in a triangular shape with Qin Yong and Xiao Ming. The closer I got, the clearer I could see, and I noticed that he was wearing shoes that seemed to be the same as Li Yang's. I shouted in a small voice, "Li Yang, is that you? Stop fooling around and come down. We're getting ready to go back." However, the man didn't pay any attention to me, but chanted something to himself. I gestured to Qin Yong and Xiao Ming, signaling to rush over and carry him down. They understood and got it instantly, so I counted 1, 2, 3, and prepared to rush, and when I got to 3, the man suddenly shouted out loud, "I'm sorry," then decisively jumped downstairs. We can't keep up even if we're fast, but luckily this is the second floor, and if I remember correctly, there should be a lawn downstairs, so I don't think he'll die if he jumps from here. I immediately turned back and prepared to go downstairs, and just as I turned back, I saw that the door next to Su Chunxiao was actually open. My scalp went numb and I yelled out in fear, "Su Chunxiao, watch out!" At the same time, a miserable white hand that was only skin and bones was grabbing at Su Chunxiao from outside the door. It was impossible to see the face of this thing. Besides the miserable white hand, there was also a pile of hair that was dragging on the ground. I yelled before rushing over as fast as I could, raising the bat in my hand and aiming it at the arm. That hand had already grabbed Su Chunxiao's hair. Fortunately I reacted quickly. This hand was instantly retracted after being smashed by me. I only heard a bone crunching sound, followed by a zippy smoking sound. The sound echoed back to the entire corridor. As soon as I pulled Su Chunxiao back behind me, by this time Xiao Ming and Qin Yong had already rushed over. I checked Su Chunxiao to make sure she was fine before lifting the stick. The charm on the stick had already charred. It seemed that it was the charm that had just worked. Qin Yong patted me and said, "Let's hurry down. This is not a place we can handle. The charm can only be used once. If we drag it out any longer it will be dangerous." I nodded and dropped the stick in my hand, then picked up the one Su Xiao had dropped on the floor. Then we retraced our steps toward the exit. With a purpose. Go fast. This is only the second floor are so menacing. The third and fourth floors we have not even gone up. Luckily, the ride was safe. And when we got downstairs, the first thing we did was run to where the guy had just jumped. There was a man lying on the lawn. We turned it over and saw that it was Li Yang. The good thing is that he still has breath and seems to be fine. We did not delay, carried Li Yang and withdrew, leaving the abandoned building. I looked back at the second floor, just that classroom, vaguely seemed to see a figure standing in the window. Then the window slammed shut. I did not dare to think about it anymore, and flew to the dormitory. Li Yang woke up halfway, and then said that he had forgotten everything, and there was surprisingly no injury on his body. After comforting Su Chunxiao back to the dormitory, I was also finally back in the dormitory. After a shower, lying in bed surprisingly feels like a rebirth. What just happened is vivid in my mind. At this time, my cell phone suddenly rang. It's already 3 a.m. I thought it was Su Chunxiao, but I opened it to see that it was the imp. The imp sent a smiling emoji on WeChat, followed by etching all 6 of us at the same time. Xiang Nan, Su Chunxiao, Xin Yong, Li Shiming, Li Yang, Li Wan. Tomorrow I've changed my mind and instead the 6 of you will play a game which I'll tell you about tomorrow at noon. Good night. Chapter 12, The Black Mist. I instantly lost sleep when I saw Imp's message. He named all 6 of us at the same time, which meant he knew about our visit to the ruined building tonight. But I wasn't sure if someone else had snitched on it, or if it was, as I suspected, a shadowy spirit hiding in an abandoned building. Come to think of it, the 6 of us broke into the abandoned building tonight, and there were a few scary moments, including Li Yang, who jumped out of the second-floor window when he was clearly possessed by a shadowy spirit, causing him to wake up not even knowing what he'd done. I also seem to have figured out something, that the imp's goal wasn't to deal with us in the ruined building, but rather to keep wanting us to stay in the class, to get all of the class together, and then to watch as we each turned on each other and each killed each other. At this time at 3 o'clock in the morning, the other students have long been asleep. Naturally, no one in the WeChat group to reply. I don't know what time I went to sleep, and by the time I woke up, the WeChat group had exploded. Did you change the game? Does that mean the game has nothing to do with us this time except for the 6 of them? Fortunately, escaped. What's the game about? I'm kinda looking forward to it. I looked at the replies in the WeChat group speechlessly, with mixed feelings in my heart. All of these students have completely changed. To be precise, they have all exposed their selfish side. The game changed to us. They can stay out of it, but there is a next time? What about the next time? Instead of worrying, they gloated when we were named to play the game. None of the 6 of us responded to the imp's group, and that's when Kim showed up. He first sent a thumbs up and then said, "The imp has such a good eye. These few students of mine are awesome. They play games. It's going to be great. Ha 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 ha. That's it. What a party of rats. What a pile of stinky. Ha ha. I'm going to have to get a good bench and watch them play a game today." As soon as Jin Xiaofeng opened his mouth, his 2 minions, Zhang Bin and Wu Yun Chang, hurriedly chimed in, and I simply didn't bother with them. I said in the group I created, "Let's not panic and stop bubbling in the group. It looks like we're being targeted by the imp." Su Chunxiao sent a crying emoji and said, "What kind of mentality do the students in the class have? We're all in the same class, and they're still sneering at us when we're named. It's really irritating." I hurriedly sent a hug and later reassured her, "That's the effect the imp wants. It just wants us to hurt each other, and the more our feelings are torn apart, the happier it is." Qin Yong replied at this time, "Xiang Nan is right. The imp's punishment for killing is just a means to an end, and us fighting each other is what it wants to see the most." Xiao Ming generally seldom speaks, all calmly sends some emoticons. In fact, I kinda admire him. Perhaps it is because of this kind of happy-go-lucky mentality of his. He has never been picked by the imp to play the game before. I sat up and glanced at Li Yang, who was still asleep, and said in the group, "Everyone stop looking at the imp's group for a while. The few of us must unite now. Don't be counted out by the imp. Since it's the 6 of us playing the game, we can at least discuss a way to minimize the losses. Now it's time to see what the imp is going to play." They all agreed, and I got dressed and rushed to wake up Li Yang. Li Yang shouted as if he hadn't slept for 3 days and 3 nights before he rolled over, and I brushed my teeth while talking to him. "Hurry up and pack. You're late for your first period homeroom today." Li Yang lazily came over to brush his teeth. There was a mirror where we scrubbed. I unintentionally looked up and instantly froze, only to see a palm-sized piece of black mist on Li Yang's forehead. The black mist was almost covering Li Yang's eyes, and from time to time, a few threads of black smoke were rising upwards. I was afraid that I was misreading and hallucinating, so I hurriedly lowered my head and rubbed my eyes, then raised my head again to look toward Li Yang. Oh, my God, how did this happen? Li Yang also noticed that something was wrong with me. He was timid and quickly looked behind himself, asking me nervously, "Xiang Nan, don't scare me. What did you see? Something behind me?" I frowned and asked, pointing at Li Yang in the mirror in disbelief, "Can't you see?" Li Yang looked seriously at the mirror for a few seconds, then shook his head helplessly. I thought about it and asked Li Yang again, "Do you ever feel sick? Or have a heavy head, a pain or anything like that?" Li Yang scratched his head and said with a sobbing face, "No, I was a little sleepy, but now that you've done this, I'm refreshed." I wondered in my mind, could it be that I was the only one who could see the black mist on his head, and he couldn't see it himself? But what exactly is this black mist? Thinking about it, I didn't continue to talk about this topic, but told Li Yang to pack up faster and get ready to go to class. Along the way, I would look at Li Yang for a while every now and then to make sure I wasn't hallucinating, but the black mist on his head was always there, and also black smoke was coming out of the sky the whole time, so I was sure I wasn't mistaken. As we were almost to the classroom, Ming came by slowly and greeted us with a smile. I hurriedly pulled Ming over and said, "Ming, would you look at Li Yang?" Xiaoming stared at Li Yang for a while with a confused look on his face, then said to me, "See what?" I started to get a little anxious, then pointed at Li Yang's forehead and said, "Here, see here?" Seeing that I was in a hurry, Xiaoming put away his smile and came close to Li Yang's face, staring earnestly at his forehead for a few seconds, then said, see?" I was so happy in my heart that I said excitedly to Kodomine, ********. Luckily you can see it. I thought I was the only one who could see this thing, but what the hell is it? Ming looked at me seriously and said, "Pimples, everyone gets them." I almost didn't pass out with a roll of my eyes, and the bell rang, so the three of us rushed back to class. Since our class has been in constant trouble lately, the homeroom teacher has been black-faced all day, so everyone is honest in class, while my attention is always on Li Yang's forehead. Li Yang was sitting in the center. The black mist above his head was so eye-catching, like an incense burner, constantly emitting black smoke. The homeroom teacher didn't even sweep towards Li Yang, and the students around him didn't look at him either. Can't everyone really see it? I just feel my scalp numb. Can't figure out this black mist. What in the world is it? Could it be the shadowy spirits that were brought back from the abandoned building last night? But why would the black mist still exist in the daytime under the big sun? There are 100,000 reasons in my mind and no one can answer me. I could only keep an eye on Li Yang at all times, as I felt that this black mist was by no means a good thing. Time passes very quickly. The WeChat group is very lively today. I opened a flip. All Jin Xiaofeng. This brought the rhythm, constantly urging the little devil to say the content of the game. It's almost noon. The imp couldn't have forgotten. Could he? Yeah, there are 6 people who are going to play the game today, and they don't know what the game is about yet. They're playing a game and we'll get a bonus? I just couldn't resist and replied back to the group. You guys are really forgetting the pain after a good injury. Have you all forgotten about the students who died playing the game a few days ago? This time it's us. Next time it will come to you sooner or later. The imp actually replied to the message just as I finished my sentence. Shangnan students seem to be very excited. Well, good. Reward everyone a red envelope. This red envelope No Luck King randomly grabbed, because today someone played the game. When he finished, he instantly handed out a $500 red envelope. There was a cacophony of laughter, and I gritted my teeth in exasperation and said to the group, "Imp, don't let me catch you." The imp sent a smiling emoji and said, "Oh, looking forward to it." I clenched my fists, always restraining myself, telling myself that I must be calm and not get into a verbal fight with it in the group. There was no point. When everyone had finished grabbing the red envelopes, the imp then sent a message. "New game. By the 6 of you. Rock, paper, scissors, PK in groups of 2. PK to the last 2 people. Whoever loses will accept the punishment. 1 game to determine the winner. 12 o'clock sharp. 10-minute limit." Chapter 13, Psychological Breakdown. As soon as the imp announced the game, the group once again set off a climax, in which Jin Xiaofeng, led by Jin Xiaofeng, was gloating madly in the group, but of course there were also some students who still had some conscience, and would ask about the content of the punishment or something. After class, Xin Yong called us to the playground and frowned. "Let me say one thing first. Regardless of what happens in this game first, I'm going to think of a way to cure this Jin Xiaofeng after the game is over." Fine. I've been looking at him for a long time. Xiao Ming was rather fond of this kind of thing. Xin Yong, this person is upright and cynical. The last time Zhao Lily, the time he had a problem with Jin Xiaofeng. This time I guess it also pissed him off. Otherwise he as the class president is not likely to say this kind of thing. I patted him on the shoulder and said, "Jin Xiaofeng definitely needs to be cured. I'll be the first to support you. Right now let's just discuss what to do about the 12 o'clock game." I glanced at the crowd. Everyone seemed to have nothing better to do, and I realized that the black mist on Li Yang's forehead was getting thicker and thicker. It was covering half of his eyes. "There's no time to tell everyone about this now," I said after a moment of mental mulling. "How about this? First of all, we definitely rule out the girls first. We all agree on that, right? Out of the 6 of us, there were only 2 girls in total. Firstly, to ensure the safety of the girls, there was no doubt about that. Secondly, there were 4 of us boys left. Since it was hammerhead scissors, it became a question of who to keep until the end. Li Yang first spoke coyly. "That excludes girls I'm in favor of, but the game stays at the end. I sure can't. You know, I'm chicken." Kodomine laughed and slapped him, joking about the waist. since Li Yang withdrew of his own accord, and we didn't force him. Then excluding him, there were only the three of us left. Xiaoming always has a lazy look, as if the sky is falling. He is not afraid. He saw me in a difficult situation. He took the initiative to pat my shoulder and said, "Don't discuss it, leave me till the end." This little Thane devil, old man never feared. Seriously, at this time to understand, a person is strong inside is really strong. Xiaoming's behavior is undoubtedly a wake-up call. No matter what happens, think before thinking. Hesitation, the last most likely will not do well. On the contrary, sometimes to follow their own feelings, on the contrary, it will have a miraculous effect. I looked at Kotomine and smiled. Not saying anything, I already knew in my heart what to do. At this time, Su Chunxiao took the initiative to walk over and pull me, staring at me with wide eyes, frowning and saying in a voice that only I could hear, "You mustn't go out of your way. You hear? Don't be stupid. Women's hunches are so accurate." All I could do was nod and tell her it was fine. Qin Yong is also a man of nature. He was touched by Xiaoming's initiative to stay at the end of the move. Said boldly, "Li Shiming, we'll be brothers from now on. I'm older than you. Leave me last this time." I looked at the time. 11:40. I interrupted them and then said, "All right, it's almost time. It's really gratifying to see everyone so united. Let's go back to the classroom first." Su Chunxiao was always squeezing my hand, as if she saw through everything I was doing. When we returned to the classroom, Jin Xiaofeng, the scum of the earth, even took the initiative to move the center of the classroom so that the students could form a circle to watch our good show. Jin stood lawlessly in his seat, and as soon as he saw us come in, he applauded and said, "Yikes, the warriors are coming in." I gritted my teeth and swept him off his feet, ignoring him, thinking that I would make him look good when this was over. The middle of the classroom was left open and we had no choice but to stand in it. The group imp sent a message at exactly 12 o'clock. "Time's up. Game on. Remember it's only 10 minutes. Jean led the way by ghosting the class, which instantly buzzed. I let out a long breath. What was coming, and as we had discussed earlier, we split into 3 groups, Su Chunxiao and I, Li Yang and Li Wan, Xiaoming and Qin Yong. In the first game, I intentionally lost to Su Chunxiao, Li Yang intentionally lost to Li Wan, and between Xiaoming and Qin Yong, surprisingly, Qin Yong lost. Crouching grass. Qin Yong, you're not following the script. Qin Yong looked up with a smile and pointed at Xiaoming. You love to be a hero. I won't let you get away with it. Ha ha. It may be that the class, now utterly unable to see what friendship means, this is their vicious metamorphosis, and they are all beside themselves with questions. What's wrong with these two? Playing a game and losing and still so happy. Shouldn't that be crazy? The class president is crazy? You have to be punished for losing. A few. Of course, it's their business if they can't read it, and time will tell them the answer to what's important. That leaves me, Li Yang and Qin Yong. Li Yang seemed to be very scared, constantly wiping his sweat, and the black mist above his head was getting thicker and thicker, and the students around him were laughing at him. I don't know what that means. All I can say is that this game, he must not be allowed to lose. Qin Yong, who had just lost to Xiaoming, seemed excited and took the initiative to come over to me. I'll come with Li Yang first. I nodded and said okay. At this time, Li Yang, who was standing on the side, suddenly changed his face. He stared at Qin Yong and I and kept sizing us up, and although his hands were shaking, his expression showed a lot of anger. He yelled at us in a shaky voice. What are you discussing? Qin Yong and I looked at each other, speechless, and both spread our hands with innocent faces. Li Yang laughed coldly, his voice becoming more and more shaky. I know. You guys must think I'm the best bully, so you've joined forces to try and keep me at the end. Ha! Qin Courageous gave him a direct slap and said with red eyes, What the are you thinking? Are we such despicable people? Come on. I'll prove it to you. I'll put out the cloth, and you're the scissors, okay? Saying that he was about to start with Li Yang, Jin Xiaofeng on the side muttered cynically, mean or not, it'll be too late to find out. Li Yang was Jin Xiaofeng so said, originally ready to move the hand and retracted. He is now constantly shaking, veins rippled, face sweat has already wet the neck sweat, a moment to clench teeth, a moment to breathe heavily, apparently has lost his mind. Qin Yong anxiously yelled at Li Yang, come on, all you have to do is come out with the scissors and you'll prove if we're mean or not. Then, Li Yang and Qin Yong put their hands out at the same time. Qin Yong is out of the cloth just like he said before, and Li Yang, surprisingly, came out of the stone. Li Yang loses. Jin Xiaofeng and everyone is a burst of laughter. Loudly scolded Li Yang gave him the word and still made a mistake. In fact, I know that Li Yang is now on the verge of a mental breakdown. He must have just struggled in his mind for a long time. thinking that Qin Yong must have been provoking him to lose. Coupled with Jin Xiaofeng's incitement to lose this game, Li Yang was now standing a little unsteady. His legs kept wobbling and he was panting heavily. That's when the imp in the group answered back. 1 minute left in game time. I hurriedly walked over quickly and stared at Li Yang. Li Yang, look at my eyes. You have to trust me. I won't harm you. Understand? In a moment I will still play cloth. You only need to play scissors and the game will be over. I promise you. I will never let you lose. Understand? There's only a minute left. There's no time to be talking. Li Yang was still a bit delirious, but the way he looked at me, it seemed as if he believed me. I smiled at him sincerely, then held up the cloth above my head and said, "Come on, start. I'll count to 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Usually bad guys love to put on a smiley face. Brother Li Yang. 3. My hand, which was holding up the cloth, was instantly dazed as Li Yang once again came out with the stone. In this game, the final loser turned out to be Li Yang. Ha 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 ha. This. Jin Xiaofeng covered his stomach and laughed nonstop. Just now when I counted to 2, it was him who said something at the side of Li Yang, and this sentence is likely to change Li Yang's judgment again. Crouch. I raised the stool at my feet and slammed it at Jin. Jin jumped off the table to avoid it. I pinched my fists and charged straight through. The minions around him swarmed and blocked me, and I was pushed back by them before I could even get next to Jin. I was about to continue chasing Jin Xiaofeng, but I was stopped by Qin Yong. Xiang Nan, calm down. I let out a long breath and looked for Li Yang from left to right, but I didn't see him. Where's Li Yang? Qin Yong and a few of them looked around and shook their heads, saying they didn't know. Oops. I hurriedly ran towards the outside of the classroom. Li Yang was already on the edge of his emotions just now, and now that he has lost the game again, he is expected to have had a psychological breakdown. This kind is the most terrible. Often those who do overreaching things, most of them are because of a psychological breakdown. I just ran to the outside of the classroom. I saw Li Yang has stood on the corridor railing, walking back and forth. Looking at it all makes people's legs weak. There are already 2 teachers found him, standing on the side to persuade him. He seems to be simply cannot listen to it. His mouth kept muttering, and the black mist on his forehead was already so thick that it wrapped around half of his body. I ran over quickly and shouted at Li Yang. Li Yang, the results are not out yet. Don't be impulsive. As soon as Li Yang heard my words, he shivered, tilted his head forward, and jumped down from the 5th floor in one smooth motion. Chapter 14, Telling the Truth. Another student who jumped from here, and in that time, I've witnessed 3 students jump to their deaths. In my opinion, with the exception of the first He Pang, all of Zhao Lili and Li Yang are redeemable, and one of the culprits for both of their deaths, besides the imp, was Jin Xiaofeng. The 2 teachers who persuaded Li Yang just now, their faces turned green with fear. They stretched their necks to look downstairs and immediately shrunk back. One of them pointed at me and criticized. What were you just yelling about somewhere? He's obviously unstable and you're irritating him. I honestly can't say enough about how they know the truth and what we, as a class, have been through. I silently lowered my head. Su Chunxiao and Qin Yong they came over and patted my shoulder and said, "It's not your fault. Don't get carried away." Li Yanggang had already lost his mind in the classroom. It was his own choice not to believe us. That can't be blamed on anyone. And in the end he chose to commit suicide. Also because of his poor mental capacity. Seriously, I had a bad feeling after we were named by the imp this time. I had planned for me to lose the game, but I didn't realize that plans never catch up. Moreover, I finally did know what the black mist on Li Yang's forehead represented, and that was death. I stood at the edge of the hallway for a long time. The homeroom teacher was the first to arrive at the classroom, sweating with anxiety, and told us to stay in the classroom honestly and not to go anywhere. I was sitting in my seat, Li Yang's desperate expression, always turning in my mind, when Imp sent a message over. The game is over. Li Yang has lost. Li Yang will be punished. The punishment was to tell a story at the podium. I smiled hopelessly. This was probably what the imp would like to see the most, playing us off and watching us kill each other. He didn't even have to give orders to torture people until they killed themselves. For the first time I felt the imp's fear, a fear that came from the heart. Someone in the group nevertheless didn't hold back and cursed. Here we go again. People are dead. You can say whatever you want now. That's right. If you had said it was just this punishment before, I think Li Yang definitely wouldn't have killed himself. Hey! I looked at the crowd in the group like they were clowns. People are dead. What's the point of talking about this now? At the beginning when the 6 of us were named to play the game, what did you guys say? Now that the people are dead, all of you are starting to act like saints. All nifty bunch of horseplay. Chao Nima. After I knocked that out, I shut down my Weebly and slumped in my seat, not wanting to talk again for a while. Due to Li Yang's suicide, We have been studying in our afternoon classes without a teacher. By the time second period rolled around, I saw a familiar face walk into our classroom, and I squinted. It was the mustache guy from the last time we were interrogated, dressed in a police uniform. He approached the classroom at a quick pace, his eyes scanning each and every one of us with such venom that it was hard to look at him without feeling panicked. I didn't know what he was going to ask when he came to our classroom, and it turned out to be 100% impossible anyway. First, the school has surveillance and 2 teachers testified that Li Yan did commit suicide. Secondly, everyone in the class wouldn't be stupid enough to expose the imp after what he'd been through, unless he didn't want to live. The mustache guy stood on the podium and walked back and forth. Outside the door stood the homeroom teacher and some leading teachers. He sighed before stopping and propped his hand on the podium and said, "Several people have died in your class in a row. I don't need to tell you that. I just want to say one thing. You have to believe in my ability. If you have any clues, or know anything, you have to tell me. I guarantee with my life, as long as the clues are important, I will absolutely guarantee your safety." The mustache guy was so spot on, even infused with emotion, that even I took him at his word. But reason told me that the imp wasn't something he could handle as a petty cop. Moreover, I really wouldn't believe in the matter of guaranteeing safety. After experiencing Yi Jin's death, I no longer believe that anyone would guarantee anyone's safety. After the mustache guy finished, everyone kept their heads down, each thinking about their own things. The homeroom teacher interjected at this point and said, "Students, you have to trust the police. Don't hide things. It will only get worse. You're still young and don't know what's important." Mustache picked up on what the homeroom teacher had said and continued, "It is not for you to believe the police. I always feel that you have secrets in your heart. If you still want to solve the problem by yourselves, have you ever thought about it? When will this be the end of the day? Or the same as 7 years ago, a clean death?" After the mustache guy finished speaking, one of the policemen at the door hurriedly coughed twice, signaling him not to say too much. But his words had already reached our ears. The words "die clean" were like a bomb exploding in my head. This problem, I had thought about it a long time ago. If the imp kept playing the game, then sooner or later, our class would be cleaned up by it. At that time, I felt that as long as I investigated carefully, I would surely be able to find the imp. But now the facts have proved that the imp is much stronger than we had imagined. But, having said that, I still wouldn't take the risk of talking to Mustache about it. Just at this time, Li Wan suddenly stood up. "I say!" I instantly got a tingle in my scalp and shouted at him, "Li Wan, you sit down." At the same time, Su Chunxiao, Xin Yong had been calling out to him. Li Wan seemed to have made up her mind and didn't pay any attention to us at all, but exhaled deeply a few times. The mustache guy's face crossed, swept us menacingly, and drank. "What are you doing? Quiet." Li Wan looked up to the mustache when she was ready. "All of it? It's the work of one called Imp. He pulled us into a WeChat group, tricked us into saying that it's a red packet, but in reality, we have to play a game with it, and all the losers will have to accept his punishment. And all of the students who have died in these days are all punished to death by the imp." The mustache guy took his hat off and quickly ran to Li Wan, staring at her as he continued to ask, "Who is the imp?" Li Wan laughed and said, "The imp is a ghost. He's the devil. No one knows who he is and no one can find him. Not us and not you." The mustache guy was a little less convinced by Li Wan's words, and his expression seemed to have changed from the seriousness he started with, to some skepticism, as he said softly, "So you guys have chat logs, right? Can you show me this WeChat?" Li Juan nodded that it was okay. Then he pulled his cell phone out of his pocket and kept rummaging around. I was worried about how the imp would punish Li Wan, when Li Wan cried out in panic, "Ha! Where's my group? Where's my red packet group? Where's the money I grabbed? How come it's all gone?" I hurriedly opened my own cell phone. The imp's WeChat group still existed, only it didn't have Li Wan in it. I knew Li Wan was in danger this time. The mustache guy looked at Li Wan with a disappointed face, then turned around and walked back to the podium. Li Wan shouted out in a hurry, "What I said is true. What I said is true. The imp will definitely punish me after I said it. You have to believe me. If you don't believe me, take a look at the other classmates' cell phones. They also have this Weibo group." Mustache frowned and shook his head, addressing us all. "Does anyone else have any important information? If not, I'll leave without delaying your studies." I knew that these police officers are not responsible at all, tricking out Li Wan to tell the truth but denying Li Wan based on their own judgment alone. Li Wan rushed toward the door anxiously and shouted, "You said you could trust your police. Will you send them to protect us?" The mustache guy laughed and walked back into the classroom, full of confidence, and said to Li Wan, "You said that the so-called imp would punish you for telling the truth. And now that I'm standing here, you're going to let the imp punish you and try?" Li Wan was instantly speechless by the mustache. She crouched helplessly on the floor and began to whimper. The mustache guy even threw his face in the air and said, Nonsense. I couldn't bear to watch and wanted to help her up, but just as I stood up, Li Wan was helped up by one of the other female teachers. The female teacher gently comforted Li Wan and told her to go back to her seat first. Li Wan had to wipe her tears while walking towards her seat. Perhaps it was such a coincidence that Li Wan suddenly tilted her body. Her feet seemed to have stepped on something, and her body violently lunged in the direction of the podium. The mustache guy standing on one side didn't even react, only to see Li Wan's head hit the edge of the lectern hard on the tip. Bang! At the same time, a large box of chalk fell to the ground. Li Wan's head hit the lectern, then instantly lost consciousness, the whole person face down, just to fall to the chalk box that fell to the ground. I watched dumbfounded as it all happened. The mustache covered his mouth and was filled with horror, as were several other teachers. I rushed to the front, looking at the ground lying Li Wan. At this time Li Wan is no longer moving. He faced to the ground on the ground. Blood kept flowing out. The mustache guy was a cop after all, and he slowly turned Li Wan over, instantly scaring him. It wasn't just him. Almost all of us gasped out in shock and covered our mouths in fear. I saw Li Wan's eyes wide open full of tears, her open mouth, all stuck full of chalk. A box full of blood flowing out of her mouth had dyed the chalk red. Chapter 15, Who's Calling? I pointed at Li Wan's body and said at the mustache, "Now you believe it? Are you satisfied with the imp's punishment? A cop? Do you deserve it?" After saying that, I gritted my teeth and rushed straight out of the classroom. I just didn't want anyone to see my vulnerable side because I just couldn't help it, and I hid in a corner of the playground and let out a big cry. The things I experienced during this time were the most horrifying I had ever experienced in all my years of living. I was just an ordinary person like everyone else, and I could never figure out why our class was caught up in the imp's game. Li Wan told the truth, just to seek protection. If the mustache policeman took it seriously, would there be a different result? I just hate that my ability is too small. I can't even protect my own friends. And just for one day today, our small team of 6 instantly became 4. That's when my cell phone rang and I opened it to see that it was the imp. As always, he first sent a smiling emoji and then said, "Li Wan didn't follow the rules of the game. Punishment, death." I asked him as I watched my hands keep shaking. "Why did this little devil do this to me? What the hell did we do? Why are you doing this to us? Is there no other way but death?" The imp seems to have replied to me every time, and he replied as soon as I finished typing. "The game starts, it can't end. I remember when you Xiang Nan was the first to agree to play the game. How? Forgot?" I squeezed my cell phone hard in my hand, not really knowing what to do. At this time Su Chunxiao sent a message. "Xiang Nan, come back first, we're worried about you." I kept encouraging myself in my heart. The imp is always only one person. I can't give up. I still have friends. I still have Su Chunxiao. Even if I die, I still have to protect Su Chunxiao. I just don't believe that this little devil can really be lawless. I wiped away my tears, stood up again, and headed for my classroom. When we got back to the classroom, the police and teachers had left, and our class was now like a loose flock of sheep. Su Chunxiao and Qin Yong, Xiao Ming were waiting for me at the door, and as soon as I came back, Su Chunxiao came over and said, "You're back. I thought you were, too." After saying that, Su Chunxiao's eyes turned red, and I was moved to hug her. "Don't worry, I won't die that easily. I told you I'm going to protect you." Honestly, when I said the words protect you, I didn't even believe it myself. What ability do I have to protect Su Chunxiao? A few of us returned to the classroom at the same time. Jin Xiaofeng was arrogantly sitting on his desk, and he was surrounded by a few lapdogs next to him. Like a bandit, I called out to Ming and Qin Yong and said, "Since we can't deal with the imp, let's teach this Jin Xiaofeng a lesson today." Xiao Ming and Qin Yong's eyes lit up as they simultaneously nodded in agreement. The classroom was crowded, full of Jin Xiaofeng's lapdogs, so we decided to do it outside the classroom. After school in the afternoon, everyone went to the cafeteria to eat. I let Su Chunxiao go back to the dormitory first, and then went to the cafeteria alone. 2 of Jin Xiaofeng's closest confidants are Zhang Bin and Wu Yuncheng, and the 3 of them are tied together at every meal. Today was no exception, and the 3 of them took their places at the intersection of the dining room table early on, chatting away. I bought a bowl of soup and glanced at Jean, who also saw me and gave me the middle finger with a look of disdain. I skimmed my head and didn't say anything, and the 3 of them instantly burst out laughing, calling me a coward. I lowered my head and walked slowly by myself. Jin Xiaofeng instantly put his leg across the road. I switched sides again and Zhang Bin's leg stretched out. The meaning was clear. It was to make things happen. Jin Xiaofeng arrogantly said with a cigarette in his mouth. "What's wrong, Xiang Nan? Those 2 dogs of yours, Qin Yong and Li Shiming, aren't here. Wimpy?" After he finished speaking, Zhang Bin and Wu Yunshan laughed out loud. There were already a lot of students eating around them, and many of them began to talk about it. Looks like he won't be able to eat today. That's class 9's Jin Xiaofeng. Right. I heard that his family is especially rich and his methods are very dark. This kid messed with Jin Xiaofeng. I guess it's bad enough. Oh, I think it's because this kid is too much of a wimp. Jin Xiaofeng became even more arrogant when he heard the other's words, and he deliberately increased his volume and said to me, "Tell you what, how about you call me dad and I'll let you pass?" After that, there was another round of laughter around the room, and it was hilarious to watch. Call. I glanced at the people around me, then stared at Jin Xiaofeng and said calmly, "Yes." The people next to him instantly exploded, not even eating their meals, and came over to see what was going on. Hear that? This is going to call someone else's dad. Ha ha, scream. Ha ha ha, that's funny. Jin cocked his head and perked his ears at me with a look of excitement, and kept urging me to hurry up and scream. I'm calling your mom. I held up the hot soup in my hand and smashed it against Jin Xiaofeng's head. The lunchbox smashed on his head with a thud, and the soup spread everywhere around. So many people couldn't avoid it, splashing all over. I hit and run. Staying where you are after hitting someone and waiting for them to hit back is not being a hero. I didn't even ask for my lunchbox and directly flew out of the cafeteria, and I only heard Jin Xiaofeng shouting behind me, "Chow! Get after him! Get after him!" I deliberately slowed down my pace again. Behind me Jin Xiaofeng, Zhang Bin and Wu Yuncheng instantly followed. I curled my mouth and smiled, once again speeding up my pace again. They're so pissed off right now, they don't care that I'm running in that direction, and my direction is the back garden. The ruined building. Seeing the ruined building behind me, I stopped and waited for the three of them to catch up. It's daytime, and the ruined building isn't as eerie as it is at night, but the good thing about this place is that no one's here. Jin Xiaofeng and the three of them quickly caught up, and after seeing me standing still, they instantly slowed down and aggressively walked while looking for something on the ground. Jin Xiaofeng cursed under his breath. "Grass Nima, dare to hit me. Last time you punched me. I haven't settled the score yet. This time you sent yourself to the door and picked such a good place. I'll see you run again." I looked at Jin Xiaofeng with a smile and simply lit a cigarette. Jin Xiaofeng and the three of them slowly approached me, while behind them, Qin Yong and Xiao Ming had slowly surrounded me. Wu Yuncheng, who was walking at the very back, was instantly taken down by Xiao Ming, and after just a few punches, he was lying on the ground in pain, unable to move. It was only then that I began to pinch my fingers together and move toward Kim. Jin Xiaofeng saw that the situation was not right and tried to escape, but he was kicked down by Qin Yong and did not dare to move again. Ming grinned, chewed his gum, and threw me a stick, the same mahogany stick he'd used that night. Jin Xiaofeng knew he was trapped this time, and quickly changed his face and said playfully, "Brother Nan, it's all a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. We're also not fighting to get to know each other. We'll all be brothers from now on." Ha! With that, he pulled his wallet out of his pocket, took a wad of money and handed it to me, saying, "This amount of money is my compensation to Nan for the mental damage. If it is not enough, I will give more tomorrow." I spat a mouthful of spit directly on his face, and Jin Xiaofeng begged for forgiveness when he saw my angry expression. Don't. I lifted the peachwood stick and hit him in the head. With a bang, Jin Xiaofeng was instantly knocked to the ground. His head was already colored, holding his head and screaming miserably. "This bat is for Lily Chiu." After saying that, I lifted the rod again and aimed it at his back, and gave him a hard swipe. Jin Xiaofeng looked like a fat fish, writhing and howling in pain on the ground. "This bat is for Li Yang." Then I lifted his leg with one hand. Jin Xiaofeng instantly panicked and hastily begged for mercy in horror, saying, Don't, Nan. I'll listen to you in everything from now on. I don't dare. I won't dare anymore." Without hesitation, I smashed down on his knee, only to hear a crunching sound of bone. Even Qin Yong skimmed his head, unable to bear to look. "This bat is for me." To the south. Chapter 16. I don't know why I suddenly became so ferocious. Probably because of the long-term accumulation of pressure. Plus this Jin Xiaofeng is really too hateful. If you want to count, Jin Xiaofeng has at least 2 people's lives hanging on his body. So what is my little bit? In fact, when I hugged Su Chunxiao today, I made the decision that I must not be merciful in the future. The movie is right. Mercy to the enemy is the greatest cruelty to oneself. After 3 strikes, Ming took my arm and shook his head. I also know the reason for stopping. After hitting these 3 sticks, my mood is also a lot better. Before leaving, I looked at that has been scared silly Zhang Bin. Said, "Take them to the hospital." Yes. Zhang Bin hurriedly agreed and climbed up to help Jin Xiaofeng. Qin Yong put away my and Xiao Ming's rods, saying that they were hidden so that there wouldn't be any accidents back there. Regarding Jin Xiaofeng's matter, I feel sure that things won't end so simply. With Jin Xiaofeng's character, As soon as he recovers from his injuries, he'll find a way to take revenge on us. We have a rare moment of leisure while the imp is not posting games in the group. The three of us took advantage of the heat on our bodies, ran to the basketball court and played basketball for a while, then went out over the wall and had a drink, not even going to the evening study hall. And anyway, there was no teacher coming to our class right now, and the feeling between a few people was getting more and more ironic. And we didn't come back until after 11 o'clock at night. Qin Yong's home is not far from the school, and he went straight home. Xiaoming's dormitory is on the 3rd floor. I'm on the 4th floor. After saying goodbye to Xiaoming, I walked upstairs alone and dizzy. Not to mention, the dormitory building to the night. A lights out is really dark. The last time is out. At least there is Li Yang accompanied. This time I am alone. Think of Li Yang has committed suicide. The cool wind blew. Instantly rose a goosebumps. With the strength of alcohol, I stride up. My dormitory in the corridor in the last room. At this time from me to look inside, the corridor is hanging all the clothes. As if standing in a row of people. Cannot say the weird. I shook my head, exhaled deeply to clear my head, and took a big step inside. The further I walked the more I felt something was wrong, for it seemed to me that I saw what looked like a man standing in front of me. I was so scared that I stopped in my tracks, and because I was drunk and unsteady on my feet, I almost sat on my butt. I tensed my breath and squinted forward. In front of the door of my dormitory in front of me, there was indeed a person standing. This person is not tall, very thin, cannot see the face. It's impossible to get me to go downstairs now. It's the middle of the night, and I don't have anywhere to go. In the back of my mind, I thought, big deal. I'll wake up my classmates out loud. This is a boys' dorm anyway. Thinking about it, I gathered my courage and asked in a whisper as I walked forward, "Who are you?" The man, presumably hearing me, turned and came toward me. I stopped instantly, my heart more and more afraid. Just a few bottles of alcohol. Instantly is to swing clean. You'll have to come back earlier from now on. It's not safe at night. The voice seemed a little familiar, but I couldn't remember who it was. But I was also relieved that it was a person, not a shadowy spirit. When he got closer, I realized that it was the building manager. Speaking of this building manager, we rarely saw him during the week, and as far as I can remember, he was in charge of turning out the lights, turning on the lights, opening the doors, and closing the doors, and by the time he did this, we were usually either not up or already asleep. The only times we had contact with him was when we had to flip out a couple times to go online and he caught us. Only this building manager is very nice to talk to, although saturnine all day, but a cigarette gagged. Knowing that it was an acquaintance, I hastily took out cigarettes from my pocket and handed him one, then lit it up and said in a close manner, "It's hard for the building manager to stay up this late." The building manager is thin and wears an old-fashioned Chinese suit all day long, which looks remarkably large and ill-fitting, and he has a wound on half of his face, which is said to have been burned. He still said with a crumpled, expressionless face, "In the past 2 days, the school had an accident, and the leaders instructed us to be more strict. So I saw you and another kid going up the stairs when I was patrolling the building, so I waited for you here, and I didn't scare you, did I?" I said with a quick laugh, shaking my head. The building manager seems to chat with me, and there is no hurry to go. After smoking a cigarette I had to hand another one. In fact, I cannot open my eyes sleepy. Hey, what's the use of being in charge? This broken school, the place did not choose well, always have accidents. The leadership is not willing to spend money to cure. I went to the school for so many years. Really? Hey, the building manager wanted to talk. I was so sleepy I couldn't stop yawning. Finally the building manager looked at me and nodded and said, "It's late. Go back and rest." When I heard him say rest, I hurriedly nodded my head and said yes, and the building manager kept mumbling something on his lips as he walked away. I was about to enter the door of my dormitory when something suddenly struck me in my mind. I hurriedly turned back and called out to the building manager again, handing him a cigarette and asking seriously, "How many years have you been at the school, building manager?" The building manager smashed a cigarette, giving me the impression that he hadn't smoked in months, and he looked at me and said, "You're not sleepy now?" I scratched my head awkwardly. This building manager is also a person who understands, and without any nonsense, he directly compared a 7 with his finger. I was so excited I could have jumped up and down, but I forced myself to hold back my inner joy. I knew that if I was serious, there would always be a clue. The building manager watched the flicker in my expression and didn't say anything, as if waiting for me to ask him. I seized the moment and asked earnestly, "Building manager, do you remember what happened at the school 7 years ago?" The building manager suddenly stopped smoking, his dim eyes staring at my scalp a little, and it took him a long time to squeeze out a few words. "You mean, dead people?" I nodded my head back and forth. It seemed to be true. Something did happen at this school 7 years ago, The mustache wasn't lying, and the dead people in the ruined building were real. However, to my disappointment, the building manager's face instantly changed, frowned, threw the cigarette, turned around and was about to leave. I rushed up to stop the building manager and said with a sincere face, "Building manager, please tell me some information. What our class has recently encountered is most likely the same as what we encountered 7 years ago. I have to find out. Otherwise I'm afraid the class will die out." After the building manager was stopped by me, he reluctantly closed his eyes. He bit his hard cheekbones. The half of his face that had been burned looked striking in the moonlight. And in the end, the building manager looked like he had made a big decision. Manhwa Village. After saying that, he pushed my hand away hard and quickly went downstairs and left. Manhwa Village? What does that mean? It's the name of a place. A village. Does this matter have something to do with this village? But as long as I had this clue, there was at least a direction behind it. And I decided that I had to go online and look up this Manhwa Village first. I looked gratefully at the building manager's back, his pace quick, as if he was afraid I'd catch up with him. Just as I froze for a moment, I saw in the corridor that the building manager had actually run down the stairs, and he flew away from the dormitory building. Was it an emergency? I didn't understand the reason for the incident, shrugged my shoulders, and rushed back to the dormitory to scrub up. Today was particularly tiring, but in a good way. It was rewarding. Lying on the bed, I felt like I fell asleep instantly. The next morning I woke up to my alarm clock and all I felt was weak and I had a terrible headache. I simply cleaned up and went downstairs. When I walked to the second floor, I found that the stairs were crowded with many students. They were talking. I don't know what they were talking about. The road was blocked. Who has this building manager offended? Anyway? Yeah, quite a nice guy. It's pathetic. Building manager? My scalp was numb, and I hurriedly squeezed from the pile of people to the downstairs, and when I managed to squeeze to the first floor, I was so scared that my mouth could not close, and goosebumps rose all over my body. Only in front of the dormitory building, the building manager was wrapped around his neck by a wire and hung in the doorway. His feet stretched out straight, his eyes were wide open with fear, helplessness, and regret, and at first glance, they looked like they were staring at me. Chapter 17, Finding the Imp. I clearly remember that the building manager was running out of the dormitory last night, and at that time I thought that the building manager had something to go out. Did the building manager come back in the middle of the night before he was murdered? I was squeezed in the middle of the crowd, a little uneasy in my heart. Could it be because the building manager had divulged to me what had happened 7 years ago, leading to my own tragic death, and the one who killed the building manager? Could it be the imp again? This reminds me of the other day when I went to the cafeteria to investigate. The middle-aged man said that the only teacher who had worked for 7 years went home and died. Could this also be related to what happened 7 years ago? I recalled the bits and pieces of last night. The building manager wasn't actually willing to tell me about Wando Village at that time, and opened his mouth entirely because of my persistence, and lost his life over those 3 words. There is no other way out of this situation. There are no more employees from 7 years ago in the entire school. This clue is almost impossible to find in the school, and the only hope is to find Manhwa Village. Schools have consecutive murders. As a matter of fact, should be a sensational big event, but let me be surprised that, in addition to the police doctor to deal with the body, the school strengthened management. The whole thing seems to happen as it happened, and did not expose out. The news have not won. It's not hard to imagine how powerful the school's top management must be when they can even squash a murder. Of course, this isn't something I can think about right now. The immediate priority is to find out what's going on in Manhwa Village while the imp doesn't make any new moves. After school on Friday, I hurried to the internet cafe after saying goodbye to Su Chunxiao. Last time I checked at home, there was a news about a village in our county that died out with only one person left, but that news didn't have any byline or place name information. And now that I have a lead on Wando Village, I feel like I should be able to find out a little bit more about it. But to my disappointment, Wando Village searched out. There are at least 1,000 of them in the country, and our county is not even one. I guess it is possible that because the village is too small, the network did not record it at all. Disappointed, I clicked haphazardly through the pages, hoping to find some clues. Looking at it, I accidentally clicked into our county's posting and I suddenly had an idea. I did a posting search for Village of the Dead. The purpose of this was to narrow down the search, and sure enough, it came up with over 100 posts about people dying in villages in our county. I carefully checked one by one. Nothing more than whoever died accidentally, whoever killed whoever went to jail, and just when I was about to give up, I suddenly saw a post. Mysterious village cursed by ghosts and gods for thousands of years. I hurriedly clicked in to see that the barkeep wrote, "In our county there exists a historical village. The people in this village are cursed. Generations will die unexpectedly, but even if the deaths are still new villagers to move in. and so on, from the earliest 700 years of a curse, 70 years of a curse, to the later 7 years of a curse, and now the village has finally disappeared from our vision, but it will exist in another way. This village is called Wando Village. It turns out that there really is a Manto village, and it's actually still 1,000 years old. I pulled down to see the responses from other baristas and they were all snarky or disbelieving. Firecracker Lu Ming. The owner shuffled off to bed and watered down another post. Rubbish. Fiction writing. There are only about a dozen replies to this thread. I see the time it was posted last year, and it sunk quickly because of the low number of replies. I reluctantly clicked on the owner's message, and the bar owner was a level 1 new number with no information. Not even an avatar. I thought about it, clicked to follow the owner, and then private messaged him saying, "Hello friend, I'd like to talk to you about Wando Village. Can you tell me a little bit about it?" After posting, I waited for another half an hour, but this owner still did not return to me. I guess it is not online. I think it is fortunate that someone knows Wando Village, as long as the person who posted this is not dead. To find him is only a matter of time. When I got home, my parents had already prepared the meal and asked me with a scolding face, "Where have you been? And why are you back so late?" I made up a random excuse to muddle through, so I sat down at the table and started eating, and halfway through the meal, my dad suddenly said seriously, "Xiang Nan ah, your school has been happening all the time lately. You have to pay attention to your safety ah. If you can't take a vacation to stay at home for a few days, don't go to school first." Honestly, if I had been in the past and offered to keep me out of school, I would have thrown my hands up in the air. But it's different now. The fate of our entire class seems to have been bound by the imp. As long as he releases a game, we must find a way to complete it. I believe that no one should doubt the imp's methods now. Actually, there's another reason. It's Su Chunxiao. I promised to protect her. I put down my dishes and said seriously to my dad, "Dad, what happened at school was an accident. It's no big deal, and besides it's almost the end of the semester. I have to study, don't I?" After saying that I blushed myself, my mom was quite relieved and gave me a piece of meat and said, "Well, that's good. Son knows his stuff." At night I lay on my bed, keeping an eye on my cell phone at all times. On one hand, I was chatting with Su Chunxiao. On the other hand, there was a message from the imp. Now that the dead are becoming more and more frequent, I'm really worried that we'll have difficulty in carrying out the game behind us. Sure enough, it was true that whatever came to mind, the imp would always send a smiling emoji first and then say, "Everyone had a good rest on Saturday, didn't they? So tomorrow when we go to school, we're going to have a new game." Grabbing red envelopes first. When he finished, the imp sent out a $600 red envelope. I looked at the red envelope and really couldn't get my hands on it. I'm sure the class should be just like me, looking at the red envelope but not daring to grab it. I thought about it and said in the group, "Imp, can you tell us what the game is first?" That's it. To still be some asshole death game who dares to rob and cry. We all dare to play games with you, and you don't even dare to name the game first? Since I took the lead, everyone started to come out in force, constantly pushing the imp to tell what the game was about. After a while, the imp sent a smiling emoji. Everyone stopped talking, and I have to say that he did have a very intimidating look on his face. The imp said, "Okay, the new game is that the King of Luck has to touch the imp's hair in class, and the game is a success if he does." What? Touching the imp's hair? I instantly sat up straight. Was this a slip of the tongue on the part of the imp, or was it just another setup? His meaning is clear. The imp is in the class. As long as the King of Luck touches him, the game is over. Does that mean that this game is about finding the imp? Everyone else in the group was thinking the same thing I was and were asking, "Touch you? The imp is really in class. Can't resist showing up finally? Hey, aren't you afraid we'll find you and get you killed? Don't you bull me?" A good number of people were still afraid that the imp would change his mind and stop the taunting classmates. But, to the end, the imp never spoke again. I don't know who shouted in the group, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and grab the red packet." Red packet grabbed. The little devil should not be able to back out. Yes, 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 grab the red packet. It's been so long, I finally found the feeling of wanting to rob the King of Luck. Ha ha, everyone seems to be happy with the imp's new game. After all, if the imp is true to its word, then Sunday will be the day that the imp shows up. And by then, with the current state of the students, even if they beat it to death on the spot, it won't be too much to ask. But I could never figure out if the imp was really that stupid. Could it be another imp trap? Or trickery? And he's not even in class, just trying to punish the King of Luck? I'm leaning more towards the latter. I think the imp is just trying to be cheeky. Everyone grabbed a red packet, so I had to do the same. And it was good to see that none of our squad of 4 grabbed the King of Luck this time, so at least we were safe this time. Didn't grab the King of Luck. Missed the chance to find the imp myself. I didn't grab it either. Ouch. The king of luck is Luanen. Ah. The king of luck finally came out and it was Luanen. Luanen was one of the average studies, average looks, average body, very normal a female student in the class. If not for this time she drew the king of luck, maybe after graduation to forget about her. But I do have an impression of her. I remember that during the time when school had just started, I asked her to borrow a mystery novel to read, and she said that she was a fan of detectives and wanted to be a police officer in the future. I'm guessing she's changed her ideals after seeing how the mustachioed cop acted. Luanen sent a cool emoji in the group and opened her mouth. God's will? Let me crack this boring game. Chapter 18, Strange Classmates. Ha ha ha. Is Luanen going to transform into a female Conan? Ha ha. Tonight's Weibo group. Surprisingly harmonious. No one argued. Everyone joked with each other. Cheeky. I guess they all think the game should be over. I actually thought it would be nice if the game just ended. But it turns out that all of us were too naive. On Sunday, I arrived in the classroom early. My classmates were always ahead of me, and we all chatted cheerfully with each other and jokingly asked each other if the other person was an imp or something like that. I realized that Jean and the others were all back at school as well, seemingly unhurt and slumped low in their seats. I greeted Su Chunxiao and returned to my seat. Xiao Ming was lazily lying on the table reading a novel. I asked, Ming, do you think the imp's words can be trusted? Ming said without even looking at me, staring at his cell phone matter-of-factly. Believe it? I'll be the first to beat him to death if he comes out today. I skimmed my head breathlessly, observing every single student in the class, trying to find out who the hell was the imp. But I didn't have superpowers after all, so I didn't find anything after looking around, and no black mist appeared for everyone in the class this time. Does that mean that no one will die in this game? That's when the group imp sent a message. The game will now begin with the king of luck, Luan, touching the imp's hair. Wow, is it finally going to start? It's so exciting. The imp is finally going to show up. I think there are some holes in this whole thing and I thought about asking, if we touch the imp, how do we know if he is? The imp sent a smiling emoji and then said, as soon as you touch the imp, I'll alert the group that the game is complete. I nodded. This answer did seem to be flawless. As long as Luan came one by one, she would always find the imp. But I still felt something was wrong in my heart, but I couldn't find out what the problem was, and I always felt that it was a trap for the little devil. Luanen was so excited today that she even wore a special white glove, always with her head tilted up, as if to tell us that she was going to be a hero. It's study hall time and there's no teacher in the classroom, a student said as he closed the door behind him. Luan, you start at number 1. Luanen nodded, then confidently walked to the side of the first classmate, one hand holding a cell phone, the other hand with white gloves, gently placed on the head of the classmate. See, WeChat group did not prompt. She walked to the second classmate. Everyone stared at her without blinking. There were dozens of students in our class, and it was estimated that it would take more than 10 minutes to touch them one by one. At this time, when my seatmate Xiao Ming moved the stool with his hand, a bright knife fell out of his sleeve, falling to the ground. Clang. A sound. I looked at Kodomine in surprise and asked him, what are you carrying a knife for? Kodomine didn't take it seriously either, tucking it back into his cuffs and grinning. The little devil will be touched out in a moment, and see if I don't cut him down. He said it lightly, but it scared me, but I couldn't refute it. If it's really an imp, it wouldn't be too much to kill him. Do we really have to get our hands dirty and kill someone today? We are still just high school students. Instantly nervous inside, I began to look down and observe those in my class who were usually a little more daring. It's a shock if you don't see it. I noticed that they had weapons more or less hidden in their tables and benches or bit pockets. Some of them were iron bars. Some of them were simply knives like Kodomine's. This unsettling feeling, growing stronger and stronger, I felt that something must not be right. The imp wouldn't be so stupid as to let us, who are so bitter and hateful, catch him. He's killed so many of our classmates, so he's just looking for death. By this time Luanen had already checked to my side. She looked at me and sneered. I didn't know what this meant. She was only heard whispering confidently. According to my reasoning, Xiang Nan, you are highly suspected. I'm a suspect. Crazy. I didn't bother to pay attention to her and waited for her to touch my head, her hand cupping my hair, and after 10 seconds or so, there was still no word from the group. Luanen's expression was instantly a little disappointed. It's a shame it wasn't you. What a shame. Are you out of your ing mind? You wish I was an imp? As soon as I heard Luanen's words, I got angry and opened my mouth to curse. Luanen didn't get angry and directly ignored me, confidently walking to the next student. I gritted my teeth in anger, but there was nothing I could do about her. After about 7 or 8 minutes or so, most of the people in the class had already had their hair touched by Luanen, leaving only the last 3. Chao X, Liao Z. As Luanen walked up to them, The atmosphere in the class instantly solidified. And if the imp was true to his word, then the imp was in their midst. All three were not good at studying and were placed last by the teacher and slept in class all day. Except for Liao Ji, of course. Liao Ji is a poor student in the class. His parents died in an accident. Was raised by the old grandfather. Originally the family did not even have the money to study. It is the county to pay for his enrollment. Don't think that students who are subsidized by the county have special treatment. Liao Ji, because of timidity, low self-esteem, and academic performance, cannot keep up. As long as the school all know, no parent is willing to put their own children to sit in the last row. The students who sit in the last row are either troublemakers teachers hate and parents don't care, or students like Liao Ji, who were born with the word poor on their heads. Yu Xiaoping took the initiative to stretch his head playfully. Come on, little detective, touch it more, touch it good. Yu Xiaoping is naturally not, so that leaves Chao Xiang and Liao Ji. At this point, the class went uncharacteristically quiet. Everyone seemed to have fire in their eyes, staring hard at the two of them, and quite a few were starting to reach for things under the table. A group of people surrounding two people is stressful for anyone. Chao Xiang was originally a very arrogant person, but now he was also a bit flustered, letting Lu Weinan hurry to touch him first, while Liao Ji always kept his head down and didn't dare to speak. But seriously, this Liao Ji hasn't even lifted his head since I entered the class. Lu Weinan had instead put her hand down by now, looking back at the crowd with a confident face full of pimples that stood out. Everyone had been holding their breath for a result, and when they saw Lu Weinan stop, they instantly became anxious and began to shout. What the hell? Come on, don't dawdle, quickly pull out the little devil. See if I don't beat him to death. Just between the two of them, hurry thee up. I calmly observed the two men, and to tell you the truth, I didn't think either of them looked alike. What I found surprising was that so many of everyone had weapons out of their tables. All kinds of them, even a lot of the girls had them. I suddenly felt horrible and strange to these classmates. Was this still the school I knew so well? Lu Weinan smiled and said confidently, according to my deduction, people who commit crimes are generally psychologically extreme. Most of such people are stimulated in life, dissatisfied with life, and it is accumulated over a long period of time, such as being bullied for a long period of time, such as lack of love for a long period of time, such as being poor for a long period of time, and when a person can't feel the love of the world, then he'll hate the world, and he'll hate the people of the world, and he'll begin to planning and start taking crazy revenge. So, I think Chao Xiang doesn't even need to touch it. The imp is Liao Ji. Almost everyone in the class gasped out in shock, all staring at Liao Ji incredulously. Chao Xiang, who was sitting beside him, was even so frightened that he directly stood up and ran away, shouting, asterisk 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 asterisk. So the imp is you. I kept my eyes on Liao Ji, who always had his head down and was trembling. No way, no way. Liao Ji must not be an imp. At this time, Lu Weinan looked like a witch in ancient times, mesmerizing the crowd, only to see him confidently pinch a strand of Liao Ji's hair. I clearly saw that Liao Ji's body visibly trembled in fear. At the same time, a message was sent from the WeChat group. Mission accomplished. Chapter 19 Rescue. I looked in disbelief at the message from the imp on my phone. What the hell did that mean? Is Liao Ji really an imp? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. However, the students in the class were like chicken blood, angrily raising the weapons in their hands and shouting at Liao Ji. Chao Nima's little devil. I've finally found you. You won't be able to walk out of the classroom alive today. After torturing us for so long, I'll cut you down even if I have to go to jail. Right. We are not going to let you go. Let's all kill him together. And there won't be any more red packet weenies in the future. With everyone's gradually high emotions, Liao Ji became more and more afraid, kept sitting in the corner, did not dare to raise his head, shivered badly, and the tears of aggression were about to fall down. I do not know who from the back threw a bottle to Liao Ji's body. This bottle is like a fuse. The class is like dynamite. Ignition both burst. Shoot him. Shoot him. Originally still with Liao Ji sitting at the same table of Yu Xiaoping, raised his leg to shine Liao Ji's body as a foot. Liao Ji with tears, want to open his mouth to explain, but around the students are too fierce. Before they can open their mouths was a stick knocked on the head. Liao Ji had to hold his head whimpering and crying. The people around me rushed up in a swarm, going forward and backward, and I stayed where I was looking dumbfounded. Ming chewed his gum, curved his mouth and drew his knife instantly, skirting past me. When I saw the brightly shining knife in Xiao Ming's hand, I instantly was slowed down and yelled at him as I pulled Xiao Ming back. Ming, what the are you doing? Ming looked at me in disbelief and innocence. Cut him. What? I said quickly as I snatched the knife out of his hand. Are you stupid too? Liao Ji like an imp? After saying that, I no longer cared about Xiao Ming and quickly squeezed into the crowd. At this time, Liao Ji was already full of blood. He was curled up on the ground holding his head with his hands, and there were already many wounds on his arms and legs. Fortunately, most of the ones close to him were unarmed, plus the place was narrow, and at most, there was only room for 3 or 4 people to make a move. Just these 3 or 4 people have beaten him like this. I dare not imagine if the place is spacious. Liao Ji is estimated to be dead. At this moment, I saw Zhang Bin also squeezing in from the side, a mounted knife cupped in his hand and a fierce look on his face. I hurriedly shouted at them, "You stop fighting!" I knew that my shouting wasn't going to stop them, so I took a cup from my seat and shone it at the glass on the window next to me, smashing it as hard as I could. Clunk! All stop! Don't you all have a brain? With the crunching sound of the glass, coupled with my yelling, the group of students, who had lost their minds, finally stopped. I hurriedly took the opportunity to squeeze in at the very end, pushing aside Yu Xiaoping at the very front and blocking in front of Liao Ji. Yu Xiaoping was definitely not happy that I pushed him away, pointing at me and cursing. "Xiang Nan, you're the one with no brain, right? Behind you lies the imp. Only when he dies can we be at peace. Don't you understand that? Yeah, Xiang Nan, don't go out of your way blindly. If the imp doesn't die, it's our death. We must get him today. Xiang Nan, you get out of the way." The surrounding students, you and I, didn't buy my argument at all, and raised their weapons to charge at me again, so I had to bar my hands and say loudly, "You guys say that Liao Ji is an imp. Do you see him like that? An imp can just let a person die, but now he lets you guys just beat and kill him? Also, if the imp is Liao Ji, then just now when Luanin touched his hair, Liao Ji didn't even hold a cell phone in his hand, and who sent out the mission completion in the WeChat group?" I felt my eyes were sharply red, almost tearing my throat to say this paragraph. The surrounding students did not know whether they were frightened by me, or whether they felt that what I said made sense. Many of them put down their weapons, pondering. However, everyone couldn't bear to let Liao Ji go just like that and surrounded him, refusing to back away. In fact, I know that people just can't bear to be fooled by the imp again. I took the opportunity to hurriedly pull out my cell phone and shouted at the WeChat group, "Little devil, I thought you are despicable. I didn't expect you to be so despicable. Even use this method to frame others. Use your ability to be more ruthless. Playing like this, I, Xiang Nan, will be the first to look down on you." When I finished speaking, I was breathing heavily. Facing many students and saying these words made me sweaty. I just wanted to try my best to save one person from the imps, the same as I thought before, without forgetting my original intention. Sure enough, the imp quickly sent a smiling emoji and said, not bad, Xiang Nan, I appreciate you more and more." However, I didn't set anyone up. The person I designated in this game is Liao Ji. Is there a problem with me designating him as the imp? I don't think I said that I'm a member of your class. Besides, I only told you to find my designated imp, and I didn't tell you to touch him. So what does it matter to me if your classmates are so stupid? I gritted my teeth and held up my cell phone to yell at the group of students around me who had their heads down. "See it? See?" Only then did the surrounding students sweep Liao Ji with a guilty look on their faces before hiding back their weapons and slowly returning to their seats. I yelled at them so much and they didn't say anything back. The most embarrassed is none other than Luanin. She red-faced, stood on one side or the other, no longer the high and proud complacency of just now, and finally had no choice but to come over to me and Liao Ji. "Liao Ji, Xiang Nan, I'm sorry, get out of here. For this kind of person, I don't even want to talk to him about politeness. Just now if I didn't risk rushing in." She had already incited her classmates to kill Liao Ji, but also reasoned and analyzed. Ha! Seeing everyone disperse, I turned back to help Liao Ji up. In just this moment, Liao Ji had been beaten so much that he couldn't stand up, and had received several cuts on his legs. I angrily set him up on my shoulders and yelled at Ming, who was fuming to the side. "What are you looking at? Come and help." Xiao Ming then reacted, throwing the knife in his hand and raising his hand to set up Liao Ji. The class watched as I racked Liao Ji out. In fact, in my heart, apart from anger, there was also some elation, because this time, it was the only time I saved someone from the hands of the little devil. I had just walked up to the classroom door when I saw the mustachioed cop standing in the doorway smoking a cigarette. He saw me come out and smiled awkwardly. I instantly got angry and questioned him. "Did you just watch us fight in there? You didn't go in and stop it?" The mustache guy smiled sarcastically, exhaled his smoke and said, "Young man, we police aren't omnipotent. In that situation just now, even if I went in, there's nothing I could do to stop them. Also, I actually came here to say that I apologize for what happened to Li Wan last time." I asked, shaking my head and laughing. "And how did I do that? And what's the point of apologizing when people are dead?" After saying that, I simply don't want to take care of him anymore. "Set up, Liao Ji is going to leave." At this time Chin Yong walked over, took my hand and said, "Why don't you have a nice chat with him, and I'll just go with Ming." Chin Yong have said so. I cannot refuse. After all, they are police officers. I am a student just verbally tugging. Mustache took me to the playground steps and sat down, then handed me a cigarette. I thought he was trying to set me up. I asked, "Just tell me what you really want to ask." The mustache guy took off his police cap and sighed with a somewhat helpless expression. "I know you think I'm not doing my job as a police officer. I'll admit that much. But then again, there are so many things that I can't do anything about. Not that I don't do anything about them, and I'm sure you've experienced that feeling lately. I've also figured out what's going on in your class. Maybe I really just don't have the ability to intervene, and I'm not going to pursue you. The building manager who died yesterday didn't have any fingerprints on his body, so I really can't figure out who hoisted him up. Since you guys want to handle it yourselves, I won't interfere in the future." The mustache guy looked at me with complicated eyes. His words made sense. It seemed that he already knew or guessed that what happened to the imp was true, so he didn't pursue me. It was to protect me. Then he handed me a clear bag. "Here's a newspaper found in your building manager's pocket. I don't know if it will help." With that, the mustache guy put on his police cap and got up to leave. Chapter 20, Stopping the Heartbeat. I took the transparent bag left to me by the mustache. My heart felt particularly heavy. This is the building manager's relics. I once felt that the building manager's death had a lot to do with me. I sat alone in the playground and waited a long time to gather myself and open the bag. As Mustache says, it's a newspaper. I carefully pulled it out. Because this newspaper looks like some years. The surface has been a little yellow. Many words are not very clear. Why was the building manager carrying an old newspaper on his body before he died? I slowly opened the paper, and just as I turned the page I saw a few large, bold letters, "Campus Fire. 50 lives lost." I was so alarmed that I carefully spread out the whole paper, and in the body of the text below it said, "A high school campus teaching building fire, in which more than 50 people lost their lives." According to the police investigation, these more than 50 people all the same class, and there is a survivor. The police believe that this one survivor is likely to be the murderer. After a few days of investigation, the police in the campus archives to find out, the murderer lives in the village of Wando. The police have intervened in the investigation. It turns out that this is the case that happened in the abandoned building 7 years ago, where a class of people were all burned to death, leaving only one suspected murderer, who lives in the village of Manto. I carefully projected in my head that the building manager had divulged the Manto village to me, but was actually trying to tell me that a murderer was hiding here, and that this murderer had done the crime 7 years ago by killing a class of people. Well, we also have the same 50 or so people who have also begun to die one after another. Could it be that the building manager means that the imp is the same murderer from 7 years ago, and that in order to find the imp, we must first find the village of Wando? But why, after so many years, have the police not yet come up with the results of their investigation? Is it because the police haven't found Wando village? I looked at the time of the paper. March 27, 2009. 7 years ago indeed. So the most important thing now is to find Wando village, this cursed 1,000-year-old village. After thinking about so many things, I was in a great mood. At least there was a direction. Finally I didn't have to be lost anymore. That's when the imp sent a message. Well, a new game is about to begin again. So get ready, everyone. I sighed as I reached for my cell phone. Even though I knew about Manto village, I still had to manage the moment first. I got up and went back to the classroom. As soon as I entered the classroom, everyone was quiet and looking at me. I knew it must have been my actions of rescuing Liao Ji just now that had subdued them. With all eyes on me, I took my seat and Ming bumped my arm and smiled. "You're pretty cool today, Lu. Get out." The imp sent another message at this time. "I don't know if you remember, but we had a game we didn't play earlier. So let's take advantage of it this afternoon." "What game? All you know is scheming. Damn it." The imp sent a smiling emoji and then said, "Since you don't remember, let me remind you of the new game, limited to all boys. Every boy has to participate. First prepare 100 slips of paper, each slip of paper in order from 1 to 100. Then the boys follow the order. Starting from number 1, each boy can choose to draw from 1 to 3 slips of paper at a time, and so on all the time in turn, until the end of the draw. Who draws the last one? That is to say the one who draws number 100 is punished. Just so everyone's clear, it starts right after school and has a 20-minute time limit. Shared by Nan. There was a constant stream of people in the group complaining, and joyfully, people cursing in the group. "Isn't this game over? You changed the game yourself. Why are you taking it out again? Yeah, why only let us boys play and not the girls? It's not fair. Chow, are you still a ing man?" I kept working out in my head how this game, which seemed to be played anyhow, would involve someone taking a penalty. most importantly the person who drew the last 10 cards. By now I have nothing better to do. The only relief is that Su Chunxiao doesn't have to participate in this game. After class, Xiaoming consciously walked away to go out for a smoke. Su Chunxiao came over and sat next to me, helping me cut the note while saying with concern, "You've already gone out on a limb a couple times. Don't ever go out on a limb this time. You hear me? Do you think you're the Monkey King?" I was amused by Su Chunxiao and said, "If I were the Monkey King, I would have beaten the imp to a pulp long ago, and I'm still here to help him cut the note?" Su Chunxiao said with a serious face. "So, since you're not the Monkey King, don't go up to the sky. Be good, and protect yourself. That way you can protect me, okay?" Her words also spoke to my heart. I was moved to hold Su Chunxiao's hand that was cutting paper. Looking at her soft pink lips, "Xiangnan, you note cut. Sorry, you guys continue." Right at this critical moment, Qin Yong came in from outside the classroom, instantly making Su Chunxiao and I blush. I saw that he was about to exit, and I hurriedly shouted, "Come back here, have a fart." Qin Yong came over with a bad smile on his face. Su Chunxiao was shy, dropped the paper, said she was going to the toilet, and ran away. How will this game be played in a while? I see that grandson Jin Xiaofeng, it seems like he's starting to buy manpower again, but he's doing it secretly, and he won't admit it when I ask him. I rubbed my aching temples and said, "Ignore him for now. There are 100 numbers in this game, and as many as he bought, we only have about 20 boys." Qin Yong nodded his head and said the same, then started to help me organize the notes. 100 slips of paper with numbers written on them were done and it was just about time for school to end. I squeezed the note in my hand. I was apprehensive and really didn't know what to do with this game. Jin Xiaofeng's leg is still limping to this day, and he goes around looking for people to talk to privately, presumably giving them money for their hookups, but when I look at him, he dodges away in some fear. After school, I took it upon myself to walk to the podium and address my classmates. No more bull ********. Let's get started. Just be cool everyone. Maybe the punishment will be easy this time. There's only 20 minutes left, so everyone draw in seating order, one by one. Since I saved Liaoji last time, everyone was inexplicably compliant with me, and no one messed around, honestly smoking numbers under my guidance. Zhang Yang drew number 01. Chen Feng drew number February 3, 04. Wan Yu drew numbers 05-06. Chung Donglai drew 23-24-25. Kim drew 56-57-58. Ming drew numbers 87-88-89. With everyone having drawn 4 rounds, the numbers were down to the last 10. I saw Jean start to move. He kept on whispering to someone, his face full of sinister. I knew he was up to something again. Qin Yong came up and drew 3 in a row, 90-91-92. Then another person drew 3, and in an instant it became 5 slips of paper left. And in order, next is Zhang Bin, Jin Xiaofeng, Liao Ji, and me. Jin Xiaofeng began to leak his old face at this time, touching his leg that I had injured, and said in a conspiratorial manner, "Liao Ji looks like he can't come. It's just the 3 of us. Hurry up and smoke it." After saying this, he gave Zhang Bin a look, and Zhang Bin understood and drew only 1, leaving 4. Jin Xiaofeng laughingly limped to me and rushed to me. I did not expect it. "Brother Nan, again by me put together. You cannot blame me. Playing the game there is always win or lose well. Ha." When he finished, he reached for the note I was holding. As long as he draws 3, then the one who receives the punishment today is me. In fact, Qin Yong reminded me before, but at that time I had a headache, so I didn't take it seriously. I closed my eyes and sighed. In my heart I was a bit upset, but there was nothing I could do. The game was fair. I only blamed myself for being too careless. Just as Jin Xiaofeng was about to take the note, Su Chunxiao suddenly stood out. She cried in anxiety and looked at Jin Xiaofeng and said, "Jin Xiaofeng, I beg you, don't smoke 3, okay?" Jin Xiaofeng looked around at Su Chunxiao with interest and asked, "Oh, beg me? What are you begging me for?" Su Chunxiao crystal teardrops kept dripping, single and lonely standing in front of Jin Xiaofeng. Looking at her thin figure, my heart ached, walked over to hold her and said, "Don't beg him. I'll be fine. Trust me." Su Chunxiao cried and pounded my back and kept shouting, "I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Xiang Nan, you liar." Jin stood watching the fun and said, "Hey, Su Chunxiao, how about you take off your clothes in front of me, and I'll promise you to smoke only 1, okay?" I turned around and punched Jin Xiaofeng in the face. His leg was already injured and he was easily knocked down by me. I kept on wheeling my fists, itching to kill him on the spot. As a result, Jin Xiaofeng didn't know when, but actually pulled out a gun directly from his pocket. pointing at my head, viciously. Fight. Keep fighting. Nima. Keep fighting. I gasped for air, not daring to make another move. I was simply not confrontational against a man with a gun. Everyone stepped back in fear of being injured by Jin Xiaofeng by mistake. Jin stood up, put a gun to my head, and said, "I'll smoke 97-98-99 today." I closed my eyes helplessly as Su Chuanxiao's cries sounded behind me. At that moment the closed door suddenly opened and Liao Ji, who was covered in bandages, walked in. All consciously made a path for him. He lowered his head and slowly walked toward us. Jin Xiaofeng was anxious and shouted at Liao Ji, "Get lost, or I'll shoot you dead." Hear that? Liao Ji didn't even look at Jin Xiaofeng and walked straight to us. Bending down and picking up a slip of paper on the ground with the number 100 written on it, he raised his head slightly, smiled at me, and said, "You're the only one who's helped me out in all my life. Thank you. I'll take number 100. I looked at Liao Ji dumbfounded, not knowing whether to be sad or happy. Liao Ji finished choosing, once again lowered his head and silently returned to his seat. Meanwhile, a message came from the imp in the WeChat group. The game is over. Liao Ji drew number 100. Punishment for stopping the heartbeat. Chapter 21, to each his own. Stopping the heartbeat. Isn't that death? At this time, Liao Ji glanced down at his cell phone before smiling blandly, as if he had already guessed his end. No. I was so nervous I could no longer speak, and walked quickly towards Liao Ji, realizing that I was supposed to take this number. The class froze in place staring at Liao Ji. I don't know what they were thinking, like they were waiting for him to die. I rushed to Liao Ji's body, and I was actually a bit overwhelmed when I faced him. I didn't really know when the imp's punishment was going to take place, so I could only sit in front of him and pretend to be calm. Liao Ji, thank you for choosing number 100 for me. Don't give up, we want to do it together. Before I finished my words, I only saw Liao Ji suddenly tighten his neck, his expression painfully grasping his chest with his hand, his face already suffocating red, and his forehead tendons rippling. I really didn't know what to do, so I could only rush to squeeze his shoulder with one hand while turning back to the other students for help. But the response I got from my classmates was one of indifference. No one wanted to give me any ideas, except for Su Chunxiao, Xiao Ming and Qin Yong, who came over. Call the police. Get a doctor. Quick. After I finished saying this to Qin Yong, I could only pat Liao Ji's shoulder helplessly. In just this moment of time, Liao Ji's eyes had been suffocated into a blood color. He opened his mouth wide but couldn't gasp for air, and finally stared at me with all his strength and said a few words with unclear lips. Live. Down. Go. After the last word was said, Liao Ji let go of his hand and collapsed smoothly onto the table, never moving again. Live. His words kept circling my ears. My hand was still on his shoulder and I could still feel his body heat, but I knew that he would never get up again. I held my head in helpless remorse. When your classmates die one by one in front of you, this kind of torture really can't be described in words. Liao Ji actually died on my behalf. Looking at the way he was just in pain, I thought about what I would have done if I had just been in my place. At this time, Qin Yong tapped my shoulder and whispered, "Get up first, the police are coming." I gritted my teeth, looked at Liao Ji one last time, and slowly stood up. We've had a lot of accidents in our class during this time, so there's already a police presence at the school, led by the mustache guy, and in just a few minutes, the mustache guy rushes in with a couple of guys. He ran to the front of the line, and even though his classmates were standing around in a mess in the classroom, he was the first to notice Liao Ji, who was slumped on his desk. The mustache guy frowned at me, then reached out and felt Liao Ji's pulse, and finally sighed and told his men to come over and take care of it. I looked at the mustache guy helplessly, really wanting to tell him everything, and I really needed a helping hand. The imp could do almost anything, and we were just unarmed, ordinary students. Isn't it a big joke for a mortal to fight an evil spirit? But when I thought of Li Wan's horrible end, I could only grit my teeth and endure it. Since the last time I talked to Mustache, he seemed to understand all about us, and turned his head without asking me a single question. When walking up to Jean, he suddenly backhanded a takedown, tripped on his feet, and submitted Jean in just 2 seconds. Only Jin Xiaofeng was heard crying out, "What are you doing?" It's not like I had anything to do with the death of that guy, so instead of asking someone close to him, "You're making a move against me? Do you still want to hang around the police station?" The mustache guy raised his hand to shine a slap on Jin Xiaofeng's head, snatched the gun from his hand, and said with a serious rebuke, "Shut up, you're illegally carrying a gun. Come back to the station with me." After saying that, he drew handcuffs from his waist, pressed Jin Xiaofeng and left the classroom. Liao Ji's follow-up then have mustache henchmen continue to complete. Simply after recording the statement, still transfer the video, and Liao Ji was designated as sudden heart attack death. Once again, One person died in the class and our class was finally segregated from the school. In order not to affect other students, our class start and end times are staggered with other classes by 20 minutes, which means that we are still in class when others are out of class, and when we are out of class, others are in class again. It's the only response the school has done in so long. In fact, in my opinion, it won't work at all. During this time, teachers were coming over to stand for 5 minutes after class, assigning learning tasks, homework, and then rushing off. The class also went its own way, forming more and more cliques, and the indifference and selfishness was intensified. As soon as it was time for class to end, the dozen or so small gangs in the class each whispered and discussed something, and no one was talking to each other during this time, and we all went from being in the same class to being strangers in a hostile relationship. Every now and then, two groups of people will get into a cussing match, or a serious fight, over the slightest thing. Lu Anan belongs to this type of person. Liaoji's death looks like it hit her hard. I had thought that after she apologized to us last time, she would come to her senses completely. The truth is that I thought wrong. Lu Anan had unexpectedly gained a lot of supporters since the last time she analyzed some of Liaoji's words, and they all felt that she was an intelligent and reliable helper. And if the scourge in the boys was Jin Xiaofeng, then the trash in the girls was Lu Anan. Liaoji's death was deserved. People like him should have deserved to die. Living is pain, dying is relief instead. Lu Anan turned to the people around her and commented loudly on Liaoji's death, and almost everyone in the class heard it. I tried to rush over to her a few times, but Su Chunxiao stopped me. In fact, not only me, there is also a group of girls who have been looking at Lu Anan for a long time, led by Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu is the class recreation committee, can sing and dance, long and okay, good figure, every big and small party. Our class is her appearance, but she is not good in the class. The reason is that she is too proud, eyes are always superior, look down on classmates, but also because of this, the pursuit of her boys, but very few, and surrounding her were girls who were slightly more literate and withdrawn. Lu Anan's words were undoubtedly ear-piercing to Xiao Lu. You do not all day this kind of person. That kind of person. And what kind of person are you? Also don't look in the mirror to see yourself. A face of poison. Not too disgusting. What's it to you Charu if I analyze mine? Don't think you're so great. The imp's game isn't singing and dancing. Sooner or later you'll have to beg me. Oh, beg? Do I beg you to analyze how to get rid of acne? You, Xiao Lu relying on their own skin is good. More beautiful than Lu Anan. Grasping her face pimples this point fierce tear. A time Lu Anan is not her opponent, but the two gangs are full of gunpowder. Feel sooner or later to dry up. Previously, Qin Yong also stepped in to stop it, but later, everyone did not buy the face of the class president anymore, so Qin Yong was too lazy to care anymore. The only consolation was that the imp had been quiet for 3 days since Liaoji's death. Until now, there are still people in the class who think that Liaoji is the imp, and when he dies, the imp dies too. I can only chuckle at such remarks, knowing that it is calm before the storm. As luck would have it, on Friday, the group that had been quiet for so long was finally ringing again. The imp sent a smiling emoji, then said, everyone should be energized after resting for so long. So, let's start a new round of games. The new game, played by Lu Anan and Xiao Lu, consists of two people competing to eat bread, and whoever eats the most wins the game. Game time, limited to 3 hours. Okay, game on. After saying this, the imp directly sent a 500 red packets in the group, and eyed Lu Anan and Xiao Lu, saying, here's the money for the game. Go buy bread to your heart's content. Even though there was a $500 red packet in the group, not a single person dared to grab it, and I just felt a chill in my heart. This bread eating looks like a windy little game, but if you add in punishment and competition, then it's horrible. Lu Anan and Xiao Lu had a touch-and-go conflict, and the imp had obviously arranged it that way on purpose. Chapter 22, Eating Bread. At this point, no one in the group dared to speak out anymore. They all stared at their cell phones in silence. Lu Anan didn't hold back after all and said in the group, why should it be me and Charu? Imp, you have to be fair and rule since you are playing a game. The imp sent a smiling emoji. The bully responded, in this group, I am the rule. This plain sentence instantly choked Lu Anan into silence. Yes, when have rules ever been spoken in this wee group of desperation? The life or death of any of us is in the hands of this strange little devil. To this day I'm not sure if he's human or a ghost. Seeing that Lu Anan had sent a message in the group, Xiao Lu, who was her enemy, seemed to be unwilling to show her weakness, and started to send a message in the group as well. Imp, I agree to play this game with you, but can I have a different opponent? I see her disgusting. You think I'm willing to compete with you? Are you afraid of losing to me? Lu Anan? In terms of eating, this young lady is indeed no match for you. Lu Anan. Oh, yeah, you're good for selling yourself. Why don't you drop out of school and go out selling? Even if I go out to sell it, people will want it, but if you go out to sell it, I'm afraid you'll have to pay for it yourself. I sat in my seat, watching Lu Weinan and Xiao Lu tearing and cursing at each other in the group for more than half an hour, and many students in the class were snickering, and there were even some people clapping and cheering. Everyone seemed to have forgotten that the game time was only 3 hours. I saw that they had pretty much cursed each other, and hurriedly took advantage of the gap in their truce to interject. Lu Weinan, Xiao Lu, this game is only 3 hours long, so watch your time, and I suggest that you don't compare yourselves as hostile. After all, it's just a simple game of bread eating, and perhaps the punishment is simple as well. I kindly reminded and advised them, but I didn't expect Charlotte to say it directly in the group. Simple? You want to play for me if you can? Don't dare? Gutless goons, don't be here. Xiao Lu, will win over this Lu Weinan today. Oh, try to see who loses and who wins. I shook my head breathlessly and didn't continue to persuade. I couldn't imagine what kind of situation it would turn out to be after 3 hours. All I knew was that this bread-eating game of the imps, if they didn't cooperate with each other, they would surely fall into the trap of the imp again. Ming bumped my arm on the side and whispered, "You don't care about these two. There is no good bird. Really being screwed up by the little devil. It is also deserved." I glanced at Ming and didn't say anything. When had our class turned into a slaughterhouse? Time passed by. Lu Weinan and Xiao Lu both sat in their positions facing each other. Neither one was willing to go to buy bread first, for fear of losing their momentum. Seeing that there was still 1 hour left in the 3 hours, Lu Weinan still calmed down and turned her head to whisper a few words to the follower beside her. Her follower nodded and darted outside the classroom, apparently to get bread. Charu tilted her head, curved her mouth in a disdainful smile, and beckoned the one sister beside herself out as well. The first round between the two of them girls was undoubtedly won by Charu. Lu Weinan sat in her seat and clenched her fists without saying anything. Instead, it was one named Huang Pei beside Xiao Lu who spoke up. "Yo, Detective Lu is afraid of losing to our Lulu. Right, running so fast? It's none of your business as a slave girl's maid if I compare myself to Xiao Lu." "You," said both sides of the people stood up. "Looks about to make a move. I really did not expect. These two groups of girls can become so violent. What is the difference between this and those punks in the class?" Luckily, both of their followers ran in at the same time, and both of them held 10 loaves of bread in their arms and piled them on Lu Weinan and Xiao Lu's table. Normally, we all know that bread manages to fill us up, and a normal boy would have a stomach full of 2, let alone a girl. All the eaters in the class simply stood up to watch the show, and Ming and I chipped in. As Lu Weinan unwrapped a bag of bread and fed it into her mouth, Xiao Lu also began to eat. At first the first one was fine. Both were eating each other while demonstrating with their eyes and fast. By the time they were eating the second to third, they were swallowing noticeably slower and had no time to be bothered with each other as they both buried their heads in their food. At that moment, the group imp popped up. "There's still half an hour left in the game. Remember, there will be a penalty for the loser. Like them, girls only have a small amount of food, and usually love to be pretty. Their stomachs are practiced very small. 3 breads have long been their limit." When they picked up the 4th loaf of bread, even I gulped and felt sick to my stomach. As soon as the imp reminded her, Xiao Lu put down her cell phone and started to gnaw furiously. The bread stuffed her mouth out of shape, and Lu Weinan even put it in her own mouth with her eyes closed. Little by little, I couldn't believe how these two girls had eaten 8 loaves of bread each without realizing it. Lu Weinan burped like a boy with his stomach, slowly stood up and pulled his belt out, then stared at Charu as she picked up her 9th loaf of bread. Xiao Lu at this time is also not good. The mouth of the bread constantly to spit out, but also defied, can only use the mouth to cover. The expression is difficult to look at. "Forget it, Lulu. You'll get into trouble if you eat like that." Her side of the girlfriends finally cannot look at it. A face of heartache to persuade Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu had been dying. By the side of the people to persuade, Angry waved his hand and pushed away the girlfriends. Stubbornly also picked up the 9th piece of bread, into the mouth. At this time, Xiao Lu and Lu Weinan were each spread out on their own seats, almost unable to move. Their stomachs were rounded, as if they were pregnant. Their faces were red, and they could only mechanically chew the bread with their mouths. Finally was eating the last bread. Lu Weinan glanced at Xiao Lu, saw that she didn't stop, and decisively stuffed it into her mouth. The group imp spoke up again. 10 minutes left for the game to end, and the loser will receive my punishment. I felt that Xiao Lu couldn't even breathe, tilting her head back to try not to spit out the bread in her mouth. Her mouth didn't even have the strength to chew, so she could only swallow hard. I, too, was finally seeing the imp's true purpose clearly. What seems like a simple game of bread eating is actually taking advantage of the fact that they are fighting with each other to kill them. You guys stop eating, you'll die if you eat anymore. However, my words had no effect on them at all. Luanen pointed to the table where she had already eaten all the bread and said with difficulty to her girlfriends, "Get it." Both girlfriends were heartbroken. But time was short. The game was over in a few minutes, and they hadn't even split the difference yet. The kiosk wasn't far away, and soon they were buying a bunch more bread. I felt a wave of nausea as I looked at the bread, but there wasn't much I could do. I had warned them, but they didn't take me seriously. 1 minute left in the game. As the imp's message was sent out in the group, Luanen and Xiaolu suddenly grabbed the bread on the table and sent it into their mouths as if they were crazy. But nah, they've already eaten so much that I feel like their stomachs are going to burst at any moment. After all, each girl ate more than 15 loaves of bread. It was also this last reminder from the imp. Xiaolu on one side didn't hold on after all. The bread tilted to her mouth couldn't go in at all. Her mouth was already stuffed into a ball. I carefully stared at Xiaolu's throat. She seemed to be trying hard to swallow, but how can not swallow? Face more and more suffocated the more red, holding the stomach and even have no strength to lift the hand. Seeing that Xiaolu's eyes began to lax, I hurriedly pushed through the crowd and shouted, "Get the bread out of her mouth. She can't breathe." Xiaolu's girlfriends around her were terrified, and only reacted when I yelled at them, and started picking at the bread in Xiaolu's wide-open mouth with their hands and feet. The scene was so disgusting that many students walked away and vomited. I guess no one will believe it when I say that Charlotte's best friend got almost a full loaf of bread out of her mouth, but her throat was so tightly blocked with bread that she couldn't get it out. Charu's unwilling eyes just fixed. I held my breath and probed her nose with my hand. There was no longer any breath. Her girlfriends around her were trembling and staring at Charu's rolled, basketball-like stomach in disbelief. I hurriedly turned back to look at Luanen. She was much better than I expected, although she also bulged her stomach and couldn't move, but she swallowed all the bread in her mouth. Luanen gasped, glanced at the already dead Xiaolu, hiccuped, and muttered, "Deserve to die." Chapter 23 Rewards. The followers beside Luanen took a look at Xiaolu not moving, then saw that Luanen was fine, and instantly got high, constantly praising Luanen for being great while sneering at the people on Xiaolu's side. "It's still Mayan who's great. Ha ha ha, wasn't Xiaolu arrogant before? How come it's not moving now? Imps, hurry up and punish this Charu. Ha 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 ha." Charu has been brought up alive and these people don't even have the slightest bit of sympathy. In the face of Xiaolu's death, I actually don't feel surprised now. It's alive. It's a living person. What's wrong with me? I'm not in the mood to watch anymore. And I don't want to call the police or anything, because it's no use at all. And in the end, when I checked out, Xiaolu was killed by her own 15 loaves of bread rising up alive. So who can blame her? That's when the imp sent a smiling emoji to the group, then said, "The game is over. Luanen wins, and the loser is penalized for singing Little Luck. Here we go again." I stared at the imp's avatar breathlessly, wanting to smash my phone, but what would that change? The imp played us like a fiddle, and I'm pretty sure that if Charu didn't die, then the punishment content must be death-related. So no matter what, the loser will die. The followers of Luanen in the group have lost their humanity and said in the group, "Geez, imp, you only punish so simply every time. How meaningless." Yes, 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 yes. Look at RN. Working so hard to win the game and not even getting a reward. Anyway, that Xiaolu is already dead. You can't punish the dead. Why don't you reward our family in instead? I couldn't hold back and cursed at the group. Are you guys still human? Xiaolu is still you guys no matter what. She's also a human being. Her body is still lying in the classroom and you guys start talking nonsense. Aren't you afraid that she'll turn into an evil spirit to find you guys at night? What's there to be afraid of? I'm not afraid either. That's right. With our family in here, we're still afraid of her arising death? Ahahaha. I didn't go any further. Most of the people in this class had lost their minds. There was no doubt about it. And that was what the imp wanted to achieve most of all. Arguing with them would only piss myself off. I didn't expect the imp to reply at this point. Alright, since you guys want to reward the winner, then this time we'll make an exception and reward Luanen. Reward? This is the first time I've heard that there are rewards for the imp playing games with us. Looking at the imp's smiling expression, I trembled in my heart and always felt that something was wrong. Wow, the imp is going to reward Anne. Come on, what's the reward for Anne? Yeah, Mayanen is so great. Even if I send a red packet, I want a big one. He. This group have lost their minds, have forgotten that we died. This time even in the imp cheeky chat up, have forgotten that we are the imp hands of the dolls. Well, the imp sent a smiling emoji, said, then reward Luanen for drinking a bottle of mineral water, with a time limit of 2 minutes. If you don't finish it you'll have to accept the death penalty. Ah, isn't that a reward? How come it's just a bottle of mineral water? Be content. It's nice to be rewarded by an imp. Drink mineral water. Death penalty. I knew it wasn't that simple. Imp, You're not trying to kill Luanan? I questioned the imp directly in the group, but the imp didn't reply to me, and Luanan's girlfriends apparently didn't realize how dangerous things were, and even took the initiative to take a bottle of mineral water in front of Luanan. "Anne, this is a reward I've earned for you." "Oh, even though it's just a bottle of mineral water. But this is after all the first time the imp has rewarded someone." "Yeah, and then drink it quickly. You have to finish it in 2 minutes or there will be a death penalty." Oh. Luanan this did not notice the danger at all, and also received the mineral water with a confident face. I rushed over and yelled at Luanan, "Don't you want to die? Do you still have a life if you drink this bottle of water?" Luan froze. I had thought she had snapped out of it, and the truth was that I was overthinking it. She was much better now that she had rested a bit and held up the mineral water in her hand at me. "Xiang Nan, do you think I didn't see the death penalty?" the imp said. "If I don't drink I'll have to accept the death penalty. Are you deliberately trying to make me die? I'm sorry, I won't let you have your way." After saying that, Luanan lifted the mineral water and started pouring it into her mouth. "I do not know whether you have eaten bread. This food, if eaten alone is slightly better. Eat A to the stomach will feel nothing, but after drinking a glass of water, you will feel very full and very high. This is because the bread in the stomach by the water to soak the expansion." And Luanan had eaten 16 loaves of bread in her stomach. Her stomach had already risen into a ball. Now adding a bottle of water into it, she would surely die. I tried to go up and stop her, but I was held back by her sidekick. Seeing Luan drink a bottle of water into her stomach, I closed my eyes and went back to my seat. Her girlfriends around her burst into cheers. Only Luanan's face grew white, wanting to speak but unable to do so. Finally her body went limp and she fell out of her seat. She lay on the ground, her belly holding her short sleeves open, her long mouth wailing in pain, her face twisted and starting to contort, already incontinenting and pissing in a foul odor. I covered my ears, not wanting to hear her howling like a murderous pig. I tried my best to save her, but she didn't appreciate it. I knew she wouldn't last long. It was only about 3 minutes before she couldn't move anymore, and Luanan could have survived a living hell on her own. The imp said as he sent a smiling emoji to the group. "Luan completes the game reward. Send a red packet for you to celebrate." When he finished, he followed up with a $500 red envelope. As I said before, quite a few people in the class had lost their minds, and were now like puppets of the imp. And as the imp handed out red envelopes, the first thing that happened was that people started grabbing them. I asked cautiously, "What game is the King of Luck playing this time?" The imp sent a smiling emoji in reply to me. "No games this time. Tomorrow Saturday. Everyone get some rest and we'll continue on Sunday." I turned off my cell phone and glanced at the diminishing heart more and more anxious. Sooner or later it will come to our head. We have to hurry to think of a way. And when 2 people died in our class in a row, the police handled it with a quietness that horrified me, taking away the bodies without even questioning us, and going on with classes as usual, and for a moment I wondered if they had given up on us. I'm also curious as to how the parents of the dead students were taken care of. After I briefly said goodbye to Su Chunxiao, in the afternoon, I quietly ran out of the school gate. Anyway, there were no classes. There would be no way for me to get over the wall if I went out alone, so I had to forge a leave of absence. Looking at the playground, watching them laugh and play, I really envy. When I can in the same school class. I let out a long breath before heading for the school gates. I honestly handed the janitor's office my forged leave of absence, keeping my head down out of habit for fear of being remembered for what I look like. Received the leave slip as a calloused old hand. I remember before is not a middle-aged fat. How to change people. I glanced up quietly in curiosity, not realizing that he was looking at me too. Sure enough, it was the new doorman, an old man by the looks of it, and I instantly was relieved and nodded with a smile. The new janitor boss is also quite a character, about 50 years old, with a big shaved head and a cloth coat over his body. If he didn't sit in the janitor's room, I would have thought he was a monk. He asked, staring at me with a smirk, "To the south?" I nodded honestly and asked him what was wrong. He raised both eyebrows and stopped talking, waving his hand at me, signaling that I could get out. I think it is quite strange. I looked at him a few more eyes, found that the janitorial room has been repacked by him. Before that fat janitor does not love hygiene. All-day mess. Now the inside was arranged neatly. I vaguely seemed to also see a small incense burner, green smoke. I also looked back twice. There wasn't much information, so I didn't care and ran towards the internet cafe alone. Chapter 24, Vanishing Time. I didn't go to the internet cafe just to play games. As long as we don't find a solution to the imp thing, we'll never have peace. And as long as the imp is happy, maybe tomorrow will be the day I die. And the only clue I have now is Wando Village. The sole survivor of the fire in the abandoned school building 7 years ago lives in Wando Village. And this Wando Village can't be traced on the map at all. The hint that the building manager gave me before he died was to tell me that the imp was most likely that survivor from Wando village. If I want to find him, I have to find Manto village first, so I need more clues. The owner of the thread about Wando village that I found last week also likely knows the inside story. I left him a message and I don't know if he replied. With a whole lot of questions in my mind, I flew towards the internet cafe. When I turned on my computer, the first thing I did was go into the posting and check it out. And I was shocked that I actually had an unread message on my messages. I hurriedly clicked on the message, and sure enough, it was the same owner who had replied. The owner didn't agree to add me as a friend, but replied to me with 3 words. Shay Desmond. I froze at the computer a little puzzled. I wanted to talk to him about the Manto village. Why reply to me a person's name? Is it also trying to tell me something? Is it possible that Say Texang is the survivor who lived in Wando village? But the question is, how does this building owner know I'm looking for this survivor? Thinking about it, I still clicked on Baidu to try to look up the name, but there are too many people with that name on Baidu, and the only thing I'm sure of is that the person is a male. I took careful note of sheddings in a small book I had prepared in advance, which also contained some information on the Wando village and the abandoned building fire cases. Time passed very quickly, although I skipped out early, but in the blink of an eye it was going to be almost dark again. I had to pack up and get ready to go home. Otherwise my parents must be anxious again. Before I left, I friended that owner again and left another message saying, "Thank you for the information you've provided me with. If it's not convenient to meet, then can you tell me more about Manto village?" Then I was alone and ready to go home. I was actually very happy. After all, there was one more piece of information. Although it was not enough for me to find out about the imp, it was still a bit of hope. As long as this owner was willing to say something more to me, I was sure that it wouldn't take long for me to find the imp. The more I thought about it, the more excited I got, and the thought of my class no longer being tormented by an imp made me happy. As I walked, I only felt that it was getting cooler and cooler around me, with fewer and fewer pedestrians on the road, and the dimly lit streetlights looked like they were going to go out at any moment. I couldn't help but shiver. I didn't realize that it was already nighttime, and when I looked at the time, I couldn't believe that it was already past 8 o'clock. But I always felt something was wrong. It's not right. I obviously left from the internet cafe at 6 o'clock, and walking back home would only take half an hour at the slowest. How come I've been wandering around for 2 hours without it? I hurriedly stopped, looked up and looked around, which did not look good. A really scared me behind the cold sweat straight. How did I end up walking to the funeral home? I saw an old 2-story building in front of me. The door is written with a large funeral 2 words. The surrounding houses dark as if no one lives. The only road is 4 old-fashioned yellow street lamps. My lonely silhouette was dragged long. Just as I froze, a car flew by me, and the people in the car lifted out a body wrapped in white cloth and quickly walked into the funeral parlor. The whole process taking only 10 seconds. It's 2 hours away from my house. It's already in the suburban area. How the hell did I get here? What did I do for the 2 hours in between? Why can't I remember anything? I gulped. The more I looked at the funeral parlor in front of me, the more horrified I became. So I hurriedly turned around and ran, and as I did I called my dad. My dad picked it up quickly. "Hey, Xiang Nan, what's up?" I instantly froze in place. I didn't go back so late. My dad actually didn't question me. The tone is still so relaxed. What happened? I brought my cell phone to my eyes, once again to make sure it was my dad's number, and then said, "That dad, I guess it's going to be an hour or 2 before I get home. I'm going the wrong way." My dad said with a his tone still flat. "You just went out for a few minutes. Why are you going the wrong way? Be safe. Call me if you're too late. I'll pick you up." I just went out for a few minutes. All I could feel was a tingle in my scalp. The fear inside me had almost made me drop my cell phone. A cold sweat broke out behind me. I obviously hadn't gone back yet. What the hell was my dad talking about? My dad started to get anxious when I kept on not answering like that and asked me, "What's wrong, Xiang Nan? Did something happen to you?" In order to keep my dad from worrying, I could only barely adjust my breathing as I spoke. "It's okay, Dad. I'll be home in a little while." I then hurriedly hung up the phone, afraid that my current state would be noticed by my dad. I just felt the cold wind around me was unbelievably harsh. I shivered and ran quickly toward the crowded place. Who was the one who went home instead of me today? Luckily, there was a bus stop sign not far ahead, and I could vaguely see a few people standing and waiting for the bus. There were 3 men and 2 women waiting for the bus, and strangely enough, they didn't move a muscle, like an architectural statue. The light around them was not good enough to see their faces. I didn't dare to come up and talk to him, and after glancing at the bus route, I took my seat and waited for the bus, always thinking about what my dad said. That's when my cell phone rang, and I opened it to see that it was a WeChat group message from Imp. Before I could click on the tweets, my afterglow suddenly glanced at a pair of legs. I didn't get a good look at it because there were no lights in the place just now and the light was weak, but now that I turned on my cell phone, I instantly got a good look at the legs of the woman closest to me. I saw that she was even wearing a pair of cloth shoes on a hot day and thick pants on her legs. I curiously and quietly glanced at a few other people, and suddenly my heart jumped out of my chest. The remaining 4 were actually all in the same color of black cloth shoes with thick pants, and the point is that a customary term, birthday suit, suddenly came to me. I held my breath and slowly raised my head to their upper body. At that moment, a bus whooshed by, fast as a train. Its 2 front headlights swept at us, and it stopped exactly in front of the stop sign. The bus door opened with a creak, and the inside was chilling like a refrigerator. Even if I am stupid, I know what I have encountered. I can only obediently lean against the stop sign like a motionless, not even dare to breathe. As soon as the door of the car opened, the 3 men and 2 women were finally moving, as if dancing mechanically toward the car, their upper bodies covered with thick black cotton jackets, and did not look back to the end. In the meantime, I noticed that a number of people were already seated in the car, and all of them were expressionless, with pale complexions, and some of them even wore an old man's hat. Luckily, the master driver who drove this bus didn't seem to notice me, and when these 5 people got on the bus, the door was slammed shut with a clunk, and the bus flew like a blink of an eye and disappeared into the night, leaving behind only the chilly air that had just wafted out of the car and had yet to dissipate. I wiped the sweat from my forehead and sat straight down on the floor. What the hell was wrong with me today? A bad luck? Was that bus just there, the legendary hearse? Why am I experiencing these things that I don't normally encounter? I looked down to dry the sweat from my head with my shirt, and just as I did, a light instantly shone in my face. I was so scared that I hurriedly stood up again. It couldn't be that the hearse had just spotted me and turned around to take me away? The light was so bright that I couldn't keep my eyes open, and not long afterward, a man spoke up. Young man, take a ride? It's so late. The buses have stopped. I listened to the accent as if there was nothing wrong with it, so I cautiously sidled up to look at the driver, a middle-aged man with small eyes, and, fearing that something might go wrong, I asked tentatively, how much to the county seat? It's so late. You just give a 50, how about it? I didn't charge more. You know it's not easy to do our business. Charge you 50. Watching the driver begin to grease the wheels and negotiate a price with me, I knew this had to be an ordinary person. If it was a shadowy spirit, would it be necessary to talk nonsense to me? I sighed in relief and hurried to the car. Chapter 25, Predicting Death. I instantly felt much warmer when I got into the cab, and although I was already sweating profusely, it was a cold sweat from the shock. In fact, I had just been standing on the curb with a cold wind blowing through me the whole time. There is a Buddha statue placed on the driver's side of the cab, and I guess the fact that this taxi driver is able to go in and out of this place peacefully has nothing to do with this Buddha statue. The driving master was a self-made man, and he probably smiled at me when he saw how poorly I looked. You're still a student, aren't you? What are you doing out here in the suburbs this late? I thought about it, not intending to tell him the truth that I was somehow here, and lied. Well, I'm in high school and I came here to hang out with my classmates and I lost track of time. The driver of the car shook his head and smiled. You students really play what is not a spectrum. This place at night, how dangerous Other sports car counterparts are not willing to come here to pick up customers. That is, I am the skylife thick. Ha ha ha. I was stunned by the driving master's words, and my heart inevitably got nervous again. Thinking of the funeral parlor just now, the 5 dead people in front of the bus stop sign, and the hearse that came and went in a hurry, and if it weren't for this cab, I really wouldn't know what to do tonight. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but feel grateful to this driving master and hurriedly said sincerely, thanks to you today, uncle. Driving master see me thank him. The mood is also great. Mouth also cannot control the talk about things. At first I just casually listened to, when he talked about the strange events here. I cannot help but perk up my ears. Young man, to say just you stand that street that before is a famous village. I heard our father said, this village is said to have 10,000 people living in the heyday of the past. The village history of 1,000 years. A pity. The driving master stopped talking when he said this, and I anxiously rushed to ask, unfortunately what? Just as I asked, the cab braked so hard and suddenly stopped that I almost hit my head on the glass. I turned my head to see what was happening in front of me without knowing what was going on, only to see that the car had actually driven up to the entrance of my neighborhood, and my dad and my mom were stopping the cab with worried faces. I was in such a hurry. On one side, the driving master said things. It is likely that I have been investigating the Wando village, but he said halfway not to say. The other side is my parents. They are worried about me. They are going to come to the car door. If I insisted on the ride on the car to ask the driving master, then I secretly investigated the matter will be known by my parents. I don't want to because of this matter to my parents also involved in it. I sat in the passenger side of the car left and right and glanced at the brightly smiling middle-aged older man. Meanwhile my dad had opened the car door. "Xiangnan, why don't you get out of the car? Your mom is getting anxious. Come down." I had no choice but to gather myself and get out of the car. And my parents looked at me with worried faces and asked questions, saying they were going to call the police if I didn't come back. I thought to myself, how did my parents know I was coming back on the bus? And they were waiting for me at the door specifically. I didn't ask in detail, because since there was a person going home instead of me, it was only natural that this person could also pretend to be me to inform my parents. I glanced at the house behind my parents with trepidation and clenched my fists in secret. That's when the cabbie next to me chuckled. "Ha ha, the kids are back for you guys. So settle the fare, I still have to run the car." My dad then reacted, and hastened to sincerely thank the driving master for half a day, and then pulled out 100 to me, saying that I should personally hand it to the driving master. This is just what I want, and I'm thinking of asking for his business card, so I'll have to talk to him about that village when I have time. I bent down and handed the money through the passenger window, smiling. "Uncle, here's your money. I was about to say something about contact information, but when I saw the face of the driving master, I instantly froze to the spot, because I saw that a black mist was actually floating on his forehead, exactly the same as Li Yang's, and this black mist symbolizing death appeared again. The driving master saw my face and asked me, "What's the matter, lad? Something to say?" I shook my head back. I couldn't talk to him about the black mist now that my parents were there, so I had to talk him out of it. "Uncle, it's so late today, don't run into danger. You'd better go home early and rest." The driving master laughed twice and didn't care what I said, handed me $50 and said, "50 in advance. I don't charge more. Here." "No, uncle. You take it. The main thing is that you must be safe." While we were in the car, my arm and hand accidentally hit the Buddha statue on the driver's side, and the statue fell to the ground with a thud. And even though the bottom of the car was very soft, the statue was still broken into several sections. Is it all predestined? I looked incredulously at the broken Buddha statue, and then at the driving master whose black mist was getting thicker and thicker on his forehead, and my heart was filled with guilt and helplessness. The driving master looked at the broken statue of Buddha for a moment, then laughed twice and said, "Ha ha ha, this stuff is really cheap and no good. Okay, I'm going, young man." After saying that, the front end of the car turned around, and just in the blink of an eye, the car disappeared from my field of vision as if it had been swallowed by the night. I just made a note that his license plate number was 1422. Mom and Dad thought I was sick. All sorts of shushing. I couldn't fight it, so I had to say I had a cold and wanted to sleep as an excuse. So I ran to my room and shut myself up. What happened today proves one thing once again. I've been haunted by an evil spirit, and that evil spirit doesn't have to be an imp. This evil spirit first brought me near the funeral home and took my place in going home, as well as informing my parents of my whereabouts. And the vicinity of the funeral parlor looks a lot like the site of Manto village again through the dictation of the driving master. This series of fragmented messages told me that this evil spirit was trying to get me to go somewhere or to the village of Manto in the first place, and that he was warning me by going home instead of me, that he was threatening my family at all times. And anyone who divulges information about Manto village will risk their lives. Of course, that's just my guess, except for the master driver with the black mist on his forehead, and the other one is the mysterious posting owner. And I sincerely hope they're both okay. There was so much going on that I lay in bed and fell asleep without realizing it. The next morning, my mom told me to get up and have breakfast. My dad took the remote control and changed it to the morning news channel. And just after changing the channel over, the three of us stopped our chopsticks almost simultaneously. The announcer said crisply, "Today's Express News, last night in the early hours of the morning, a license plate number 1422 cab driver, in the interchanges on the road overturned accident. The owner of 38 years old, by the hospital rescue failed to save the life of the police are currently investigating, and contact the owner's family." My mom asked me, pointing to the TV, "Nan, isn't this the car that took you home yesterday?" I sighed and nodded without saying anything as my parents lamented the smallness of human life and the pity of good people. Being the one who knows all about other people's death dates ahead of time, I really don't know what to say, and this kind of helpless pain is probably something only I can experience. After dinner, it suddenly occurred to me that last night, it seemed like there was a message in the IMP's WeChat group. Yesterday I was too tired to fall asleep and forgot to turn it over. Today I opened it and saw that there were already many unread messages, including Su Chuanxiao's private message. I clicked on Su Chuanxiao's private message first and she said, "Xiang Nan, are you asleep? What should I do? This time it's near Qin Yong. I really want to help him, but I'm so scared. Scared of everyone in the class." When I saw Su Chuanxiao's private message, I probably guessed what was going on. It should be the imp naming Qin Yong. I hurriedly clicked on the WeChat group, skipping the dense nonsense and looking directly for the imp's message. After rummaging around for half a day he finally found it. The imp said, "For Sunday's game, I'm going to randomly name a person to play, and I'm going to give out an $800 bonus upon completion. This time the game will be completed by Chin Yong. The game is, lose the most important thing in your own mind. Completion time, until Sunday night at 12 o'clock. Chapter 26, Grandpa Chin Yong is here." Speaking of the imp, the content of this game is really strange enough. Wanting Chin Yong to lose the most important thing in his heart. Could it be that this imp even knows what other people think? Chin Yong is one of my few good buddies in class, and I was more anxious than anyone else when he was named by the imp. I didn't have the heart to look closely at those irrelevant messages in the WeChat group, and first called Su Chunxiao. As soon as the phone was connected, Su Chunxiao's worried voice came through. "You still low to give me a call, ah? Why you have not returned my message yesterday? Make me wait for a long time." Hearing Su Chunxiao's words, I didn't know how to explain to her. Indeed, I hadn't taken care of her all these days in order to find out about the imp, and although I felt guilty, it really wasn't the right time to talk about it, so I had to quickly digress and say, I was really tired yesterday and went to bed a little early. By the way, did anything happen in class while I was gone? Su Xiao hummed and said, "Jin Xiaofeng came back yesterday after you left. As soon as he came back he grabbed 2 innocent classmates and beat them up. If it wasn't for that mustachioed policeman who came in later to warn him, I don't know what he was going to do. I have a feeling that he's come back this time and turned even more aggressive than before. And then there's the matter of Chin Yong, which I guess you've seen. This Jin Xiaofeng is really rich in his family. After being arrested by the police, he still came back to class unharmed. This tumor is really a big hidden danger in the class." After I comforted Su Chunxiao for a few moments, I asked them in the group to go to the school early this afternoon to discuss their plans. That afternoon, I also took the time to visit the same internet cafe I went to yesterday. The first thing is to check that the posting owner has not replied to me, but to my disappointment, I opened the posting. There is no unread message, which makes me think of yesterday's enthusiastic cabmaster. He leaked to me the matter of the Wando village, and then accidentally died. And this posting owner also similarly leaked some information to me. All I can do is pray in my heart that this mysterious posting owner will be safe and sound. The second thing is that I was walking home from here yesterday and somehow ended up at the funeral home and unknowingly spent 2 hours there, and I wanted to see what was wrong with the place. However, in this broad daylight, even though I carefully checked every suspicious place on the road, I still didn't find any clues, and soon walked to the school gate without any problems. I sighed helplessly, only sighing that I was really too weak in my abilities to even resist in the face of these paranormal events. Chin Yong, Xiao Ming, and Su Chunxiao arrived earlier than me, and we met at a bookstore near the school. It's less crowded and quiet, and bad students aren't usually interested in coming in. As soon as I saw Chin Yong, I went over and patted his shoulder to comfort him. It's okay, there's always a way out. In fact, every time I say these words, even I don't believe it myself. Facing the little devil, what do we take to solve it? Instead, it was Chin Yong who had a bashful look on his face as he shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, "Better late than never. No one in the imp's game class has been able to escape so far, and since I've been named, I'm going to try and see just how good this imp is." Ming, always the happy-go-lucky type, leaned over the table and chewed gum as he slouched. That is, afraid of a hair why he did not point my name it. The imp's routine I have long seen clearly. You see, the first few times are to provoke the relationship, or stimulate the mood, so that we lose their minds to self-mutilation. The old man will not do this kind of stupid thing. Seeing Chin Yong and Xiao Ming's attitude, I was relieved and at the same time a little worried. I was worried that the imp would catch them in this state of mind and set up a trap in the opposite direction. Su Chunxiao hadn't said a word, squeezing my hand worriedly, her eyes always telling me, "Don't be impulsive and don't venture out again." I thought about it and asked Chin Yong a straightforward question. "Chin Yong, tell me the truth about the most important thing in your heart. You know?" After asking, Xiao Ming and Su Chunxiao both looked at Chin Yong at the same time. This question to really put Chin Yong on the spot. In fact, I've wondered before what is most important in each of our hearts. And do we really know? Most of the time, the important things are only realized and awakened after they are lost. Just like this, usually, not to mention actively lose. Or let you say the most important thing in your heart. Can you say it? Friendship, love, affection, recollections, memories, time, a pen, a rock, and so on. All of these have within them what may be the most important thing to you. The imp's seemingly simple game was actually a big problem for Chin Yong. We had a conversation that went on all afternoon, and we didn't even get to the bottom of it. The next day, Sunday, I went to class early. Jin Xiaofeng's leg that was injured by me looked like it had healed, and when he saw me enter the classroom, A hint of venom flashed in his eyes as he looked at me. When it was almost time for class, I realized something. It's Qin Yong who hasn't arrived at school until now. Looking at his empty seat, the more I thought about it, the more scared I became. Ming, like me, no longer had the lethargy he had before and kept staring outside the classroom. Did something happen to Qin Yong? However, it was clear that the imp's game time would not end until 12 o'clock tonight, so it was logical that Qin Yong should still have time. I rushed to ask in the Microsoft group, Qin Yong, why don't you come to school yet? After I asked, Su Chunxiao and Xiaoming anxiously both asked as well, and as a result, after waiting for more than 10 minutes, there was no response from the cell phone. There have been so many deaths around me lately that I'm trying not to think about the death thing. I pretended to be calm and called Qin Yong. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is off. Please wait. My hands started to shake, and Ming kept asking me on the side if I got through, but I couldn't get a word out of my mouth. Squeezing the phone hard, Jin Xiaofeng in the front row was always watching us, and when he saw me in this state, he grinned and suddenly shouted, Yo! Today is the time for the eldest class president to play the game. How come he hasn't come yet? It's not the pro forma escape. Wimpy, right? Ha ha, brother Feng is right. This Qin Yong is only usually okay with pretending to be a good guy. Really, the imp got to him. How can he not be great? How do I feel Qin Yong will not have? Already, I couldn't hold back the emotions in my heart any longer, and I couldn't care less about my sanity. So I picked up the stool under my seat and rushed towards Jin Xiaofeng. Qin Yong is my Xiang Nan's brother. I don't have the ability to protect him, but, at least I can shut you up. Xiaoming also jumped onto the table the moment I did, and with red eyes, he stomped on the table and rushed towards Jin. Jin Xiaofeng's minions were numerous, and we were stopped by his minions before we could touch him. I didn't care about any of my classmates. I swung the stool forward. Whoever I hit, just felt like the anger inside me had to explode out. Just as we were fighting, I heard Su Chunxiao yell out, Xiangnan, stop fighting. Qin Yong is here. I didn't care. When he said Qin Yong, I instantly froze. And at the same time, Jin Xiaofeng's gang also stopped at the same time, all looking curiously outside the classroom. I pushed the two people in front of me out of the way and rushed to the front to look outside the classroom. Just see Qin Yong, that kid, good in toward the classroom direction. He actually wore a set of plain clothes today. His back diagonally across a hemp bag. A face of complacency, but also at me squeezed his eyes. I knew what Qin Yong meant because there was an old man walking in front of him. This old man is already a head of silver hair, with a hairpin tied in a knot. His back is a little hunchback. Yellow Taoist robes on his body, with the 5 elements of gossip printed on his chest, and a mahogany sword slung on his back, walking with a tiger-like momentum. This was undoubtedly the grandfather that Qin Yong was talking about. Not only me, a lot of students in the class were in a state of shock, all saying that it was finally a high-level person. We are saved. Grandpa Qin Yong walked to the front of our classroom, did not hurry to go in, but slightly narrowed his eyes and swept the circle. The essence of the light in his eyes flashed, and then whisked the white beard on his chin. Horse said, Dare to touch my grandson. I'll come to meet you today. Chapter 27, Aggressive Fighting. I've heard Qin Yong say before that his grandfather is an old Taoist priest with some tricks up his sleeve, as evidenced by the charms and wooden sticks he stole from the last time we went to the waste building. Now looking at his grandfather's aura, I was more than convinced. The class was buzzing with excitement. We're finally saved this time. At first glance, this old grandpa is a powerful horn. Of course, this is Grandpa Qin Yong. I live in the same village as Qin Yong. It's said that his grandfather drove corpses in western Hunan when he was young, and he's powerful. To be honest, seeing that Grandpa Qin Yong could come to help him, I was happy from the bottom of my heart. After all, his grandpa had dealt with the Yin spirit, so he might really be able to deal with the imp. But then again, we had all experienced the imp's methods, and I felt that it was still different from the ordinary Yin spirit. Thinking about it, I still took the initiative to walk out. First greeted Qin Yong, and then said respectfully to the old man, I've heard Qin Yong talk about your old man, so I'm counting on you this time. The old man squinted at me, nodding slightly but not answering. It was quite embarrassing for me, and Qin Yong had to come over and whisper, My grandfather is arrogant and looks up at everyone he meets, and the fact that he was just willing to nod to you means he's impressed with you. At this time, Su Chunxiao and Xiaoming also followed out. The class knows that the 4 of us play well, so there are no other students to come over to join in the fun. They all observe the old man from afar, to see what tactics he will use. Su Chunxiao also greeted the old man with a good-natured smile. Hello Grandpa Qin. The old man originally did not even intend to take care of Chunxiao, but the result of a glance of the eyes suddenly turned back to stare at Su Chunxiao could not stop looking, both eyes glowing, very excited. Su Chunxiao instantly turned red and hurriedly hid behind me. I gave Qin Yong an awkward look and whispered, "You didn't tell me that your grandfather was an old asshole." Qin Yong also scratched his head awkwardly, obviously unaware of this. The old man's action was to make the boys in the class laugh. As a result, the old man didn't care at all, striding toward me with a serious expression and rushing Su Chunxiao behind me. "Little girl, the purple jade on you, who gave it to you?" Qin Yong and I were finally relieved. So we were looking at the purple jade, which I gave to Chunxiao last time in the ruined building. I saw that Su Chunxiao was still a little shy, so I took the initiative to answer. "Grandpa Qin, this is what I gave to Chunxiao." The old man frowned. Dim old eyes are very venomous, staring at me uncomfortable. Continue to ask, "The owner of this purple jade is your father?" I shook my head in a hurry, and then briefly and clearly informed the old master of the origin of the purple jade, and the old master sighed long and hard after hearing this. "Pity." Then he patted my shoulder and glanced at Su Chunxiao again and said, "This purple jade is a good thing. Little girl should take good care of it." Only after seeing Su Chunxiao nodding her head in a well-behaved manner did the old man turn around and walk in the direction of the classroom. I pulled Su Chunxiao to follow, only to hear the old man gently chirp at the classroom. "Except for my grandson and this pair, all idle hands, out of the classroom." The pair of men and women that the old master was talking about were naturally Su Chunxiao and me. Qin Yong also began to organize everyone to quickly leave the classroom. But it was this Jin Xiaofeng who wanted to make trouble at this time. He took 4 or 5 juniors to sit and stand at the door of the classroom. Condescendingly said, "It's not like I've never seen a Taoist priest before. You old thing think that just because you're older, you can just command people? I have $1,000 here. I order you to perform magic to catch ghosts in front of me. I want to see a live performance. When I am happy with what I see, I will reward you with more." Jin Xiaofeng said from his pocket to take out a stack of money handed to the old man in front of me, and Qin Yong was about to go up to block, but saw the old man's hand raised. A slap hard in the face of Jin Xiaofeng. Jin Xiaofeng, even with the money was sent flying, fainted after hitting the door. "Take this little far away." When the juniors under Jin Xiaofeng saw the old man's hand, they were so scared that they hurriedly carried Jin away. This way, in the entire classroom, there was only me, Qin Yong, Su Chunxiao, and Master Qin left. The old man stood in the doorway without moving his feet, squinting his eyes around to survey every corner of the classroom and slamming the door shut when he was done. The door had just closed, and a gust of wind came from nowhere, blowing the papers around in the classroom. I hurriedly pulled Su Chunxiao and walked to the corner to hide, and Qin Yong could only stand behind the old man because he had to give him a hand. Looking at the paper flying all over the sky, the old man frowned, instantly drew the mahogany sword from the back, to the direction of the lecture table out of thin air. To say it is strange, the wind in this classroom instantly stopped. The paper also slowly drifted down. The surroundings once again fell into silence. This mahogany sword had just seen only the hilt, and only now that it was drawn out by the old man did he realize that the sword had already been dyed black and red, and it looked indescribably bizarre. "Isamu, take out the 7-star token flags and plant one in the center of the classroom in the southeast, northwest, and north, one at the front door, and one at the back." Qin Yong gave a and then drew out 7 token flags from his own sack, while nodding at me and tossing me 3 for me to help. Qin Yong and I stepped back after setting up as the old man said, and the old man started chanting from the moment we inserted the token flag, presumably chanting a spell. The moment we set up, we only saw him glare and shout, "The 7 stars have decreed that no one enters on the Yang path and no one leaves on the Yin path. Tai." At the same time, he instantly shook out several talismans from his sleeves, which ignited without fire, and before they could hit the ground, they were picked up and skewered by the mahogany sword in the old man's hand. Fire talisman on the mahogany sword. As if the source of endless burning, the old man hand raised the sword finger, put his mouth to bite the essence of blood, spit in the flow on the mahogany sword. The fire Z sound exuberant. "Evil beast, die." As if he had seen something, the old man suddenly rushed forward with his fire sword raised, jumped onto the table, and didn't stop until he was in the middle of the classroom, constantly dodging and swinging as if he was fighting someone. I kept rubbing my eyes, trying to see what kind of thing was fighting with the old man, but I couldn't see anything at all. And when I asked Chun Xiao and Qin Yong, they did the same. The old man was weak and old, and on several occasions I saw his body bend with a pained expression, obviously struck, and the fire sword in his hand gradually lost the light it had started with, becoming dimmer and dimmer, and so many of the charms had burned to ashes. I was trying to help but couldn't, so I could only stand on the sidelines and do nothing. I came over to Qin Yong's side and asked in a low voice, "Can we help?" Qin Yong shook his head with a pained expression. "Grandpa told me that if he needed help, he would definitely ask for it, and if he didn't then he didn't need it, and at this point if I took the initiative to go up there, I'd be causing him trouble instead." Seeing that Qin Yong had said so, I had no choice but to helplessly return to Chun Xiao, who was watching very carefully. She suddenly pointed in the direction of the back door of the classroom and rushed at me in horror. It looks like there's someone at the back door. There's someone? How come I don't see it? I look at the old man is still in the center table and that thing entangled. Obviously the two sides are not on a par. I look again to the place Chun Xiao pointed to. A fierce look is nothing. Squinting seriously look. Instantly scared me a jump, only to see that there was a stool at the back door, which actually floated in the air out of nowhere, and slowly moved towards the back of the old man. It was obvious that this thing was going to sneak up on the old man, and it seemed that there was more than one in spirit in the classroom, so it was no wonder the old man was struggling so much. Seeing that the stool was getting closer to the old man, I hurriedly shouted, "Grandpa Chin, watch out for another one behind you." The old man's body trembled. Backhand quickly threw out a charm. Accurate smashed on top of that stool, only to hear a wail in the classroom. The charm on that stool began to splinter and explode. Black smoke straight up, and finally fell to the ground. Seeing that the old man had finished off one, Su Chunxiao and I gave a happy high five, feeling like we had finally helped. But when we were halfway through laughing, we couldn't laugh anymore. The classroom suddenly blew a gale once again, and pieces of paper began to whir towards the old man. At the same time, stools began to float up one after another around the area, surrounding the old man, as many as a dozen of them. This time I don't need to be reminded that the old man saw it all. Qin Yong shouted worriedly, "Grandpa!" Without saying a word, the old man once again took a bite of his own fingertip and sprayed it onto the mahogany sword, and the fire talisman flourished again. However, it only lasted for 2 seconds, and the pieces of paper floating around them seemed to be controlled by someone, frantically rushing toward the mahogany sword in the old man's hand. Chapter 28, The Struggling Lamb. The pieces of paper in the classroom formed a huge tornado, and in no time at all the lonely figure of the old man was surrounded. At the sight, the students peeking through the door gasped out in shock. Qin Yong even yelled out his grandfather before rushing over regardless. I understand in my heart that at this time, if I let Qin Yong rush over, it is undoubtedly a death sentence, and I believe that Elder Qin does not want him to rush over at this time. I pulled Qin Yong as fast as I could, but he was still too fast, and as he rushed past, he was yanked down by me, and we both fell to the ground at the same time. I hurriedly took the opportunity to press myself against him and shouted, "Don't be impulsive. You're undoubtedly sending yourself to death by going over there now." "But my grandfather." Qin Yong looked at the old man surrounded by countless pieces of paper with a sad face, squeezing his fists, his eyes instantly red. Just then I saw what appeared to be a hidden fire in the center of the piece of paper. Qin Yong seemed to see it as well, and he stared hopefully at the center of the piece of paper, temporarily stopping moving, only to hear a boom. The tornado of paper surrounding the old man instantly exploded, and all the pieces of paper burst into flames, falling to the ground like a heavenly maiden. And in the center of the table, the old man stood with one hand resting on his sword, his right hand already bloodstained. The Taoist robe on his body had long been cut to pieces by the pieces of paper, and he was barely able to stand still. "Grandpa Qin, if it's not possible, let's leave here first. Don't fight them hard. It's not worth it." I pressed down on Qin Yong, who had already lost his mind, while quickly persuading the old man. The old man turned back to look at Qin Yong, silver hair scattered, old eyes net tears, a face of reluctance, full of blood in the mouth as finally did not hold back to bend over and spit out. I knew the old man was no longer a match for the imp and said anxiously, "Grandpa Qin, don't hesitate. Retreat." As I said that, I looked back at Su Chunxiao and signaled her to open the classroom door. Su Chunxiao instantly understand what I mean, hurriedly stood up and ran to the classroom door, but walked to the classroom door, but found that the classroom door cannot open. Su Chunxiao anxious also took a stool to smash, but all in vain. Obviously the imp moved. In those few moments, the stools floating around once again assembled, imposing themselves on the old man. The shadowy spirits in this classroom only seemed to attack the old man and didn't pay any attention to the three of us, which was a blessing in misfortune. The old man stood up straight again and raised his mahogany sword, tilting his head proudly despite being covered in blood. With a cold wind blowing, the surrounding more than 10 stools suddenly flew toward the old man. The speed of the fast. In my place I simply cannot react. The old man's hands pulled a sword flower. With the feet, dodge and turn to swing the sword, in one fell swoop. However, the number of opponents was too great, and in no time at all, a stool smashed into the old man's chest, and every now and then there were pieces of paper floating around, like flying daggers, scraping his Taoist robes. "Grandpa, let's not fight, let's go home." Seeing that Qin Yong was getting more and more agitated, I picked up the stool on the floor and knocked Qin Yong out hard, and then dragged him towards the classroom door with all my strength. Su Chunxiao was already tired and sweaty, but the classroom door still couldn't be opened, and I smashed it a few times, but it didn't help. I turned my head to look at the old man. At this time the scene has been miserable. The old man is like a lamb still struggling to be slaughtered, surrounded by paper knives, desks and stools, a little bit of energy depletion. The entire center of the classroom is full of blood. Just as I was looking at the old man in a daze, the old man suddenly turned back, raised the peachwood sword in his hand high, and threw it fiercely at me. The flying speed of the mahogany sword was fast, like a feather of an arrow shot from a bow. I instinctively lowered my head down, and the mahogany sword viciously stabbed the classroom door, and the door was smashed with a big hole with a bang. I realized then that the old man was opening the way for us. I quickly let Su Chunxiao first out of the hole, and then dragged Qin Yong, who was knocked out by me. After doing this, I realized a problem. Just now the old man could hold on to so long, all because of the peachwood sword in his hand. Now the peachwood sword is gone. Is not it a certain death? I shouted out at the old man as I looked for the mahogany sword I had just used. Grandpa Qin, come on, we're all safe. The old man glanced at me, his blood-covered face full of relief, and after he dodged a paper knife, he shouted at me, I can't leave today. From now on you and Qin Yong will be life exchange brothers. Before the words were finished, only to see a paper knife gently cut through the side of his neck. Blood flowed rapidly. The old man instantly stopped moving. At the same time, countless paper knives flew back and forth to the old man. His tall body finally fell to the ground with a bang. I pinched the peachwood sword I just found and shivered. Having seen the old man die with my own eyes, I really didn't know what to say to Qin Yong. Looking at this blood-filled classroom, I could only grit my teeth and wipe away my tears as I drilled through the doorway with the only peachwood sword the old man had left behind. The sun was still blazing outside. The sunlight stabbed my eyes, and all the students around us stood to the side pointing at us. A few others were commenting on the intense fight the old man had just had. I looked back at the classroom, which had calmed down by now, and picked up Qin Yong on my back and left. Now, we can only send Qin Yong to the hospital first. When I think of the old man's deathbed, I feel aggrieved. Why is the imp so powerful? But it comes to bully us unarmed students. Sitting in the hospital corridor, none of us spoke. Xiao Ming rushed to hear Su Chunxiao's simple description, also know a general. At this time also fell into silence. Just then, all three of our cell phones rang at the same time. No doubt it's the imp's weenie. Congratulations to Qin Yong for completing the game content. You have lost something important to you. Then I'll abide by the game and send out an $800 bonus right away. An 800 red packet was then handed out. Chapter 29 Classmates who have not grabbed the red packet. The other students in the group are starting to go crazy, and many of them are still talking about it in the group. $$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$ time. Ha ha ha. More red envelopes like this. Ha ha ha. Soon I'll be rich. I'm going to buy a cell phone with the money I've grabbed these days. Looking at these people's words, I don't know what to say. What needs to be said has been said many times. Almost every one of these red envelopes is based on a human life. And after the game is over, it's surprising that there is no one who cares about the safety of the people who play the game. By now, I'm even starting to hate these foolish classmates a little. The imp said that Chin Yong had lost the most important thing. That undoubtedly, in Chin Yong's heart, his grandfather should be the most important to him. And it was because of his grandfather's arrival that he exchanged life for Chin Yong's life. I turned off my cell phone and realized that Su Chunxiao, who was sitting on the side, was also filled with sadness. So I put my arm around her shoulders and whispered, "Don't worry, I'll avenge Grandpa Chin one day." Originally, Su Chunxiao was still just red-eyed, but when I said that, she finally couldn't hold back and jumped into my arms and cried out. In fact, I understand. Just never known Chin grandfather. She certainly will not be so big reaction. The key is so many days of invisible torture pressure. She is just a very ordinary girl. Just want to study well. Can be involved. She had to participate in some of the things she would not have thought of before. The face of the at any time can only be born by their own, and even can not tell their parents. In exchange for any one of the girls, will not be able to stand it. Not to mention the fact that if she chooses to be with me now, it's the same as drawing the line with the girls in her class. And usually there aren't even many people to talk to. I let Su Chunxiao cry in my arms, because crying is also a way to release stress, and I've tried it many times. After about half an hour or so, the doctor told us that Chin Yong had woken up, and the three of us hurriedly sorted ourselves out and went into the hospital room. Chin Yong's head is bandaged with gauze. I have a guilty face. See him wake up and look at me with an anxious face. I instead do not know what to say. I lowered my head and did not dare to look at him, and Chin Yong instantly cried out and choked. What Grandpa said when he left. I sighed softly and handed him the last relic left by the old master, the mahogany sword, recalling the scene before the old master's death, and said firmly, "He said we'll be life-changing brothers from now on." Shin Yong covered his head with the quilt and cried out in grief. The little devil was right. In Shin Yong's heart, the old man was the most important person to him. When the old man said this before he died, he meant that I should take care of Shin Yong's liver and gall in the future instead of him. Shin Yong, after all, was injured and needed more rest, so we stayed with him for a while, waiting for him to stabilize before leaving. Xiaoming went off alone in the opposite direction, and Su Chunxiao and I strolled down the street together. Since she cried in my arms, she's in a significantly better mood now, and she even bought a cone, which she eats on her own while still trying to feed me from time to time. Looking at Su Chunxiao's clean smile, I couldn't help but think, if there was no little devil, we would just stroll around the street for a day, sit down to eat when we were tired, and continue to look for a place to play when we're done eating. This kind of good time would be so nice, Su Chunxiao said as she licked the cone with her tongue while leaning on my shoulder. Xiang Nan, what will you do if I am named by the imp one day? I was slightly stunned. I had thought about this question countless times, but being asked by Su Chunxiao herself, it was still a little hard for me to answer. Finally I thought about it and said, then I will help Miss Su to complete the mission together. Even if I can't complete it, I will always protect Miss Su until death. Su Chunxiao was amused by me and laughed out loud, slapped me and said, then Miss Su orders you. Protecting me is fine, provided your life is not in danger. Nah. Su Chunxiao looked at me with a happy face, tears bubbling up in her eyes again, and I saw that the corners of her mouth were still stained with some cream, so I reached out to help her wipe it clean. Being so close to Su Chunxiao, she looked at me with a slightly flushed face. Her eyelashes were long on her big curved moon-like eyes, and the touch of her small mouth was so soft that I couldn't take my hand away, and I could feel the breath on the tip of her nose, and the rolling of her cheeks. We just stood in the street and kissed obliviously, and I could feel quite a few pedestrians taking pictures of us, and it was drizzling at that moment. After all, we were still just going to school and didn't dare skip class for too long. We didn't get back to school until the end of the afternoon, and the school was as undistinguished as usual, except for our class. When I walked to the door of the classroom, I found that it was only an afternoon's time. The classroom had already been cleaned up, and there was no longer any trace of the old master. The floor was wiped clean. The broken desks and stools were replaced with new ones, including the door that had been pierced by the mahogany sword had been replaced again. The students were talking and laughing in the classroom as if nothing had happened, and only a few were sitting in their seats with heavy hearts. I just sat down. This time the homeroom teacher rarely entered the classroom. He stood in front of the desk with a heavy heart, seemed to want to say something. Everyone was quiet and looked at him. The result was that he gasped for half a day, froze and did not come out of anything, and finally his head was lowered, shook his head and said, "Self-study." With that, he turned and walked away, not daring to look at us at all. The class teacher's behavior made me think that he must know something inside. Why the things that repeatedly happened in our class and the school and the police all dealt with it so simply? There must be someone behind the scenes, and I found out that in the past few days, even the mustache policeman and his party were removed. This is like announcing that our class has been completely dropped, and with so many classes in the school, aren't they afraid of involving other students or classes? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, it would have been hard for me to imagine that an old Taoist priest had once passed through this bright, clean, ordinary classroom now. At this time, a message was sent out from the imp's WeChat group. The imp thundered a smiley emoji first, then said, "The time for grabbing red envelopes is now over, and students who have not grabbed red envelopes will participate in the game. We're going to start a new round of the game. The participants are Xiang Nan, Xin Yong, Li Shiming, Su Chunxiao, Jin Xiaofeng, Zhang Bin, Lu Jichao, and Su Fei. The content of the game. Tonight at 12 o'clock, the 8 of you have to find the name tag with your name written on it in the school's abandoned building, and those who find the name tag must stay put and wait for my order, or die on the spot." My god. I can't believe it's the people who didn't grab the red packet who play the game. This darned imp is so defensible. This time, it really was the 4 of us in one net, and there were even people like Jin Xiaofeng in here, so it was obvious that the imp had intentionally picked the two camps. The content of the game is still to separate each of us so that it will be difficult for me to protect Su Chunxiao. The rest of the class instantly started chatting in the group. Wow. It's a good thing I was more obedient and grabbed the red packet in the first place, or else I would have been in trouble. Tell these guys to get smart. Now they've been caught. The school's abandoned building was haunted, so this game is really menacing. Unwilling to let the 4 of us be circled by the imp, I typed in the group, "Imp, Xin Yong didn't grab the red packet until he was injured before. He's now in the hospital recovering from his injuries. Can you change it?" The imp sent a smiling emoji and said, "Do you ask your classmates if they want to?" The imp blew up like a fuse when he said that, and of course no one wanted to. Grass. Change your sister. Who's to blame if you don't grab the red packet yourself? Xiang Nan, don't you whine. Mind your own business first. Maybe you won't be able to come back tonight. The group is 100% against the voice. I was a little disappointed to look up at the classroom students. In fact, cannot blame them. The waste building I have never been. The inside of the menace I am clearer than these students in the class. This time to go to the waste building to play the game. Surely menacing. Who would like to take their own life to joke? I thought about it and asked again. Then Qin Young is seriously ill now and definitely can't come. Can't we cut down on one person? The imp said. You cannot come. The punishment is direct death. I looked at the phone speechlessly. Really feel helpless at this time. Su Chunxiao looked back at me. I hurriedly replaced a smile to her. Let her relax. After class, Jin Xiaofeng stared at me viciously several times, and called the other four to a meeting. Looking like he was going to start taking revenge on me, Ming bumped my arm and whispered, should we bring guys? There's that scum Jin Xiaofeng in there this time. It's not good to be unprepared. Xiao Ming has a point, but when I think of the scene where Xiao Ming took the knife last time, I feel a bit uncomfortable. It's not something a high school student would do, but on second thought, it's a matter of our safety. It's better to be prepared. I agreed to Xiao Ming's suggestion, and at the same time, I sent a Weibo message to Qin Yong. Qin Yong, the imp has issued a new mission. You must be at the school by 12 tonight. Just after my message was sent, the classroom door was kicked open, only to see Qin Yong, with gauze still wrapped around his head, walking and carrying a large bag of things, his eyes still a little red. He threw his back at me, then walked to the middle of the classroom and told the students sitting there to get out of the way. And when some of them didn't want to, he just swung his fist around and hit them. It wasn't until the middle of the area was cleared that he lifted his foot and kicked away the tables on either side of him and stood where he tilted his head back and closed his eyes. After half a minute, he slowly knelt down and kowtowed 3 times in earnest. I was saddened to see Qin Yong like this, and I knew he was just trying to show respect to his grandfather by doing this. After doing so, he slowly stood up and returned to his seat, no longer speaking. I flipped open the bag Qin Yong handed me. Inside were things I was familiar with. 4 peachwood sticks that had been reapplied with charms, and some spare charms in the bag. I put my bag away and gave Ming a firm look. Other than that, your guy still has to carry. This peachwood stick can deal with the yin spirit, but not with the sinister Jin Xiaofeng. I always feel that there will be a threat to my life tonight, so I have to let Xiao Ming bring the knives. The 4 of us didn't go back to our dormitories at all after the evening study session, making final preparations in the school playground. Chapter 30 Preparation. Tonight's Qin Yong is very different from before. Although he still leads us, there is a lot more coldness and ferocity in his eyes. I know that Master Qin's death has dealt him too deep a blow, and I'm most worried about him now instead. I'm afraid that when he enters the ruined building later, he'll impulsively do something that's not necessary. After thinking about it, I said to Qin Yong, this time, the imp has grouped us together with Jin Xiaofeng. He wants to use this opportunity to make us kill each other. If we encounter danger in a while, I hope that you must be calm. Grandpa Qin said before he died that we will be life-changing brothers in the future. And the last thing I want is for something to happen to you. Do you understand? Qin Yong stopped what he was doing after hearing me say this, looked up at me, barely squeezed a smile and said, don't worry, brother. I'll take care of myself. Seeing Qin Yong say this, I can't continue to say anything else. After all, he just lost his most important loved one, saying that it's simply impossible to make him suddenly come out of his grief. Moreover, I hadn't heard from Qin Yong before. It was a student in the class who said later that Qin Yong's parents had surprisingly passed away long ago, and it was his grandfather who brought him up single-handedly. And now that Master Qin had died tragically, he had become an orphan with no one to turn to. I believe that if a person is unattached, then they really are capable of anything. Having said that, this time the imp asked us to go to the ruined building at 12 o'clock. It must be another trap, although he only said that we should go up there and find our name tags, and didn't say anything else with competition. I believe that with the imp's temperament, it's not possible to let us off just like that. Qin Yong carefully checked the 4 peachwood sticks in the bag, and then handed one to each of us. I didn't look carefully before, but now I realized that Qin Yong had wrapped runes around the front and back of the peachwood sticks, and when he saw that I was observing the runes, he said in passing, the last time I brought the peachwood stick, it was only wrapped with a spirit talisman, so it could only be used once. This time, for safety, I wrapped both the front and back. After encountering danger, the front can be used once, and then another head can be used once again. If both ends have been used, I have prepared spare spirit talismans on my side, so you can wait until the surrounding area is safe to attach them on your own. When he finished, He pulled another stack of charms out of his bag and distributed 4 to each of us. This talisman was drawn by Elder Qin during his lifetime and is considered a relic of Elder Qin. I clearly saw that Qin Yong's hands were slightly shaking and his eyes were a little moist when he took out the talisman. After we all put away the talismans, Qin Yong looked down and thought and added, "Remember, we don't have kung fu now. The talisman can only be used by sticking it on the peachwood stick. The peachwood stick is yin. The talisman is extremely yang, and the power of the talisman can be triggered automatically when the two meet." All 3 of us nodded our heads at the same time and said we knew. After all, this was no joke. If any outsiders looked at us like this, they would have laughed at us for being crazy. But the 4 of us were the ones who had been to the ruined building and knew how important this peachwood stick was to us. Xiaoming slid the peachwood stick towards his waist, looked at me, and pulled out 2 daggers from his back. "There are only 2 left. Which one of you will take one?" As soon as Su Chunxiao took a look at Xiaoming taking out a dagger, she instantly exclaimed in shock, "Xiaoming, what are you doing with a knife? How dangerous is this?" Ming laughed dryly and didn't say anything, so I had to explain. "Chun Xiao, I asked Xiaoming to bring this. Tonight we have to face more than just the yin spirits in the ruined building. There is also Jin Xiaofeng and his gang. The peachwood stick in this hand can deal with the yin spirits, but it's almost enough to deal with Jin Xiaofeng. I'm sure that they have brought more weapons than us. The most frightening thing is not the yin spirits, but the human heart." But, I pressed Su Chunxiao's head into my arms to hold her and whispered, "Don't worry, we'll all be fine tonight." Su Chunxiao also had no choice but to nod her head and stop talking, but she always had a worried look on her face. I carefully observed the foreheads of Su Chunxiao, Qin Yong, and Xiaoming, and none of them had a black mist condition, proving that today is still safe at least. Just then, 4 people came from the other side of the playground, none other than Jin Xiaofeng's group. Jin Xiaofeng is a rich master. Tonight he changed into a set of Marine Corps clothing, stepping on leather boots. Looks really so, also do not know where he got. And not only him, behind him Zhang Bin, Su Fei, Lu Jichao and he wore the same. If the outsiders do not know, do not look at the face of the words. 80% will think that it is the 4 special forces. Jin Xiaofeng didn't bring a gun this time. After all, it's not something you can just buy. And the gun from last time must have been withheld by the mustache. But he had a lot of other equipment on him, a Nepalese army knife on his waist, short spikes on his boots, and a small military bag slung across his back, any one of which was a deadly weapon. Seeing the 4 of them approaching aggressively, I hurriedly pulled Su Chunxiao behind me, wary of them. Jin Xiaofeng said as he hung back and took big steps, hanging his hands on his waist and looking at me playfully. "Brother Nan, what a coincidence, we meet again." Looking at Jin Xiaofeng's beaten expression, I couldn't wait to rush up and give him a few sticks on the spot, but thinking that I would have to play the imp's game in a while, I held back and said, "Indeed, Grievous, is the leg well?" Jin Xiaofeng heard me say his leg, angry as straight clenched teeth. I also know that the last time after beating his leg, he has been nagging, this time by me to bring up again after he was unusually not as impulsive as before. On the contrary, grinning, swept each of the 4 of us a glance, said, "Oh, are you guys going to win the game tonight with these sticks?" I was about to answer. Jin Xiaofeng suddenly pulled out the Nepalese knife at his waist, the blade around the eyes. "I thought he was going to make a move," exclaimed hurriedly raised the peachwood stick to block in front of the 3 people. As a result, after Jin Xiaofeng pulled out the knife, he just turned it in his hand and looked at me as if he was looking at me and said, "Take it easy, Nan, ha ha ha." After saying that, he thrust his knife into his waist and left with the other 3. I squeezed the mahogany stick and bit my teeth hard. I wondered if I was too cowardly. Su Chunxiao pressed my hand from behind and shook her head at me, and only then did I slowly lower the peachwood stick. Ming said to me lazily as he chewed his gum, "No need to rush him, there'll be plenty of time to clean him up later." On the contrary, Qin Yong had been silently organizing his things, and never seemed to raise his head to look at Jin Xiaofeng as he tied a long strap around his back, and then drew out Elder Qin's scarlet peachwood sword, thrusting it into his back in a smooth motion. Looking at Jin Xiaofeng's outfit, I then looked at the 4 of us. It was indeed a bit more simple, but they didn't realize that we weren't the only ones in the ruined building, and that the yin spirit wasn't something that could be solved with a knife. Time passed by. Seeing that it was almost 12 o'clock, Qin Yong looked at his watch and said at us, "It's almost time, let's go to the front of the ruined building." Although we were not as well equipped as Jin Xiaofeng and the others, we still had what we should have, such as flashlights, and each of us strapped one to our left arm, which was convenient and did not interfere with our activities. By the time the 4 of us arrived, there were already 4 beams of bright light in front of the ruined building, and Jin Xiaofeng's men were already standing off to the side smoking early. Meanwhile, our cell phones rang at the same time. "Very well, all 8 of you are here on time. So next, let's start playing the game. That's when the group watching started talking too. Did you guys really arrive at the abandoned school building at 12 a.m.? Asterisk 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 asterisk, that's awesome. Is this about to start? Anyone live? Haunted building, oh my god. It's going to be a sleepless night for sure. I'm not going to sleep. I'm going to watch it live in the group. I didn't bother reading the messages from the group and looked up and around, trying to see if there were any suspicious people around, since the imp knew about the 8 of us just after we got here, and I guessed that the imp must have been staring at us from somewhere. However, every time I clearly think I'm right, I can't find anything. It was no wonder that it was so dark around us, except for where our 8 beams of flashlight shone. It was simply pitch black. Disappointed, I looked back at the clock and waited until 12 o'clock had just arrived when the imp said in the group, "To begin the game, the 8 of you must find your name tags and attach them to your backs within an hour. Then stand still and wait for my command. No one is allowed to move the nameplate position privately, or the penalty is outright death. Anyone who moves before I give the order is punished with outright death. Anyone who fails to find their name tag, the penalty is outright death." Chapter 31, Finding My Own. I glanced at Chin Yong. He still had a bashful look on his face. This rule of the imp's game is to separate us and make us fight alone. Without the help of our friends, we will have to rely on ourselves. Apart from Chin Yong, I was most worried about Su Chunxiao. She was the only girl among these 8 people, and I was afraid that Jin Xiaofeng and the others would go after her first. The class, as a gourd-eating crowd, watched the fun and said in the group, "Wow, the rules of the game seem pretty strict this time. I'd be scared to death if I had to go looking for something in an abandoned school building by myself." Yeah, Su Chunxiao was really pathetic. I turned off my cell phone and put it in my pocket. At this time, Jin Xiaofeng several people did not move. See me look at them. Jin Xiaofeng also made a fake sympathetic gesture of please. Obviously do not want to hit the head. I have Su Chunxiao on my side, so time is of the essence for us, and I don't care about anything else. I said to Qin Yong and Xiao Ming, "Let's go. We'll go in first. You guys find your name tags and then post your location in the group." After saying that, I pulled Su Chunxiao and took the lead in rushing towards the dark ruined building. The ruined building was as cold and damp as ever, and the air smelled heavily of burnt paste. Having been here once before, I knew that there couldn't be anything on the first floor, so I directly pulled Su Chunxiao up to the second floor, with Qin Yong and Xiaoming following closely behind. Upon stepping into the second floor hallway, all 4 of us simultaneously drew our mahogany sticks. Because of our arrival, a cool wind blew in the corridor for no apparent reason, and the papers on the floor floated, and Su Chunxiao's hands were sweating as she pulled me along. I thought about it and said to Qin Yong and Xiaoming, "This way, Su Chunxiao and I will look for the second floor. You guys look for the third floor, and if anyone finds someone else's name tag, report it in the group, so we can save a lot of time." Qin Yong and Xiaoming nodded their heads, and then quickly rushed toward the third floor. I am not worried at all about these 2 together, not to mention their 2 belligerent personalities. Just the peachwood sword behind Qin Yong's back that was used by Elder Qin is enough to protect themselves. It's now safe to assume that everyone's name tags are spread across a classroom. I don't care about the Yin spirits around me now, despite the gusts of Yin wind around me. I believe that since the imp took the initiative to let us come in to play the game with it definitely won't let the Yin spirits do it now, or else why would it go through all this effort to gather us here? But it's hard to say after we find the nameplate in a while. I carefully look for each classroom. Finally, as in the sophomore 5th class, saw the first nameplate. I quickly walk over to see. It reads, Zhang Bin. I left the classroom disappointed, while not forgetting to write in our own group. Second floor, sophomore class 5, Zhang Bin. As time went on, we found more and more nameplates. Third floor, senior class 9, Su Fei. I found it. I'm in senior class 5. Xiao Ming was the first to find the name tag, meaning that he was now standing in the senior class 5 classroom, unable to move for the time being. Second floor, sophomore class 7, Lu Jichao. I found another name tag. Half an hour had passed and Su Chuanxiao's and my name tags were still nowhere to be found. I was sweating anxiously and speeding up a bit, on our way to find it. Several people from Jin Xiaofeng also went up the stairs one after another, but at this time, everyone understood that finding the nameplate was the most important thing, and no one would be in a hurry to do it now. Third floor, senior class 9. I found it too. Xin Yong also sent a message saying he found it. My heart is getting more and more anxious, pulling Su Chunxiao to fly towards the back to find. Su Chunxiao was tugged by my hand. I can feel her shaking all the time. She whispered to me, Xiang Nan, there's still 10 minutes to go, so go find your own name tag. I can find it myself. I looked back at Su Chunxiao. Her face was full of worry. I didn't say anything back, but I didn't hesitate either, and continued to pull her forward to look. Finally, We found Su Chuanxiao's name tag in the last classroom on the second floor. I rushed to help her put it on her back and then said to her, just post the location in the group and I'll be with you first thing in a while. Su Chuanxiao nodded her head obediently, and although she kept trembling in fear, she still squeezed out a smile at me. The classroom she was in was one of the darkest, at the end of the hallway, with no view of the school beyond the window, shaded by a large tree whose branches reached into the classroom like a demon's hand. I walked to the door, looked back at the single, petite Su Chuanxiao, and turned around to walk back again, knowing how scared I should be as a girl alone in a dark classroom. When I left, Su Chuanxiao was about to cry out, but held back, afraid of giving me trouble. She said to me with a suppressed voice, "What are you doing? Go ahead. There's not enough time." I picked up the purple jade on her chest and looked at Su Chuanxiao's eyes and said sincerely, "Chuanxiao, if you squeeze this purple jade tightly, I can feel it. It has blessed me for more than 10 years and it can protect you as well. Trust me, if there is any danger, I will be the first to get to your side." After saying that, I put the purple jade into Su Chuanxiao's hand before turning to leave. There really wasn't much time left. I glanced at my cell phone and with the last 8 minutes left, I lifted my foot and started running furiously. I've searched all of the second floor, now I'm down to the third. Xin Yong said he was in senior class 9, which meant that he and Xiao Ming had searched the classrooms before senior class 9, so I only needed to look for the classrooms after class 9. The third floor was much brighter than the second. There was no waste paper in the corridor, but a flickering old yellow light was on, and to be honest, I'd rather it be dark here than have this shabby old yellow light on, flickering distractingly. There was no time to enjoy the view from the third floor. I determined the direction of the classroom and ran over to the senior class 9 as fast as I could. As I was passing by the 6th senior class, I saw a familiar figure, Jin Xiaofeng. At this time he stood in the classroom to turn off the flashlight. If not the beam of light in my hand swept to him, it is really difficult to find. I heralded that he had already pulled out the knife in his hand. "See me look at him," he said with an evil smile on his face. "It's almost time. Hasn't Nan found the name tag yet?" I just saw him and didn't intend to pay him any mind, and made a mental note of where he was. There's no time to tweet right now, so I'll just have to find my own spot first. There is light in the 9th class of senior high school, and when I rushed over, Xin Yong stared at me with a worried face and said, "Xiang Nan, there are 3 classes left in the back. I've searched all the others. Go." I nodded my head and wiped the sweat from the tip of my nose. My feet kept rushing towards the senior 30th class. After looking around and making sure there were no name tags, I hurriedly walked to the next classroom. On the way there I always had an ominous premonition in my heart but couldn't put my finger on it. There's still no senior 31 class, so that leaves the last classroom. I rushed into the last classroom with trepidation. At the same time, Xin Yong shouted from his classroom, "Xiang Nan, the imp reminds. 2 minutes left. Hurry up." My breathing was getting faster and I was already sweating. I was down to the last classroom and if I didn't find it, it would be dangerous. But when I walked into my senior class of 32, it was so empty that there wasn't even a desk or chair, let alone a name tag. I stood still and kept thinking in my head, telling myself to be calm. But people tend to have times when the more you try to be calm, the less calm you are. I angrily ran out of senior class 32, thinking that it must be Jin Xiaofeng's doing. I raised my peachwood stick and quickly rushed to the senior class 6, shouting at Jin Xiaofeng, "Jin Xiaofeng, where the did you put my name tag?" Jin Xiaofeng froze slightly, then said with a smile, "How about if Nan calls me dad? I'll tell you." At the same time, Xin Yong hissed and shouted in the senior class 9 classroom, "Xiang Nan, there's still the last minute. What are you running out for?" I heard Xin Yong's voice hoarse from shouting, and I kept biting my own teeth as sweat dripped off my head like rain. Looking at Jin Xiaofeng's expression, I couldn't hold back any longer and raised my stick to charge in. Jin Xiaofeng always smiled evilly and slowly raised his knife up when he saw me charging. I was halfway through my sprint when the old yellow light in the hallway suddenly flickered on, and my afterimage swept to a location. It's the stairs in the middle of the hallway. My mind froze. Right. I had read on the information before that the ruined building had a 4th floor, and there was a small room on the 4th floor, and the imp said before that no one can move the nameplate's position, unless this Jin Xiaofeng wants to trade his life with mine, or he's the one who's deliberately delaying me. It was too late to do anything. I turned and ran. I couldn't just lose the game. Su Chuanxiao was still waiting for me downstairs. With almost all my strength, I rushed up to the 4th floor, and there was indeed another room on the 4th floor. I kicked open the door to the room, where a name tag with Xiang Nan written on it sat quietly on the table. Chapter 32, Tearing the Life Card. Too late to see what the room looked like. I made a dash to the table and stuck my name tag on my back as fast as I could. At that very moment, my cell phone rang. I opened my phone and saw that it was a message from the imp. "Game time. Good. Everyone has found their name tag positions. After a 5-minute break we will escalate the game. I let out a long breath and sat down on my butt, soaked to the bone. I briefly wiped the sweat from my face before speaking to our own group. I'm in the 4th floor cubicle. It's fine. Xiang Nan, you scared me to death. It's good that it's okay. Just now you ran out of the senior class of 32. Really made me look silly. So thrilling. Ming didn't like to type, so he sent a cool emoticon. I felt a warmth in my heart as I watched everyone's concern for me. It was really thrilling just now as well. If I hadn't realized the stairs in the corridor in time, I would have really been trapped by Jin Xiaofeng. Now that I think about it, he must not know that my name tag is on the 4th floor. If he knows, he deliberately said that my name tag is on the 2nd floor. Then I can't find it even if I have heavenly skills. Thinking about it is a bit scary. And the class really didn't sleep. Zhang Bin shot a few small videos and sent them out, instantly bringing the atmosphere in the group to a climax. Wow, good atmosphere. Bin more video. Is this the legendary abandoned school building? It's scarier than imagined. Aren't you all afraid? Did you guys see any ghosts in the building? It looked so scary. Looking at this group of students, I still shook my head helplessly. I simply closed the group and privately messaged Su Chunxiao to ask, Chun Xiao, how are you feeling? Are you okay? Su Chunxiao sent a hug emoji and then said, well, listen to your method. I'm much better now. You come over quickly in a while. I know. Just wait for me. Wahahaha. Hee. I snickered and put away my cell phone. Seeing that Su Chunxiao was in a good mood, I was also quite relieved. I just focused on my cell phone and forgot to observe this small room of mine. I raised my flashlight and shined it into the room, which looked like it should be a utility room. Inside there are a lot of old basketballs, soccer balls, sneakers and some sports equipment. All kinds of rack equipment. I shined my flashlight around and looked at all the ones in front of me, and when I turned around, it instantly scared me so much that I almost didn't sit on my butt with weak legs. I screamed and tried to run away. But again the imp had stipulated that I couldn't move, and the sweat that I had just wiped off was coming back up all over me. I just saw a woman standing in front of me in a surprisingly hefty way, and I had just rushed into the house so focused on getting my name tag that I hadn't even noticed. The woman was dressed in a large red robe, and instead of dragging it to the ground, she was floating in the air. Her face was pale, her long hair hanging over her shoulder, her phoenix eyes and red lips, her body slanted at 45 degrees, and at this time, she was just half a meter away from me, her two big pupil-less eyes staring straight at me. I was so scared I didn't even know what to say. Holding up the peach-wood stick in my hand and trembling. Who are you? Who are you? The house was so spacious that the words I uttered still floated with echoes, and I could hear my heart beating so clearly that it was in my throat. I saw that the female ghost didn't move, but was still staring at me, and I gulped and said, I was called by the imp. Imp, your boss. I don't know if it's right to say that, but I believe that since the imp let us come over to the ruined building to play the game, I believe that all the nether spirits here must be under its control, and I only begged this red-robed female ghost to let me off the hook when she heard the imp's name. But this red-robed female ghost still stared at me without moving. I thought to myself, what does this red-robed female ghost want? She didn't say anything, and she didn't kill me. Did she want to do that with me? And then get married? After all, the novels are so written. I stood still clutching the peach-wood stick in my head, but my eyes didn't leave the red-robed female ghost's every move. Just at this time, I suddenly realized that there was a rope behind the red-robed female ghost. Could it be who tied her up? I pretended to shake my arm without thinking while my flashlight swept over the red-robed female ghost's body. I realized that her body was surprisingly transparent. The red robe was penetrated by the flashlight light into the past into transparent, and I couldn't see her body. I thought it was very strange, so I carefully crooked my body again. I wanted to see the rope behind the red-robed female ghost, but when I turned my head, I realized that she didn't even have a neck. When I looked more closely, her entire face turned out to be a mask. In order to be unsurprising, I boldly swept her face again, then wiggled my finger in front of the mask's eyes and poked her nose to make sure she wasn't going to move before I let out a long breath. What a way to scare yourself that it's a fake. But in this ruined building, suddenly seeing such a masked dummy, if it were anyone else would have been scared to death. On second thought, I rolled over and climbed onto the table and removed the entire mask. The mask only had an empty head, and underneath it was a large red robe attached to it, which looked very realistic. And the fact that his body was angled at a 45-degree angle just now was also due to the fact that the mask was hanging by a rope. After I took off the mask, I looked at this face on the mask, and I always felt cautious in my heart. And I always felt that this mask was a real face that was staring at me, but I couldn't bring myself to throw it away. And I felt that in this ruined building, this realistic mask might have an unexpected effect. I found a pouch, put the mask in it, and hung it on my belt. That's when the imp spoke up in the group. Break time is up. Now upgrade your game. The game has been upgraded to torn cards. The 8 of you need to fight in this school building, and 3 of you must be dead by dawn. Tear off the name tag on the back and the person will die. Or you can win the game by killing the other person directly with your own hands. If 3 of you are not dead by dawn, all 8 of you will die. Okay, game on. Tear up the life cards. Looking at the words of the imp in the group, I anxiously stood up in an instant. How could I have not thought before that the imp would nakedly let us kill each other 3 people? I had guessed that at best I would tear the name tag. However, the current situation is much more complicated than imagined, since killing someone directly counted. This was just what Xiaofang wanted. While I am now on the 4th floor, Su Chunxiao is in the last classroom on the 2nd floor, and there are 2 people, Zhang Bin and Lu Jichao, on the 2nd floor, and Su Chunxiao is now in extreme danger. My heart was pounding, and I anxiously typed rapidly in my own group that, Chunxiao, hide in the corner of the classroom, put your cell phone on silent, turn off your flashlight, and don't make any noise, I'll be right there. Xin Yong, Xiao Ming, you guys go to the 3rd floor to attract Jin Xiaofeng and the others. They don't know where Chun Xiao and I are. I have to rush to the 2nd floor. With that said, and knowing there wasn't much time to get ready, I turned off my flashlight and gingerly felt my way downstairs. The 3rd floor was uncharacteristically quiet by now, with only the sound of the wind audible throughout the corridor and the dim old lamps flickering on and off. Bang! Just then, there was a crunching sound, and I don't know who suddenly smashed the lights out. The entire 3rd floor instantly turned pitch black. Everyone seemed to have turned off their flashlights as I thought. Turning on the lights now was undoubtedly exposing the target and looking for death. I could only hear the gusts of gloomy wind blowing by. I crouched at the stairway not daring to make a sound. Fixing my eyes on the situation on the 3rd floor, my hand squeezing the peach wood stick kept sweating. I'm currently the only one on the 4th floor, so I don't have to worry about behind me. And right now I'm in an overhead position, except that it's too dark to see much around me, and it's almost like I can't see out of my hand. I remembered that the position of the old yellow lamp was on the right side of the corridor, and this position was the closest to Jin Xiaofeng, so the one who just smashed out the lamp should be Jin Xiaofeng. It was so quiet on the 3rd floor just now that you could almost hear a pin drop on the floor. I couldn't hear any more footsteps after Jin smashed the lamp, so that proved that he was still standing in the corridor right now. Chapter 33, Red Robe Mask. I stayed in the corner of the dark 4th floor corridor. My mind was spinning fast. I had to find a breakthrough and meet up with Su Chunxiao first before I could do so. I don't dare to take my phone out and go through the chat logs now, so I can only analyze the current situation from memory. Just now when I was looking for the name tag with my Su Chunxiao, I found it from the beginning to the end. First I found Zhang Bin's name tag, then I found Lu Jichao's name tag, and Su Chunxiao's name tag was in the last classroom at the end of the corridor, which means that there are 2 Jin Xiaofeng's people in each of the 2nd and 3rd floors. If that's the case, Jin Xiaofeng and Su Fei are on the 3rd floor. Xiao Ming, Xin Yang plus me can just about take out Jin Xiaofeng and Su Fei first with a 3-pinch too, but this presupposed that Su Chunxiao hadn't been found by the 2 men downstairs. Thinking of this, my heart became more and more anxious. I began to hold my breath and took steps downstairs. I couldn't stay here for too long. Every second that passed, Su Chunxiao would be in danger for a second. However, I had just taken a step when I heard footsteps on the stairs. I stopped instantly and leaned towards the stairs, listening to the footsteps. They were coming up from the 2nd floor, and even though the man had been careful, I still heard them in this quiet environment. Having spent so much time in the darkness, I was now getting used to the darkness of my surroundings instead, and there was a tiny patch of moonlight reflected by the window at the top of the stairs, so that I could faintly see something of the corridor now. The stairs were not long, and soon the man felt his way up, hunched over with extreme caution. Looking around, the bright knife in his hand was hidden behind his back, killing him. I kept squeezing the peach wood stick in my hand, not that I was afraid of him, but right now I didn't want to cause a melee at all. I had to find a chance to sneak to the 2nd floor to save Su Chunxiao. Just then, the man stood there in the moonlight and stopped, suddenly looking back my way. I gritted my teeth fiercely, my forehead sweating, instantly tense. I slowly raised the mahogany stick and kept telling myself in my mind to be calm. I must be calm. Sure enough, after the man glanced twice toward me and saw that there was no movement, he took cat-like steps and turned toward where Jin Xiaofeng was. I exhaled quietly. This place I was staying in, a corner of the stairway, it was a dead end for light exposure. I remembered that in the dorms before, at night, this corner of the stairwell was just pitch black and you couldn't see anything. I couldn't see who had just walked past, but after dodging him, my confidence grew. Jin Xiaofeng had obviously laid out a plan in advance for the people downstairs to touch up and help, and the smashing of the lights was the signal for them to gather. On the other hand, it would be easier to take cover when there were no lights. Now that there was only one Jin Xiaofeng's man left on the second floor, now was the best time. I squeezed the mahogany stick and started to move downstairs a little bit. The stairway between the third and second floors was the most dangerous position because once the body was exposed in the corridor, it would be easy for them to find it. I already had it in my mind that if I was found out, I would not care about anything and run away with my legs. First meeting up with Su Chunxiao, as I was just about to reach the stairway, all I could hear was someone shouting from down the hall. Asterisk 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 you? Give me death. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The two sides cursed ferociously at each other, and with that came the sound of bodies fighting, and by the sound of the voices one was clearly Jin Xiaofeng's, while the other was unheard. I was so anxious that I wanted to rush over to help, but when I thought that Su Chunxiao was still downstairs, I could only grit my teeth and turn down. The fight on the third floor was intense, with all sorts of crashing sounds and muffled sounds of hitting bodies reaching my ears. I wiped the sweat from my forehead and had made my way to the second floor hallway. Now that Jin Xiaofeng has gone up to 3 people on the third floor, with only Qin Yong and Xiao Ming coping, I must speed up to find Su Chunxiao and then go upstairs to help. I snapped on my flashlight because I knew there was only one person left on the second floor and I was confident I could take him on solo. I stood in the hallway and shone the light back and forth to find the hallway empty. I was shocked. It couldn't be that person had already found Su Chunxiao? I pulled out my legs and ran, rushing furiously towards where Su Chunxiao was. The cool wind around me kept slapping my face, and every time I passed by a classroom, I kept an eye out for fear of being sneak attacked. Finally it was the last room in the hallway, and I raised my mahogany stick and rushed in without hesitation. Chunxiao! I held a mahogany stick in one hand and a flashlight in the other and shouted. However, the only echo in the classroom was mine, and I then shone my flashlight in all corners of the classroom, and instantly it was an anxious scalp. The classroom was cluttered with tables and chairs, and although the windows were dark, some silhouettes of our school could be seen from afar. This was not the case with the classroom Su Chunxiao stayed in before. I ran backwards. I slapped myself in the face in chagrin and cursed myself for being so. I hurriedly turned off the flashlight and prepared to run to the other end of the corridor, but just as I reached the door of the classroom, I realized that there were 3 beams of light shining in the corridor, and the ground was imprinted by the light with silhouettes of people, each of them holding up a knife in their hands. Done. I finally came to a realization. Just now Jin Xiaofeng is deliberately let me down to the second floor, so as to surround me first. I said how the second floor is so empty, not even a shadow of a person. Seeing the figures of the 3 of them outside the door getting closer and closer, I anxiously glanced at the peachwood stick in my hand. Should I fight them with this? I can't just die. Can't. I looked around, trying to find a way to survive, and outside Jean had already started shouting. Brother Nan, what are you hiding for? I'm definitely going to kill you first today. Ha ha. I glanced at the interior wall of the classroom and touched the pouch at my waist. My mind was instantly made up. Time waits for no one. I quickly jumped onto the table and ripped the wires off the wall, then flipped onto the center table and wrapped the ripped wires around the fan. Only after doing this did I take out the female ghost mask in the pouch on my waist. This mask was rubbed into the bag by me. After taking it out is instantly propped up, not at all deformed and wrinkled. I thought to myself that this mask is really good quality. No wonder hanging in the waste building for so long does not change color. Bright red. Only this face of the mask looked so realistic that I couldn't look at it for more than 2 seconds before I had to avert my eyes. My heart seeping. I hurriedly slung my mask toward the ceiling fan line and jumped down to the table. That guy, don't be so realistic. The mask trailed a large, bright red robe that floated through the air without wind, and even I was still a little flustered knowing it was fake. I gulped and folded my arms and whispered into the mask. Masked big sister, you've got to give it your best shot. I'm counting on you to keep me alive tonight. That done, I drew the belt from my waist, wrapped it around the frame of the window, and, holding the mahogany stick in my mouth, carefully tumbled out. I vaguely seemed to see that the red-robed mask looked like it was nodding at me, but when I looked up at her again, it was still again. I think it probably just blew in the wind, or maybe I just got misty-eyed. Seeing that Jean was about to enter the classroom, I hurriedly tugged on my belt and shrunk my head. The cool wind outside the window kept blowing on me like a knife, scraping my ears raw. I shrunk my neck and screamed in my heart. Luckily, there was a small pipe in the wall outside the window, which was only about thumb thick, but it was enough to keep me on my feet and save me a lot of effort. I was mentally calculating that the rules of the imps game definitely made it an infraction if I went out of the ruined building, so I couldn't jump out of the window. And now that Jin Xiaofeng's few people had gathered on the second floor and were heading towards my classroom, that would be in the opposite direction from the classroom Su Chunxiao was staying in, which proved that Su Chunxiao was safe on the other side. With that in mind, I tried gripping one hand on the windowsill and slowly moving to the side classroom, stabilizing myself at each point before carefully pulling the strap out and hitching it to the frame of this window again. After one successful try, I was secretly overjoyed. Just as I was about to move on, I heard a sudden scream from the classroom I had just been in. Holy ghosts! Asterisk 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 asterisk. Run! I snickered so secretly at the sound that I almost fell off without catching my hand. Apparently it was the masked female ghost I set up that scared Jin Xiaofeng and the others. But they are screaming a little too loud to be so timid. Chapter 34. Who are you? There was no time to pay attention to Jin Xiaofeng's group, and although I wasn't discovered by them now, my situation wasn't any better. Hanging out of the window there was a constant cold wind sweeping through, and in no time at all, my arms and hands were sore and cold, and I had to find a safe classroom to climb into as soon as possible, or sooner or later I'd fall in. I grit my teeth and carefully moved forward one step at a time, stopping at about the 5th classroom. There was a metal box pressed against the wall here, and I was just able to step on it and rest. When I had adjusted my breathing, I quietly peeked my head out into this classroom. At this point there was only a mess of desks and chairs in this classroom and no one else, so I waited another 10 seconds or so before stomping my feet and climbing in. As soon as I jumped into the classroom, I took off the mahogany stick I was holding in my mouth and was alert, afraid that something might go wrong at this point. What was strange was that there wasn't a sound in the 2nd floor corridor now. I pressed myself against the wall and slowly walked towards the classroom door, listening for a while to make sure there was no sound before I cautiously poked my head out to check. The corridor on the 2nd floor was still gusty, and the left and right sides were dark, with no half a person in sight. I retracted my head in doubt, thinking it was strange that Jin Xiaofeng's group was scared off by the red-robed mask just like that. It's not so bad, is it? Thinking about it, it's not a solution for me to stay in this classroom all the time, and I don't know how Qin Yong and Xiao Ming are doing on the 3rd floor, so I slowly walked out of the classroom. It's so dark around you that as long as everyone leaves their lights on, then you can only see each other from a meter or two away. I pressed myself against the wall and headed to the other end of the corridor, just hoping that Su Chunxiao was still staying in the classroom safe and sound right now. There were no lights and I didn't know where anyone else was located, so I had to walk very carefully, and every time I passed a classroom, I had to walk in and check it out to make sure everything was okay. Just like this all the way for about 10 minutes. I unexpectedly did not meet anyone. Could it be that Jin Xiaofeng they all went to the 3rd floor? There were still the last 3 classrooms left, and I was getting anxious. That familiar foreboding feeling popping up in my mind once again. I looked forward while turning back to be alert behind me, but my feet didn't stop, and when I turned back, it instantly scared me. There was a person standing alive in the doorway of this classroom, and I didn't even react because I was so close to her. I was so scared that I hurriedly took a step back while raising the peachwood stick in my hand in a gesture to strike. As a result, I fixed my eyes on Su Chunxiao. She stood in the doorway looking at me, not moving, looking a little pale even with the moonlight from the window at her back. I hurriedly put down the mahogany stick in my hand and whispered excitedly, "Chunxiao, I finally found you." Su Chunxiao was probably scared, and her tone of voice turned a little hard, saying, "Well, I've been waiting for you for a long time." When she said that, I put a guilty arm around her. Her body was already cold from the cold, and I kept rubbing her shoulders and whispering, "It's okay, I'm coming and I won't leave you halfway again." Su Chunxiao didn't speak again, but gently raised her hand and hugged me. Her hand kept moving upwards as if to touch my head. At the same time, a yell came from the 3rd floor. "Li Shiming is here. Kill him, Koto mine?" The voice from upstairs came down clearly. I am sure it was Zhang Bin who shouted. I secretly called out bad in my heart, and hurriedly pushed Su Chunxiao away and said, "Chunxiao, I'm going up to help. Jin Xiaofeng has 4 people while there are only 2 upstairs. Qin Yang and Xiao Ming, are you going to stay here or come with me?" Su Chunxiao was pushed away by me and seemed reluctant, burying her head. "I thought you just said you wouldn't leave me," I said with a smile as I took Su Chunxiao's hand. "Alright then, we'll go upstairs together and I'll do my best to protect you." After saying that, I lifted my foot and ran towards the stairway. I felt Su Chunxiao's hand was cold, like ice. I pinched her thumb in pain, but my foot didn't stop, because I was running so fast and it was so dark around me. I had just rounded the corner of the stairs when it sent me into another cold sweat. This time it wasn't just me. Su Chunxiao was so scared that she was even holding her head and hiding right next to the wall, trembling. I turned on my flashlight and was instantly relieved. A woman with long red robes and hair and a red mouth and white face floated lifelike around the corner of the stairs. I cursed in my heart. It must be Jin Xiaofeng, this scum, who was scared himself, then repeated the same trick and hung the red-robed mask again to try to scare others. Seeing that Su Chunxiao was frightened, I hurriedly squatted down to comfort her and said, "It's okay, it's just a scary toy, it's not real." Come here and look. I said I was going to pull Su Chunxiao over, but Su Chunxiao refused to move over, her body shaking more and more, like she was afraid of the mask. The sounds of the fight upstairs were becoming more and more inspiring, and I was so anxious that I simply walked over to the stairway and yanked off the red rogue mask as soon as I could, crumpling it up into a ball and putting it into the pouch at my waist. When I put it in the bag, my afterglow noticed that the mask seemed to be smiling at Su Chunxiao, but when I looked at it seriously, it returned to normal. I rubbed my eyes, thinking that if I stayed in this dark, ruined building for too long, I'd surely hallucinate. That's when I walked over to Su Chunxiao and said, "Look, it's gone." I put it away. I didn't lie, did I? Only then did Su Chunxiao raise her head tremblingly and follow behind me. In my impression, Su Chunxiao usually pretends to be strong even if she is scared again. What's wrong with her tonight? Is she really scared? There were still sounds of fighting on the third floor, and I pulled Su Chunxiao up the stairs quickly, and as soon as I reached the corridor stairway, I drew out my peachwood stick. Since the night was getting deeper and the corridor was getting darker, although I could clearly hear them fighting, none of them had turned on the lights, so I could only listen to the sound and judge their approximate position. Just then I felt a strand of hair sweep over my ear. It was cool and itchy. I was so scared that I raised the peachwood stick and turned around. Behind me Su Chunxiao tilted her head back. I almost did bump into her. I whispered with relief, "Chunxiao, don't get too close to me, it will be dangerous if you fight later." Su Chunxiao hurriedly nodded her head, and only then did I turn around and feel my way towards the front once again. Just then, I spotted a familiar figure who happened to come out of a classroom, and by the faint moonlight, I saw him, but he didn't see us. It was Su Fei. Su Fei is the skinniest in Jin Xiaofeng's gang, and as we discussed before, if we really fight, it would be wisest to go after him first. Now that it was just Su Fei alone, it was a good opportunity. At this moment, Su Fei was cupping the knife in his hand and seemed to be feeling his way to the end of the corridor. He was as careful as I was, and every time he passed a classroom he would go in and check it out. I raised my mahogany stick and slowly picked up my pace. Just as he went into one of the classrooms to check it out, I lifted my leg and sprinted forward, and by the time I had just reached the door of the classroom, he had just gone out as well. When he saw me, he was so scared that his pupils were shrunken. His mouth opened wide and he even forgot to scream. I pressed down on his mouth, let him down with a sweep of my foot, and raised my stick to give him a blow to the head. Su Fei wasn't a Yin spirit, and this stick hitting his head would only hurt, but not fatally. I asked in a whisper as I made a shushing motion at him before snatching the knife out of his hand, "Where are Jin Xiaofeng and the others?" Su Fei, presumably frightened by my sudden attack, kept gasping for air and staring at the knife in my hand, his eyes full of fear as he stuttered in reply. Peek asked me to go to the 32nd senior class. When I saw that he didn't look like he was lying, I removed the pouch from his waist and found a rope from it, tied his hands and feet behind his back, then took off his shoes and socks and stuffed the socks into his mouth. After doing so, I reached my hand to his back and ripped off his name tag without hesitation. Looking into his terrified eyes, I had no pity. If I didn't kill him, he would kill me. And we were all like this because the imp had forced us to be like this. There's no telling what the imp will punish him with, none of which I care about. 2 more need to be ripped off and the game is over. I glanced back at Su Chunxiao, who was always following me, and when she saw me treating Su Fei like this, she didn't have any pity in her eyes. She just smiled at me calmly. Although Su Fei told me that Jin Xiaofeng was in senior class 32, it suddenly occurred to me that I still had my cell phone on me, and I had to see if they had sent me any important messages. I whispered to Su Chunxiao, "Chunxiao, keep an eye on the door for me while I check my cell phone." Su Chunxiao had a reluctant face, but still honestly walked to the classroom door and stood. I hurriedly blocked the light of my cell phone with my hand and took a look at the number of messages. In addition to some spam messages from my classmates in the WeChat group, there were also several in our group. The key thing is that Su Chunxiao also sent me a private message. I looked up at Su Chunxiao in the doorway and smoothly clicked on the private message. "Xiang Nan, I quietly ran to the 4th floor to wait for you, so be safe." 4th floor. I just felt like I was being blown through a refrigerator all over my body, and cold sweat broke out behind me as I stared at my phone for a few seconds before looking up in shock. Just as I raised my head, I saw Su Chunxiao's face had rushed to me, just a palm away from me, and exhaled a cold breath and said, "What did little brother see?" Chapter 35, Inexplicable. I asked, jerking back a big step in fear and holding up my mahogany stick. "Who are you?" "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that I've been waiting for you for a long time." After she finished speaking, her body unexpectedly floated up out of thin air, and her entire face turned into another stranger, which was surprisingly pretty. Before she suddenly rushed towards me, I was caught off guard and retreated to the side. not realizing that my foot tripped over a stool, and my whole body fell straight down, and the female ghost grabbed me by the neck with her hands icy as pincers, and her mouth sprouted sharp teeth, spitting out chile air, and biting at me. It was the first time I'd ever seen the thing, and if she hadn't been choking me so I couldn't get out of it, I'd have looked stupid. Seeing that she was about to bite, I raised the mahogany stick in my hand and swiped it across her back. Only a stabbing sound was heard as the female ghost threw her head back in agony and screamed. Black smoke began to rise from behind her back, and at the same time, the pincer-like hands left my throat. I kicked her away in a hurry and rolled over to escape to a side corner, desperately sucking in air. The front end of the mahogany stick in my hand was charred, and I hurriedly switched sides, wary of her. She apparently turned even angrier after I hit her with the bat, her hands forming claws and her otherwise pretty face turning sickeningly rotten. I do not have any combat experience. Just hit Su Fei is also picking up soft pinches. I swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Looking at the ground has fainted Su Fei, and do not know whether it is alive or dead, so rushed to her. That, big sister, there is a mouthful of food lying on the ground. Why are you having a hard time with me? Saying that, I also pointed at her to Su Fei, who was lying on the ground. Unexpectedly, after I finished my words, that female ghost didn't eat this, and once again rushed towards me, with an even more ferocious aura than last time. This dodge is certainly not avoid. See her rushing over, I obediently crouched to the ground, only to feel a burst of extreme cold floating over the top of my head. There are two hands instantly grabbed my shoulders, the trend of a lift and a throw. My whole person ruthlessly hit the wall. Feel the bones are broken a few. I knew in my heart that a hard fight would be tantamount to death. I endured the pain and climbed up, picked up a stool on the ground and threw it, and then scattered my legs and ran. While running I turned on the flashlight. Just now Su Fei said that Jin Xiaofeng is in the 32nd class of senior high school. Since I am going to die, I am going to take your girl to die with me. Behind the wind whistling, obviously the female ghost followed up. I am curious. Not 8 people's game. How to get half a day. I met a person. I ran towards the end of the corridor with all my might, and straight away I felt the female ghost behind me getting closer and closer to me. When I saw the door to the senior class of 32, I rushed in without hesitation, my flashlight quickly circling the classroom. The result is instantly confusing. Senior class 32 there what Jin Xiaofeng, ghosts are not one. I did not expect the Su Fei, to the death of the still want to harm me a hand, is also loyal enough. I gritted my teeth breathlessly and slowly leaned towards the corner with my peachwood stick raised. Meanwhile, the female ghost floated to the doorway. She stared at me coldly, as if she had a deep grudge against me. I took the spare talisman Qin Yong had given me earlier from my pocket as well. Then he threw all the bags on his body on the ground, ready to fight with this female ghost to the death. Come on, ugly. That female ghost pretended to be Su Chunxiao before and never touched me, presumably because she was afraid of the peachwood stick in my hand. Now that I think about it, I was also quite stupid just now. In the moment I finished shouting, the female ghost rushed over. I raised the stick in my hand and smashed it. I did not expect this female ghost, then I thought a lot smarter. She saw my stick swung over, sideways to avoid. Pincer-like hand grabbed my wrist. I just feel like my hand is going to break. I did not endure the pain of the hand to let go of the peach stick fell to the ground in response to the sound of the peachwood stick. I thought to myself that this is the end. When she saw my peach stick drop, she directly grabbed my neck and slowly lifted me up. I kicked haphazardly at the ground, trying to find borrowed padding, but her strength was so great that I only kicked one bag and couldn't touch anything else. The choking was agonizing. I just felt all the blood returning to my nose, brain, scalp dizzy and eyes getting heavy. It was getting darker and darker around me until I closed my eyes. Then I faintly heard a muffled boom as the restraints around my neck were finally released, but my lack of oxygen was too severe for me to open my eyes. I seemed to hear the female ghost wailing frantically, as if she had suffered great harm, and there was no fighting movement, and finally just ZZ a few times, and then no more sound. I lay on the ground and kept replenishing my energy, and I don't know how long it took, but I slowly and finally was able to open my eyes. There were no longer any female ghosts around, but instead, the red-robed mask of mine floated in the air, motionless at the moment. I'm wondering why this mask looks like a hydrogen balloon. I glanced at the bag on the ground. Just when I was lifted up by the female ghost, my feet kicked around. I should have kicked the bag, so the mask floated up by itself. Glancing at the time, it was already 3 in the morning, and I didn't know how Su Chunxiao, Xin Yong, and Xiao Ming were doing. I struggled to get up before I realized there was a puddle of water in the doorway. I stared back at the red-robed mask for a few seconds. The frightening woman's face was always expressionless, and I dug inside its red robe to look again, and there was nothing there either. After I got out of the red robe, I kicked it a few more times as hard as I could. all of which were kicks. After thinking about it, I picked up the peachwood stick wrapped with the charm again and gently knocked its head, resulting in no response. What the hell is going on here? This red-robed mask is neither a human nor a shadowy spirit, so why did he save me just now? Is it possible that it wasn't this red-robed mask that just killed the female ghost, and that I'm overthinking it? I walked to the door of my classroom and peeked out into the hallway. It was still dark and there was no movement, as if I was the only one left in the entire building. I pulled out my cell phone and sent a message to the group. I'm in class 12 on the 3rd floor. Where are you all? Is Chun Xiao still on the 4th floor? After waiting for 2 minutes, no one responded to me either. I looked at the red-robed mask floating in the middle of the classroom with some ooze, and simply folded it anyway, putting it into a pouch and hanging it at my waist. Once I was ready, I exited the classroom once again. I guess people were still afraid to look at their cell phones at this point and wondered how many people were dead now. My destination was simple. First I went to the 4th floor to find Su Chunxiao. Just now the female ghost is still fresh in my mind, although the death is a bit inexplicable, but I still feel a burst of fear. Walking in the dark corridor is also behind the cold. Seeing that I was almost at the stairway to the hallway, I slowly squeezed the mahogany stick and raised it. There was still a cold wind blowing in the hallway, and I turned away from the stairway a little. As a result, the moment I turned around, a silhouette instantly pounced on me. I didn't react, and was directly pounced on by him, and he raised the stick in his hand to hit. I said with a panicked squeeze of his hand, I'm Xiangnan, to the south? Looking at the peachwood stick in his hand, I knew he was one of my own, and now when I heard the voice I was even more assured that it was Xiao Ming without a doubt. Ming hurriedly let go of his hand to pull me up, also with a face of excitement, and asked me, where have you all been? I haven't met a single person all night, I said with a sigh as I rubbed my sore butt from the fall. I just solved Su Fei. I need to solve 2 more and the game will be over. Ming still looked like he didn't really care up to this point, patting my arm and smiling. Awesome you. I sighed breathlessly. If I told him I even met a female ghost, he would think I was bragging. Knowing that this is not the place to talk, I gave Xiao Ming a wink, signaling him to go up to the 4th floor with me. I have to find Su Chunxiao now. Chapter 36, The Trap. With Xiao Ming by my side, I instantly feel safe. As I've said before, don't look at Xiao Ming's usual laziness and not caring about anything, but really moving is not afraid of anyone. The stairs weren't long, and I was wary of my behind as I felt my way up with Kodomine. When I reached the corner of the stairs, I looked up at the small room on the 4th floor and noticed that the door was closed, and I distinctly remembered that I had left it open when I went downstairs, which meant that someone had definitely been in here. However, I wasn't sure if it was Su Chunxiao. After all, a few of Jin Xiaofeng hadn't shown up yet, and aside from Su Fei, who had his name tag torn off by me, there were still 3 of them left. As a matter of fact, if it's a hard fight, we're not afraid of them anymore, provided that all 3 of us are together. And Qin Yong hasn't had any information up to now. Not being able to think about that much, I took the lead and headed for the 4th floor after glancing at Kodomine. When I got to the front of the door, I counted 1, 2, 3 on my fingers to Ming. When the count reached 3, I violently kicked open the door of the room while rushing in with Ming, one after the other, and the moment we rushed into the room, we both turned on our flashlights and looked around. After sweeping around, I noticed what appeared to be a person hiding by the corner shelf, who was sitting on the floor and hastily retracted his feet when he saw my flashlight sweep over. I held up the mahogany stick and took 1 step forward, raising my guard a million times, but the person never meant to resist, and all I could see was that her thin little legs kept trembling, and she was a girl. I dropped the mahogany stick in my hand in excitement and shouted softly, Chun Xiao, is that you? As I asked, the girl cautiously poked her head out. Her bright eyes had filled with tears of fear, her teeth chattered up and down in her lips, and when she saw it was me, the tears could no longer be held back. I threw down my mahogany stick and rushed over to her, hugging her as her skinny body kept trembling in my arms, obviously terrified. Sorry. I pressed Su Chunxiao's head into my arms, feeling 1,000 pangs of guilt in my heart. Su Chunxiao kept sobbing, her hands tugging at my sleeves, as if she was afraid that I would run away again. Mouth slurred. I thought I was going to die here tonight. I touched Su Chunxiao's head. As long as we find someone, it's good. The most fearful thing is to be alone. Now we are all together. Even if we encounter danger, we can face it together. Not to be alone. When I think of this, I began to worry about Qin Yang again. Abandoned building is only 4 floors. We 8 people are distributed by the imp in the 2nd and 3rd floors. The 2nd and 3rd floors I have just looked for. In addition to Su Fei, the other people are only heard but not seen, including I heard Zhang Bin shouted found Xiao Ming. It is likely to be a bluff, or is the same as me. Encountered a fake other people's in spirit. I ventured a guess. Could Qin Yong be hiding on the 1st floor? Xiao Ming had already closed the door of the room. The three of us sat on the floor and communicated with each other for a while, also to calm Su Chunxiao down. After all, the danger of tonight has not yet passed. Even if Jean doesn't find us, we have to take the initiative to find them and tear the two apart so that we can finish the imps game without being punished. Seeing that everyone was almost ready, I looked at the time and stood up. It's almost 4 o'clock. Before dawn, we have to go downstairs and find Xin Yong, then finish off the two Jin Xiaofengs. Naturally, everyone was fine with it, and after reaching an agreement, I took Su Chuanxiao's hand and pushed open the door to the room and walked out, just in the small room to block the wind. Very comfortable. This out instantly by the cool wind is face like a knife. Xiao Ming walked in front to open the way. Su Chunxiao and I followed behind. Before we went downstairs, I climbed over the stair railing and watched for a while to make sure there was no movement before we gingerly made our way downstairs. Abandoned building is still dark reach. Just we stayed in the 4th floor of the moment. Maybe the other people's position has changed again. So, the 3rd floor has no one. We do not know. Just as we were about to go down the stairs to the hallway, a man suddenly ran down the 3rd floor hallway, quickly raising his flashlight to shine at us, the glare blinding us, but only for a second before the man switched it off again, turned around, and ran to the end of the hallway. Just a split second after he turned off his flashlight, I had a good look at who it was and I yelled softly, "It's Lu Jichao! Asterisk 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 asterisk. Grandson, don't run." When Xiao Ming saw the man trying to escape, he cursed under his breath before instantly jumping down the corridor in one step and darting after him. The corridor is dark, and both sides are full of classrooms with unknown fortune. Seeing Xiao Ming running further and further away, I was worried in my heart, so I had to pull Su Chunxiao to follow, and at the same time shouted, "Ming, don't be impulsive. Be careful, it's a trap." I actually didn't think it would be a trap myself. I just blurted it out, but when I chased after it, my words turned out to be true. I only saw Xiao Ming flying forward to chase with his flashlight on, and I clearly saw Lu Jichao suddenly jumped in front of me, but Xiao Ming did not. As a result, when Xiao Ming ran by, due to the speed is too fast, with inertia, his whole person instantly tripped by a wire. Bang! With a bang, he fell to the ground and threw the flashlight out. Looking at the flashlight that was thrown flying, I screamed in my heart that it was not good, and hurriedly turned my own flashlight on, and my feet picked up the pace. After Lu Jichao saw Xiao Ming fall, he decisively stopped and turned around, and with a ferocious face, he drew out the long knife at his waist. I yelled as I ran, "Lu Jichao, if you want to be killed, stand still." Xiao Ming quickly climbed up after falling to the ground, rubbing his arm and saying confidently to Lu Jichao in front of him, "Phew, still setting traps," said he was going to pick up the peach wood stick on the ground. I saw Xiao Ming stood up, my heart a little bit more stable, but that ominous premonition again filled my brain. I used the flashlight to shine Xiao Ming's head, found that the top of his head even floated a cloud of black fog. The black fog in the light of the flashlight is particularly blinding. I held my breath and told Su Chunxiao to stay where she was while holding up the peach wood stick and rushed over, shouting, "Ming, be careful." My words just finished shouting, only to see Xiao Ming both sides of the classroom. Instantly rushed out two people, holding a bright and shiny knife. According to the body of Xiao Ming cut down, Xiao Ming is defenseless, can only turn around and grab the wrist of one of them, but Lu Jichao has rushed over at this time. A knife stabbed into Xiao Ming's chest. This knife is fatal. Xiao Ming covered his chest and fell directly to his knees, and at the same time, the other two people lifted their knives to the body of Xiao Ming who had already collapsed and cut, without any mercy. To the end, I only heard the muffled sound of the knife cutting on the body. Xiao Ming did not even scream out. Lu Jichao just ran in front of us, is to deliberately lure us over to their ambush. This is really a trap, and the face of those two people I also see clearly, is Jin Xiaofeng and Zhang Bin, two people. Xiao Ming. I stared wide-eyed and incredulously at the scene in front of me and kept backing up. I admit I was shocked. Is this still a student? Anyone can be afraid, but they don't lose their fervor. I gritted my teeth fiercely. The sweat on my forehead mixed with tears kept dripping down. I took out the bag on my waist and threw away everything inside while using the bag to tie the mahogany stick to my hand. After doing so, I turned around and shouted at Su Chunxiao, "Chunxiao, hide and hold out until dawn." As soon as I finished speaking, I saw Jin Xiaofeng's group of 3 people staggering towards me, the knives in their hands still stained with Xiao Ming's undried blood. Su Chunxiao sobbed and called my name from behind me. To the south. I yelled at her loudly in my haste. "Run! You're going to let us all die for nothing." When I heard Su Chunxiao's footsteps running away, I also let go of my heart. Jin Xiaofeng's trio was right in front of me. Even if I die today, I won't let them pass through here. Catch that Su Chunxiao! Jin Xiaofeng rushed behind me and then Zhang Bin and Lu Jichao quickly rushed towards me. Chapter 37 is not yet over. seeing two people rush to me in front of. I trend to the middle of the corridor one stop. The hands of the peach would stick violently to the nearest chapter bin sideways to avoid. I hit the empty stick. At the same time, Lu Jichao's knife has been cut to me. I just feel my arm tearing pain. Side body kicked away Lu Jichao. The body of the body against the wall to lift up the peach would stick again. But, after all, I am just an ordinary person. Asking me to use a wooden stick and beat up two people with knives is tantamount to a fool's errand. Even with my bloodlust and fearlessness of death, I was quickly hit with 4 or 5 knives on my body, and although they were not fatal, they were all excruciatingly painful. Jin Xiaofeng on the other side of the corridor simply sat down on Xiaoming's body and lit a cigarette to watch the fun. I raised my knee to Lu Jichao's stomach and at the same time gave a blow to his head, but I was also stabbed in the back by Zhang Bin once again. The whole corridor was filled with the gasping sounds of the three of us fighting, and I had long since been bruised all over, the blood on my body rubbing off on the walls everywhere. The scene and its gore. Zhang Bin and Lu Jichao's eyes were full of sinister venom, and they had probably forgotten that I was in the same class as them, while we were still just high school students. After I kicked away Zhang Bin, I leaned against the wall and panted heavily. I knew in my heart that if I fought like this, I would be stabbed to death by them sooner or later. Instead of me being played to death by them for nothing, it would be better for me to pull a cushion before I die. The time we spent fighting was enough for Su Chunxiao to find a place to hide, and I stared at Jin Xiaofeng in the distance as I pinched Zhang Bin's wrist and snatched the knife out of his hand, paying the price as Lu Jichao stabbed me 3 times in the back. I was almost on the verge of fainting. My body was ripping with pain and my feet were starting to weaken. Looking at Jin Xiaofeng's face, I rushed over with all my strength, but in reality, I rushed less than 2 meters away and received a kick in the back, and my entire body directly fell to the ground, and the last ounce of strength in my body was exhausted. I was on the ground. All my limbs had lost consciousness. My head hurt, and for the first time I felt like I was really dying. Jin flicked off the cigarette in his hand and grabbed me by the hair, dragging me and throwing me in front of Xiaoming's corpse. Kodamein's blood-covered face was just facing me. His eyes were wide open, but they had lost their color. I closed my eyes unwillingly, not daring to look again, and Jin Xiaofeng raised his foot and stepped on my head, teasingly. Nan, look at your brother Li Shiming clearly because later on you will die a worse death than him. Just at this time, I suddenly heard Zhang Bin and Lu Jichao shouting tremblingly in the corridor. Peek, peek, ghost. Ghost is back. What about this? What to do? Peek. Jin let go of my foot and slowly walked forward, shouting at them. Go on, kill her. She's just one person. What are you afraid of? I wasn't sure of the situation, and I turned around with all my strength, grimacing in pain, but when I looked up, I was instantly frozen. I don't know when, but my red-robed mask floated up again. The bright red robe trailing on the ground was hunting by the wind, accompanied by her waist-length hair fluttering in the wind, looking quite imposing. Her pale face looked unusually eerie even at this point, and seemed to be smiling at me. I wondered for a moment if she was a mask or a shadowy spirit. She seemed to have been helping me ever since I took her down from the small room on the 4th floor, and I was now certain that the female ghost pretending to be Su Chunxiao was the one she helped get rid of. But why did she help me if she was so good? And why did she let me crumple her up and put her in a bag? At the same time, Lu Jichao summoned up the courage to rush toward her, holding up a bright knife in his hand to stab straight to the chest. But this red-robed mask does not have a body. Lu Jichao stabbed to pounce on the empty. The whole person was robed and fell to the ground fiercely. I'm not sure if Lu Jichao fell on his own, or if the red-robed mask made the force. At this time, Zhang Bin also followed closely behind. Zhang Bin was tall. He raised his knife. Surprisingly, he stabbed her straight in the face. This time I finally was able to see clearly, only to see the face of the red robe mask suddenly sank. Willow leaf eyebrows slanted. 2 eyes glared. The robe flew open. It seems that there is an invisible hand to Zhang Bin grabbed out of thin air. Seeing Zhang Bin's feet leave the ground a little bit, his hands kept pressing his neck, and his eyes began to roll white. I thought she would kill him for that, but I didn't realize that when Zhang Bin was dying, she let go. Zhang Bin fell to the ground and kept coughing and gasping for air, apparently having lost his mobility. That's when the mask smiled at me again and slowly floated toward me. I don't know how to describe the mood at this moment, and I'm not sure what this red-robed mask is going to do, so I can only reluctantly brace my body while also looking at her. When the mask was halfway to me, a sharp knife was suddenly pressed against my neck. Jin Xiaofeng hid behind me, seemingly scared, but still vicious. Get out of my way or I'll kill him now. I looked at the red-robed mask in front of me, and suddenly a flash of familiarity flashed through my mind. I always felt like I'd seen her there before, but couldn't recall. The red-robed mask floated in the center of the corridor, his robes and long hair fluttering in the wind, and when he saw Jin Xiaofeng holding his sword against me, he actually did stop. Jin Xiaofeng saw that both the red robe mask and I did not move, but also anxious, the knife in his hand violently in my neck against my neck. My neck instantly broke a mouth, although not fatal, but the blood flowed straight. Is this masked ghost only at your command? Tell her to get out of the way and let me through and I'll let you go. I really had a bitter experience at this time, because I had no idea whether this red-robed mask would listen to me or not. I only knew that she would save me, but whether she would listen to me or not, how was I to know? But Jin Xiaofeng threatened me so much that I had no choice but to stare at the red-robed mask and try to swing my head. I didn't realize that I just tried it, and this red-robed mask really obeyed and made a path against the wall. Jin Xiaofeng laughed happily twice and lifted me up with one hand. I only felt like my body had fallen apart, but being held against the knife, I could only endure the pain and move forward. Jin was careful and walked slowly, especially when he passed the red-robed mask. The tip of his knife was almost in my neck. The red-robed mask always staring at us, although let Jin Xiaofeng walk through, but still behind us, just in red-robed mask face to face. I looked into her pupil-less eyes, but there is a feeling of worry. Her long hair at this time floats in the air swept to my face. There is silk fragrance, where there is still the appearance of masked toys, the whole of a living person. Jin was so scared that his hands kept shaking as he swung me forward to face the red-robed mask and slowly walked backwards himself. The red-robed masks just followed us, and when we reached the stairway, Jin Xiaofeng suddenly shouted hideously, "Go to hell, you dumb asses! Ha ha ha!" My pupils instantly contracted. He is going to kill well. I only feel a pain in my neck, but the knife suddenly lost its power. Then I heard a pft, a sound. Instantly a large swath of hot blood sprayed onto my face, and at the same time, Jin Xiaofeng's hand went limp, and his entire body collapsed into the darkened stairwell as if he had no bones. I was shocked and hurriedly turned back, only to see Qin Yong frowning, pinching the knife in his hand, which was full of Jin Xiaofeng's blood, and behind him stood Su Chunxiao, who kept trembling. "Is everything okay?" I gasped for air, looked at Su Chunxiao and then Qin Yong, and simply didn't have the strength to speak, so I could only shake my head in relief. After all, I lost too much blood. I just felt my legs keep shaking, and I couldn't even stand up, and the moment I was about to fall down, Su Chunxiao and Qin Yong held me on one side. I suddenly thought of the red-robed mask that had just been following me, and I hurriedly pushed past them to look down the hallway. As a result, in the corridor, apart from Xiao Ming's corpse, and Zhang Bin and Lu Jichao who had fainted, there was no longer anything moving. I turned on my flashlight and looked around anxiously. If it hadn't been for the red-robed mask tonight, I might have been dead through and through, but where else was she in the corridor? And as I reached the door to a classroom, I thought I'd kicked something under my foot. I took a step back and looked down, only to see a mask lying folded and crumpled on the ground. Only her face had changed to something less lifelike, and the robes on her body had become stale. I didn't tell Qin Yong and Su Chunxiao the truth, but carefully put away the mask and put it into a bag to carry it, while letting Qin Yong carry Xiao Ming's body on his back and prepare to leave the ruined building. Within moments, the imp in the microphone said, "Game over. Su Fei, Li Shiming, and Jin Xiaofeng are the losing group. Xiang Nan, Qin Yong, Su Chunxiao, Zhang Bin, and Lu Jichao are the winning group. Congratulations." Meanwhile, the first rays of the morning sun were welcomed into the ruined building. Listening to the imp, it was surprising that there was a winner and loser bracket, so that proved that the game wasn't over yet. Chapter 38, Dreams. I glanced at the two behind me, Qin Yong and Su Chunxiao, both of whom had tired faces and despair in their eyes. And why wouldn't I be? No one could take it in the face of the imp's various cruel games. Before I let Su Chunxiao first run, Su Chunxiao did not honestly go to find a place to hide. She is calmer than me. She knows that she cannot help, but she knows that Qin Yong is not dead, and Jin Xiaofeng. 3 people are all in front of me, which proves that she is now the building is safe. So she went to look for Qin Yong all over the building, and finally really in the first floor to find the Qin Yong who had already been knocked out, and then only in Qin Yong went upstairs and also just happened to meet with his back turned to his Jin Xiaofeng. To this day, Qin Yong does not know who knocked him out, but fortunately, this time, the 3 of us survived, at the cost of a tragic death of Xiao Ming, which is probably the situation that the imp would like to see the most. Come on, let's get out of here first. There are more challenges waiting for us back there. After saying that, I helped Su Chunxiao and slowly walked downstairs. At the same time, Zhang Bin and Lu Jichao slowly woke up. They looked at us with a horrified face and kept retreating backward in fear. Without Jin Xiaofeng's guidance, they had no direction. I shook my head at Qin Yong, not even bothering with them, and turned around. As a matter of fact, they are considered one of the culprits in Xiao Ming's death. But how long is this endless killing of each other going to last? And if we go over there now and kill them again because of Xiao Ming, What's the difference between us and a butcher? And what's the difference between us and an imp then? By now the sunlight outside had shone into the ruined building, and I could clearly see the corridors and staircases streaked with blood, like a slaughterhouse. Jin Xiaofeng's body collapsed in a bloody mess on the stairway. The big hole in the back of his head was still gushing out blood. Now the biggest rival in the class was dead, but was this really the result I wanted? I took one step toward the stairs with all sorts of thoughts, the cramps in my body nowhere near as heavy as the torment inside. Just out of the abandoned building, out of the corner of my eye, I suddenly realized that there was a movement in the woods to the right of the abandoned building. I hurriedly turned my head to look at it, only to see a blurred figure leaping past, instantly disappearing and running away. I kept thinking about it in my head because this person looked like I had seen him before, but I couldn't come up with anything after thinking about it. I sighed. There were just too many things packed in my head right now to care about that. We all needed to get some rest. I looked back at Xiao Ming on Qin Yong's back and said, Qin Yong, Xiao Ming's body should be left here for now. The police will come and take care of it. Qin Yong instantly frowned angrily at me and said with red eyes, just put it here? He's my brother. I patted Qin Yong's shoulder with heartache and said, of course I know he's your brother, and he's my brother too, but if we just carry him out now, what will the other strangers think? What will the police think if they see us? What are we going to say when we're asked? Are we going to play games and kill each other? Are you going to tell them about the imp and then die yourself? Qin Yong kept clenching his teeth at my words, and finally cried instantly with his eyes closed. I forced myself to hold back the grief in my heart and pressed Qin Yong's shoulder and continued. I've already lost one brother. I don't want to lose a second. Only then did Qin Yong wipe his tears and nod at me. After we dealt with Xiao Ming's body, the face of heavy walking back. Now the time is still early. The school is almost nothing. After sending Su Chunxiao to the dormitory downstairs, I am also tired of the heavy head dizzy, the last wobbling a few times, only to feel that the sky around the world, the eyes of the black and collapsed. Time keeps passing. I just feel my mouth is dry, my body is weak and achy, my brain is wang wang wang. There are some images flashing through my mind, some of which I have recently encountered, and some of which I haven't encountered and have never seen before. There are modern ones and ancient ones, just like a slideshow, sometimes clear and sometimes fuzzy. I tried to open my eyes and sit up, but I didn't have an ounce of strength in my body, and just when I was in the most agonizing pain, all I felt was a soft piece of my mouth pressed up against me, cold but comfortable. I don't know how long it took. It slowly left my lips. I was so fond of it that I wanted to raise my head to claim it, but my body couldn't move at all, and I couldn't open my eyes. I could only feel her presence by my senses, and I didn't know who this was. Could it be Su Chunxiao? Just then, a voice suddenly came over. To the south, to the south. I sat up with a jolt, only to feel myself covered in sweat, and realized that I was lying in a hospital room, with a young female doctor coming through the door, a tall woman with some slightly curly hair, which she had gently coiled up in a card, and black high heels. The female doctor was followed by Su Chunxiao and Qin Yong. I looked around without knowing why. Was it just a dream? But my feelings were so clear. I looked at Su Chunxiao who had a worried look on her face. It was definitely not her who could have done what she just took the initiative to kiss me. But then who was it? The female doctor came over and smiled at me, revealing 2 dimples, and touched my forehead tenderly. How does it feel? Su Chunxiao anxiously said to the female doctor. Just now Qin Yong and I were here to watch over him. He kept screaming with a pained expression. I don't know what's wrong. That's why I went to find you, doctor. Doctor, please help me to take a look. Hearing Su Chunxiao's description, I instantly was red in the face, not daring to look at them. The female doctor listened carefully to Su Chunxiao's description. She was already an adult after all. That expression looked like she instantly knew the truth, and gave me a meaningful look. My face was already red as the female doctor pursed her lips and held back a laugh. Your little Xiang Nan is fine. I guess he had some horrible dream. Right, little Xiang Nan? I nodded my head yes in a hurry, not daring to look at her, thinking to myself that this doctor was a real leprechaun. The female doctor saw that I was getting shy and said in a fitful manner, pulling away from the conversation. Well, you'll be fine if you rest well. It's just a superficial wound. In the future, you can't fight with others in school. My name is Bo Jing. If there's anything, look for me. After saying that, she smiled at me, leaving a clean scent behind, and left the hospital room. Only then did Su Chunxiao feel relieved and hold my hand, telling me to lie down and get some rest, and even peeled an apple for me. From them I realized that I had slept for a whole day and night. I ate the apple while chatting with them, when Qin Yong came up to me and said, Xiang Nan, when did you take this out? Didn't I pack your book bag in? Qin Yong pointed to the side of my pillow, and I hurriedly turned my head to see that it was the red-robed mask. At this time this mask is head down under my pillow. I just feel some numbness in my scalp. Could it be that the one who just did that kind of thing to me? Is this Red-Robed Mask? Chapter 39 Application for Membership. Red-Robe Mask. I have seen her exert her power with my own eyes, and I have a vivid memory of her head of long hair in the ruined building with her red robe billowing. However, I only knew that she was a mask with powers, but I wasn't sure if she could take on a human form. The mouth that just kissed me was so real, but looking at the aged mask in front of me, it was really hard for me to imagine. Su Chunxiao asked me with a worried face, "Xiang Nan, what's wrong with you? Are you still not feeling well?" With that, he took after the female doctor and reached out to touch my forehead, then put it on his own. "It's not hot. You must tell me if you are uncomfortable there." I was a little embarrassed by Su Chunxiao's question and hurriedly scrunched my legs, hugged the quilt to my chest and smiled. "I'm fine. I just had a dream. Nightmare only." Next to them stood Su Chunxiao and Qin Yong. I was afraid that they would pursue the matter of the mask, so I hurriedly digressed and said, "By the way, when you guys helped me out of the school after I fainted, didn't anyone stop you?" Qin Yong found a chair and sat down, smiling. "We were lucky that day. When I walked to the janitor's office, I found that it was empty. The three of us slipped out without anyone knowing. As for our class, now our class is no one's business. We came out these few days as even more no one asked about it, but rather the class is spreading rumors, saying that the three of us have been abandoned building in the evil ghost to kill. Speaking of which, the three of us laughed at the same time. This class has now become really interesting. Being dominated by the imp to play the game doesn't count. Every time someone dies there is no ding-dong concern. Instead spreading rumors and nonsense is very keen. And what he said about no one being in the janitor's room. I suddenly thought of the figure I found in the woods on the side when I came out of the ruined building. I just felt like I'd seen him before, and now that I think about it, could it be the new janitor's master? But what was he doing in the abandoned building so early in the morning? I thought about it and continued to ask. I slept all day and night. Didn't the imp send out a bonus game? Qin Yong shook his head and said, "During the time you were passed out and asleep, my greatest fear was that the imp would suddenly release the game. But it seems like we're starting to turn a corner, and the imp hasn't farted in the last 2 days." Su Chunxiao also interjected. "Yes, I see so many bored students in the class, and deliberately ate the imp, so that it releases the game. If in the past, the imp would have long been as they wished, but in the past 2 days, the imp simply ignored them. Oh, this is really strange too. Is it deliberately waiting for me to wake up? I don't have such a big face, right?" After talking for so long, my bottom finally got sidetracked and went to sleep quietly. I just sat up and leaned on the bed. At the same time found that my body has been wrapped with white gauze. That night with Zhang Bin and Lu Jichao killing, although there is no fatal injury, but the knife in a lot, which is treacherous only I know, I feel that I can survive, is also considered a miracle. Just then, our cell phones rang at the same time. The three of us froze at the same time, and I opened it to see that it was the damn imp. The imp sent a smiling emoji, then said in the group, "We've all rested for so long and regained our strength. So let's get on with the game now." I laughed speechlessly. I was right. This little devil seems to be really waiting for me to wake up. Before I fainted when I don't play the game. When I woke up today, immediately started a new game. This is not aimed at me. The imp went on. Out of the 8 last time, 5 were in the winner's bracket. And I'm going to reward you with a $400 bonus. Reward us with a bonus? Rewards in the imp's mouth are never good as far as I'm concerned. Either they want us dead or they're going to pay for it. The group instantly stirred. Why should they only be rewarded with red envelopes and not us, when it used to be red envelopes that we all grabbed together? That's right. Besides, the 3 of them have already been killed by the spirit of the ruined building. They haven't appeared for 2 days. Aren't you sending them to no one to rob them? Yeah. I don't think it's fair to just reward them either. No fair. Group chatter began to frantically say unfair. All to earn to grab the red envelope. Has forgotten. Because of the red envelope, this group has died how many people? As we watched the group making a scene, the 3 of us didn't say anything, so we just sat back and watched to see what the imp would do with it. After a while, when the group noise had died down, the imp said, "Fair or not, I call the shots, and in this group, I am fair." The group was instantly muted at these words, which seemed to be meant as a reminder to the class that your lives are at stake on my word, and that you are not qualified to bargain with me. The imp. I bristled and wondered what the imp's game was really like. Seeing that the group was quiet, I thought that no one would make a sound, but Zhang Ye, who hadn't said anything all this time, suddenly spoke up. "This group naturally you say, but just a few of them play games to earn red envelopes. We cannot participate in it." I thought that this Zhang Ye would change for the better after experiencing what happened to Zhao Lily. At the very least she would wake up to the fact that the imp's purpose is to kill all of us. But now, listening to what she said, she still has a hard time changing her nature. and her heart is still thinking about money. The imp sent a smiling emoji, then said, "Yes, I know that when the imp talks like this, it must not be good. Something is going to happen to this Zhangya. Who knows that Zhangya still doesn't know why," and sent a shy expression, saying, "Does imp daddy mean, let me participate in the game too? Then remember to send me a red packet." He. I shook my head helplessly. This kind of girl is called incorrigible. The imp went on, now releasing the bonus red packets. Only Xiang Nan, Xin Yong, Su Chunxiao, Zhang Bin, Lu Jichao, and Zhangya can grab them. After saying that, without the slightest hint of abrasiveness, he sent out a 400 red packet. It was only sent for a second before Chang'e grabbed it. Wow! I grabbed over 100. Wow! He thanks imp daddy. Oh my god! I want it too! I want to grab it too! Daddy imp, add me to the list. Me too! Why can Zhangya participate and we can't? I want the red packet too. The people in the group looked like they were going crazy, scrambling to be the first to ask to participate in the game. But they didn't dare to disobey the imp's words. And that red packet in the group had only been grabbed by Zhangya alone so far. The three of us, including Zhang Bin and Lu Jichao, didn't do anything, because we all know for sure that behind this red bag, there must be something more dangerous waiting for us. I glanced at Su Chunxiao and Qin Yong and said with a smile, "Come on, we can't escape the imp's claws anyway. Why don't we just grab it first? Can't be more of a wimp than them, can we?" After saying that, I was the first to grab the red packet, and Su Chunxiao and Qin Yong followed closely behind. Zhang Bin and Lu Jichao held back hard and waited for us all to grab it before making a move to open it. I clicked on the red packet and looked at the ranking. Zhangya was first, the king of luck, closely followed by Zhang Bin and Lu Jichao, followed by Qin Yong and Su Chunxiao, and I was last. As we finished grabbing the red envelopes, a couple of students in the class had sharp eyes and said, "*********, I can't believe they're not dead. Shouldn't their souls be grabbing for red envelopes? So who? Didn't you say you ate live when the three of them weren't killed by the... Now what?" I watched speechlessly as the group was discussing us, and didn't even want to interject, because the most important thing right now was to wait for Imp to release the game's content. After a short wait, the Imp sent a smiling emoji again, said, "Very good. This game is very simple. This 400 red packets in, divided into two groups, a group of boys, a group of girls. Boys grab the most of the top two to grab the most with the girls, have sex, limited to 12 o'clock tonight before. Of course, only one person can have sex with Zhangya today, and the students who don't finish, or no one has sex with Zhangya, all three will be punished for suffocation at the same time." My palms were sweating as I looked at the contents of my cell phone. This little devil's game is now becoming more and more vicious and there is simply no defense against it. Just now, if it wasn't for Zhang Yi's sudden appearance, the only girl in this game of Imp would definitely be Su Chunxiao, and in that case, the consequences wouldn't dare to be envisioned. Luckily, it was only with the addition of Zhangya that the girl who received the punishment was changed from Su Chunxiao to Zhangya. Chapter 40, The White Rabbit. Su Chunxiao, who was standing beside me, obviously noticed it as well, and she closed her eyes in anger and directly turned off her cell phone. I said firmly as I rubbed her hair, "Even if Zhangya hadn't interfered this time, I wouldn't let you get hurt unless I was allowed to die." Su Chunxiao, with a sad face, flopped down on my bed and said softly, "Xiang Nan, when will we get rid of this little devil? I'm so scared. I'm afraid of dying. I'm also afraid of you guys dying." Saying that, she buried her head and cried. I really don't know how to comfort her anymore. Instead of saying something useless, I'd rather let her cry her eyes out. As a girl, I think she's already pretty good. At least she won't be like those students in the class who have lost their minds. Qin Yong sat in his chair looking at us uncomfortable left and right, and finally awkwardly found a reason to go out. I lied on the bed and talked to Su Chunxiao a lot, happy and unhappy, and said it all in front of her, and she did the same. After so much communication, she and I understood each other a lot more and felt better. If we give up on ourselves in the face of the Imp, we'll just have to wait to die like the rest of the class. I don't know why, but I realized that the wounds on my body healed surprisingly fast. I clearly remembered that when I came out from the ruined building, my body was like a tearing pain, and now I actually didn't feel anything. I set out Qin Yong and Su Chunxiao still do not believe. I had to get out of bed to walk and jump a few times before they believe. Since my body was fine, it was a waste of time to stay in the hospital, so I might as well go to school early and see if I could maybe do something about it. I then followed Qin Yong to the doctor for discharge procedures. "What? This time out of the hospital? You do not tease me, ah. Little brother, quickly call your parents to the care. You have this, all the injuries are I personally bandaged. No 10 days and a half months, do not want to get out of bed. Quickly and honestly lie back, ah. When Dr. Park Jing heard me say I was going to be discharged, he crossed his arms and criticized me, thinking I was fooling around. Hey, Miss Doctor, I'm really fine, don't believe you see, it doesn't hurt at all. You see, I didn't know how to explain it to him, so I patted my hand where I was hurt and jumped a few times to show her. Seeing me like this, Dr. Park Jing couldn't do anything about it, and looking at me with his mouth open like a monster, he said, okay, I'll check you out before I say anything. You two get out. Qin Yong and Su Chunxiao were honestly kicked out by Dr. Park Jing, and then pointed to the bed next to them and said, take off your coat and lie down. Oh, even though they were checking me out, I always felt a bit phobic. After wriggling out of my top, I lay honestly on the hospital bed. Dr. Park Jing wore a black framed glasses, and with the slightly curved red lips, she looked a lot more imperial. She took a small pair of scissors and brought them to me, and all I felt was a fresh scent wafting over me. Not too nice, Park Jing said with a surprised look on her face after she cut open my gauze. Oh my god, it's really healed? It's all scabbed over. How did you do that? As she spoke, her body moved closer to me again. The sight was closer to me, I said with a huff. I don't know, Park Jing said to herself as she peered over my body with a curious expression. The recovery ability of this body of yours is considered a miracle in the medical world. The Captain America in the movie does not have such a fast recovery speed as you. I have to report to the dean to do research on you. Of course, provided that you are willing to. I stood up and shook my head, not daring to look at Bo Jing. I don't know what's going on. Since I had that dream, I am more and more needy in a certain area. It's already more than the norm, and I think it's very abnormal. Dr. Park, I'm sorry, but I really have to go to school, and you're done with your exam, so can I go now? Dr. Park Jing stayed where she was, and only reacted when she heard me speak, dropping her hand and saying, well, okay, you go. What I said about the research, you remember to come back when you have time to assist us in the research. I nodded while hurrying to get dressed, saying goodbye to her before pushing out the door. Once I was out of the hospital room, I let out a long breath and just felt refreshed. Su Chunxiao walked over and asked with a worried face, how is it? Why are you sweating? Have a problem? I hastily wiped the sweat off my forehead and shook my head with a forced smile that I was fine. Pulling Su Chunxiao's hand, I secretly resolved in my heart, I will never look at others casually again, or else I will really be sorry for Su Chunxiao. Su Chunxiao is sincere to me. It is originally my blessing as a beggar. If I don't cherish it again, it is not knowing what is good and bad. There were some hiccups, but luckily everything went well. When the three of us got out of the hospital, the first thing we did was go to Ming's house, where his family was still holding a vigil for him and crying. With sentimentality, the three of us sat in the car without speaking. It was about 8 o'clock in the evening when we got back to school. When we walked to the entrance of the school, I purposely kept a sharp eye out, and found that the bald old man in the janitor's room was still sitting in it. He was not in the duty room on the morning we came out of the ruined building, so the man I saw at the side of the ruined building must have been him. Why is this bald grandpa going to the abandoned building? Does he know we're playing in the abandoned building? I thought he was weird when we first met before, saying something about me being Xiang Nan, as if someone had told him my name ahead of time. This time when we passed by, he didn't stop Qin Yong and Su Chunxiao, but stopped me instead. I looked at him strangely, wondering what he was up to. Bald master, a smoky smell, probably related to the small incense burner in his house. He smiled and stopped me and said, little brother Xiang Nan, let's borrow a step to talk. Saying that, I pointed to the janitor's room, and I shook my head at Qin Yong and Su Chunxiao to indicate that it was fine. So I walked in. The janitor's room was still cleaned by him, and the small incense burner in front of the table was eye-catching. After seeing me come in, the bald grandpa smiled and said, little brother Xiang Nan, there is something I have to say. There are things in this world that can be taken, but there are things that cannot be taken. I was a little confused by what he said. What was it? What did I take? I asked in disbelief. I didn't steal anything. What do you mean? The bald grandpa tilted his head and laughed, and continued, little brother misunderstood. The old man is not saying that little brother stole something, but little brother accidentally got something. I suggest that little brother give the thing to me for safekeeping. It can keep you safe. Chapter 41, A Well-Considered Approach. I was dumbfounded by this bald grandpa shouting little brother in one breath. Why did I feel like he was talking like he was in a martial arts movie? And what with me getting something by accident? There wasn't any. Ever since I got into the Sweep group, all this time, I've been losing things non-stop, never gaining them, and he said he'd keep me safe, which I don't believe. I didn't have the patience to continue with him, so I hurriedly shook my head. Grandpa, I really didn't get anything and I don't need you to keep me safe. I have to go back to class. See you again. Seeing me say that, the bald grandpa didn't get angry, still smiling and nodding slightly at me. Neuropathy. After I spat in my heart, I followed Qin Yong and Su Chunxiao away. As soon as the three of us entered the room, the class fell silent. I was slightly stunned. Then I thought about it and relieved. After all, we defeated Jin Xiaofeng's group in the abandoned building, and the rumor that we were killed by the Yin spirit was accused to be broken. For a while, the three of us instantly had a different weight in the class. I led the way, keeping my head down and heading for my seat, sometimes looking up slightly at whoever was there, and that person immediately lowered his head in fear, as if he was afraid that I was going to get him in trouble. There started to be a lot of chatter around me, but I just coughed lightly and everyone immediately quieted down. Is this becoming the boss of the class? I sat breathlessly in my seat while the seat beside me was empty, and it was a really bad feeling that Ming, who had always been there for me, would never come back. If it were before, now Ming would have bumped my arm and said, "Awesome you, but these will have to stay in our memories. All we can do is try to survive." Just as I was drowning my sorrows, my cell phone rang with a message from Imp. The Imp sent a smiling emoji and said, "The long night was so boring that I decided to start the game time earlier. The new playtime ends at 10 p.m. sharp tonight. Have fun playing." No one in the group dared to venture out and speak again. It was because Zhang Ye had ventured out and made conditions before that she had been placed in this game by the Imp, and nothing had happened in the first place. I looked up and realized that Zhang Bin and Lu Jichao had actually changed their positions. They had been sitting together. Now the two of them had moved their positions away from each other, especially far away. It seems that the two of them had already fallen out because of this game. Zhang Ye had been burying her head and pressing her cell phone as if she was sending a message to someone, while Zhang Bin and Lu Jichao did the same, looking down at their cell phones. It's 9 o'clock. Aren't they in a hurry? I suddenly thought of Zhao Lily from before. In order to survive, she quietly went out with someone else and opened a room. Naturally, she also saved her life. Could it be that this Zhang Ye is going to play the same trick? If so, then the remaining one person will be innocent. Sure enough, not long after, Zhang Ye sneakily stood up, while unobtrusively glancing at Lu Jichao, all of which was discovered by me. Lu Jichao lightly left his position, his expression still somewhat excited. Just as the two of them had not taken more than a few steps, Zhang Bin suddenly stood up and shouted, "Chao, you are dead. Send a message that you want to go with me. Now go out with this in advance. Do you think I am stupid?" Zhang Bin and Lu Jichao, two people in terms of looks. Lu Jichao is indeed much better than Zhang Bin. Zhang Ye's personality would have been very realistic. If the two people have to choose a person, she will certainly choose to look a little more handsome. After hearing what Zhang Bin said, I probably understood. Zhang Ye should have sent a message to the two at the same time, and then comforted Zhang Bin, and then quietly went out with Lu Ji, so that God did not know. Anyway, the game lost. Zhang Bin was punished. Zhang Ye is definitely the final winner. However, Zhang Ye had underestimated Zhang Bin's intelligence, and now that he had been exposed on the spot by Zhang Bin, he had lost face. Zhang Ye broke and simply said with a prying eyebrow, "How about I just don't want to go with you? How about I just think you're ugly? Who I choose is my business. What do you care?" After saying that, he hurriedly ran to hide behind Lu Jichao. Zhang Bin's face muscles were trembling with anger. He suddenly drew a knife from his waist, clanging it onto the table, and said fiercely, "You give old me a try. Even if I die, I'll drag you two sons of ES with me." Seeing Zhang Bin so fierce, Zhang Ye cried and tugged on Lu Jichao's sleeve. Lu Jichao wasn't someone who was afraid of anything. Zhang Bin's knife was given to him by Jin Xiaofeng, and he also had one. He similarly pulled out his knife and pointed at Zhang Bin. "Don't think I'm afraid of you. Zhang Ye is mine today. If you dare to touch her, I'll take your life first. Come and try." "You think I wouldn't dare?" Seeing that they were getting more and more agitated and were about to rush over to slash at each other, I hurriedly stood up and shouted, "You stop." Luckily, I'm not like I used to be. I've gained significant status, and my voice really stopped them. Lu Jichao said as he looked back at me, "Nan, I respect you for what happened at the ruined building, but one of us has to go down today, and it's out of your hands." In fact, to be honest, I really didn't have any good ideas in my head, but looking at the brightly shining knives in their hands, I felt out of place. Everyone looked at me and thought that I, who had survived the abandoned building, should have a better idea. I said thoughtfully, "The imp's purpose must be to get you to kill each other, and if you take your knives to each other like this, you'll be doing exactly what the imp wants." The classroom was quiet, my voice alone echoing as I forced myself to continue with the nervousness I felt inside. "If you believe me, I have a way to minimize the sacrifice." All three of their eyes lit up at the same time and they all looked at me with a look of adoration, and the other students even looked at me without moving, all waiting for me to say the method. I said as I straightened my thoughts, "First of all, you need to put down your knives. You'll hurt yourselves, not to mention accidentally injuring other students. And then all of us will be out of the classroom except for the three of you. Then the two of you bare hands. Single combat with your skills. Single combat cannot kill people. Admit defeat or knocked out on it. Winning people to have sex with Zhangya in the corner is why we're out of the classroom. To give you some privacy. Finally, don't be fooled by the imp's words. When he says choking punishment, he doesn't say death. It might just be for a while. So don't despair if you lose. Remember little luck? This makes more sense than you guys fighting around in the classroom. I've said the method. You decide. After I finished in one breath, my hands were sweaty. It was the only method I could think of. Whether it worked or not, I tried my best anyway. The air probably froze for a few seconds before Lu Jichao took the lead and threw his knife on the ground and rushed me. I'll listen to Nan. After the knife clanked to the ground a few times, everyone started talking, but mostly they thought my method would work. Zhangya also shrugged and found a chair to sit down, skimming her lips. I'm the only girl anyway, so feel free. Zhang Bin is Jin Xiaofeng's die-hard loyalist, and has always been highly prejudiced against me, but now that the other two agreed, he had no choice but to nod. As long as everyone is on the same page, things will be fine. If I can successfully rescue the three of them this time, then I'll be able to speak with more conviction in class from now on. As long as everyone is united, we'll always find a way to deal with the imp. Time waits for no one, and like a bystander, imp sent a message after hearing me out. Half an hour until the end of the game. I really doubt that the spell I just described was heard by all the imps. Cannot care so much? I greeted a few students to the back of the classroom in the corner, with a table built a simple small room. A moment later, no matter how ferocious their fight, there is also a place. I then organized everyone to get out of the classroom quickly. The classroom was left with Zhang Bin, Lu Jichao, and Zhangya. Before leaving, I reminded them that, remember, make sure you don't move to kill. It's not worth it. Lu Jichao nodded his head and said he knew, but Zhang Bin was always sullen and thoughtful. I was worried when I left the classroom door. In case this Zhang Bin didn't follow the routine, then Lu Jichao would be in danger. Thoughts aside, I did what I had to do and the rest is up to them. I stood at the door and chased away all the students who wanted to watch the fun, and told Su Chunxiao to go back to the dormitory to rest, leaving only Qin Yong and me. Only after I had taken care of everything did I stand at the back door of the classroom and look inside. Zhang Bin and Lu Jichao had begun to slowly walk towards the center, but I saw Zhang Bin pull out a knife from his back. Chapter 42 Change of Heart. I immediately felt my scalp tingle. It seems that I still thought things were too simple. I told them bitterly, but still cannot defeat the depravity of human nature. Zhang Bin was not a good bird, since with Jin Xiaofeng, is to intensify the bad. How can I trust such a person? I slapped myself on the head in chagrin while preparing to open the door and go in to stop it, but to my surprise, the classroom door had been locked at some point, from the inside, and I couldn't open it no matter how hard I hit it. I rushed to the back door again, but it was still the same. Qin Yong ran over and asked me what was wrong. I kicked the door in frustration and gritted my teeth. This Zhang Bin changed his mind, said he didn't use a knife, but he quietly hid one. Bare hands against a knife. Who do you think will win? Chow. How damn shameless. After hearing me out, Qin Yong tilted his head to look inside, also gritting his teeth in anger, and began to help me bang on the door. But the door was so tightly locked that we couldn't open it no matter how hard we banged on it. In the end, I had no choice but to stand outside the door and shout, Zhang Bin, you damn well put the knife down, or I won't let you go even if you win. But it was as if my voice was cut off from the classroom, and the two of them didn't even respond in the slightest. It wasn't until Zhang Bin drew out his knife with a sinister face that Lu Jichao was slightly stunned. But Lu Jichao didn't seem to care at all, but said with a contemptuous face, what a ing wimp. I despise you. We heard the conversation inside the classroom clearly, but why couldn't they hear me shouting? Did the imp do something again? I held my head and walked back and forth in the same place. My head was about to explode. Originally I was kind enough to help them arrange it, but now it has turned into such an unfair tussle. Qin Yong shouted at me, they're getting ready to fight. I hurriedly ran to the side of Qin Yong to look in, only to see Zhang Bin raise the knife preemptively, violently to Lu Jichao rushed over. Zhang Bin then Lu Jichao to be much shorter. This knife rushed over. Lu Jichao sideways to avoid, waved a fist to greet the Zhang Bin's face. Only one punch passed and Zhang Bin's nose saw blood. So fierce. Qin Yong and I sucked in a breath at the same time. And then, Lu Jichao did not stop at all. And in the same trend, he kicked Zhang Bin's stomach again. And Zhang Bin even took several steps backward. Lu Jichao had a confident look on his face, curving his mouth and staring at Zhang Bin, who had a nosebleed, with a teasing look on his face. After Zhang Bin steadied himself, he raised his hand and wiped his nosebleed, which instantly made his entire face red. looking unusually bizarre. Subsequently, Zhang Bin once again with a knife rushed over. I was outside to see clearly. Zhang Bin so rushed over. The other hand from the table smooth a book. Seeing that the two are fighting again, Lu Jichao relied on his height and arm length, slightly avoiding the tip of the knife. A pinch Zhang Bin's hand. First grab the knife, which is the most sensible approach. But Lu Jichao's hand hadn't been pinched firmly. Zhang Bin suddenly yelled, and the book in his other hand violently snapped in Lu Jichao's face. This Zhang Bin's hand and its viciousness, with the book to hit Lu Jichao, using the tip of the book, this time like hitting Lu Jichao's eyes. Only Lu Jichao could be heard hissing in pain as he covered his left eye, and blood flowed from the tips of his fingers as he stepped back a little. Zhang Bin did not want to give him a chance, while Lu Jichao had not slowed down, raised the knife and attacked again, directly to Lu Jichao's stomach, stabbed over. Although Lu Jichao had lost an eye, his fighting strength was still very strong. Seeing that the knife was going to be stuck into his stomach, he actually pinched the blade with his hand, and blood kept dripping down. Lu Jichao hissed and directly released the hand covering his left eye. His entire face had swollen because of the injury to his left eye, and his left eye was even more bloody, looking extremely horrible. He raised his hand and punched Zhang Bin's face, punch after punch. I only saw Zhang Bin's head like a sandbag, kept raising back, and finally, Lu Jichao angrily smashed Zhang Bin's head hard with his head. Zhang Bin has obviously been beaten unconscious, tilting his head back with blood flowing all over his face. His two legs are no longer supported, slowly going limp. Only then did Lu Jichao push Zhang Bin away, and Zhang Bin fell to the ground with a thud, unconscious. Lu Jichao is no better. His face has been swollen, cannot see the appearance. Just pinch the knife. Body of the hand is estimated to cut the blood vessels. Blood is like not turned off the faucet, non-stop dripping down, due to excessive blood loss, resulting in his lips have no blood color. Lu Jichao swallowed hard, backed up and leaned against the table to rest. He sort of still had his senses, took off his shirt and wrapped it around his palm. At this time, the imp in the group suddenly sent a message. There are still the last 10 minutes left until the end of the game, so hurry up, students. I was anxious as I watched the messages from the group. I ran to the center of the classroom and smashed the window as hard as I could, but I don't know what happened. But today the window looked like it was made of steel and wouldn't break no matter how hard I smashed it. It must have been the ING imp who did it. A little bit of time passed. I lay down in front of the window and looked inside. When Zhangya stood up, her face full of panic, she swept a glance at Zhang Bin on the ground, and then looked at the bloodied Lu Jichao. Feeling on the verge of tears, she said with a trembling voice, "The little imp said there's 10 minutes left. You, guys." Lu Jichao kept breathing heavily and looked up at Zhangya with one eye for a moment before nodding his head and bracing himself. Zhangya slowly retreated to the edge of the small room I had built for her in fear, with a complicated expression. I really don't know how else this game is going to go on. The two boys have already killed each other to such an extent that even walking is a problem. Covered in blood. How can they still have a relationship with Zhangya? At this time, even if Zhangya wants to, these two can't, right? Lu Jichao wobbled toward Zhangya, dragging blood on the ground all the way across, his two legs shaking constantly. In just a few moments, the entire classroom had become bloodstained, which reminded me of the day Master Qin, when this classroom had also become a slaughterhouse once again. I anxiously looked at Lu Jichao, and at this time the imp in the group sent a message over again. 3 minutes until the end of the game. 3 minutes left. Can we still finish the game? In the classroom, Zhangya had gone crazy with anxiety, and after she looked at her cell phone, she instantly panicked and finally ran towards Lu Jichao without caring about anything. Lu Jichao's eyes were already barely open as he stood swaying in place. Zhangya ran over and pushed down Lu Jichao with a hand, and it was only then that I realized that Lu Jichao had already reached his limit. Lu Jichao lay on the ground without any resistance, his breathing becoming slower and slower. Zhangya cried out anxiously, "We'll get started right away. Right away. Right away. I don't want to die. Don't want to die." However, Lu Jichao seemed to have stopped moving. His lips had dried up and he was staring at Zhangya with eyes full of unwillingness. But we all know how a dead man can do that. When things came to this point, there was no way for anyone to undo it, and the ugliness of human nature was utilized by the imp to the fullest extent. I thought that would be the end of the game, but I never thought that the ferocity was yet to come. At this time, Zhang Bin, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly coughed, and then he actually slowly raised his head. Zhangya had gone completely insane, sitting next to Lu Jichao, completely not noticing that behind her, Zhang Bin, who had slowly stood up. Zhang Bin's face was full of blood, especially his nose, which had been smashed by Lu Jichao, and he crooked his neck like a zombie in a movie, and he couldn't walk steadily on the road. I frantically shouted from the window, "Zhangya, behind you! Ah, Watch out for Zhang Bin behind you However, my voice couldn't get through at all, and I could only do nothing. Only Zhang Bin slowly picked up a stool from the side, and then took a step towards behind Zhangya. Zhangya was still writhing frantically on Lu Jichao's corpse, her mouth chanting like crazy. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. Imp, don't kill me. And behind him, Zhang Bin had already raised his stool and smashed it down hard against Zhangya's head. A little, 2 down, 3 down. Zhangya collapsed in a pool of blood. The classroom can only be heard in the stool hit her head thump 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 muffled sound. Chapter 43 A-Team. Zhangya fell to the ground without any resistance. Plasma splattered everywhere, but Zhang Bin still had no intention of stopping. His hands rose and fell on the stool, one after another, and he seemed to have lost his normal human mind. Seeing such a bloody scene with my own eyes, I couldn't help but feel my stomach roll in my throat and want to throw up. Zhang Bin in the classroom after more than 10 hits, finally is physically exhausted, wobbling body, even the strength to gasp are gone, and finally did not stand steady to fall back, and the back of his head is just hit the corner of the table, only to see a splash of blood. Zhang Bin lying on the ground no longer move. Looking at the scene in the classroom, I punched the window hard a few times. Isn't this result what the imp would like to see the most? At this time, the imp sent a smiling emoji to the group and then said, "Game over." No one had sex with Zhangya, so the punishment is 3 people suffocating. Suffocation content, each person closes their breath in place for 10 seconds. I looked helplessly at the message on my phone and looked up at the cloudy sky. What was I going to do to save them? To save myself? Upon hearing the imp post the punishment, the group began to discuss it again. Just 10 seconds of closed breath? I thought it was some big punishment. Hey, Zhangya didn't make it. He should be very unhappy. Ha, didn't you say that Zhang Bin and Lu Jichao were going to face off? Who actually won? It won't be a tie. Every message in the group stuck in my heart. They had just been kicked out of me out of confidence. It was my idea to put the 3 of them in the classroom, but I didn't expect it to turn out this way. My original intention was for all 3 to be safe and sound, but it turned out to be all 3 dead. Qin Yong patted me on the shoulder and said, "You've done what needed to be done, and you're not to blame for the deaths of the 3 of them." I sighed and tried to lean against the door, but as soon as my back hit the classroom door, it unexpectedly opened. A thick smell of blood instantly drifted out, and looking at the 3 bloody corpses in the center of the classroom, I didn't even dare to walk in. Just now, Qin Yong and I so hard to hit the door, did not open, but now it opened by itself, and I checked the door. There is no one to add locks, which is also sure. Just now as the little devil intervened to make means. Looking at Zhangya's body, after thinking about it, I gritted my teeth and walked in. I picked her up from the pool of blood to make her look decent. There was only so much I could do. I then exited the classroom. Just then, 7 or 8 people suddenly ran up the stairs, all of them wearing hats and masks and uniforms similar to those of military personnel, but without any insignia, neither police nor doctors, and they had a clear purpose, running directly toward our classroom, and then they began to divide up the work, a few packing up the bodies and carrying them to the stretcher, and a few beginning to clean up the scene quickly and skillfully. I asked Qin Yong, "You called the police?" Qin Yong shook his head and said that it did not. Then it is strange. Qin Yong did not call the police. I am even more unlikely. How on earth do they know that a person is dead here, and come so punctual? Could this be one of the imp's men? Ever since we were drawn closer to the group by the imp to play the red packet game, the school and the police have become dysfunctional, not to mention that our entire class was segregated. But crucially, we were ignored and allowed to keep dying in our class. Just so many days. The number of people who have died is enough to be on CCTV news, but it's all been suppressed by the school, and no one outside knows what's going on here. And according to some clues, the school seems to have encountered the same situation 7 years ago. A class of people died overnight. Such a big thing. This school, since it is still open. I remember some time ago, there was a mustachioed policeman stationed at the school who came to investigate cases from time to time. But this time, not to mention him, there is not even a security guard at the school. If this continues, our class will surely die clean one by one. Looking at these people in the classroom, I couldn't help but wonder if these people were the armed forces organized by the school itself behind the scenes. Just at this moment when I was contemplating, this team had already cleaned the classroom. After spraying it with disinfectant, the whole classroom really looked like nothing had happened. And after doing that, they lifted up the 3 corpses, turned around and left without any delay. I rushed over and shouted, "Who are you? You're not cops. You're not doctors. What gives you the right to take their bodies?" When I finished, I stepped forward and grabbed the collar of the last person walking and tried to remove his mask. But before my hand could touch his face, I saw him nimbly sidestep his body and aim a kick at my chest. It's not an exaggeration to say that I flew 2 or 3 meters. and I instantly spat blood from my mouth as I fell to the ground from his kick. Jin Yong rushed over to help me up. Seeing me spitting blood, he also wanted to rush up to help me take revenge, but was stopped by me. I knew that even if Jin Yong rushed up, he would still end up the same as me. The power of this kick alone is not something we can fight against. Watching the backs of the group, they quickly disappeared from our view. I covered my chest and stood up, my mind full of the look in the man's eyes when he turned around just now. A look devoid of any emotion, full of numbness and obedience. Like a dead man, nothing was going right with the imp. And now such a group had popped up. It was a real head-scratcher. Staying in the classroom is not an option right now, because the scene of the massacre has just been cleaned up, and I'm sure that in the morning, the students will already be able to sit here comfortably as if nothing had happened. Upon returning to the dormitory, I realized that I was now the only one left in this dormitory, and everyone else had either died or moved out. Lost and alone, I walked back and forth in my dormitory and ended up bored in my bed. After messaging with Su Chunxiao for a while, I fell asleep without realizing it. However, not long after I closed my eyes, I suddenly felt that some hair kept sweeping on my face, accompanied by a fresh scent, had slowly swept my neck. This is in a dormitory. I was so scared that I opened my eyes. The dormitory was empty. I was the only one. The moonlight outside the window was exceptionally bright, scattering on my bed and instantly solidifying the atmosphere. I don't know if I just dreamed it, or if there's actually something there. If it's true, then this thing was just in front of me and on top of me. I squinted around to make sure no one was around before carefully sitting up, but just as I was about to turn on the light, my hand suddenly pressed against something. Gross. Like hair. My arms flinched in fear, and I almost didn't scream. I looked down and saw that it was a red-robed mask. Although the red-robed mask was crumpled into a ball, the masked face was facing me, and at this moment it looked unusually eerie in the light of the moon. I didn't dare look at it more than I had to, and I was going to turn on the light. But on second thought, the day I was in the hospital and a woman kissed me, it was most likely this red-robed mask, and that day Qin Yong also said, originally put her in my school bag, but ended up appearing on the side of my pillow. This time also, in order to prevent other students from seeing, I even put him into the clothing closet, and pressed under the winter duvet, and as a result, she once again appeared in front of me. Could it really be her who just got on top of me? Chapter 44 Please. I don't know what this red-robed mask is, but the only thing I'm sure of is that she mustn't harm me and is eager to protect me. Since she's not human, she's classified as psychic for now, so I'm not going to turn on the lights. I wanted to take the initiative to communicate with her. After all, she had been living in the ruined building before and might be able to tell me something about the imp. With that thought in mind, I sat back down and looked around the darkened bedchamber to make sure there was nothing else, and then I slowly picked up the red-robed mask. Seriously, it was indescribably creepy to be in a dorm room in the middle of the night with a mask of a woman's face. I said sincerely as I stared into her pupil-less eyes. Mask, can you hear me? My voice echoed through the dormitory, but the red-lipped mask didn't answer me, and my hands were starting to sweat from holding her. It seems that she still cannot hear me speak. I try to recall in my mind if there is any way to communicate with her. Thought for a long time, and finally checked Baidu. Finally is sifting through a law. I jumped out of bed and rummaged through the dormitory. Finally I was able to find a candle in a box. I gladly took the candle and walked to the restroom, leaving the light on to the end. The internet says that if you want to see a ghost, you have to take advantage of the early hours of the morning. Usually 1 to 3 o'clock is the best, and it's best to take 4 in the small hours. However, all these high-profile people said the same thing. That is, unless it is absolutely necessary, you must not invite ghosts indiscriminately, or else you will suffer the consequences. Honestly, I am now facing the little devil. What else can be afraid of? Maybe tomorrow my little life is gone. And what other consequences? Besides, the red-robed female ghost I was able to feel, she is definitely not a bad ghost spirit. Thinking about it, I couldn't help but shiver when I actually stood in front of the mirror with the candle. The candlelight shone on my face, the shadows dim and eerie in the extreme, especially in front of the mirror, and I was afraid that something would suddenly appear behind me. I placed the candle in front of the mirror and then mumbled to myself as I folded my hands in front of the mirror. Amat Ba Buddha, the gods of the 4 directions must bless me. Looking at the time, just when 1:14, I hurriedly kneeled in front of the mirror, a face of sincerity, looking at myself in the mirror, sincerely said. I tensed and dropped to my knees, waiting for movement around me. Cold sweat was breaking out behind me. A cool breeze blows through. The more I looked in the mirror under the light of the candles, the weirder it got, and I used the rest of my eyes to check from side to side, but this red-robed mask just wouldn't show up. I thought about it and wondered if I wasn't being sincere enough in what I was saying. I stood up and looked at the restroom. figuring it was probably too dirty to please come out. I turned my head sharply with wide eyes, only to see a beautiful woman with long hair and red robes, was lying on the bed with her hands on her cheeks, looking at me with a smile, and her white dahlia's little feet raised up in a swing. She was only a head's distance away, and for the first time I got a good look at her. Being so close, her skin looked blown out, without the slightest flaw, like ceramic, and on her melon face, two slanting willow leaf eyebrows, coupled with bright danfeng eyes, full of aura, and her eyelashes were ridiculously long. The tip of her nose was small and high, and her pair of bright red curved lips looked very appropriate. To sum it up, classically great beauty. This look is placed in the entertainment circle now, absolutely killing those plastic surgery face stars. I froze in place, no longer knowing what to say, and just stared at her dumbly. When she saw me looking at her like that, she raised her greenish jade hand to cover her mouth and said with a voice like a spring, "He, what are you looking for me for?" I was instantly snapped out of it by her voice and looked into her beautiful eyes as I asked nervously, "Are you a red-robed mask?" She smiled and scrunched her neck, nodding playfully in reply. "Yeah, the mask is me. My name is Red Carp. Have you forgotten?" Since I was really too close to her, the self-contained aroma of her body was constantly being inhaled by me, and I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to stand it for a while, so I slowly retreated a step back. It wasn't that I was afraid of her, and she gave me a friendly feeling. The point was that she was so beautiful that it was just too much for a little nerd like me to handle. She said her name was Red Carp and asked me if I had forgotten. "Had we met before?" I asked curiously. "Have we met before?" When this was asked, Red Carp looked like she was instantly upset and pouted. Think for yourself." I scratched my head awkwardly. Isn't this difficult for me? If I had seen such a beautiful woman, I wouldn't have blown it out of proportion. How could I forget? I had to digress and ask, "Do you know the imp?" Red Carp's head shot up and gave me a sideways look of exasperation. "Don't recognize it. This woman is really fickle." Just a sentence did not ask a good question, and now still angry. It was good that she kept answering me, and I thought about continuing the question. "And do you know how to deal with imps?" Red Carp said as she stroked a few strands of green silk from her forehead and turned her head to look at me curiously. "Who's the imp? Do you like her?" Breathlessly, I hurriedly shook my head and said, No, I don't like him. I hate him." Red Carp covered her mouth and said with a wink, "Then you must have been hurt by her. Oh, love comes from hate. Tell me about it." "No thing. I really don't like imps. Me, and sophistry. I don't want to dwell on such an issue, and I'm getting more and more fond of this Red Carp, feeling that she's like a little princess with a little willfulness that comes with the territory." I was about to open my mouth to continue asking when Red Carp suddenly stuck out his finger and pointed it at me. "And one last question, and the rest for another time." I nodded my head yes, then I looked at her shapely form and blushed as I lowered my head and asked, "That day, at the hospital, the one who kissed me, to me, was you?" I regretted it after asking. What a brain cramp to ask this in front of other girls. It was good to see that Red Carp actually didn't get angry. She pursed her lips with her pretty face slightly red and said softly, "Think for yourself, dumbass." After saying that, a cool wind instantly blew in the dormitory, blowing my eyes open. However, it was only a matter of seconds, and when I opened my eyes, I realized that the Red Carp on my bed had disappeared, and I searched for half a day before I finally found the mask under my own pillow. I was about to take it to the cupboard when I noticed a small, elegant line on the pillow. I fixed my eyes on what it said. No more throwing me into a smelly closet and pressing me into it. I want the bed. I almost laughed out loud at the Red Carp's amusement, looking at the red-robed mask in front of me. It was hard to imagine that its real body was such a beautiful woman and had such a nice name. I can't help but wonder what Red Carp's life is all about, and why she said I forgot about her. Chapter 45, Disappearing Files. Lying on the bed, I lay on my side, pressing my hand gently into the hair of my mask, and I couldn't tell you how settled I felt. This sleep was straight through to dawn. I have to say, having last night's interaction with Red Carp has put me in a much better mood. When I arrived at the class, it was just as I said. The class sat in their seats as if nothing had happened. After all, the classroom had been wiped clean of blood and traces of the fight. Nowadays, I feel that this classroom is really dispensable. There is no teacher in the class, and the students do not have the heart to learn. Everyone is in their seats with their own thoughts, as if they are waiting for the imp to release the game. If everyone is just sitting around waiting for something to happen, it's really hopeless. After thinking about it for a while, I decisively slipped out of the back door of the classroom, which was during the class period, and after I exited the classroom, I directly walked towards the teacher's office. The homeroom teacher acted like he wanted to say something the last time he came to our classroom, and I felt sure he knew something. I'd like to ask myself if there's anyone left in charge of this class of ours. The homeroom teacher's office is not far from the classroom. I walked to the office door, took a deep breath, purposely did not knock, and pushed the door open with one hand, only to see the classroom teacher is with several teachers around a table playing mahjong. I looked at them incredulously, and they looked at me with confused faces. One of the younger teachers was the first to stand up and point at me. What class are you in? Do you know how to be polite? Don't you know how to knock when you enter the office? I looked at him and laughed, not wanting to talk nonsense with him at all. You play mahjong in the office during office hours, and teach me a lesson? When the young teacher saw that I was ignoring him, he was furious and was about to come over and clean me up. My eyes were directly on the homeroom teacher. The class had become that way, and not only did he not care, he was still here getting away with it. The class teacher was embarrassed by my look, coughed, quickly stood up and pulled the young teacher, muttered a few words in his ear. The young teacher immediately withdrew his hand, looked me up and down for a few moments, and honestly sat back down. The homeroom teacher looked at me and smiled, then pointed to the hallway and said, "Xiang Nan, there's something we need to talk about outside." At this time the students are in class. The office corridor is empty. I followed the class teacher walked over. He actually handed me a cigarette. If before I certainly do not dare to take. After all, I'm still a student, but now there are so many things happened. I thought about it or take it. The homeroom teacher asked me as he lit his cigarette and plopped down in the hallway looking off into the distance. "What do you want from me?" When I saw that he knew what he was talking about, I instantly got angry again and slammed the cigarette in my hand to the ground and said, "After all the deaths in the class, you're asking me what I want from you?" The homeroom teacher froze slightly and didn't look at me, frowning. "I know about that, but we can't find the killer, you know?" He asked this rhetorical question, to the extent that it really put me on the spot. The death of every single student in the class was due to the imp, but I couldn't tell him now, so I could only say it helplessly. "I don't know." The homeroom teacher exhaled his cigarette and continued, "Since you don't know, I don't know either. Some things are out of my hands." I asked as I heard something in the classroom teacher's words. "The team that went to collect the bodies yesterday, who sent them?" The classroom teacher shook her head. "How am I supposed to know that? Not the police?" The homeroom teacher was obviously playing dumb in front of me, and our school hadn't had a cop in a while. I knew I couldn't ask anything in front of him. I came just to see what kind of attitude he had, and in that case, I didn't have to keep talking to him. I looked at my homeroom teacher and smiled, took cigarettes out of my pocket as well, took one out and put it next to him and said, "Mutually indebted." I then gritted my teeth and turned around, not angry at the homeroom teacher for not telling me anything, but disappointed in his attitude. But when I hadn't taken a few steps, I only heard the homeroom teacher say behind me, "Why don't you go to the archives if you want to check so badly?" It's stupid. I stopped in my tracks. Right. In the imp's clue, the fire case 7 years ago is an important point. Since the school no longer knows the parties involved in this matter, I can still go to the archive room to look for information. At least I can find out the class that died, and the name of their class. I looked back at my homeroom teacher excitedly, but she had already entered the office and the door was slammed shut. "Thanks." I went up on the railing and grabbed the key left by my homeroom teacher and ran downstairs with confidence. It seems not everyone has changed. Perhaps they too are oppressed by the imp. The archives were on the 6th floor of another building, and I was already sweating as I ran past, carefully staggering past every passing student and teacher so as not to make anyone suspicious. Standing in the doorway of the file room, looking at the already dusty, cobweb-ridden door, I began to worry again. This archive room, by the looks of it, hadn't been visited for a long time, and I wondered if there were any documents recording the case 7 years ago. I picked my head over the railing and looked down to make sure no one was coming before pulling out my key, and the moment I opened the door, this thought popped into my head. What if the homeroom teacher wasn't being kind and generous, but was trying to hurt me and lure me over on purpose? I hurriedly shook my head. Already couldn't care so much. To die would have died a long time ago, and wouldn't have waited until today. I decisively used the key to open the door, which was so astringent that it creaked as it opened, and dust drifted down like a smoke bomb. I stood outside and waited for a long time for the dust to lessen before I slowly walked in with my nose covered. At the same time, I carefully looked back down the hallway behind me to make sure no one was there before I closed the door to the file room behind me. The entire archive room looks old and old. Inside has been a long time no one to take care of it. A lot of material books that used to be looked through. No one to organize. The old-fashioned tables and chairs are also placed scattered. Good thing the place wasn't so big that I didn't have time to admire it, so I grabbed it and started looking for it from the top. There are a lot of archives here, and fortunately, the earliest one happens to be just 7 years old. I walked over to the file from 7 years ago and carefully flipped through every document in it, not missing a single one. After searching for more than 10 minutes, I finally was able to see a scattered document, which seemed to have been rummaged through and was not yet loaded. And the reason why I found it was because the paper he scattered out was written with the words, "The case of misfire." I hurriedly pulled the document out and flipped it open. But there was very little content. Senior Class 9. Fired due to accident. All students dead. Why are all the records about this misfire case so scarce? I frowned. A little disappointed. But the good thing was that I finally found the class of the fire case. And it turned out to be the 9th class of the senior year. The air here is terrible and the dust that accumulates over the years causes me to start coughing a little. I covered my mouth and nose and sped up my search. The class files were the most numerous, but it was good to know the definitive classes and in order, and it only took me a few minutes to find them. Excitedly, I pulled out a thick file folder and opened it, containing over 40 sheets of student profile information. I walked over to the window and sat down, and started going through them one by one. After all, it was 7 years ago, and I had never seen any of these people's names or looks, and I was mainly trying to find the one who lived in Manto Village. Because if the information given by the building manager is anything to go by, there's a good chance that this person is still alive and is most likely the imp. About halfway through my search, I stopped with a file. This is a girl's file. Her name is Li Jinjin. Even if it's a file photo, I can see that this girl is very pretty. The key is that I always feel that I've seen her somewhere. I was thinking left and right with her profile and finally it came to me. Isn't this girl the pretty female ghost who pretended to be Su Chunxiao in the ruined building? Although she was killed by Red Carp in the end, I still remember her appearance very well. I looked at her file with regret. What a nice girl. But because of a fire, she turned into a shadowy spirit in the abandoned building, and now she can't even be a ghost. I put her file down with a sigh and went back down the page. This time I searched for a long time in a row without finding anything important, and in the end I simply looked only at the residence until I turned to the last file. I instantly was on my feet as I saw the familiar words Manto Village. I hastily dropped the other files in my hand and scrutinized his information. But just a little bit slower. The photo on his file was slowly becoming blurry, and I'm sure it was clear before. I couldn't blink my eyes as I stared at the file, but strangely enough, wherever I looked, the words began to blur until they disappeared. At the end of the day, it turned out to be a blank file with no text or information. What the hell is going on here? Why are you stopping me from looking at the file? Could it be that the person written on this file is really the imp? I kept walking back and forth anxiously with the blank file paper in my hand, trying to recall, with my eyes closed, any information I had just seen before the words disappeared from it. As I walked, I mouthed the words. I'm sure, this man lives in Wando Village. I'm sure, he's a boy. I'm sure he's, however, despite my desperate thoughts, the memories in my head were still only those two pieces of information, and I hadn't even gotten a good look at his name. Chagrined, I crumpled the file paper in my hand and reluctantly went back through all the files I had just taken out. To my despair, this entire box of files, with my hand, whenever I touched that file, the text of the information on that file slowly disappeared until it became white. I stubbornly fought it for time, drawing out one sheet after another, but it was always one step ahead of me, and every sheet I drew out simply disappeared cleanly before I could see it. Finally, when I drew the last one, the whole box of files, suddenly bang, turned into powder, like snowflakes began to drift in the old archive room. 7 years ago, the entire senior class of 9 had their records, and they've been gone ever since. I sat on my butt in chagrin and couldn't tell you how aggravated I was. Just then, I suddenly saw the door to the archive room being pushed open by someone with an axe. Chapter 46, The Red-Eyed Homeroom Teacher. With a creak, the door to the file room was pushed open a little bit, and I was so scared that I was rushing to hide by the cabinet inside. Luckily I had just stood by the window and couldn't be seen coming in through the doorway, so I catapulted myself and slowly moved along the cupboard while looking for a gap to look towards the door. When this man pushed the door just now, I could clearly see from the shadow on the floor that he was carrying an axe. As the door was opened, I was finally getting a good look at him. Surprisingly, it's the homeroom teacher. Had it really just been as I feared, that the homeroom teacher was just trying to lure me to the file room and then harm me? However, I did look up the information in the archive, although I didn't end up looking at that Wando Village file, but it was not a small gain, and I don't think it's the class teacher's job to make the text disappear. The homeroom teacher walked in carrying a large axe half a meter long, which made a piercing sound as he dragged it across the floor because it was so heavy. He was looking around without a clue, and even his walk was a little sluggish. Is the homeroom teacher trying to kill me? I held my breath and carefully changed my position, and carefully looked at his face through the gap, only to realize that the homeroom teacher's eyes had turned blood red, to the point where the eyeballs were no longer visible. I knew that the classroom teacher must be under someone's control now, or that he was most likely a dead man. Luckily, in the archive room, the further in you go, the worse the light gets. and I moved gently around the cabinets, trying to avoid him as much as I can. After all, I don't stand a chance against a grown man with a heavy axe. Seeing the homeroom teacher walking towards the other side, I hurriedly and quietly took out my cell phone and sent a message to Chin Yong. I'm in the file room, in danger. After saying that, I quickly put my cell phone back away again, fearing that he would notice. There is only one door to the archive room, and the homeroom teacher just happens to be standing on the path that leads to this door. Trying to rush out is impossible. It seems that we can only wait for Chin Yong to come over to support us. Seeing the homeroom teacher dragging the axe and his body shaking every now and then like a zombie. But just at this time, my foot accidentally hit a file box. My whole body directly crooked on the locker. This hit the locker is wobbly. The most critical thing is that the class teacher found me. As soon as the homeroom teacher heard a noise from my side, he instantly grinned and hissed like a wild animal as he dragged his big axe and quickly rushed towards me. Staying where I was undoubtedly looking for death. I picked up the file box on the ground and viciously threw it at the homeroom teacher, then scattered my legs and ran. But the homeroom teacher seems to have become unafraid of pain. The file box smashed in his face. His face did not even dodge. Hard to charge. I ran away in front of my feet. Behind his big axe came down hard. The heavy axe slammed into the cabinet and was instantly split in half, sending wood chippings flying across the room. I just felt a cold sweat on my back. If I slowed down any more I would have been the one who got chopped. And I didn't know what was going on with the homeroom teacher, so I could only run forward quickly. I thought I could shake him off at speed and sprint to the door, but it turned out I was overthinking it. The homeroom teacher was slow to enter, but she was not slow to catch up with me. I was so excited to see the door in front of me that was still 5 meters away, but before I could rush through, a large axe came down from the side, and I hurriedly ducked back. The heart cried out for a close call. Without waiting for me to regain my senses, the homeroom teacher once again lifted the axe, held it above his head, and struck it head on. I was so scared that I rushed to the inside cabinet again, already sweating profusely. What can I do? This red-eyed homeroom teacher seems to be non-killable, and the fighting strength is amazing. I was beaten up enough without even fighting back. I kept circling around the cabinets with him, and behind me there was a steady stream of cabinets that he chopped down, and the whole file room had long since been disfigured. Just then, all I could hear was someone calling out to me, "Xiang Nan." I looked up and saw Chin Yong, carrying a large bag, standing in the doorway, frowning as he looked around the archive room. Finally, it was a rescue, I said hurriedly, speeding up my speech. The homeroom teacher has mutated. It's dangerous. Don't show any mercy in the fight later. Chin Yong nodded his head while pulling out a wooden sword and a wooden stick from his bag, then lifted his feet and ran in my direction. I could see that I was getting closer, but that meant that I was also getting closer to the mutated homeroom teacher, who kept swinging his axe behind me like a god of killing. Follow. Chin Yong looked at the situation and first threw a peachwood stick to me, then went around from behind. I took the peachwood stick that Chin Yong threw over. After looking back at the heavy axe of the class teacher, I instantly felt weak. The small stick is probably not enough to block him for a while, but something is better than nothing. I squeezed the wooden stick, and Chin Yong had a heart-to-heart with me, and kept circling the cabinet. Just around the corner at one point, Chin Yong jumped up and aimed a kick behind the homeroom teacher. Seeing Chin Yong make a move, I hurriedly stopped and prepared to turn back to help, but to my surprise, the homeroom teacher just leaned forward slightly, didn't pay any attention to Chin Yong at all, and continued to charge at me. I was just ready to go back to fight, but at a glance at this classroom teacher posture, instantly goaded again, and hurriedly spread his feet, once again turned and ran. Just like that, he ran 2 laps, and the homeroom teacher seemed to have only me in his eyes, and no matter how much Chin Yong messed with him, he didn't turn around. I pondered in my mind that it looked like the person who instructed him only wanted to kill me, so I shouted out to Chin Yong, "This homeroom teacher just wants to kill me, so go ahead and get him. No mercy. Also, he's not normal anymore. You can't move him with force. Try using your grandfather's stuff." Chin Yong was reminded by me and also came to a realization, hurriedly taking out a stack of talismans and a copper coin sword from his bag. The copper coin sword was the first time I had ever seen Chin Yong take it out, and all the ancient copper coins were connected by a thin red thread, which looked especially delicate, only to see Chin Yong following behind the homeroom teacher. Taking advantage of a corner, he violently jumped onto the stool, and then directly lunged at the homeroom teacher. I exclaimed behind me, "This Chin Yong is too bold." After the homeroom teacher was pounced on by Chin Yong, she was still staring at me with her teeth and claws open, constantly trying to get up, her bloodshot eyes glowing slightly. Chin Yong kicked the axe out of his hand, then lifted a talisman and shoved it into his mouth, only to see the homeroom teacher tilt his head back and launch a hissing fit, his mouth smoldering with white smoke as if it was on fire, while his body violently toppled Chin Yong. Knowing that now was not the time to watch the show, I quickly rushed over and bent down to shine a swipe at my homeroom teacher's foot. The homeroom teacher fell to the ground with another thud. Shin Yong and I pressed his arm on one side, and seeing that the talisman was effective, Shin Yong also handed me a stack of them and told me to do it. Looking at my homeroom teacher's blood-red eyes up close, as terrifying as two blood balls, I gulped, and with a clench of my teeth shoved a charm into his mouth once again. However, the charm only seemed to burn in his mouth, and it didn't seem to subdue him, but rather made him more and more agitated. Seeing that the class teacher's movement is getting bigger and bigger, I looked at the bronze sword on the ground and hurriedly picked it up and handed it to Shin Yong, saying, "Quick, use this." Shin Yong said with some difficulty, "This, I don't know how to use," I said quickly as I urgently squeezed the classroom teacher's hand again. "You recall the incantations that your grandfather used to say when he performed the spells? Just make a whole one and stick it in his mouth." I saw the movies subduing the zombies. All of them were greeted into the mouth. Only then did Shin Yong take the copper sword with confidence, while seemingly trying to remember. Honestly, I am also talking nonsense. Now in this situation, in the delay, the two of us sooner or later will be consumed by the class teacher's physical strength. Now can only be a dead horse. Take a chance. After thinking for a few seconds, Shin Yong suddenly turned his head to look at me, seemingly nervous. I said anxiously, "It's okay, just try it when you think of it. Fear not." Shin Yong then gritted his teeth and nodded his head, then held up the copper coin sword and placed it on his forehead, closing his eyes and chanting, "Wind and fire Chin Kuan order. Big Dipper sword, Tai." After saying that, he instantly opened his eyes, raised the copper sword in his hand, and stabbed it into the class teacher's mouth. Just hear a zip. I even vaguely saw a slight greenish glow around the edges of the copper sword. The moment the copper sword entered the class teacher's mouth, the class teacher's blood-colored eyes instantly enlarged, and the whole person went berserk and suddenly shook us off, with black smoke drifting out of his mouth non-stop. Shin Yong and I fell to the ground, staring at the homeroom teacher with a nervous face. If this doesn't work, there's nothing else we can do. As a result, the homeroom teacher just stood up and covered his neck, hissed a few times with a pained expression, and then collapsed to the ground in response. Chapter 47, This is not good, is it? Seeing the homeroom teacher finally collapse, Shin Yong and I also let out a big sigh of relief. At the same time, I felt some guilt in my heart. The death of the homeroom teacher should be the same as the death of the building manager in my opinion. They were both killed by the one behind the curtain because they were trying to help me and trying to provide me with information. A ray of sunlight shone through the window, and dust instantly drifted through the archive room, and the students of the 9th year of senior high school, as well as those who were now dead, were like that dust, never to be seen again after it fell to the ground. I stood up with great emotion and pulled Shin Yong up. "It's time to go. We can't stay here for long." Shin Yong also sighed and went up to pick up the bags he had lost, as well as the unused charms one by one, then stood in front of the homeroom teacher and gripped the copper coin sword and pulled it out with force. Although the copper sword had stabbed the homeroom teacher, when it was pulled out, the surface was not stained with any dirt, as if it had never been used. After the inspection, the two of us quickly evacuated the scene. Shin Yong first went back to the dormitory. To put the bag back first, I stood in the playground is also boring. Finally simply directly back to the classroom. The classroom seemed quieter without an arrogant and domineering figure like Jin Xiaofeng, but many new cliques still arose. After paying a little attention to these new gangs, I plopped down in my seat and fell asleep. I had just been in a heated fight with my homeroom teacher for a while, and it had taken a lot of energy, so I didn't wake up until almost the end of the school day in the afternoon. It happened to be Friday, and I looked up at my class, quite a few of whom had already left first, without a teacher anyway. I saw Su Chunxiao still in her seat, so I walked over to her and smiled. "I'll take you home today." When Su Chunxiao saw that I wanted to give her a ride, she was slightly stunned, and finally nodded her head in agreement with a light smile. In fact, her father used to drive to pick her up every week, and this time I took the initiative to make this request, mainly because too many things had happened recently, and I simply wanted to take a walk with Su Chunxiao. Su Chunxiao took her cell phone and called his dad, then smiled sweetly and took my hand. The class looked at us with envy. Su Chunxiao and I interlocked our fingers and walked slowly along her path home. The unsettled sunset sprinkled on us, warming us up, and I glanced at Su Chunxiao jokingly. "Chunxiao, you kissed me for 30 seconds before when the first imp released the game. Did you do it on purpose? You must have liked me a long time ago." Chunxiao rolled her eyes and said, pretending to be angry, "Vomit, who liked you long ago? You're so bad at school. You're stupid, and you sit in the last row. I don't like you." I stopped and cupped her cheeks in my hands, pretending to smile evilly. "I don't believe you. Then you must have been attracted to my amazing looks. He. Su Chunxiao snorted out a laugh. waving a hand around my neck and whispering with a smile, "Humph, if you weren't so good looking, this lady would have taken a liking to you." Sure enough, I guessed right. With that said, I blocked Su Chuanxiao's lips. We curved our mouths to the end. I wrapped my arms around her and she hugged me. I really wished that we could just embrace and kiss and never open our eyes. I don't know how long it took, but I purposely blew her a soft breath, and she snorted out a laugh and whacked me with her hand. Nasty. I smiled and held Su Chuanxiao's hand again and said, "It's time to go home. Your parents are going to be worried." I then pulled her and continued to walk back to her house, which wasn't very far from the school and was almost a 20-minute walk away. It was an upscale neighborhood building, and as I walked her to the stairway, I let go and said, "Well, back to it." Su Chuanxiao pursed her lips and twisted her body towards the elevator entrance, looking at me 2 steps back. Within a few steps, she turned to me and hugged me again and said, "I can't let you go," I said, patting her on the shoulder. "I'll see you on Sunday, so get some rest at home." Good boy. Su Chuanxiao squirmed for half a day before finally patting her foot and kissing me again. Just then, I heard what seemed like footsteps coming up next to me. I forced myself to hold back my inner longing and slowly pushed away the misty-eyed Su Chuanxiao. She looked at me with a pretty red face and pursed her lips, and when she saw that someone was about to come along, she suddenly pulled me and ran to the tool room next to the elevator entrance. "The light here is dim and the space is small. Su Chuanxiao and I are so close. She keeps gasping for aroma." Slightly hot spitting on my face. The elevator was right next to us, and the people coming up the stairs talked and laughed with each other and didn't even notice we were hiding. Su Chuanxiao kept her arms around me and didn't let go, and I was about to continue being intimate when Su Chuanxiao's phone rang. Su Chuanxiao was startled and hastily retracted her head, picking up her cell phone and realizing that a long time had passed. She picked up the phone and whispered, "Mom, I'll be home soon. Where have you been? You still won't let your dad pick you up. Come back soon. I've got dinner ready." Got it. With the phone being hung up, Su Chuanxiao then breathed a sigh of relief while looking at me and covering her mouth with a sneer. Chapter 48, number 494. After bidding Su Chuanxiao a fond farewell, I happily left her neighborhood. By now, it was almost dark and I lit a cigarette and stood on the side of the road. Something suddenly came to my mind. I remembered that last week, because I went to the internet cafe to check on the matter of Wando Village. It led to my own inexplicable arrival at the funeral parlor, and most crucially, there was a person who even impersonated me and went to my house. If it was simply against me, it wouldn't matter, but this has threatened my family. Thinking of this, I dared not delay any longer, threw away my cigarettes, called a cab and headed for home. It was almost a 10-minute ride and soon I was home, paying for it and racing towards the house. After knocking on the door, it was my mom who opened it and smiled when she saw me. "School's out. I've got dinner ready and waiting for you," my dad shouted from the living room too. "Son is back. Come eat quickly. It's getting cold." I agreed twice before walking over to sit at the table and asking my dad in a whisper, "Dad, today, is no one coming to our house?" My dad, who was reading the paper, gave me a strange look and finally shook his head and said, "No." I was relieved to start eating. Being at home was just soothing, and after I was full, I went back to my room. At this point, I suddenly thought of the last poster who left me a message like once a week, so I hurriedly turned on my computer. The only reason I didn't want to turn on my computer at home to look into this was because I really didn't want to get my family involved, and I knew that if my parents found out about the imp, the consequences would be unimaginable. After turning on the computer, I unlocked the door to my room, which led me to click on the web page. To my excitement, the barman did message me again, and the last time he told me a name, Xia Disheng. This time, he wrote another place name, 494 Zhongxing Street. Looking at this address, I am thrilled to finally have something substantial. Based on the information from these 2 times, I think this poster should help guide me from hard to easy. First a person's name, followed by a specific address, which means that if I go to 494 Zhongxing Street, I will have a good chance to find Xia Disheng, and I will have a good chance to find the imp. I was almost jumping up and down with excitement, but now that I was at home after all, I held back my inner excitement and began to plan. Definitely not tonight. I decided to leave first thing in the morning and find 494 Zhongxing Street. Although I had a fierce battle with the mutated homeroom teacher today, it was good that I had the comfort of Su Chuanxiao after school, and with the clues from the posters. For the first time in a long time, I fell asleep in my sleep with a smile on my face. Early the next morning, I had breakfast and hitchhiked out. I acted alone on this trip, and I didn't tell Su Chuanxiao or Qin Yong because I felt that the fewer people involved in this matter of investigating the imp, the better. I checked the map a long time ago. 494 Zhongxing Road is quite far away from my house, and if I take the bus, I have to transfer to 3 buses and sit for more than 2 hours to get there. And I'm not sure that this 494 Zhongxing Road could be the same place as the last funeral home. I also had a lot of stuff with me, including some kind of knife, rope, or whatever I could imagine using, which I stuffed into my bag. It's a long way to go, and I'm bored, clicking on my phone, and as usual, the imp won't be bubbling for the past 2 days, like he's intentionally letting us off the hook for a weekend. But on Sunday, the Thunderdome game will be coming up as scheduled. After a few consecutive turns, I finally got out of the car in a sparsely populated suburb. I looked around. The place was small and isolated, but it was daytime, so I still wasn't sure if this was where I had come that night. With my bag on my back, I began to slowly make my way inside to where there were more houses, and from memory, I remembered that there was a funeral home at the front fork, but when I got to the front of the fork, I froze. Here the road was still this road, but the two-story building in front of it had turned into a church, and there were people coming in and out of it from time to time, where there was still the appearance of the funeral parlor that night, and the only thing that remained unchanged was this building. I shrugged breathlessly. Could I have been wrong that night? This is not the time to be looking for a funeral home. I've got to get a grip and find 494 Zhongxing Road. According to the map, the fork I'm standing at is called Xingyi Road, and the turn to the left is Zhongxing Road. After getting my bearings, I put away my cell phone and started walking down the left path. Everyone here was in a hurry and had their heads buried as if they were afraid to deal with others. The more I walked around, the more remote it became. The road was lined with plain-like weeds that connected all the way to the big mountain, and there weren't many houses all built next to each other at the foot of the mountain. Seeing that there were not many people on the road, I hurriedly stopped a middle-aged man walking and asked, "Uncle, I would like to ask." "I don't know." Before I could finish my sentence, the middle-aged man waved his hand away with a look of impatience, even with a trot, as if he was afraid that I would continue to chase after him. There wasn't much I could do as I watched the middle-aged man run away in disbelief. According to reason, this road should be Zhongxing Road. How to find so long, not to mention the license plate number, not even see a few houses. Well, as I walked, I saw that a village seemed to appear in front of me. My eyes lit up and I hurriedly quickened my pace. By the time I got there, I was exhausted and sweating, and when I looked back, a long, straight path behind me was empty. I gulped, and the water drained from me on the way, and looked around to find a kiosk up ahead, so I pulled out my change and walked over, grabbed a bottle of water from the cooler, and subsequently handed it to the owner who was sitting inside. The owner was a slightly chubby young man, wearing a Jordan jersey, full of pimples, not very old, but balding. I saw that this boss didn't seem to be that hard to talk to, so I tried to ask as I sipped my water. "Boss, it's a hot day." "Aha." The boss just hummed, but I knew something was up. At the very least he was willing to talk to me. I took the opportunity to take 2 more bottles of water and put them in my bag, handing him the money in the process and saying, "There are so few people living here, you can't even find a house. Ha ha ha." After this boss took the money, he looked at me with a sullen face and said, "What's the point of living with so many people? In the end it's still a pile of bones." I heard him say that with what seemed like resentment in it, so I quickly echoed him. "That's just it. Hey, some people are hard to see." This boss was finally catching on to what I was saying and asked, raising his obese head and staring at me with his small eyes, "Where are you going?" Seeing him take the initiative to ask me, I was instantly happy in my heart, and hurriedly said seriously, "494 Zhongxing Road." I thought he'd be happy to show me the way, but I didn't realize that when he heard the address, he was in deep thought, his head down for half a day. I stood to the side and kept wiping my sweat, praying in my heart, "Big brother, you must not forget ah." After a while, this boss suddenly tilted his head, his small eyes stared at me for a long time, and finally, as if he had seen a ghost, he held his head and cried out, "Roll! Don't mess with me! Don't mess with me! You off! Off!" I was scolded by this boss inexplicably, standing in place to go and feel pity, do not go and feel embarrassed, and finally saw his voice shouting louder and louder. I was afraid of being misunderstood by others I bullies, so I had to carry the bag and leave. "Crazy this guy," I muttered on the way, but by the way he reacted, he seemed to know something else, and he just looked at me like something terrible had suddenly occurred to him. After thinking about it for half a day, I couldn't figure it out, and finally just didn't think about it. I walked along the road while continuing to look for the number plate. It was definitely correct that this was Zhongxing Road, but I didn't know in which direction number 494 was located. Without realizing it, the sun was about to set. Finally, I saw a road sign in the grass by the side of the road that said 256 Zhongxing Road in red paint. It's not easy, finally, as long as the number is in the right direction and you look in that direction, you should always find 494. It's good to have directions, and I bend over, looking for a sign on the side of the road at every turn. After searching for half an hour, I finally saw 494 Zhongxing Road. I excitedly raised my head to look around and found a small three-story building not far in front of me. There were no buildings around the small building, not even the occupants. I think this should be number 494. This building looks like it was built some years ago, presumably since the Republican era. There are so many cracks appearing on the wall edges. It's just that all of his walls are white in color, so it doesn't look so dirty. I picked up my pace and walked over, only to be inevitably surprised when I stood in front of the building, because the building surprisingly says on it, Zhongxing Road Mental Health Care Center. I just feel my scalp tingling. Doesn't this convalescent center mean mental hospital? I ran over to the sign in front of the building again to double check it, and it sure as hell said 494 Zhongxing Road. Then I thought carefully, the previous clues, as if there is indeed a survivor living in the psychiatric, so a piece of information. Could it be that the posters provided this Xiadishing live here? I turned my head around to look around again and there really was nothing. The building looked like it had sprung out of the dirt out of nowhere. There's no way around it, but now that I'm here, I'd better go in and take a look. I let out a deep breath and stride toward the asylum. There was an outdated information desk right by the door, and I walked over to it to find an old gray-haired woman sitting in it, who was leaning back in her chair and napping. Chapter 49, The Old Lady. The old lady at the counseling desk was sleeping soundly, and snoring sounds came from time to time. I stood still and looked around. The whole hall of the mental hospital looked extraordinarily spacious and clean. No one had put up any decorations, and the marble floor was so smooth that it looked like an ice skating rink. I guess it's because it's about to set, and the light in here is not good. Except for this counseling desk. It's that old stairway at the very end that's the clearest. I glanced at the sleeping old lady inside and noticed a warning sign on the information desk, which read, "Remember not to raise your voice." I was too embarrassed to just bother her, and with no one passing around, I didn't dare go straight upstairs to look for her. Torn back and forth, and seeing the sun going down, I gritted my teeth and walked over anyway, ready to wake her up. But when I happened to walk up to the information desk, this old lady grunted and actually opened her eyes. I was startled and subconsciously took a step back. The old lady stretched as if she had had a full night's sleep, only to be dismayed when she saw me standing at the information desk. I hurriedly smiled and chimed in. "Hello, Granny. I just saw you asleep and didn't wake you up." The old lady slanted a glance at me, seemingly reluctant to speak to me, and after picking up a glass of water and taking a sip, she slowly said, "You're here. What's the matter?" I said with a quick smile. "Well, I'm looking for someone." Without lifting her head, the old woman put down her glass of water and began to pack her things, saying, "Who?" I replied quickly and excitedly, "Xia Desheng." Just as I finished speaking, I saw the old lady's body visibly lurch as she looked up and slanted me once again, waiting for several seconds before speaking slowly. "There's no such person here." "No such person?" I was instantly anxious. I worked hard to find 494 Zhongxing Road, but told me that there is no such person as Xiadishing. I reluctantly mortar and pestle at the information desk staring at the old lady. I think she is lying. The old lady seemed to have guessed at my reaction, and pointed to the warning sign in a wave, meaning for me to keep my voice down. I lowered my voice and reluctantly said to the old lady again, "Granny, please think again. His name is Xiadisheng. He's a man, and this man is really important to me." The old lady slammed her hands on the table with a bang and rushed at me angrily. "When I say no, I mean no. You think the wife is senile? Can't even remember such a small number of people?" I didn't realize that the old lady was even more excited than I was, and spit sprayed me in the face. I took a few steps back in embarrassment. At this point, the old woman's tone calmed down a little and she continued, "Go back, lad, and don't look for it. Others have said so." I am also embarrassed to continue to dwell on it. Looking at the already dim hall, I walked out with a disappointed face, once again looking back at this mental hospital, always feeling that there must be some kind of untold secret upstairs. Seeing that the sun had already set and then it was going to be dark, I had to walk slowly back alone. The long road leading to this mental hospital was still empty. With reluctance I looked back. The asylum had turned on the lights, and the not-so-bright yellow lamps illuminated all the rooms, and I vaguely seemed to see a man standing in the window of one of them. By the time I stopped to fix my eyes, the man had disappeared. I sighed and looked at the time. It was almost 7. After walking for about 5 minutes, the more I thought about it, the more wrong I got. Why was this psychiatric hall so quiet just now? And there wasn't a single person passing by, and I couldn't even hear the sound of talking when I was inside. If there were fewer patients in the ward, then why were the lights turned on in all the rooms as soon as it was night? And the old lady's reaction to me, I just mentioned as Xiadishing. Why would she be so agitated if she didn't recognize it? It's not right. There must be something wrong here. I stopped in a hurry and turned decisively to run back. the small building of the mental hospital, which was already a bit far away from me. At this time, it seemed especially bright in the night. I took out a flashlight from my backpack while running. The light vision of action at night is the most important thing. The surrounding area was wild, with little movements in the weeds every now and then, and the summer crickets kept making noise. But when I was almost there, I suddenly realized that the lights in the asylum had suddenly clicked out. I instantly froze in place, a little overwhelmed. Meanwhile, someone came out of the asylum, and it turned out to be the old lady. I hurriedly turned off my flashlight and ducked into the weeds on the side of the road to wait and see what would happen. I just saw that old woman carrying a small bag, hobbling out of the gate of the mental hospital. Even in the summer she was still dressed tightly. Does it mean that this asylum has to close at night? If you're closing the door, then why do you have to turn on all the lights in all the rooms? I don't believe that the room lights in here are on a single switch, but at least 20 rooms, one opened and closed, before and after less than 5 minutes. With this old lady? I stared incredulously at the old woman, and when I saw her walk up the path, I ducked deeper into the weeds again. The old lady's pace obviously accelerated a lot when she came to the straight road, and she didn't use a flashlight when it was so dark around her. When I walked in front of me, I nervously even lowered my head a bit, and for some reason, I was afraid that she would notice. Unexpectedly, when the old lady walked in front of me, she suddenly stopped, but didn't turn her head, just slightly sidestepped her face, then sighed and walked forward again. I also let out a long breath. Just now the old lady could not have found me. Right, this weed is a meter deep, and the surrounding is so dark. I am almost lying in it. How did she see me? I stayed right here in the weeds thinking about it for a moment, and when I looked up, I couldn't see the old lady in the distance. I was talking about tracking down this old lady, now it seems impossible. I patted the dirt on my body and prepared to head back. After all, it was already dark and visibility on the road was limited. Just as I was about to turn around and leave, my afterglow suddenly swept over the lights in the mental hospital. At some point, all lit up again. I only felt a numbness in my scalp, and I quickly turned to look, only to see people standing in front of the windows of several rooms upstairs. What's going on here? When the old lady left the front door just now, I clearly remember the lights went out. How come they're on again at this time? Come to think of it, there was only one possibility that someone inside had switched shifts with the old lady. Let's explain it this way. I don't want to think about it too much. Since the old lady has left, I'm going to continue to go in and ask one more time. I'm sure that Xiedishing must be in here. Chapter 50, Corridors of the Asylum. The cool breeze around me kept blowing past me, and I tightened my collar and swept the empty surroundings with my flashlight, which couldn't even illuminate the depths of the pitch black. Standing on this straight path, I started to flinch a bit again. The scene was really a bit intimidating, but on second thought, sooner or later, the imp was going to get to the bottom of things, and to be afraid now was undoubtedly to wait for the death that would follow. After giving myself a half-hearted pep talk, I once again headed for the asylum. Since it was already dark, the light inside the gate shone out partially, and when I was still a dozen meters from the door I turned off the flashlight and began to move forward carefully. It was quiet as hell. Just now you could hear crickets chirping on the trail, but now all you could hear was your own heartbeat. I looked up towards the stairs, and in one of the rooms on the second floor, there was a man standing by the window who seemed to be staring at me, and I looked at him for a few seconds, and the more I looked at him, the creepier it got, so I hurriedly lowered my head. The doors were still open, and instead of rushing in, I took a few steps to the side to see if there was anyone sitting inside, but it turned out that the counseling desk was too high and I couldn't really see inside. I gritted my teeth and plucked up the courage to walk in again. A cool breeze blew in my face and I shivered. Walking quickly to the information desk, here at night unexpectedly sat an old man, who had white hair and was as thin as a bone, and was flipping through an old book. I noticed that the warning sign on his desk had been changed. During the day it read, "Remember not to raise your voice," while at night it was changed to, "Ring the bell if you have a problem." As the warning sign says, there is a big bronze-colored bell on the side. The old man and the old lady share the same trait of not caring about their surroundings at all and just doing their own thing, one sleeping and the other reading a book. I asked, coughing slightly and lowering my voice, "That, old grandpa, I'll bother you for a moment." To my surprise, the old man raised his head with a smile and said politely, "Yo, there's the young man. Oops, it's okay, talk to me." This old man's attitude made me a bit uncomfortable. Compared to the old lady's indifference, his reaction was too warm. I swept around a little uneasily and saw nothing out of the ordinary, so I said carefully, "I'd like to ask you about Sheldrake." After saying that, I seriously stared at the old master, but the old master's expression actually did not have the slightest surprise, and hastily piled up a smile. "Oh, Sheldrake is it? Just upstairs. It's upstairs." I was so excited that I was about to thank him, But on second thought, this Xiedishing was obviously upstairs. Why did the old lady in the daytime say that she didn't? And her tone was so sure. Who the hell is lying? Facing such a polite and good-natured old man, I felt a bit of a headache, and for a while I couldn't tell right from wrong. When the old man saw me frozen in place, he first took out a small bell from the drawer and handed it to me, looking like it matched the big bell on the table. Then smiling, he stood up and pointed a finger up the stairs and said, "Nah, go up that staircase to the second floor and the last room in the hallway. That's Sheldrake." "Ha, well, thanks." I had to nod my head and thank the old man, who immediately bent over and smiled, saying "You're welcome." I willed myself to look at the stairway inside, always feeling that something wasn't right. But it's all in and it's a shame not to go up. I don't know why, but my hands were all covered in cold sweat even though I hadn't encountered any danger. After taking a few steps, I carefully looked back at the old man again, who was still standing at the counseling desk with a smile on his face, and when he saw me looking at him, he pointed to the bell on the table and said, "Go ahead and ring the bell for something." I took out the small bell he gave me and looked at it. It was the same bronze color as the one on the table, and the inside of the bell was painted with some small characters and spells. The reason why I recognized it was because these small characters and spells were a bit similar to those on the talisman paper Qin Yang brought. Seeing this, I seemed to think that this old man didn't lie to me. Maybe he's an expert too. But the question arises, this is a mental hospital. All the people living there are patients. Why do they take these things that drive away ghosts and evil spirits? The more I thought about it, the more nervous I became, and I was quite careful when I went up the stairs. Just as I was filled with thoughts, a voice suddenly came from around the corner of the stairs. "Daddy, have you come to see me? You teach me to draw." I was instantly scared out of my wits and looked up only to realize it was a 4 or 5-year-old girl with a pale face. She was dressed in a hospital gown and cloaked in hair, standing on the second floor looking at me. She had a drawing pad in her hand and her hands were stained with coloring material. I let out a long breath, thinking this must be the patient who lives here. Looking at her expectant eyes, I had to walk up quickly and crouch down to look at her and say, "Kid, I'm not your dad. I'm here to see someone, you know?" The little girl was a lot more well-behaved than I thought she would be, and she blinked her eyes at me and whispered, "Daddy, who are you looking for?" I was a bit speechless. I'm just under 20. It's hard to be called daddy by a little girl. I didn't correct her anymore but went straight to business. "Sheldragon." The little girl smiled weakly at me and held out her hand full of coloring, pointing to the end of the hallway. "I know, over there." I looked in her direction, and with a rough idea in my mind, I patted the little girl's cold shoulder and smiled. "Well, thank you La. I'm going to find Uncle Xiedishing first. I'll come back to play with you later ah." With that, I got up and walked straight to the end of the hallway. Just a few steps away, I saw a middle-aged man rushing over, looking at me with a disappointed and angry expression and said, "Brother, my money, you'll never take it. I won't give you a dime unless you kill me." I said in a rush of embarrassment, "I'm sorry, you've got the wrong person. I'm sorry." As I said that, I pushed past him to move forward, and it was a good thing that the men were only babbling in front of their room and not following. Just walked not a few steps, and then came a gaunt woman in her 20s. Her dark circles under her eyes are very serious. Crying rushed over and hooked my neck. Aggrieved. "I love you. Don't leave me. I've figured it out. I don't want the baby. I'm going to get rid of the fetus. I just want to be with you. Please don't leave me," I said, and was about to kiss me. I was so scared that I pushed her away. This mental hospital is really not a place for people to come, and at this time of the night, no nurse is assigned to manage the management. Every now and then a cold wind would blow through the corridor, and I didn't know where it was coming from, and this was only halfway through the walk, and I was already sweating from exhaustion. I quickened my pace, wiping the sweat off my face as I wondered what this Sheldrake would be like. Just then, an old woman in front suddenly shouted, "There's a ghost." I immediately stood still in fear and looked around, cold sweat breaking out behind me. A ghost? I looked at the old woman crouching on the ground. She was shaking with her hands on her knees, like she was terrified. I watched her slowly pass by, and before I could react, I saw her suddenly point at the shadow on the ground with a horrified expression. "Look, look, there's a ghost. That's it. It keeps following me. It keeps following me." Looking at her own shadow on the floor, something that would have been normal, but hardened by her shouting, I was a little scared too. I hurried away from her and walked quickly toward the end of the hallway, each room in front of the patient's name, but also fortunately not every patient out of madness. There are many patients like to act in their own house. All the way through I heard a lot of singing opera, acting Jinhuan Zhuan, acting kung fu movie, take the head against the wall, all kinds of. I am also a long time to see. I soon reached the end of the corridor, and looked at the word Xiedishing in front of the door. I smiled excitedly, Finally ing found you. Chapter 51, Siedishing. I calmed my excitement as best I could, standing in front of the door and taking deep breaths over and over. The corridors had been roaming with patients, immersed in their own world, uncontrollable, and I couldn't help but wonder what Sae-Tek Sing's world was like, and why he'd been admitted to a psychiatric hospital. Siedishing's room was lighted. I raised my hand and prepared to politely knock on the door, and then I was curious about what he was doing in his room, so I put my ear to the door and listened. But after listening for half a day, there was no movement in the room. I withdrew my head in disappointment and knocked gently on the door. Then he hurriedly took a step back, and also straightened his clothes, fearing that he would give others a bad impression if he was not decent. After a few tense seconds of waiting, the room turned out to be unresponsive. I tried knocking 3 more times and sincerely whispered into the door. "Hello, Mr. Sheldrake. I'm here to visit you. Is it convenient to open the door?" Just as I finished my sentence, I noticed that the light inside the door suddenly went out all at once. I froze in place, not knowing what was going on. Was this a rejection? All people have 3 tempers? I spent so much effort to find this Siedishing, but he won't even let me in the door. To know that Siedishing knows things that could very well save the life of one of our classes. I gritted my teeth and said in my mind, "Old me will enter this door of yours even if I say I'm going to die today." Thinking about it, I politely knocked on the door again. "Mr. Siedishing, could you please open the door and talk to me? I don't mean any harm. Can you trust me for once?" I tried to sound as calm as I could, but there was still no movement in the room, which made me feel more and more strange. I pressed myself against the door again to listen inside and seemed to faintly hear someone inside saying something in a broken voice. This proves that there is someone in the room, and that Siedishing is in the room, and I don't know if he is afraid to see outsiders, or afraid to see me. Looking at the closed door of my room, I leaned helplessly against the wall trying to think of a way out. That's when I saw the patient in the hallway who seemed a little anticlimactic. I stood up straight in a hurry, and my heart began to beat wildly uncontrollably as I saw the doors of the rooms in the corridor, one by one, open. And the reason why I said that the patients in the corridor were abnormal was because the number of people had suddenly become too large. The whole corridor. As the doors were opened one by one, all kinds of patients inside came out. Men and women, young and old, fat, thin, fat and short. What kind of all? I even saw others heading down from the upper floors, all crowded in the second floor corridor. And I suspected that I wouldn't be able to get out of there myself for a while. I knew things seemed to be going against the grain again. Well, these psychopaths didn't seem to be trying to attack me and were currently just converging on the area. Could it be that the imp knows about me coming to see Siedishing? Thinking of this, I hurriedly knocked on the door again, urgently. "Siedishing, it's useless for you to hide from me. What's coming will always come. Quickly let me in." To my exasperation, the door remained open, and I gritted my teeth, looked at the door to the room, and violently raised my foot to kick it. It was only 3 clicks before the door was kicked in by me. The moment the door opened, an unpleasant stench wafted out, and I hurriedly covered my nose while looking into the room. By the light of the moon, I could see that the room was a mess, like a junkyard, and looked like it hadn't been cleaned up in a long time. I said at the same time as I covered my nose and carefully walked in, "Sheldrake, are you there?" I hadn't taken 2 steps in when I heard a broken voice, a voice that even had a sob in it. Only I could only hear it and not see it. I pulled out my flashlight and circled around and didn't see anything out of the ordinary other than a mess of clothes. Trash. I found the room's light switch again, only to find that the light wire had been cut, and it looked like it had just been done by Sheldrake. The occasional garbled screams of psychopaths came from the hallway outside the door, so I closed the door to my room back up to make sure there were no surprises. The room wasn't big, and soon I spotted Sheldrake, supposedly hiding in the cupboard next to the bed, because that's where the sound was coming from. I held up my flashlight and slowly walked over and whispered, "Sheldrake, is that you?" When I finished this sentence, the Siedishing inside looked like he had encountered something very frightening, and his tone suddenly trembled terribly as he said in the cabinet, "Don't come over, please, let me go, let me go," talking and crying. I frowned. Siedishing didn't want to see outsiders. There must be some shadow in his heart. He would treat all outsiders as the one he was most afraid of. So if he never saw my appearance, he would always be afraid. So I stepped forward decisively and opened the cabinet with one hand. The moment I opened the cabinet, Siedishing was so frightened that he desperately shouted, frantically looking for cover in the cabinet, as if he wanted to drill a hole to hide in, desperately shouting out of his mouth, I'm sorry, it really wasn't me, it wasn't me, please let me go, please." Siedishing guessed that it was because he had stayed in the room for a long time. His hair had grown so long that it covered his face, and on his body, he didn't even know how to wear clothes, and his body was also dirty and smelly, which made him look disgusting. knowing that talking to him nicely was definitely out of the question. I yelled at him loudly, "Xia Deisheng, you look up at Lao Zi. Lao Zi orders you to look up." I tried to speak like the one he was afraid of in his mouth, which I guessed was the imp, so I used the word command. Xia Deisheng, still hiding in the cabinet trembling, I was angry, directly yanked his arm, and pulled outward in one smooth motion. People don't believe me when I say that he's a grown man who has been so skinny that he's been pulled down at my whim. Xia Deisheng was pulled out and wrestled to the ground by me. Without any intention to resist, I moved a stool over, then sat myself on the bed and shouted, "Now I order you to sit on the stool." Not to mention, this trick really works, although Xia Deisheng is still delirious, but now he listens to my command. He weakly rose from the ground, both arms as thin as a cat's paw, his entire body skin and bones, and then honestly headed for the stool. I picked up a slightly cleaner shirt from the floor and threw it at him to put on, then asked, "Xia Deisheng, I order you now, when I ask a question, you answer it and you must tell the truth. Do you understand?" After Xia Deisheng got dressed, he didn't dare to look at me, although he had stopped talking to himself, his body was still trembling. He nodded slightly. After I saw him nodding, I was also delighted and hurriedly grasped the question. "Xia Deisheng, who is trying to kill you? Who are you afraid of?" Xia Deisheng trembled while he seemed to be thinking about it himself, and in the end, the more he thought about it, the more agitated he became. His hands cupped his fists, and he showed his teeth. "He's not a man, he's the devil, is the devil. I hate him, we all hate him." Ah! Saying that, Xia Deisheng clenched his fists and started hissing up to the sky, like he and his anger. I hurriedly digressed and went on to ask the most important question of all. "Xia Deisheng, do you know about Wando Village?" When Xia Deisheng heard me ask about Wando Village, he instantly stopped hissing, his body didn't shake anymore, and he actually raised his head slightly. With his head gradually raised, hair spread out, I finally was to see clearly what he looked like. Half of his face has become completely changed. Looks like it was burned by fire. All pitted and rotten flesh. From half of his facial features, barely judged, probably about 30 or 40 years of age of the man. Crucially, he looked at me with a smile on his face. I was instantly alert. This should not be a ghost possessed. I silently pinched the mahogany stick from my backpack, but didn't take it out, instead keeping it on guard to see what he was up to. Sheldrake looked up at me with a light smile and slowly cocked his head, then reached up and wrapped his hair back, not caring at all about his horrible face. "What are you doing looking for Manto Village, little friend?" Chapter 52, Split Personality. Hiss. He even called me a little friend. I was angry instantly as standing up, looking at the front of the Xia Deisheng, simply and before the completely two people. Even the temperament has become a little strong. I was starting to get a little confused, but then I rushed at him undeterred. "Xia Deisheng, I order you to tell me about Wando Village." Unexpectedly, Xia Deisheng even threw back his head and laughed, then shook his head and said, "Kid, are you here to be funny? And order me?" "Ha, I just feel numb." Some puzzled. This Xia Deisheng must be possessed by a ghost. I do not want to talk nonsense with him. Instantly pull out the mahogany stick, while he did not pay attention to, according to his head swung over. To my surprise, the wasted and weak Xia Deisheng, who had just been there, effortlessly pinched my peachwood stick and then pushed me away with a palm. All I felt was his palm come over me, and my body instantly backed up as if I had lost gravity until I was sitting on the bed, and my mahogany stick was seized by him, and he bent his mouth and kept playing with it in his hand, and finally threw it back to me, saying, "Little friend, you say you're going to do it when you say you're going to do it. Who taught you that? And this stick of yours, lowly goods, don't show it off in the future." I was choked by him these few times as unable to say a word. This is what is going on. He is not afraid of the talisman on the peachwood stick. Then it proves that he is not a Yin spirit. Since it is not a Yin spirit, then Xia Deisheng this change. Could it be that he pretended to be crazy before? But this pretense is also too much like it. A waste, a master. This does not match at all. I asked, at a loss for words, squeezing the mahogany stick without any sense of security. You're Xia Deisheng? The man didn't seem to take me seriously at all. Finding a pair of pants on the ground and putting them on his nose to sniff them, finally putting them on his legs and saying casually, "Yeah, I thought you were looking for me." I had trouble accepting the shift and said carefully, "So you, just," then, he raised his head and looked at me and asked, "What just happened to me?" Not knowing how to answer him, and forgetting all the questions I had prepared earlier, I sat on the bed and watched him clean up around the house. However, I have found problems. Although the current Xia Deisheng seemed confident, normal, and in extraordinary hands, he still seemed to have problems. As the clock on the wall rang out, Xia Deisheng instantly retracted his hand. I was right in my guess. After the bell rang, Xiadishing stayed where he was and retracted his hand, at a loss as to where to stand, and his mouth began to chant again. I'm sorry, it wasn't me. Let me off the hook. His body then began to tremble again and slowly looked for a place to hide in the room. And when he turned and saw me, he immediately crouched down and howled in terror. Please let me go. Please. It's not me. It's really not me. Please let me go. I finally was aware of what was going on. Split personality. It turns out that Tae-Tex-sang is schizophrenic. It just scared me. I thought it was a ghost. What controls his changing personalities is the clock on the wall, which seems to be ringing on the dot, meaning that every hour, Tae-Tex-sang changes into a different person. I looked at the crouching and trembling Xiadishing with a sudden realization. It was unbelievable. From which palm he just pushed me. Xiadishing. This person should have real skills, and he knows the peach would stick, and also said that the peach would stick is a low-grade goods. Perhaps he is the same as Master Qin, is a high-level person who can do Taoist magic may also be said. But if he's so good, why is he schizophrenic and why was he institutionalized? And why is half his face? There were just too many questions, and I grasped at the opportunity to ask while Xiadishing hadn't yet switched back to personality. Sheldrake, what's going on with the left side of your face? Xiadishing trembled and said after taking a few breaths. The fire was so big, it burned everyone. I ran. It wasn't me. The fire that Tae-Tex-sang was talking about could have been Wando Village, or it could have been the school's senior class of 7 years ago. I continue to ask, where did the fire burn? The school or Manto Village? And where the hell is Manto Village? Since I was too anxious, I asked several questions in a row, and I stared at Xiadishing, not begging him to tell all of them, just hoping that he would tell as much as he could. When Sheldrake heard my question, his mouth began to chant. I don't know about Wando Village. I don't know about Wando Village. No Wando Village. Gone. When I was about to continue to pursue the matter, I only saw Xiadishing suddenly press his chest and instantly collapsed on the ground, howling with a face full of pain. In only a moment, his face had turned twisted and held red, as if he couldn't catch his breath. I rushed over to help him and asked, Sheldrake, what's wrong with you? Xiadishing could not speak at all, could only stare at me with two eyes, sweating profusely, and kept clawing at his chest with his hands. I didn't have any experience with emergency treatment, and seeing him in so much pain, I anxiously looked around for something to see if I could help. The hand ended up accidentally touching the little bronze bell. The little bronze bell was given to me by the old man downstairs, who had said that he could ring it any time there was danger. My eyes instantly lit up, and I forcefully helped Xiadishang to the bed, then told him, Xiadishang, no matter what, you have to hold on and wait for me to come back to save you. Do you hear me? After saying that, I didn't hesitate to take the bronze bell in my hand, open the door and walk out. Once out in the hallway, I was once again stunned because now none of the psychopaths in the hallway were gone and it was unusually quiet. There was no time to think about it. I lifted the bronze bell and started to ring it, and as I did so I shouted at the top of my lungs, Help! Help! Knowing that waiting where I was would be the dumbest thing to do, I darted toward the stairway, the bell in my hand not stopping. Just as I ran to the stairway on the second floor, I saw the little girl who had just called out to my dad when I was going up the stairs, looking at me with a cold face, and the drawing board in her hand was gone, but there was an extra half-inch long knife. I said at her as I prepared to go downstairs, Children throw away the knife. It's not to be played with. It's dangerous. I didn't take her seriously. The only thing on my mind was Xiadishing's life, but when I walked past the little girl, she suddenly lifted her pocket knife and stabbed me in the thigh. I let out a cry of awe. They yelped and shouted as I pushed the little girl away. What are you doing? Luckily, the little girl was only as high as my thigh. If she had been higher, I would have died. This is not the most frightening. The frightening thing is that the little girl had an indifferent expression until the beginning, and being pushed away by me and falling to the ground, she was not afraid of the pain at all, but stood up, picked up the knife and stabbed at me again. I dodged away in shock, while snatching the knife from her hand stiffly and rushing at her. Go to your room or daddy will never come to see you again. After all, it's still a small child. Even if controlled, it's still hard to feel off her inner favorite. I pretended to be her father. I didn't expect the little girl to really tremble in place twice, and then obediently walked back to the room. I threw the knife in the trash, and then I remembered that there was a sheldrake in the room. I limped toward the stairs in a hurry, all the while shaking the bell in my hand and shouting out of my mouth, "Boss, what the hell is the point of giving me a bell? I'm shaking it to pieces. You." Before I could finish shouting my words, I saw that a big bell had fallen at my feet, and it was covered with blood. I quickly picked it up to check, found that this is not the advisory desk of the big bell. How to fall here? And there are bloodstains. Is that old man was killed? The more I walked, the more alarmed I became. because the stairs leading to the first floor hall were all stained with blood all the way. Needless to say, there must have just been a fierce fight here. The further downstairs I went, the more careful I was and the more blood there was. By the time I got to the corner of the stairs, I could even faintly hear someone hissing and someone screaming. What the hell is going on? I gritted my teeth and pulled the peachwood stick out of my backpack. Although Xie Dishing said it was a low-grade item, it was the most handy weapon I had right now. The voices downstairs became clearer and the hissing became more intense. It was only when I came over that I saw that 4 or 5 people had fallen at the head of the stairs, all patients in hospital gowns, and they were uniformly cupping in their hands the same pocket knife as the little girl. I walked around the body and down the hall, and was so scared that my legs and stomach instantly went weak, only to see in front of the consultation desk, densely packed at least 30 patients, men and women, young and old, uniformly holding a knife, constantly crowded inside, and standing in the innermost, was actually the old man who had been particularly polite before. He was at this time his upper body had been stained with blood into a blood-red color. His body had been stabbed into a hornet's nest, but he still held up a large knife and kept waving it to stop the obstruction. Chapter 53, The Ant Colony. The scene was too bloody, and the group of mental patients were like ants, constantly devouring the old man. Although the old man's stance was enough to shock me, there would still be small knives stabbing into his body. I glanced at the mahogany stick in my hand and gritted my teeth or rushed forward. However, I was just halfway through my charge when I heard the old man hiss and shout, "Run! Don't get killed here!" I stopped in my tracks in a hurry. He was right. I'd undoubtedly be sending myself to my death if I rushed over there now. As much as I wanted to help, the old man's face was covered in blood. With a swing of the big knife in his hand, 2 people fell down in an instant. The wounds on his body from being stabbed were shocking to the eyes, and my hands were shaking from watching them. Just talk to me. The old man's chest was caught off guard by someone stabbed in a knife. This knife may have stabbed the important parts. The old man spit out a mouthful of blood, sprayed in front of the group of people are covered with blood. At the same time, the few psychopaths standing on the periphery, as if they had noticed me, slowly turned around and walked towards me with small knives raised with a cold face. The old man's voice came through again, his throat a little hoarse as he roared at me. "Are you out of your mind? Get lost. Help me find the old woman when you have time. And say that I'm not ashamed of my old man's death." As soon as he finished speaking, 4 or 5 psychopaths quickly rushed towards me. I glanced at the old man and really had no choice but to grit my teeth and turn around to go up the stairs again. Although I didn't know this old man, and didn't even know his name, I knew in my heart that his death must have something to do with me, and that my coming to find Xie Dishing was the source of his doom. Behind me came the sound of the old man's loud laughter and the muffled grunt of a knife stabbing into his body, and when I turned around again, I could no longer see the old man's body as it was piled high with knife-wielding psychopaths, scrambling to carry their knives towards him. I forced myself to hold back my inner grief and ran towards the end of the corridor as fast as my feet could carry me. I didn't even know how to get out of it if I were to face this group of psychopaths in a while. The hallway wasn't very long, and Sheldrake was still in the house waiting for help. I had just run to the front of Xie Dishing's room when I saw that the group of mental patients on the first floor of the stairway had rushed up, and they were covered in the old man's blood. Not having time to look around much, I quickly pushed the door open and shouted, "Come with me, Shed." When I entered, I was instantly dumbfounded and just felt like my energy had been instantly drained. And that's no longer the word for fear, because I saw that Xie Dishing, who was lying on the bed, was already a bloody mess, and at this time had long been out of breath. He was estimated to have been stabbed no less than 100 times, and the 6 or 7 psychopaths in the room were, to this day, mechanically stabbing him, and I even saw his white bones. All I felt was dizzy and my stomach lurched to vomit. Things have developed into this. I really can't do anything at all. Looking at Xie Dishing's corpse, I had to quietly exit the room again. Meanwhile, the group of psychopaths in the hallway had rushed over. I had the bright idea to go into Sheldrake's room again, closing the door behind me in the process. I bet in my heart that this group of psychopaths outside the door would stop chasing me if they couldn't see me. And I also bet that the 7 psychopaths in this room only had eyes for Xie Dishing and wouldn't move me. Truth is, I lost all my bets. It was only quiet for 3 seconds before there was a deafening banging at the door, and the wall next to the door instantly began to loosen its slime, and I even had the illusion that the whole building was going to collapse. And all 7 psychopaths in the room stopped their knives at the same time and turned toward me. Looking at this group of blood-covered psychopaths filled me with despair. Their eyes were blood-red and no longer had eyeballs, exactly like the last homeroom teacher who chased me. Only this time, there was no Qin Yong's copper sword. Seeing the nearest one charging at me, I kicked him away violently, while raising my peachwood stick to whip the other one's head in a smooth motion. The mahogany stick was thin but sturdy, and when it was smacked on the man's head, it instantly cracked open and blood flowed straight out. But these people are no longer afraid of pain at all. To be precise, these are no longer called people. It is not too much to say that they are zombies. Zombies. After opening the two, I quickly jumped on the bed and went around to the other side. By this time, I saw that the door to the room had been cracked open by the crash, and there was such a large group outside the door that it would be harder than heaven to break out. That's exactly why I'm going into the room again. After circling around to the other side, I pressed myself against the wall and once again kicked one of the people close to me, then approached the window. At the same time, the door of the room was bang. The door of the room was opened with a bang. The people outside the door were densely packed, like ants crowding into the house, and the pocket knives in their hands were like fangs trying to tear me apart. Anyone who says they're going to fight them hard at this point is either a cutie. It's an idiot. I rolled over and climbed up to the window and jumped without hesitation. When I came here before, I had carefully observed that this building was a Republican-era building, so its floors were all relatively low, with each floor only about 2 meters apart, and the building is surrounded by overgrown bushes. Overgrown bushes that I've gone in and dodged, and underneath it's all muddy and fluffy. I decisively jumped down from here, which was a plan I had tried to come up with before I entered this building. Only, I still underestimated this group of psychopaths. After I jumped down from the window, they unexpectedly also jumped down without any hesitation, one after another. Do not take themselves seriously at all to fall down. I have noticed that this group of psychiatric patients, there are a lot of old men and women of age, fall down the estimated bones are broken. But it's no use talking about that now, because they can't be considered human anymore. Seeing them behind me again, I pulled out my legs and ran. It was too slow to run through the weeds, so I simply circled around to the straight road I had come on earlier. I didn't realize that I was focusing on the group of psychopaths behind me, but I had forgotten that there were also those inside the main entrance who were rushing out, and as I circled around, I just happened to be followed by them in an angle. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I cursed, my feet didn't stop at all, and I ran forward as fast as I could, and as I ran I looked back. To my surprise, the speed of these old men and women was not even close to mine, and it felt as if their bodies were no longer their bodies, controlled by others. I ran wildly as I adjusted my breathing, feeling like I was going to be pounced on by them at any moment, my calves getting weaker and weaker. Just as I was about to die, a man suddenly rushed out of the weeds, and he was so fast that he yanked me by the wrist, like a vice grip, and ran toward the weeds. I didn't even have time to react. My heart was pounding. The group behind us didn't lag behind, but rather in the weeds. They got even better, getting closer to us, because I was running so fast, and because I was so tired, and because it was dark around me. I couldn't see clearly who had pulled me in. Running, he suddenly pulled me towards the ground and sat down, leaning his back against a stone monument, while saying to me shoo. I knew what he meant and hurriedly adjusted my breathing and covered my mouth. Sweat kept dripping down my body, and I wasn't sure if it would work or not for this guy to use this trick, but there was no other way to do it now anyway. We leaned against the monolith and didn't move a muscle, while the roaring behind us increased. Apparently this group of psychopaths had lost us here, and they had stopped at the same time and were looking around for us. I nervously covered my mouth with my hand, not daring to move but darting my eyes around. Since I had just been running for so long, my legs actually cramped up at this point without a fight. I fought through the pain and tried to stretch my legs forward so I could get comfortable. Just moments after my leg went out, a psychopath walked by me and his foot just hit mine. The psychopath instantly turned toward me with a roar of rage, while raising the knife in his hand and jabbing it violently into my leg. I was so scared that I was about to scream out instantly, and in the nick of time, the man who pulled me in decisively covered my mouth and quickly pulled back my cramped leg with his other hand. The psychopath roared and instantly attracted a number of companions, a dozen or more, who kept hanging around us. Every now and then they'd have people staring toward the two of us, but after looking at them for a while they'd move away. I was also discovering the mystery. They seemed to not be able to see me. Chapter 54, Trappers. I was very curious in my heart, why this group of mental patients couldn't see us as soon as we sat here. Could it be the tactics of the people around me? Again, the problem came when the group of psychopaths couldn't see us, but they surrounded us and refused to leave. It was as if they could smell me, and they kept turning back and forth, the slightest breeze causing a riotous commotion. I do not know how long. This time the sky also began to numb bright. I cannot help but sigh, time passes really fast. I went to the psychiatric hospital last night to see Siedishing, then began to frantically run for their lives. It feels like just a moment of time. The sky is bright, with the sound of a rooster crowing in the distance. These psychopaths momentarily shook their bodies twice, then finally left one by one. When I watched the movie before, I know that the generally in spirit ghouls and ghosts and so on will be day and night, fear of sunlight. It is said that the sound of the roosters crowing in their ears is the slogan of the young world patrolling people. In order to maintain the order of the yin and yang worlds, if the dawn is still running around, will be severely punished, never to be allowed to transcend life. Of course, these are all legends and no one has ever asked for proof. What I find strange is that this group of psychopaths is clearly controlled, as evidenced by their orderly pursuit, and must be manipulated by someone behind the scenes. If that's the case, then why do they have the same fear of sunlight? The hand covering my mouth loosened as I saw the psychopaths around me walking away one by one. The first thing I did was to carefully stand up and lie down behind the stone monument to observe the group of psychopaths, who were pouring into the asylum one after another at that moment, so quickly that within a few breaths the area around them was empty. Looking at the building in front of me, I sighed. Just then, all I heard was a deafening noise. I was so scared that I bent down in a hurry, while covering my head to look ahead, only to see that the entire asylum instantly began to collapse, starting from the first floor, and the dust around it slowly drifted away like the smoke from an exploding artillery shell. It crackled continuously for a long time until it finally leveled out and said it was gone, like it was never there. The first thing that came to my mind was that there was a 4 or 5-year-old girl still living in this building. There was still dust in the air, and I held my breath at the sight before me, finally realizing why the psychopath suddenly wanted to go back. The sound of chickens crowing was indeed their rallying cry, but whoever was behind it obviously didn't want anyone else to see them, and if they killed me it was fine, but if they didn't, they let them run back quickly and destroy the body. I began to wonder in the back of my mind whether I was saving lives or harming them by simply looking into it. I was so preoccupied with the emotions in my own mind that I forgot about the savior beside me, and I didn't react until he spoke. Little brother, no need to be sad. This place should never have existed in the first place. When I heard his words, I woke up, so I hurriedly turned around to look over, only to see a man in a gray robe, not very old, with a face full of pimples, and a very bald head. I never thought that the person who saved me would be the owner of the village in front of me, whom I passed by to buy water and ask for directions. I looked at him incredulously. His whole demeanor changed when he took off his jersey and changed into his gray robe, and before he heard me say I was looking for Sieta Shang, he instantly started to be scared and fearful, but now he was full of confidence. Do people who live in this neighborhood have two personalities? The shock that filled my eyes was clear to him and he said with a low smile, I know what little brother is thinking. You can rest assured. I am not in Sieta Shang like split personality, the way I was afraid before. Before I was afraid because I wanted to escape. Until I saw your righteousness, saw your bravery, I am also figured out. I nodded half-heartedly at his explanation, a whole bunch of questions going through my head. I even noticed that he had the same martial arts accent as the bald janitorial master at school, both of whom, after the imp, had come into my life. Whether they are good or bad for me, I simply can't tell. There were just too many questions, and it took half a day of thinking before I spoke. Thank you for saving my life. What did you just mean when you said this place was never supposed to be here in the first place? The gray-robed man said with a sigh as he looked at the flattened asylum in the distance. Tell you this way, this place, only you alone can find. This building is also specially built for you. Sieta Shang did not go crazy before. Is waiting for your appearance. Unfortunately, I hastened to follow up. Unfortunately what? The gray-robed man scowled. Unfortunately it's just been too long and so many people simply can't make it through. You should have seen the old lady and the old man. They were both in their early 20s when they came here. I really didn't understand what he meant and asked with a frown. Why am I the only one who can find this place? Why was this building built especially for me? And what was Sieta Shang waiting for me for? Tell me more clearly. The gray-robed man looked at me with a helpless face and finally said, Little brother, I can only tell you one thing. If you want to find Wandu village, you have to enter this building. As for what happened today is also a matter of man's calculation. Wandu village is also not something you're looking for alone. Your enemy. It is precisely by utilizing you that you found this place. These insane psychopaths are the means used by your enemies. Even though I've known for a long time that things aren't as simple as I thought. It sounds like it's even more complicated now. The words the gray-robed man said were vague, so that I couldn't catch the point. And the only enemy he talked about, I think, was the imp. The reason I was forced to come to Manto village was because of the imp's Microsoft bonus game. I just felt my brain start to paroxysm with some of the information that I couldn't fit in so much. And I closed my eyes and tried to organize it in my memory. I even started to get scared because I felt like my life was in the hands of someone who kept guiding me forward, guiding me to see things that were never in my otherwise world. The gray-robed man didn't bother me, waiting for me to open my eyes before continuing. It's true that the information is a bit much, but it's nothing compared to the dangers you're going to encounter in the future. I nodded, grateful for the gray-robed man as well, and looking at his gray robe, I suddenly asked, Why are you helping me? And what are you? The gray-robed man was slightly stunned, obviously not expecting me to ask this, only to see him frown and say softly, "I'm not exactly doing you a favor. Someone should have told you about this a long time ago." The gray-robed man then paused and said, "As for what I am, you can consider me a catcher." Chapter 55, The Devil's Card. Catcher. This is the first time I heard this word. Sounds very common, but gives me a feeling of mystery. The first thing that comes to my mind is the ancient court constable. In fact, it is also equivalent to the current criminal police. Seeing the lightness of his words, I asked in disbelief, "You're a plainclothes cop who specializes in catching bad guys?" The gray-robed man tilted his head and smiled. This kind of bashful aura was extremely mismatched with his pimple-faced plus balding appearance. I even felt that there was another person underneath his skin. I'm not a cop, except for arresting people that are much more powerful than the bad guys. I was about to continue asking when the gray-robed man came up and tapped me on the shoulder and said, "Well, little brother, don't be inquisitive. You'll naturally know all about it in the future, and it's up to you to walk the road well in the future." I listened to him as if he wanted to say goodbye to me and asked quickly, "You're not going to help me find Manto Village?" Instead of answering me directly, the gray-robed man pushed aside the weeds and began to walk out, and I hurried to keep up with him as he continued without looking back. "Remember this place? You'll be back later." Hearing his words, I hurriedly looked back. The place where we just stayed was in front of a stone monument. The side of the monument was scratched with a circle of small grooves. The strange thing was that this monument didn't have any words engraved on it, and it was hidden in the vast weeds. If not for the fact that he had brought me here, perhaps I would never have been able to find it. I knew that this was the place he was referring to, and it was this place that allowed me to escape the pursuit. I looked around carefully and roughly estimated the location before following the gray-robed man again. The gray-robed man never spoke to me again the whole way, just walked forward silently, helping me lead the way. It was only when he got all the way to the front before the fork in the village that he stopped and spoke to me seriously. "Well, little brother, it's time for you to go back. I have my own business to attend to, so I'll leave you here." In fact, seriously, this gray-robed man only changed clothes, and then by the way took me to the stone monument to save my life. Told some things I cannot understand. To the end of the simply did not make a move, but he gave me the feeling of extraordinary hands. Inexplicably give me a sense of trust. Seeing him turn to leave, I said in a hurry, "If there is danger in the future, can I come to you for help?" The gray-robed man froze slightly, then pulled out a small green-colored sword from his own pocket and handed it to me and said, "I guess it's hard to see each other in the future, so this is for you." After saying that, he never ignored me again, turned around and walked away. I took the small green sword before I saw it clearly. It turned out that it was not a small sword, but a long sword, only from the sword body a finger-long place broken, so at a glance, it looks like a small sword, but his hilt is made especially exquisite, like being a couple of small snakes entangled in the general, holding in the hand of the palm of the hand is cold. Upon closer inspection, I found the word "no blade" engraved on the sword. I looked at the broken sword in my hand speechlessly. This gray-robed man is also really perfunctory. This hilt is made even more exquisite. Without the sword body, how can I fight with others? When I looked up, I realized that the gray-robed man's figure had long since disappeared, and I didn't even know his name. I shrugged and slipped the broken sword into my bag, then looked behind me down this long, straight road, thinking of all the encounters last night. It is really emotional. I have worked hard to find Siedishing, the death is too bad, and the last words of the old man at the counseling desk before he died. Let me pass on the words of the old woman. There's definitely no time for that at the moment. Im's game will be released today, no surprise. I need to get back there quickly. The only way is to wait until later to go back to the old lady to pass on her last words. After sighing, I turned around and started walking back. The sun was just coming up, and I made a point of turning my cell phone off before going into the mental hospital. Waiting for it to turn on, a thought struck me. I haven't been home all night. My parents should be freaking out. I slapped myself for being so careless. I should have called them first last night. There was no use talking about it now, so I hurriedly called my mom while walking back. The call went through quickly and I was quick to explain. "Mom, I'm fine. I'll be right back." My mom froze on the other end of the phone for a few seconds, then said, "What, you're fine? You ran out at 6 this morning. What were you doing?" I immediately felt a numbness in my scalp. The back of the cold sweat is straight up. "Did someone pretend to be me home again last night?" I asked, fighting back the panic that was building inside me. Mom, what time did I get home last night?" My mom got a little anxious at my question and said, "Son, what's wrong with you? You came home at 8 last night. Did something happen to you? You have to tell Mom if something is wrong." My hand shook and I almost dropped the phone on the floor. I said in a rush, "I'm fine, Mom, I just forgot." "Ha ha, I'll be back in a while. I hurriedly hung up the phone after that. I stood still and began to wonder who the hell this man was, and why every time I came to investigate what was going on in Manto village, he had to come home pretending to be me. Keep in mind that I didn't come home at all yesterday from morning until this morning. I squeezed the phone, sweat dripping down my forehead. In the end, I decided it was better to go home first. The road was so much better in the daytime than at night, and soon I was running to the bus stop sign. I gripped my cell phone apprehensively, my mind wondering if it was the imp or not. I repeatedly didn't want to involve my family, but this man came to the door. Was he warning me to stop looking into it? After drumming all night, and with my brain scrambled, I fell asleep as soon as I got in the car. When I woke up and realized that I still had one stop left to go from home, I went straight ahead and got out of the car, found a KFC restroom, and washed my face well with cool water, then scrubbed the dust and mud off of my body. I had been stabbed in the pants by the little girl, but fortunately it wasn't very noticeable, and the only thing that surprised me was that the wound was now healed and scabbed over without any feeling, and I tidied up before heading back again. The main reason for doing this is that I don't want mom and dad to see that I have signs of a fight on me. When I got home, my mom looked at me with a worried face and asked, "Son, what's wrong with you today?" I said, squeezing out a smile, "It's fine. Just went to play a game with my classmates and lost." Not happy. My mom helplessly knocked me gently on the head a few times and criticized me. "Just know how to play games. The same as your father, immoral." Well, eat breakfast yet? I'll go make you something to eat. I could barely hold back the tears as I watched my mom love me so much. It was hard to imagine that last night they had greeted a fake son, and that if the man had done something to them, they might not have even had a chance to fight back. I went into my room and covered my head, my hatred for the imp deepening infinitely in my heart. Just then, my cell phone rang, and needless to say, it must have been from the imp. He still sent a smiley emoji first. Said, "Have a good weekend everyone. So many of you are quite busy." I felt like he was saying this to me and I was so angry that I replied directly to the group saying, "If you have an ass, you know how to play dirty." I'm probably the only one in the class who dares to talk to the imp like that now. Not the least bit offended. The imp continued, "It's Sunday and there will be a new game. For this game, I need the whole class to have to participate. Game content, all students tonight at 12 o'clock, must gather in the playground, and then listen to my instructions. Began to look for the devil's card in the school. The number plate is limited. Did not find the students, will be punished." The devil's card? What tricks is the imp going to play this time? Since the whole class was participating, it was expected that various squads would be formed again at that time, fighting each other to kill each other. This was the usual routine of the imp. Everyone knew it. I asked in the group, "What's a devil card?" The imp sent a smiling emoji and then posted a picture out. I clicked on it to check it out. It was about the size of a poker with a spooky clown design drawn on it in dark colors and a slightly gothic drawing style. It was only then that someone in the class came out to discuss it. Meaning, are we looking for this card at school? What if I find more than a dozen? Can I sell them? Yeah. Little devil, how many of them did you put in the school in total? I will go to the school to find them now. Is there a reward for collecting the most cards? The class was finally normal for once, and the questions asked were pretty important. The imp sent a smiling emoji and said, "Each person collects an unlimited number of demon cards, and it's up to them to decide what to do with them. There will be a reward for the person who collects the most. The number of demon cards is below your class size." Chapter 56, It's Not You Who's Fighting. Once the imp said that, everyone seemed to understand. There was no doubt that this time, it would definitely produce the punished, because even if each person only took one, it still wasn't enough to share, because the number of demon cards was lower than the number of people in the class. My biggest concern is the fear that some of my classmates will use these devil's cards to do bad things. I don't think it's going to be a quiet night. That's when my mom knocked on the door and called me to dinner. After dinner, I sent a message to Su Chenxiao and Qin Yong. For tonight's game, I'd still recommend bringing a weapon or something is bound to happen. Su Chenxiao sent a surprised expression and said, Aren't we looking for the devil's card? Let's just look for it, won't we? Qin Yong replied, "Don't underestimate the class. They've changed to be different from before. Don't expect them to stick together with each other. Xiang Nan is right. You must bring a weapon or you'll definitely suffer tonight." Su Chenxiao asked with a "When are you going to school?" I said thoughtfully, "Anyway, our class doesn't have to go to class right now, so I don't think it's useful to go that early. So let's go at 6, and go to the usual place then, and talk it over together." Su Chenxiao and Qin Yong agreed. At this time, I unconsciously thought of Xiao Ming again. Thinking about the past, there were at least 6 of us, but now there are only 3 left, and almost none of the class can be trusted. After saying this, I privately messaged Su Chenxiao a few more times, then hurriedly turned off my phone to catch up on my sleep. Although I had inexplicably become extremely capable of recovery, I knew that what I had recovered was only a superficial wound. My brain was loaded with too much information to digest, and I had to rest well to recover my mental strength. This sleep lasted until 5 p.m., or until my dad yelled at me to wake up. My dad asked me why I hadn't been to school, so I had to make up an excuse that school was on vacation for the week and I'd go back tonight. I said so, and my dad believed it without the slightest doubt. After I had eaten my fill, I was full of energy and began to pack my things, whereas before my book bag was full of books. Now my backpack was almost entirely full of tools and weapons. A peachwood stick is a must-have, and can deal with the spirits of the underworld, as well as with your classmates. And most importantly, it's not fatal. When I was organizing, the broken sword that the gray-robed man gave me fell out. I picked it up and hesitated for half a day. This broken sword didn't have much combat power at all. Instead, it was very heavy, but I also felt that it might have some role to play at the critical moment. And in the end, I still put it into my bag, all geared up and ready to go. I arrived at the school at 6 o'clock on the dot. After meeting up with Qin Yong and Su Chunxiao, we went to the same old place, the bookstore by the school. After 2 days of not seeing each other, Su Chunxiao and I were extraordinarily mushy, and Qin Yong couldn't stand to watch. Hey, can you two stop making out in front of me? We have a game to play tonight. Ha ha ha. Su Chunxiao and I burst out laughing at the same time. Then I said seriously, make sure you don't get careless tonight. The three of us should always stay together. And when you find the 3 devil cards, don't get greedy and close them immediately. Qin Yong nodded and said, yeah, just make sure you find 3 cards, and let's stay out of the way of what happens to the others. Su Chunxiao leaned on my shoulder and whispered, what about people grabbing our cards? Qin Yong laughed, took out a knife from the bag. This knife I remember. Is the last time to go to the waste building? Jin Xiaofeng, 4 of them equipped with Nepalese army knife, holding in the hand looks very fierce. I almost got killed by this knife that day. Su Chunxiao was a bit uncomfortable by Qin Yong's knife. After all, she was a girl. I said in a rush, people don't mess with us, and we don't mess with people, in case they come after us. Qin Yong agreed with me and said, yes, it's too late to preach mercy to them. Anyway, after half a day's discussion, the most talked about is, how to defend yourself. We talked for almost an hour or so before we were ready to go into the school. As I walked to the janitor's office, I always felt a cold whirring sensation behind me, like something was constantly running up my neck. And it wasn't the first time, but every time I turn around, there's nothing. The bald old man in the janitor's office was still there, and I gave him a slight nod of greeting as I entered. Unexpectedly, the eyes of this bald grandpa looking at me suddenly changed and rushed me. Little brother, I have something to tell you. Is it convenient to come inside? I glanced at him and felt that he didn't mean any harm, so I let Qin Yong and Su Chunxiao wait first. Then I followed him into the house. Just as I entered the room, the bald grandpa took a book and smacked it at my head. The mouth cried out, "Get out, sinner!" There was a loud snap, and it was a good hit, and the point was that I had no defense at all. Then the bald grandpa didn't seem to intend to stop, and continued to pick up the book and whip it hard at me. I swung my fist up in anger and cursed, "What the are you hitting me for? Bald master, simply ignore me. Still shine on all parts of my body to hit, and no matter how I dodge, his book will always hit me solidly, not fatal but drilling pain. I don't care about anything else." I raised my fist to fight back. This can't be beaten for nothing, can it? But before my fist could reach him, my hand was already being squeezed by him. Then the bald grandpa slapped me on the chest one last time, finally stopped and smiled. Okay, all driven away. My body was raw from the beating, and when I saw him stop, I looked at him through clenched teeth, wondering what the hell he was up to, and said, "What drove away? I have nothing against you. Why did you hit me?" It was only at this time that the bald grandpa let go of my hand and hurriedly explained with a smile, "Don't misunderstand, little brother. I really have no grudge against you, and it wasn't you that I hit. I really wanted to go up and smack him, but I didn't feel like I could beat him, so I just got angry. It's not me you're hitting. Why does it hurt on me? You're crazy." The bald grandpa did not mind what I said at all, sat down his body and said slowly, "Little brother yesterday went to what place? I will not ask. The key is to bring all the Yin spirit in the body." I was jolted and surprised. Shady spirits? The bald Moncler Outlet online man smiled and nodded, and continued, "Does little brother feel a cool breeze around him from time to time? And sometimes he even feels that there is cool air running around his neck and shoulders?" I nodded my head in a rush, feeling especially obvious today. The bald grandpa smiled at me. That's right. Strangely enough, after being hit by him a few times, I still felt pain before, but after a while, I felt refreshed, and even my fatigue was eliminated, and I seemed to have a body of strength that I couldn't use up. I asked curiously. You're a Taoist priest? The bald Moncler outlet store head shook his head and smiled. I'm not a Taoist priest. Alright, the word is out. Go away. Seeing him say so, I can't ask again. After thanking him, I turned around and left, and when I walked to the door, the bald Moncler outlet online suddenly said again, remember what I told you before, there are some things that, if you can't handle them, you can give them to me for safekeeping. I pondered in my heart, what exactly is there that I can't handle? I don't have much of anything only today the grey-robed man gave me a broken sword, but this broken sword doesn't have any effect, so how come I can't handle it? I wasn't going to reply to him, he's here every day anyway, so the big deal was to come to him. Shin Yong and Su Chunxiao asked me what was the matter, and I didn't say anything about the bald master helping me drive away the in spirit from my body, but only told them that the bald master asked me for something. Upon entering the school, I realized that there were surprisingly few people at the school today. One could even say that there was almost no one there. The only few people on the playground, and they were all from our class, were probably trying to come to the school early to find the devil's cards. I didn't think that was necessary. After all, the imp wasn't stupid. By the time we got to the front of the school building, we saw at the same time a notice posted at the school that said, in order to make adjustments with the school, all students will be asked to study at home and not come to school for 2 days, Sunday and Monday. I laughed. This little devil is really powerful. For our class to play the game, to drive away the whole school. That means that now, in the whole school, there is only one class of us left. First of chapter 57. Since we didn't have to go to class, we started wandering around the campus while it was still early. Su Chunxiao was still simply looking around as she walked, trying to take her chances and see if she could find the devil card. I said with a smile and pinched her face. Don't look, idiot. Why would the imp put out the demon card now? Do you know why he wants us to gather? Su Chunxiao pouted and shook her head, saying she didn't know. I took her hand and said slowly, the reason why the imp succeeds in getting the game going every time, apart from the fact that it has powerful instincts of its own, there's also the important point of utilizing human nature. Every time he plays the game, he sidesteps the game by getting us to compete with each other, and hurt each other for the sake of profit. This is his usual routine. Su Chunxiao was still a bit unconvinced and said with a blank look at me, then it's not like this has anything to do with him hiding his cards ahead of time. Seeing Su Chunxiao start to get a little capricious, I deliberately argued with her. Of course it matters. If we hide the cards now and they are raided, how will we gather everyone at night? After saying that, without waiting for Su Chunxiao to continue speaking, I directly pressed her shoulders and said with a smile, don't worry, fool, I'm confident that I can help you find the demon card. Only then did Su Chunxiao's mouth pout, burying her head into my arms and saying with some aggression, I'm so sick of playing imp games. I can't help every time. I kissed her forehead and smiled. As long as you're safe, it's a huge favor. Time passed by. Su Chunxiao and I strolled around the campus, while Qin Yong said that he didn't want to be a light bulb and went to the dormitory to rest and relax, and then rendezvoused at 10 o'clock in the evening. Along the way, Su Chunxiao and I met quite a few of our classmates, only that they didn't even bother to pay attention to us, and just buried their heads in the corners of the school looking for the devil's card. Another phenomenon I noticed was the way the class looked at me. I remembered that after a couple of previous incidents, people trusted me, not to say worshipped me, but at least thought I was reliable. But since Zhangya that happened, my status in their hearts is plummeting. Students no longer take me seriously, such as this time, walking down the road to meet classmates, not to mention greetings, and some even angry at me, making it look like an enemy. This made me a little worried, because there was a high possibility of a conflict over the demon card tonight. Qin Yong and I were fine. The key was Su Chunxiao's safety, which was undoubtedly a hidden fuse. Time passed by. Seeing that the sky was getting darker and darker, the school didn't even have a light on the huge campus because no one was attending classes, and many people raised their flashlights and looked at the empty playground from a distance, like a starry sky dragging its tail. At this point in the playground has come a lot of people, but no longer like before to stand together to discuss, are pulling each other a few people into a team, entrenched in various corners. Of course, that doesn't exclude a few other introverted students who remain alone. These people are also the ones I'm most worried about, and in a few moments, if someone tries to pull a crooked stunt, these dropouts are the perfect people to do it. I looked at the time. It was 11:30, and the playground should be full of people who should be here. The three of us found a place to sit down. Qin Yong handed me a cigarette and said after lighting it, Xiang Nan, look at a couple of guys over there. We'll have to watch out for them later. Qin Yong used the peach stick to point to a few people on the side of the basketball hoop. At this time, the surrounding is too dark. I can't see who it is, but look at the number of people. there are as many as 5 people. This is undoubtedly the biggest team in the class now. I asked as I lit my cigarette up. Who is leading these men? Wang Yu. Wang Yu, this person I do not interact with much. He belongs to the class, is not on the study. All day secretly hiding to read novels of the type. Very low key. Never seen him get into trouble. How this change? Become the leader. Qin Yang guessed that he guessed my doubts and said, I'm the class president. I'm much more familiar with the people in the class than you are. Don't look at this Wang Yu who usually keeps a low profile. In fact, his heart is very deep. He knows the danger of tonight's game. So he organized a lot of people to form a team. And all of these people are those who are not used to seeing you. Wang Yu knows very well in his heart. As long as he pushes you down, the rest of the class is not enough to be afraid of. Listening to Qin Yang so analyze, I instantly as suddenly realized. Really, this is the truth. As far as the current class is concerned, the combination of Qin Yang and I can hardly be resisted by anyone. And in order to deal with us, we need to be outnumbered in the first place. This Wang Yu, I've really looked away. I made a mental note of him, and at the same time, the imp sent out a message in the WeChat group. 12 o'clock has come and gone and everyone is assembled on time. Which is great. The rules of the game have already been stated before, so I won't continue to repeat them, and I'll only add that after the game is over, I'll still be handing out red packets to reward everyone. The deadline for the game is before dawn today. So, game on. No one replied in the WeChat group, and with imp's sentence about the game starting, the students in the playground instantly stirred. Many of the students, being of a thunderous disposition, hurriedly turned off their cell phones and began to run to the corner of the school. Actually, the imp didn't explicitly say exactly where the devil card was, just circled a range in the school, so finding it was quite a challenge. Qin Yang and I extinguished our cigarettes and stood up as well. According to the previous plan, first of all, the 3 of us must be together, and then, our first target is the cafeteria. Start in the cafeteria and make a circle around the school so you don't miss it and don't wander around. As we walked towards the school, we encountered a number of students who were running wild, and when they saw us, they rushed around the road, making it look like we were going to eat us. Luckily, the cafeteria was still empty, so the 3 of us began a carpet search. We ended up searching for half an hour and found nothing, so we had to change to the next location. Since it was early in the morning and there was no one else at school, I could hear the class talking a little louder. By this time, some of the students had already started arguing over the devil card. Did you find it so quickly? Just as we passed by, we saw 2 students already wrestling. They were pulling each other's hair and had fallen to the ground. We don't care about the other students. Let them fight. At this time, Su Chunxiao suddenly squatted down, looked at the flower pot in front of her, and said excitedly, Is this a devil card? Su Chunxiao picked one up from the flower pot and handed it to me. I fixed my eyes on it with the flashlight and instantly put it down while looking up and around warily. It's the devil's sign, all right. It's exactly like the photo, except that I was worried about finding it this early in the day, and I was worried about being targeted by the others. Qin Yang and Su Chunxiao also reacted and hurriedly turned their heads to help me check. I nodded at Su Chunxiao with relief and then said, Let's hurry up and change places. Just as we were about to leave, I suddenly saw a man sneaking around in the distance, seemingly watching us, and just as we turned to go, he darted away. I watched him run away hopelessly. This should not be sent here to spy on us. I whispered at them as I walked away. The fact that we found the devil's card is already known, so we have to be careful. With that, I slowly drew the mahogany stick from my bag. Chapter 58, New Membership. That sneaky person just now must have run back to snitch. It looks like there are already people specifically targeting us, so we must be more vigilant now. I pulled Su Chunxiao and started to pick up my pace, Qin Yang leading the way, and eventually we decided to go near the office building. There are already quite a few people here, but most of them are small teams of 2 or 3, so if we clash head-on, Qin Yang and I can still resist. After finding a remote corner, we turned off the flashlight light, then took out the demon card Su Chunxiao found and stuffed it into the zippered pocket inside the backpack. It always felt like we were the wimpy ones, but after all the imp games, I think it's safest to be wimpy. Almost an hour had passed, and the 3 of us had already changed 3 places to look one after another. Thankfully no one came to trouble us during this period, but we didn't find a second demon card either. At this rate, I'm starting to get a little anxious, as time goes on. After all, the school has a limited number of demon cards, and sooner or later there will come a moment when they are finished being looked for, and then it will be really hard to deal with them. And the empty campus, at this time the atmosphere has become eerie. The silence is a little scary. Basically already cannot hear the sound. I'm also surprised that I haven't seen Wang Yu's team anywhere after all this time. Don't they even have to look for the devil card? Just as I was looking down and thought, A thin figure suddenly ran over to the side of us. Qin Yong and I were instantly alert, hastily pulling back Su Chunxiao while pinching our weapons and hiding them behind us. The man saw us reacting so dramatically and stopped right where he was and opened his mouth to speak. Xiang Nan? I'm Wang Qingqing. I want to join your team. Wang Qingqing is the language class representative in the class. Long, petite and elegant, writing first class, often praised by the language teacher. Her composition as a model in the class read, but unfortunately, bias powerful. So not all teachers like, grades are also naturally general. This kind of classmate. I usually basically not much contact. The only have had exchanges. Is the school sports meeting? She and I were divided into the co-ed sprinting program, and took first place. In addition, never talked to each other. I asked warily, why do you want to team up with us? There are so many students in the class. Wang Qingqing is a shy girl, and when I asked her so directly, she instantly lowered her head and then whispered, no one in my class would take me, and I didn't really trust them either. Hearing her say this, I also understand. Now most of the students in the class are selfish. No one will be as helpful as in the past. Wang Qingqing alone and not much combat power. With her is undoubtedly with a drag bottle. Thinking about it, I said with a straight heart, go away. Just like you don't trust the rest of your classmates. I have a hard time trusting you. Su Chunxiao tugged my arm hard from the side and whispered, you see how dangerous it is for her to walk alone. Just take her with you, so I can have a companion too. I knew that Su Chunxiao was kind by nature, but I couldn't argue with her. So I turned my head and asked Qin Yang again, and he also said that it didn't matter. In that case, it would be heartless of me to refuse, I said with a sigh. Alright then, Wang Qingqing, follow us, but I don't dare to guarantee that you are safe. I can only say that I will help you as much as possible if we are not threatened. Wang Qingqing nodded her head momentarily in excitement. Su Chunxiao hurriedly smiled and ran over to hold Wang Qingqing's hand, and the two of them had already begun to whisper up, turning into bosom friends in a second. Seeing Su Chunxiao so happy, I was also relieved. As I've all said before, since Su Chunxiao decided to be with me, there are no longer any girls in the class who are willing to play with her, and this invisible feeling of loneliness is something that I, as a boy, can feel. While Su Chunxiao and Wang Qingqing were chatting hotly, Qin Yong and I also found a place to sit down, lit a cigarette and prepared to rest for a while. Su Chunxiao pointed at Qin Yong from time to time and whispered to Wang Qingqing. Then the two of them covered their mouths and snickered, and Wang Qingqing also quietly looked at Qin Yong. This can put Qin Yong embarrassed. Fidgeting and smoking hard, obviously understand Su Chunxiao's good intentions. Within moments, the two of them were bouncing along, holding hands. Qin Yong instantly squirmed. If it wasn't dark and couldn't be seen, I guess Qin Yong would have blushed at this point. Su Chunxiao tilted her chin with a smug expression and said with a smile at me, Xiang Nan, Wang Qingqing wants to give you a surprise. Surprise? Shouldn't it be a surprise for Qin Yong? How come it's me? Afterwards, Wang Qingqing walked to me and didn't look at Qin Yong, but looked up at me with wide eyes and said seriously, Xiang Nan, thank you for trusting me. I actually have 2 demon cards and I'm willing to give you one in return. Hush. I hurriedly made a motion for Wang Qingqing to whisper. At the same time, Qin Yong and I froze instantly. 2. I hurriedly stood up and carefully looked around. Luckily the place where we were resting was the gym equipment room, which was largely empty. Wang Qingqing also followed my example of looking around, and finally couldn't wait to pull out 2 cards from her own pocket. Carefully collecting one for himself, he handed me the other without hesitation. I gave Wang Qingqing a somewhat guilty look, honestly really embarrassed to take it. Wang Qingqing was carrying 2 devil cards, which amounted to a huge amount of money, and had no protection, yet she chose us of her own accord. And in fact, there were many teams in the class, such as the growing Wang Yu. It was clear to everyone that each of these demon cards could be a life. Wang Qingqing saw that I didn't answer and whispered, you don't have to feel sorry for me. We took first place at the games but I fell down as I crossed the finish line. Everyone else was cheering the results and you were the only one who helped me up first. That's when I felt that you were trustworthy. After Wang Qingqing finished speaking, her eyes were full of determination as she stretched her hand toward me. I had to take it, and at the same time, my impression of Wang Qingqing changed greatly. I didn't think that she could remember such a small thing for such a long time. At least she was as sentimental as I was. I nodded at Wang Qingqing and said, thanks. This one card is actually very important to us. Now that it's been so long and we've only found 1 demon card, in case it comes down to the last minute and we make a move to grab it, 2 cards would be difficult, but 1 would be easy. Su Chunxiao, at this time, smiled and ran over to pull Wang Qingqing's hand and said to me proudly, Humph, giggle, he. So that's great. We just need to find another demon card and this game is considered safe. Just as a few of us were celebrating happily with each other, 2 men came around the side. Qin Yong was the first to notice the end and said in a hurry, "Watch out! Someone's coming!" We stopped our voices instantly and started to be alert at the same time. But these two were just too decisive. Just in the dark, before we could react, they came flying at us, and all I could see was that they sprinkled a large amount of stuff at us. I couldn't react in time. My eyes were instantly something in them and I couldn't open them. It smelled like flour, and in the nick of time, I fumbled my way back while rubbing my eyes hard and shouted at Su Chenxiao and the two of them, "You guys run and hide without us." At the same time, I just felt 2 hands had grabbed onto the bag behind me. Chapter 59, Waking Up. I was shocked in my heart. Besides the demon card that Wang Qingqing had just given me to pinch in my hand, there was another one in my backpack. The man grabbed my backpack, obviously counting on the fact that I had the devil's card in my backpack. The backpack was on my shoulders, and when he yanked back hard, my whole body instantly fell backward and landed hard on the ground. And luckily it was my body that just pressed down on the backpack. Since I couldn't open my eyes right now, all I could do was swing the peach wood stick carelessly while opening my mouth to yell, "Chow! Who are you guys?" As soon as I finished speaking, the man kicked me directly in the face, and I only felt a wang sound in my head, and blood began to flow out of my nose. The kick was so vicious that I was almost dizzy and could only hold on by sheer will. All I could hear was them whispering to each other. They 2 women ran away. Are they going after them? Forget about that for now. Just take the bag they're carrying and find the demon card. I took the opportunity to keep crawling back. My eyes were hurting the more softly I could see them, and I was beginning to worry that I might go blind. Losing vision is the most terrifying feeling. I don't know who the visitors are or how Qin Yang is doing. The only thing I'm thankful for is that they aren't chasing after Su Chenxiao. The nosebleed kept coming out and couldn't be stopped. That's when I heard the man come toward me again, snatching the stick out of my hand and saying, "Not powerful anymore? Really think you're invincible?" After saying that, he shined a stick at my head, and I just felt like my head was going to tear apart, and this dizzying feeling made me lose all my strength. It seemed to be lying on the ground as if it had only one breath left, not moving. The man kicked me in the stomach some more, like he had a deep grudge against me, but I was unconscious. I was disoriented and heard someone next to me say, "Stop fighting. If you fight again you'll really die." Renjie. It's Renjie's voice. The old man is finally hearing it clearly, but immediately afterward, my brain became heavier and heavier, and my consciousness gradually blurred, and I slowly fainted and fell asleep. I don't know how long it took, but the blood in my nose clogged my throat with a tickle, and I coughed uncontrollably. By the time I woke up again, it was quiet around me and I couldn't hear any noise. My eyes were still hurting so badly that I couldn't touch them at all, and my hands hurt so badly when I touched them that I sat up in a bit of a panic and crawled backward to a place against the wall to sit still while listening carefully to the movement at the side. Making sure no one was there, I reluctantly stood up. At this time, my nose and the back of my head 2 wounds, has almost no pain, thanks to my current self-healing ability is strong, or else I will certainly be dizzy and sleep until dawn. Also do not wake up. After adjusting slightly to my surroundings, I tried to open a slit in my eyes. It was still sore, but after a few tries, I was able to vaguely see some of the outlines of my surroundings. I kept adjusting my breathing to calm myself down while looking around. Where I am? The gym equipment room. It's almost hard to spot people here, as long as no one turns on their flashlights. The injuries on his body were no longer significant. Only the stuff that had been sprinkled on his eyes was too much to handle. These people are extremely ruthless. This flower must have some kind of drug added to it, otherwise it wouldn't be so fierce. It looks like it was planned well in advance. There is no Qin Yong person on the ground, which reassures me a lot. Renjie 2 people could not drag Qin Yong to escape. That would be too big a target. So I concluded that Qin Yong must have escaped. My fists clenched at the mention of this Renjie. This person and I did not have any faults before, not involved in the imp game before. We also often play basketball together. Can not say friends, at least is considered some friendship. Did not expect to be so hard on me. I suddenly thought that when I was just attacked by a sneak attack, Wang Qingqing gave me the devil card that I put into my pocket. I hurriedly reached out to check, instantly was relieved. Fortunately this one was not searched. It is also considered to be an unfortunate blessing. After this lesson, I was also completely out of patience with my class. I carefully moved forward as I spotted a knife on the ground, the one belonging to Qin Yong. It was stained with blood and there was no telling who had been injured. I stuck the knife in my back on my waist while continuing to look on the ground. Now that my own bag had been snatched and I was basically without any equipment, not even a flashlight. I don't know how Su Chenxiao and the others are doing now. After searching for half a day, I couldn't find anything, and finally I had no choice but to touch into the toilet next to the equipment room and turn on the faucet to keep rinsing my eyes. The cool water washed over my eyes in raw pain, but there was nothing I could do but grit my teeth and carry on. I had no chance of fighting back until my eyes were done. Well, after about 10 minutes or so of washing, I was finally able to see properly in my eyes, only they were a little red and swollen. After drying my face, I didn't dare delay any longer and quickly headed outside. Now there is no cell phone on his body, and he can't check the time, so he can only surround the edge of the building and carefully feel his way forward, hoping to find Su Chunxiao first. And the more I walked, the more alarmed I became by the signs of a fight that could be seen almost everywhere on campus at this point, and I saw backpacks and other tools dropped on the ground almost every time I walked for a while. I picked up quite a few along the way, among them the most important tools, a flashlight, and a watch. Looking at the time, it was 3:30 a.m. and I had been passed out for almost 2 hours. The only thing I'm worried about is Su Chunxiao these 2 hours. How did she get through it? She and Qin Yong didn't come to me, which means that they themselves are also very difficult to protect. Thinking of this, I became more and more anxious and hurriedly picked up my pace again. Just as I was walking down the pathway by the cafeteria, I faintly heard voices talking. I stopped in my tracks and slowly approached the voice. Please, give me back the demon card. I'll give you the money, okay? The girl who spoke was Lu Jing, with a very good figure, who was previously in the same camp as Xiaolu, and now after Xiaolu's death, these girlfriends of hers were also divided and isolated by their classmates. Oh, what's the point of me wanting your money? The imp sends out red envelopes all the time. Are you willing to grab it? It's fine if you want me to give you the demon card. Unless you. This boy I also heard out, called Chen Jiwu, in the class alone accustomed to. I am also not contacted. At this moment, Lu Jing was forced into a corner by Chen Jiwu, with an aggrieved look on her face, while Chen Jiwu was holding up a devil card in his hand and was negotiating with her. It's a great match for these two to bump into each other. 2. Lu Jing asked with some fear. Unless what? Unless you play with me. When my brother gets high, he will naturally give you back your cards. You get the hell away from me, asshole. You've got to figure out what's going on right now. I'm not standing here just for a demon card. Ha! Hearing their conversation, I was also speechless. This Chen Jiwu obviously wanted to take away the devil's card again and take advantage of Lu Jing. This trail is dark. Even if Lu Jiwu hard, Lu Jing is screaming through the throat and no one knows. Only Lu Jing could be heard backing up inside until she was leaning against the wall, her mouth shouting in fear. Don't! Only Chen Jiwu pressed forward step by step, and said with an evil smile under his breath. Have you thought about it? Will you initiate, or will I do it the hard way? Chapter 60 Lu Jing. I was just passing by to listen to the situation, but seeing that Chen Jiwu was getting more and more excessive, it was too much for me to leave just like that. One thought of how helpless Su Chunxiao's heart would be if she met such a person. At that thought, I let out a deep breath and pulled the knife out of my back. In order to keep the knife from reflecting, I drew it out and hid it in my sleeve, while looking around warily to make sure no one was coming before I took a slow step. This trail was only 2 meters wide and about 10 meters long. Chen Jiwu had his back to me, but Lu Jing could see outside. The moment I came in, I was already prepared, and I made a shushing gesture at Lu Jing in advance. Lu Jing hastily turned her head. Good thing she was smarter than I thought and didn't expose me, but instead cooperated with Chen Jiwu and slowly squatted down. Chen Jiwu shouted excitedly. That's right, no one will know until you tell them, ha ha ha. I held my breath and walked forward step by step, getting closer and closer to Chen Jiwu, and with every step I paid attention to my feet for fear of stepping on something. Lu Jing was even more nervous than I was. She was crouching on the ground, constantly shaking, and every now and then she would glance over at me. Chen Jiwu saw that Lu Jing was reluctant, and anxiously grabbed her with a fierce growl. I told you to hurry up, didn't you hear me? Lu Jing desperately avoided Chen Jiwu's kiss with a disgusted look on her face, and her hand unconsciously grabbed onto Chen Jiwu's belt. This is a great opportunity. Right now. At this time, I was only 2 meters away from Chen Jiwu, and I violently took 2 steps across, locking a hand around his neck and flipping backward in one smooth motion. At the same time, Lu Jing was smart enough to pull on his belt in a hurry, so one after the other. Chen Jiwu was still put on the ground by me even though he was a head taller than me. Chao Nima, who is it? I instantly drew my knife and said as I pressed it against his neck. Shut up or I'll kill you now. To the south? When I finished, I rolled over and prepared to ride him to subdue him. I didn't realize that this Chen Jiwu was not a fearful master at all. He violently swayed his body and instantly knocked me out of the way, and at the same time, his 2 hands directly pressed down on my arm. I scrambled to get free, finally jerking away from the hand that held the knife. At the same time, Chen Jiwu pounced on me with such force that I only felt a puff, a sound. Warm blood instantly ran down my arm, and the entire blade was all the way into his chest. Chen Jiwu was on top of me and couldn't move on the spot. Lu Jing looked at us with a panicked face, her mouth shouting in fear. Murder, Murder. Meanwhile, a quick detour away from me and instantly out of reach. I was speechless looking at Lu Jing running away. My heart is really 10,000 Chao Nima floated through. What the hell am I presenting a hero? I pushed the already dead Chen Jiwu away with force and gritted my teeth and pulled out the knife. Killing wasn't my intention. I just wanted to subdue him and get the demon card, then escape with Lu Jing. I didn't expect an accident to happen. It's not something I can control either. And even though I've lost patience with my class, I can't resist the bottom of my heart after all. It was the first time I had ever killed anyone, and I took the bloodstained knife in my hand and stood up only to realize that my legs were shaking. I stepped around the body and was about to head out when it suddenly occurred to me that he had a demon card in his hand just now. I went back and turned over his body again, and decisively took the demon card from his hand. This devil card was originally Lu Jing's. I had planned to return it to her after I saved her, but now I think about it. With that, I already have 2 demon cards on me. I wiped the knife clean and reinserted it into my waistband and quickly left the area. When I left the path, I was very careful, for fear of being attacked again. Fortunately, the surrounding area was empty. I pressed against the wall and touched in the direction of the girls' dormitory building. I have to find Su Chenxiao as soon as possible. Squeezing 2 cards, which felt like squeezing 2 lives. I looked behind me almost every few steps. By the end of the night, there was no sign of my classmates in the open areas of the school, so I guess they were all hiding in the shadows, either defending themselves or preparing for a sneak attack. I wasn't about to keep looking, and I was sure that any demon cards I could find were almost always scavenged by my classmates. As I walked, I suddenly realized that someone was following me behind me. I was so scared that I instantly had a cold sweat on my back, and just for a moment I didn't pay attention to my behind, and I was stared at again. I turned to a doorway while carefully sticking my head out to look. It turned out that what I saw was Lu Jing. So it was her who followed me? This Lu Jing in my mind, the impression of infinite do bad. I hate this kind of forgetful and ungrateful girls. Thinking about what just happened, it's really pathetic. Seeing that she kept on looking for me, I wasn't afraid of her tricks, and directly came out from the corner and stood in front of him indifferently. What are you following me for? Lu Jing was startled by me, and after seeing clearly that it was me, she hurriedly said with an excited smile, "Ah, Tu Nan, I meant to thank you." I laughed and was about to turn around and walk away when she hurriedly followed and continued, "Really, I appreciate it. I just ran off on my own without minding you. My bad." I freaked out. "I'm sorry. I wasn't even going to trust her anymore, and I didn't look back. There's no need to thank me and there's nothing to apologize for. So go away." Who knew that this Lu Jing had no intention of letting me go, and even rushed up and tugged on my sleeve. I looked back at my clothes and glared angrily at her again, and she was too scared to look at me as she let go of my hand. I thought she wanted to team up with me and use me to protect her, so I said directly, "Don't follow me. I promise I won't help if I'm in danger again later." As a result, Lu Jing stammered and whispered, "Then, to the south, can you give me back my demon card?" I looked back at Lu Jing incredulously and smiled. "Your demon card?" Lu Jing's eyes were a bit evasive, but she still said with a thick skin, "This demon card was the first one I found." Lu Jing's voice got smaller and smaller. I guess she was embarrassed. I bit my cheekbone and stared back at her. "So, now this card is mine. Come grab it if you can." After saying that, I accelerated my steps, never wanting to see this Lu Jing again. Really thick-skinned. Didn't go far. This Lu Jing once again ran over. She didn't get angry at all because of what I just said. Instead, she blushed and said, "I can stay with you once if you give me back the demon card. Okay?" I froze in place, staring at Lu Jing incredulously. Lu Jing pretended to smile down in a flirtatious manner and slowly approached me while whispering, "Just now Chen Jiwu is too disgusting. Not my favorite type. But you, I can accept." When she finished, she stood on her tiptoes and tilted her head toward me for a kiss. Chapter 61, Finding Companions. I just felt sick inside, unspeakably, and I didn't even know how to turn her down. I took the initiative to save her before, but the moment Lu Jing was saved, her first thought was to run away, not caring about me at all. Now that she's figured it out, she's sorry again, but the apology to me wasn't genuine. It was directed at the devil card. She dares to sell herself without pity to trade me for the devil's card now, and will likely trade me for my life with someone else in the future. I even began to wonder who was at fault before Chen Jiwu and her on the trail. Seeing her getting closer to me, I decisively drew the knife from my back just above her neck. "Lu Jing, I hope you can respect yourself. Not everyone is like me. I saved you once. This devil card is considered a return. We are even. No one owes anyone." When Lu Jing saw me speak so bluntly, the winks on her face instantly retracted and she stared at the sharp knife on her neck with a look of horror. I didn't want to waste any more time with her and said with a mock ferocity, Follow me again and you really won't blame me for being rude. Only after I finished speaking did I slowly withdraw my knife. Staring at her indifferently as I stepped back, I waited for almost the same distance before I jogged away, and at the same time breathed a long sigh of relief. This kind of serpentine girl is really scarier than those murderous demons. But I also know clearly that Lu Jing's purpose was not achieved, and in her current state, she will definitely go to the next classmate, which is actually considered a hidden danger. After this back and forth, and almost another half-hour's delay, my eyes were completely restored. I remember the school girls' dormitory next to a water room. This area is not large, even during the day to turn on the lights to see clearly. Lights out is dark, but a good place to hide people. I concluded that there must be hidden here someone, and now I cannot find Su Chunxiao them. I can only be a spell of luck. I slowly approached the boiler room, all the while praying in my heart that it must not be another student in there. As I said, the boiler room was pitch black, and when I walked softly up to the door, I couldn't see anything at all, so who knows what was hiding in the darkness. Holding my breath, I crouched down and picked up a rock and threw it inside in one smooth motion, then hurriedly took a few steps back. At the same time a decision was made in my mind that as soon as it was someone else's voice that I heard, I would immediately run. When the stone was thrown in, there was indeed a sound coming from inside, like clothes scraping against the wall. I hesitated outside, and just then a menacing voice suddenly came from inside. "Who are you? Try coming in here if you can. The four of us will kill you." I was shocked. Isn't that Qin Yong's voice? Hearing this familiar voice, I instantly became excited. So it turns out that Qin Yong is hiding in here. No longer afraid, I whispered and yelled inside. "Qin Yong, this is Xiang Nan." Qin Yong was obviously more surprised than I was and said in an excited tone, "Xiang Nan, you're still alive," I thought. I smiled in relief while alertly looking around to make sure no one was there before decisively turning on my flashlight and feeling my way inside. When I went in, I realized that Qin Yong was the only one here. The deliberately menacing tone he just used, and the fact that he said 4 people got someone else killed, was all an attempt to scare people into protecting themselves. At this time, Qin Yong weakly leaning against the wall, lips dry white, hands pinching the peach wood stick shivering, right arm wrapped in a self-tied bandage. The top is still permeated with blood. The eyes are also red and swollen. I guess the same as I was before, but also can only open a slit. Apparently, he was not badly injured. I said as I excitedly volunteered to walk over and hold him up. "How are the eyes? Can you see now?" Qin Yong shook his head and said, "Hey, can only vaguely see some outlines and it hurts." I checked a little with my flashlight and realized that he still had some white powder left in his eyes, which had to be watered down. After all, I had tried that before. "This is the boiler room, and it's full of hot water bottles." I told Qin Yong to sit down first, then went over to look for the bottle that still contained water. It didn't take me long to carry 2 bottles of water over. The water in this hot water bottle wasn't fresh in the first place, so it wasn't very hot. I opened the cap to let it breathe, and after 10 minutes or so, after seeing that it was almost lukewarm, I let Qin Yong tilt his head back and slowly helped him rinse it off. On the way, Qin Yong also told me about what happened after I fainted. It turns out that when we were sneak attacked that day, Qin Yong drew his knife at the first opportunity. There were only 2 of them, but the division of labor was clear. One person was dealing with me, and the other person, that is, Ren Jie, was dealing with Qin Yong, but they never thought that Qin Yong would have a knife on him. Ren Jie tried to grab the knife by virtue of Qin Yong's invisibility, but Qin Yong backed away while fighting back desperately until the one who dealt with me joined in, and Qin Yong fell, taking a knife to the arm. Eventually someone passed by before the 2 Renjias waved their hands and fled. As for how hard it was to hide in this boiling water room, it goes without saying. Almost a bottle of water washed out. Qin Yong waved his hand to signal that it was almost time, then slowly stood up himself, squinted his eyes and looked around, nodded to me. "It's a flesh wound on my arm. As long as I can see it, it doesn't interfere with movement." I nodded. While looking at the time, it was almost 4 o'clock, and it was Su Chunxiao who was the most worried in my heart. I handed Qin Yong a cigarette from my pocket and said at the same time, "Okay, let's have a smoke and we have to go." Su Chunxiao and the girls are still unaccounted for. With Qin Yong as my partner, I was instantly relieved that I was finally no longer alone. After smoking, we touched out again. There's no one to be seen on campus. "Where the hell is Su Chunxiao hiding?" Qin Yong said as he tapped me on the shoulder. "Xiangnan, Su Chunxiao is very smart. Don't worry, the place she's hiding is definitely a surprise location." My eyes lit up. Surprise position? As I walked forward, I thought carefully about the location of the entire school. Surprise is where no one wants to go. Then if it's the one place no one wants to go, it has to be our classroom. Yes, classroom. Qin Yong saw how excited I was and smiled along with me. As long as we find the direction, anything is fine. The two of us, one in front of the other, cover each other and slowly approach the school building. As I reached the stairway, I stopped abruptly. Shin Yong whispered and asked me what was wrong. I pointed to the front stairway and told Shin Yong to crouch down and take a closer look. Only a backpack was thrown down the front stairway and a few tools, including a cell phone, were strewn about. If no one picked it up, it must have been thrown out recently. Sure enough, not long after, another cell phone was thrown out of the stairway. I glanced at Shin Yong and said in a very small voice, "There's a robbery going on in here. So if there's a small crowd, go in and them." Chapter 62, Revenge. Shin Yong nodded his head fiercely. No need to think that he must have been as angry as I was by the previous sneak attack, and was having a belly full of anger with nowhere to use it. We catwalked forward slowly. Shin Yong and I had a tacit understanding. I took care of the front. He was vigilant behind us. The closer I got, the clearer I could hear, and the voices inside, though small, were still heard by me. The man said in a very small voice, "Cover your mouth for me, and don't blame me if you make the slightest sound." I secretly clenched my teeth. I knew this voice better than anyone else. It was the person who had just sneaked up on me with Renjie. The only doubt was that I hadn't even heard his voice before, proving that he wasn't from our class. In other words, this Renjie secretly shouted for outsiders to come into the school to help. I pressed myself against the wall, cautiously sticking half my head out and looking toward the stairway. Only two people stood inside with their backs to us. They were dressed in black with bags on their backs. One of them I was sure was Renjie. In front of them squatted a skinny boy, currently unable to see his face, but covering his eyes in pain. Surely like us, he was sprinkled with powder by Renjie's sneak attack. Renjie got the demon card and rushed the boy, then whispered to the stranger next to him. I pondered in my mind, if I ventured to rush up now, if the two of them alone fought head-on, Shin Yong and I wouldn't be afraid, but they still had white powder on them, so if they got it in their eyes again, it would be too dangerous. After thinking about it, I signaled Shin Yong to step back and found a position where they couldn't hear me and whispered, "Inside is Renjie's gang. They have white powder behind them. You can't go hard." When Shin Yong heard that it was Renjie, he was furious and bit his cheeks. His eyes were on fire, and he said in a deep voice, "We have to get him today." "How? You tell me." I glanced up at the stairway and pointed to the left. "They're bound to come out after the robbery. There's a classroom to the left of the stairway. In a moment you'll go around and ambush them behind the door. I'll draw them in from the right." Shin Yong also looked up and nodded his head, saying yes. I patted him on the shoulder and said, "Remember, when you move in a moment, don't show any mercy and watch out for their powder attacks." Shin Yong gritted his teeth and nodded at me, then got up and headed around without hesitation. As I watched Shin Yong leave, I once again drew my knife out and hid it in my sleeve. Looking at the bright blade, I was in a bit of a trance, not realizing that I had taken up a knife against a classmate and felt no guilt about it. I knew it was thanks to the imp, but now wasn't the time to get sentimental as I slowly walked against the wall again. At the same time, Shin Yong also made a big circle and carefully hid behind the left classroom door, while nodding his head and giving me an OK sign. I let out a deep breath and picked up one of the cell phones they had thrown from the floor and pressed it against the wall. At the same time, I gave Shin Yong one last look, and after nodding at him, I decisively turned my cell phone on and opened the music player. The clear singing voice seems especially bombastic at this point. It was only on for 3 seconds, and I immediately shut it off while holding my breath and leaning against the stairway. My heart thumping. Only Renjie could be heard shouting nervously from inside. "Who is it? Chao Nima. There's someone outside." The two Renjies were obviously more nervous than I was, and I heard them quickly gather their things and then slowly make their way to the stairway. Seeing that I didn't answer, Renjie continued, "Which student is out there?" The air seemed to stand still in this moment. The only sound I could hear clearly was the sound of both of their footsteps. I only heard them getting closer to me and I gritted my teeth hard. 1, 2, 3, after mentally counting 3 seconds, I stormed out of the stairway. The moment I rushed out, I directly raised my hand to cover my eyes, and at the same time, I picked up the cell phone I had picked up and threw it viciously at their faces. Asterisk 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 Nima. Sure enough, a burst of white powder instantly sprinkled all over me, but this time my eyes didn't get the slightest bit of it, and I quickly lowered my arms and ran. Renjie's two faces were full of ferocity, and they were scared the moment I just rushed out. Just as I guessed, they had a handful of white powder cupped in their hands early on, and when I rushed out, they threw it at me instantly. "Chao Nima, you kid dare to hit me. Just now old me must have hit lightly. Get after him." The angry shouts and curses of Renjie's two men came from behind me, and as I ran, I looked back, and the stranger already had a bloodstain on his face from me smashing him. I slowly curled the corners of my mouth while pulling the knife out of my sleeve. "Right now, while I'm at it, I stop abruptly and stare at them both with my knife raised. They saw me stop suddenly, wary and slightly stunned, and stopped at the same time, not forgetting to grab a handful of white powder in their own bags. I charged at them undaunted, eyes full of rage. At the same time, Shin Yong had already rushed behind them, taking the lead and locking Rinjie's neck in a single hand, without them having the slightest defense. Chow! Only heard that Rinjie let out a miserable scream, and then he was put down by Shin Yong. The peachwood stick in his hand was like chopping wood, and kept on pumping it towards Rinjie's head. The stranger on Rinjie's side was so scared that he turned around and was ready to throw white powder at Shin Yong, and forgetting I had rushed to him, I aimed at his hand with the powder, directly swung a knife, saber sharp, instantly as broken one of his hands. Even I was shocked, only to hear him scream in pain. The person also paralyzed and kneeled down. The powder on his broken hand was all falling on Rinjie's face. This is retribution. To keep him from making another sound, I withdrew my knife and took a hard swing at his mouth. At the same time said, "If you want to live, shut up." Rinjie had long been beaten into a pig's head by Shin Yong at this point, sleeping on the ground unconscious. The stranger was obviously very experienced at shutting people up on a regular basis as well, and as soon as I said that, he immediately covered his mouth with his hand while wrapping his broken hand in his shirt to stop the bleeding, sweating in pain. "It's just so empty here, and with all the yelling I just did, I'm guessing someone already heard it." So I whispered to Shin Yong, "Go talk to the stairway. It's not safe here." Shin Yong nodded his head and stood up, dragging Rinjie, who was already passed out, while I pointed my knife at the stranger, and a few people quickly went inside the stairwell. Inside the stairwell, the male student who had just squatted on the floor and been robbed had stood up, and when he saw me walk in with the knife bloodied, he was so shocked that he once again crouched down with his head in his hands. This skinny boy I have seen clearly, called Tian Lei. I am very impressed with him, because he is the same as Liao Ji in the class. Is the school subsidized to go to school? Only he is more optimistic than Liao Ji. I didn't rush to explain to Tian Lei, but pointed my knife at the stranger and asked, "Who are you? Why are you mixed up in our school?" The stranger said as he squeezed his broken hand in pain and looked at Rinjie, who was beaten to a pig's head. "I'm sorry, big brother. I have eyes to recognize and tai. I'm sorry. Seeing that he purposely didn't answer my question positively, I gasped and slashed at his back, saying, "Answer my question." The stranger was so frightened that he begged for mercy, while hurrying to say, "Big brother, don't fight." I said, "My name is Zhang Xiaohu. Is Rinjie invited to help?" He said to come in to help him clean up the individual. "Give me 1,000. I thought it was just a fight. The result is that he let me with him to rob things. Said he just what cards. The money is returned to me. We come out to mix. Just figure a money." So, seeing that he does not seem to be lying, I sighed. Thanks to this, Rinjie also really want to come out, even find a social gangster into the school to deal with us. No wonder the hand's so vicious. It's a good thing I'm ruthless too, or I have a feeling that all the students who have fallen off the wagon tonight would have been snatched up by these two. I glanced at the time and hurriedly continued my question. "Where did those two girls run off to when you sneaked up on us?" Chapter 63, I'll go alone. Social man Zhang Xiaohu had a difficult face, lowered his head and thought for half a day and finally said, "Big brother, at that time, we just rushed over. You told them to run away. Rinjie the bastard said he wouldn't chase after them, and we didn't encounter them again afterward." I asked, lowering my voice as I pressed my knife against his neck. "Really never met again?" Zhang Xiaohu was so scared that tears were coming out of his eyes and kept begging for mercy, saying, "Gu, big brother, I swear really never encountered. Out of the mixed life is the most important." I dare to take their own lives to joke it. Seeing that he really wasn't lying, I reluctantly put down the knife. Zhang Xiaohu aged than we are not much older, but long-term social mixing is very refined. I'll look at me to put down the knife. Immediately smiled and said, "Big brother, if it's okay, can I go to the hospital first?" This arm. I looked at Rinjie, who was lying on the ground, and for a moment I didn't know what to do with him. Zhang Xiaohu was very good at detecting words and colors and said in a hurry, "I don't have any relationship with this Rinjie. Big brother can do with it as he pleases, as well as the things in the bag. Big brother takes them all." With that, he reached out his other hand for his bag, and I ignored him, turning to discuss what was next with Shin Yong. At this time, he only heard Tian Lei behind him suddenly shout, "Xiang Nan, watch your back." A chill ran down my back and I took a quick step forward while drawing my knife and turning around. I only saw that this Zhang Xiaohu took advantage of the fact that I turned around to get my bag, but he was not honest enough to touch a knife from the bag. I was instantly backward, scalp sweating. If it wasn't for Tian Lei just now, I might have really been shaded to death by him. It was also fortunate that this Zhang Xiuhu had one of his arms cut off by me. His fighting strength was greatly reduced. Qin Yong and I instantly surrounded him. Zhang Xiuhu cupped the knife in his hand. The sneak attack did not work, but it was no longer good to be cunning, and began to show his ferocious face, yelling at us. "Little kid, do you know who my big brother is? If you touch me today, you won't be able to leave the school gate for 10 meters tomorrow." I laughed and took the lead by kicking the knife in his hand, while Qin Yong mercilessly smacked it with his peachwood stick. "Your big brother is so powerful, you'd follow a student in to rob him? Besides, we even carried through the imp's death game, and we're still afraid of you punks." Zhang Xiuhu had already lost a lot of blood, and after a few batons from Qin Yong, he lay on the ground and fainted. I picked up both of their backpacks and it was a real eye-opener. There were wallets, cell phones, weapons, all sorts of things and everything in there except for 4 or 5 demon cards. I was surprised to see a pink dress in Zhang Xiuhu's backpack. It must have been something he did when he robbed the girls. What a ing asshole. I took away all the demon cards, and at the same time retrieved my and Qin Yong's cell phones. I was also relieved to see that there was nothing from Su Chunxiao. As for the other useless, I did not want all. This is a bad thing that they did. I take it on the body in case of being found out but not easy to explain. After doing that, I walked over to Tianlei and smiled. "Thank you so much for just now. If it wasn't for you I probably would have gotten stabbed by him." Tianlei was always still a bit afraid of me, staring at the bloodied knife in my hand and asking, "How did you suddenly become so mean?" I slightly froze. This question too is also a question that I often think about. In the end, before even fights have never taken a dick. Even chickens do not dare to kill. But since being involved in the imp, my change can be said to be a heavenly turnaround. Looking at the bloodstained knife in my hand, I silently wiped it away with my sleeve and said, "Destiny is in your own hands." After saying these unintelligent and pretentious words, I no longer dared to look at Tianlei. Perhaps I was even more scared inside than he was. Qin Yong picked up the bag containing the white powder on the ground and whispered, "This should be laced with some kind of powder. We should take some with us. It might be useful." It made sense to me, so I took a bag each with Qin Yong and put it in my backpack. Then without further delay, he prepared to go upstairs and run toward us. After walking a few steps, I thought about it and took another devil card from my bag and handed it to Tianlei and said, "This was supposed to be yours. Take it." Tianlei didn't know what he was thinking, and stayed where he was in deep thought after he finished talking to me, and it wasn't until I called out to him that he looked up at me and gratefully accepted the demon card, then surprisingly walked over to Rinjie who was lying on the ground. Qin Yong and I both stopped curiously to see what he was up to, only to see Tianlei walk over, bend down and pick up the knife in Zhang Xiuhu's hand, grabbed Rinjie's hair, and without hesitation, cut up at his neck. "Don't." I looked at Tianlei with a face full of shock and didn't even have time to say anything. His face was full of indifference at this moment, and even though his body was so skinny, he actually looked a little frightening. Keep in mind that every time I've made a move, it's been in self-defense to protect myself, and it's never been my intention to actively hurt anyone. Renjie's blood instantly flowed all over the ground, and Tianlei stood up and looked at me with a smile. "Destiny is in your own hands." I didn't know what to say and frowned at Qin Yong, who was also filled with shock. I didn't expect that my own unintentional words would make Tianlei turn out like this, and I felt that he misunderstood me. Tianlei turned around and left the stairway after he finished speaking. I'm really worried that this Tianlei will continue to do something stupid, but right now it's still most important to find Su Chunxiao. I calmed down a little and followed Qin Yong as he continued up the stairs. I hadn't been gone long when my cell phone rang, but Qin Yong's didn't, so that proved it wasn't the imp. I opened it up and had a heart attack. Surprisingly, it was Wang Yu's WeChat. "Xiang Nan, if you want to save Su Chunxiao, come to us. Come late and I can't guarantee what will happen." It was then accompanied by a photo of Su Chunxiao crouching in the corner. I could clearly see Su Chunxiao's already reddened eyes. I was shaking with anger and kept clenching my teeth. I was really afraid of what was coming. Why did everyone have to cross me? I looked at the knife in my sleeve. Must I be driven to murder? Qin Yong asked me what was wrong, and not wanting to say much, I handed him my cell phone while angrily slamming my fist against the wall. Wang Yu's purpose is simple, to get me in trouble. Qin Yong bumped into me and frowned. How come there's no Wang Qingqing in the photo? Aren't they together? I hurriedly brought my phone back to look at it, and it was true. The two of them girls must have been together if they were caught. How could they have been separated? There's only one possibility that Wang Qingqing betrayed me. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I leaned against the wall with my eyes closed, trying to restrain my anger, and after about 2 minutes, my cell phone tweeted again. This time it was the imp, who as usual sent a smiling emoji, then said, "Students, a night harvest is not small while. From the end of the game time, There are still the last half an hour. Everyone sees the time. Oh. I looked outside at the sky, which was a little numb and bright by now. Time was limited. So after I made up my mind, I took out 2 of the demon cards in my bag and handed them to Qin Yong. Then said, Qin Yong, you take the demon card and hide. I'll go see Wang Yu. The person he's looking for is me. There's no need to involve you. If you can switch Su Chunxiao out, you'll split the card with her. Qin Yong looked at me and frowned. What about you? I said through clenched teeth. 2 of you for 1 of me. No less. Chapter 64, Facing Death. Qin Yong clenched his fists, turned his back to me and lowered his head to think for half a day, and finally said with firm eyes, Then give me everything in your bag. I was slightly stunned, and then thinking that it didn't matter, I took everything down and handed it to Qin Yong. Qin Yong said nothing after receiving the stuff and turned around to silently go downstairs. I did not expect Qin Yong to go so decisively, although this is the result I want, but as a brother, it is still a little disappointed. I stood still, with nothing left in me, alone as an old man. I wanted to light a cigarette, but realized that there were none left in the box. Throwing away the cigarette case, I shook my head with a smile and sighed before walking straight to class. Walking up to the classroom door, I kicked it open without hesitation. As soon as the door opened, several flashlights of light instantly shone through, sweeping me basically blind. A man's applause came from inside, while grimly saying, Sure has the guts to come alone. I bypassed the flashlight and slowly made my way towards the classroom, and with a sideways glance, I saw someone sitting at the lectern, none other than Wang Yu. There were surprisingly 6 people standing spread out around him, 2 of which were female, one being Lu Jing and the other being Wang Qingqing, and in the innermost part of the classroom, Su Chunxiao was surprisingly tied to her seat by them, with something stuffed in her mouth. Her eyes were red from crying, and when she saw me, she cried again with a worried face. I angrily shouted at Wang Yu, Didn't I come? Let go of Su Chunxiao. After saying that, I don't care about other people. Quickly walking towards Su Chunxiao, but not a few steps, behind me rushed over a person, holding a stick and shining a hard stick on my knee. I screamed in pain and instantly knelt down. Wang Qingqing rushed over to help me up, but I was just about to stand up when my kneecaps cracked with a crunch, causing me to kneel down again. Wang Qingqing on the side had a worried look on her face, holding my arm and whispering, Xiangnan, don't be stubborn. Say something nice to brother Yu. Get out. I raised my hand and pushed Wang Qingqing away, roaring fiercely at her with red eyes, scaring her to sit on her, but as I gritted my teeth and rushed at her, You, your mom. Wang Qingqing was yelled at by me, instantly fell into tears. She and its aggrieved stood up. Next to Wang Yu with a smug face came over and put his arm around Wang Qingqing and said, Xiang Nan, not that I say you. You are just a reckless man, never know to use your brain, and you don't know to have mercy. Wang Yu pinched Wang Qingqing's tear-filled face while turning his head back to Lu Jing and said, Right? That's right. This Xiang Nan still thinks he's great, but he's still being cleaned up by you. Lu Jing even swept a resentful glance at me after she finished speaking. I didn't care about them counting me out. Since I was here, I prepared my heart for it. I breathed heavily and forced myself to hold back the pain in my knees and sighed. What will it take to let Su Chunxiao go? Seeing this attitude of mine, Wang Yu seemed to be very unhappy, and with a wave of his hand, they instantly rushed towards me. When I was half dazed, Wang Yu told them to stop. Su Chunxiao's mouth was blocked. She kept shaking the chair, trying to break free to save me. Her face full of tears could not be stopped at all, and even the veins on her forehead cried out. She hearted me and I hearted her. I didn't dare to look at Su Chunxiao and slowly lowered my head as my face was covered in blood. Wang Yu said with a grim smile as he yanked my hair and lifted me up. Look at you, TSK. How humiliating it is in front of your own woman. I pursed my lips, unable to speak at all, and spat a mouthful of blood directly in his face. Wang Yu, angry face full of grimace, also do not wipe the face, rushed his own man-hooked fingers. Put down my said. Don't you ask what you have to do to spare Su Chunxiao? I'll tell you, it's to make you die. Saying that, Wang Yu lifted his stick and swiped it at me, hitting me extremely hard. Su Chunxiao kept shaking her head and kept whimpering, trying to say something to me, but Wang Yu didn't even care and just beat me in front of her. Tonight, for the second time, I felt the threat of death. My eyes are getting heavier and heavier. I can only barely look at the crying Su Chunxiao, but I can't do anything. I'm damn useless too. Behind him, Wang Yu didn't even want to stop, and he went crazy and hit on me. Just at this time, Su Chunxiao violently leaned forward, and her whole body instantly pounced on me. At the same time, Wang Yu's stick happened to draw down. The stick mercilessly just happened to whip on Su Chunxiao's head. Splat! The sound! Su Chunxiao's body trembled. Her crying stopped instantly. Su Chunxiao's face still had tears hanging on it, and being so close to me, the tears fell down my face drop by drop. and then her forehead started to bleed downwards. Spring dawn. Spring dawn. I didn't have any strength in my body, so I could only use my whole body to call out her name. Wang Yu, who was standing on the side, also froze. He simply did not expect that Su Chunxiao would not want to die to help me block this, but it was only a few seconds. After Wang Yu reacted, he ferociously rolled over Su Chunxiao, who was lying on top of me, and said hideously, "Don't blame me. Xiang Nan, you're dead before I can say anything." When he finished speaking, he raised his stick and was about to whip it down on my head. At the same time, the classroom door was kicked open again with a bang. I only heard Lu Jing'e scream, and the others instantly mingled and fought extremely fiercely. Wang Yu then stopped his hand and just turned around. "Xiang Nan, pull yourself together. Hang in there." I couldn't hear who shouted at me, and I vaguely saw that Qin Yong rushed in through the front door, and he was followed by Tian Lei, who was pinching a knife in his hand with a cold face. Seeing a person rushing towards him, and relentlessly stabbing into someone else's chest with a ferocious sharpness, I also saw the mustachioed policeman, who had his gun out and was shouting at Wang Yu. "All stop. I got a report of an armed brawl here. You're all under arrest." Chapter 65, Premonitions. When Wang Yu saw the mustachioed policeman, instead of stopping, he madly rushed towards him. A gunshot was heard. Wang Yu's body that rushed over instantly froze, then slowly fell backward, his eyes full of unwillingness. This gunshot was to make everyone stop. The classroom was sprinkled with white powder floating in the air by Qin Yong. The mustachioed policeman gasped a little nervously. Even the hand that held the gun was a little shaky, shouting, "Anyone else assaulting the police? If not, get down." All of this happened too fast, until when Qin Yong ran over to help me, I finally couldn't hold on any longer. Pointing at Su Chunxiao, who didn't move at all next to me, and fainted again with a heavy scalp. My brain kept buzzing, flashing some blurred fragments out from time to time, and finally plunging into darkness. My whole being became incredibly relaxed. No worries, no pain, like a leaf disappearing into the infinite darkness. I woke up once on the way. It was on the hospital trolley. Qin Yong and Dr. Park Jing kept shouting something at me, but I couldn't hear anything. I could only turn my head sideways and look at Su Chunxiao, who was also lying in the trolley, her eyes tightly closed. The blood on her forehead hadn't dried yet. I tried to reach over and take her hand, but unfortunately the carts were separated and she moved further and further away from me until I was taken into the operating room, and the moment the light came on above my head, I passed out again. I don't know how long it took, but I opened my eyes to see Su Chunxiao lying on my chest asleep. And we are lying on the lawn of the school. The sun is bright, blue sky and white clouds. The sun with the breeze sweeping on the face, cannot say the comfort. I smiled and stroked Su Chunxiao's bangs on her forehead, looking at her long eyelashes until she lazily opened her eyes. "You awake? He. I smiled and nodded without saying anything, only to hear Su Chunxiao hugging me a little tighter and saying gently, "Xiang Nan, it's the end of the semester and your grades are still so bad. Are you stupid?" Without waiting for me to speak, Su Chunxiao alone continued, "And look at other people, Xiaoming. They have been looked at by the city gymnasium to learn sparring." I froze slightly and stared at Su Chunxiao's pure eyes and asked, "Koto mine?" Su Chunxiao smiled slightly and asked me back, "What's the problem?" After Su Chunxiao finished the last word, I only felt as if my head had been stabbed by needles, and I was unable to speak in pain. Su Chunxiao, on the other hand, always looked at me with a smile on her face and something on her lips. I kept reaching out for help, but Su Chunxiao kept ignoring me, until I hissed to the sky in pain. Su Chunxiao's body was instantly frozen, starting from her feet and extending all the way to her head. "Don't!" I frantically tried to stop it, but there was nothing I could do. I could only let Su Chunxiao turn into an ice sculpture. At the same time, the surrounding lush green lawn also began to become withered, from green to black, as if burnt, the blue sky and then darkened, the surrounding breeze into a piercing cold wind. I was overwhelmed, looking at everything and screaming in agony, "Don't! Don't!" At that very moment, I opened my eyes again, while sitting up violently, sweating profusely. The light in the hospital was a bit harsh, so it was just a dream. At that moment, a pair of white, slender hands reached over and wiped my tears, and I was able to catch my breath. Dr. Park Jing, who was sitting by the hospital bed, smiled and squeezed out her dimples as she looked at me. "Having a nightmare, are you?" I nodded. The first thing that came to my mind was Su Chunxiao, and I hurriedly and excitedly grabbed Dr. Park Jing and shouted, "Where's Su Chunxiao? How is she doing? Did she wake up?" I squeezed Dr. Park Jing's hand and chased after her like crazy, until she tried to pull back her hand with a somewhat aggravated expression. And only then did I react. Only then did I see that her wrist had already been pinched red by me. "Your beloved little girl. My master personally operated on her. Don't worry, I also let out a long breath after hearing Dr. Park Jing's words and watched her rubbing her wrist before I apologized. I'm sorry, I was in too much of a hurry. Dr. Park Jing smiled and didn't answer me, but stood up and reached into my arms, pulling a thermometer out of my arm. I pursed my lips in embarrassment, only to see Dr. Park Jing say with a forced smile as if she had seen through me. Well, not bad, the fever has gone down. The recovery is still amazing. At this time, Shin Yong entered through the door carrying a bag of stuff. He nodded at Dr. Bai Jing and then asked me, how's it going? Feeling better? I nodded, like I had lost my memory and didn't know what to say. Dr. Park Jing was kind and understanding, and after tucking me in, she left the hospital room with a smile on her face. I thought about it and asked Shin Yong, what ended up happening that night? Shin Yong sighed and picked up an apple and told me about it while peeling it for me. I was also the one who finally understood everything about that night. That night, I insisted on going alone to save Su Chunxiao. Shin Yong knew that he couldn't persuade me, so he asked for everything I had on me, in order to prevent me from fighting hard with Wang Yu. At the same time he hoofed it downstairs, to find only by my influence has been metamorphosed Tian Lei, but the two people are still not enough to see. Shin Yong had no choice but to call the mustache police. The imp had said that it couldn't tell anyone about its game, so Shin Yong called the mustachioed policeman on the grounds that he had seen some of his classmates in an armed brawl and asked him to get to the school as fast as he could. The mustachioed cop had sensed what our problem was before, and after that incident with Li Wan, he should have guessed that there was a manipulator like the imp behind us, but the ability is limited. He can only live next to the school to secretly investigate, so as soon as Shin Yong reported the case he understood, and without much question, rushed into the school with a gun. What happened after that is what I saw before I passed out and fell asleep. After hearing this, I was moved and nodded at Shin Yong while asking again, what about the imp's game? Shin Yong handed me the already peeled apple inside. That night, 5 more of our class died. I asked with a shock in my heart, all the ones that didn't find the demon card? Shin Yong shook his head painfully and said, no, anyone who survived that night found the devil's card, so naturally there was no punishment, and the imp was happy to send out red packets of rewards in the WeChat group, and those who died were killed by their own classmates. Thinking of this, it suddenly occurred to me that it seems that of these 5 dead classmates, Chen Jiwu was killed by me by mistake. Shin Yong continued. Once again 5 people died consecutively. The police still didn't have any reaction. I asked the mustache policeman. He also had a difficult look on his face. On the contrary, the school finally made a move, announcing that our class would indefinitely review at home, waiting for notification. The imp hasn't moved at all in the time you've been hospitalized, either. Speaking of here, the door into a large group of doctors wearing white coats. The leader is for the white-haired old man. Looks not angry from the authority. Behind him stood this Dr. Park Jing. Only, their faces were ugly, as if they were about to announce something bad. Chapter 66, Self-Abandonment. Especially Dr. Park Jing, who kept avoiding me with a hint of guilt in her eyes. I had a bad feeling in my mind, but I forced myself not to think there. After that white-haired old physician walked up to me, he first looked at me curiously for a few moments, then nodded slightly at me and said, the lad is Xiang Nan? I nodded my head and said yes, then glanced at Dr. Park Jing again, who guiltily walked over to the old doctor, not daring to look at me, and introduced herself in a whisper. Let me introduce you. This is my benefactor Dean Jiang, who heard about you and made a special trip from Beijing. Where's Su Chunxiao? I interrupted Dr. Park Jing directly and looked at them with red eyes. Dr. Park Jing lowered her head and didn't know how to speak, but it was Dean Jiang beside her who smiled calmly and said, that little girl suffered a severe brain injury, and I did everything I could to keep her alive, except, the rest of her life may have to be spent in a daze. On the contrary, I'm intrigued by the powerful recovery in you. We can do. What do you mean? Passed out in a daze? I interrupted him again and asked for the straight to the point. Dean Jiang, who always kept a smile on my face and wasn't angry, replied, it's a permanent coma, or turning into a vegetative state. I anxiously sat up directly and pulled out the 4-tube on my body, wanting to go to see Su Chunxiao. The assistant next to President Jiang immediately pressed me and said at the same time, lad, it's for the best and you have to be brave enough to accept it. There are still thousands of patients around the world that need to be saved, so the recovery ability in you is important to the medical community, and I suggest that you cooperate with me in this research first. I can kind of see that this Dean Jiang didn't give a damn about Su Chunxiao, and was bent on using me for research. I asked, gritting my teeth and breaking away from his assistant. I'm only asking if Su Chunxiao can still wake up? Dean Jiang confidently held up his glasses and shook his head. There is no precedent for waking up in this current condition. Once I said this, my body's strength seemed to be emptied like collapsed on the bed. Su Chunxiao from now on will not wake up? She became like this. Completely because of me. I closed my eyes and kept thinking back to the previous bits and pieces. The more I think about it, the more pain in the heart. I hate myself. I hate myself as just an ordinary person. So ordinary that I cannot even save their own beloved people. Next to him, Dean Jian was still speaking bitterly. Young man, you have to know. Once the gene in your body is researched, this is a great contribution to the country. This can not only save thousands of patients, even you yourself is also considered a glorious ancestor. At that time, the country will give you a generous reward, will give you a medal certificate. At that time, your parents. I yelled out in anger, hating everything I was thinking in my head, and I yelled until I ran out of energy, and then I stopped. Dean Jian finally did stop talking, and under the persuasion of Dr. Park Jing on one side, he left the ward, not forgetting to leave a sentence before he left. Kids these days, what a lack of dedication. In the following days, I lay in bed like a walking corpse, and besides my parents and Qin Yong, the person who took care of me the most was Dr. Park Jing. However, I didn't have any heart to pay attention to her at all, and even became cranky, dropping bowls and throwing glasses from time to time. I've woken up in bed a few times to hear my mom quietly wiping away tears. It's just that I look at it in my heart, but I don't have the courage to stand up. According to what Qin Yong told me, when I was admitted to the hospital, the examining doctor said that there was almost not a single good bone left in my body, but after only a week's time, I was basically almost cured, and it had already become big news. And now President Jiang would come to persuade me once a day. Happily, by the end of the day, I could have been discharged a long time ago, but my mental state was so bad that my mom insisted on keeping me in the hospital for a few days. In the evening, Dr. Park Jing came to see me as usual, and she tried to reach out to touch my forehead, but I dodged her. I tilted my head and didn't look at her, and Dr. Park Jing didn't get angry, peeling an orange for me and talking slowly. Do you want to go see Su Chunxiao? My eyes instantly lit up and I looked back at Dr. Park Jing, who was still beautiful, reaching out and handing me the orange. These days, I wanted to see Su Chunxiao more than once, but Su Chunxiao was in a special ward, and no matter how much I said, I wasn't allowed to go, including Su Chunxiao's family members, who wouldn't let me near the ward at all. Hearing Dr. Park Jing say this, I excitedly rushed to take the orange, stuffed the whole orange into my mouth in front of her, and swallowed it. Dr. Park Jing smiled and shook her head, then stood up, and I hurriedly put on my shoes to follow her, with Dr. Park Jing leading the way. No one stopped me, and after turning a few corners, I was finally in front of Su Chunxiao's hospital room. Although he couldn't go in, he could finally see the unconscious Su Chunxiao. Su Chunxiao was lying quietly on the bed, her face pale, her forehead bandaged with white gauze, and on the side sat her family, constantly whispering to her. As I watched the scene, I just felt my nose go sour and turned around to lean against the wall. Dr. Park Young followed suit, leaning over the edge and whispering, I brought you here to see Su Chunxiao because I want to tell you that just as you care about Su Chunxiao, there are many people around you who care about you just as much, and if you give yourself up like this, even if Su Chunxiao wakes up, you won't be able to take care of her in the future. Do you understand? Dr. Park Jing's words like a wake-up call woke me up. These days of ignorance is that I am deliberately venting, but I only care about their own feelings, but ignored the people around them. My mother quietly weeping behind my back. How heartbreaking it is, as well as Qin Yong, as well as Dr. Park Jing. If I fall like this, then Su Chunxiao didn't suffer for nothing, and then all the people the imp killed before, wouldn't they be killed for nothing? I secretly clenched my fists while giving Dr. Park Jing a grateful look. Kashiwazu inclined her head and smiled. Go back to the ward and get discharged tomorrow. Then he stopped caring about me and left on his own heels. After such a disaster, my heart seemed to have been given another experience. I honestly stayed at home with my parents, and I also went to the hospital every day to see Su Chunxiao. Of course, Dean Jiang is not going to let me go, but all of them were politely refused by me. Our class was given unlimited vacation, but surprisingly the school remained open and the other classes went on as normal. The imp also seems to have disappeared as if it were. I took the time to go back to the school again, which had long since returned to normal, and probably wouldn't have believed it to anyone who told me that a class had died here 7 years ago, and 7 years later a class had died with more than a dozen students in it. I went back to my dorm room to pack up my things. This dorm room has not been occupied for a long time. When I opened the door, dust instantly floated all over the sky. When I removed the pillow, I suddenly saw something, a red-robed mask, red carp. I picked it up like an old friend. I had almost forgotten that I knew such a mask that could take human form. I sat on my bed staring at the red-robed mask for a long time and couldn't help but think of a question. Is it possible for Red Carp to awaken Su Chunxiao? Excited at the thought, I packed the red carp into my bag, then quickly made my way down to the dormitory building. Just as I was walking to the entrance of the school, the bald old man in the janitor's office stopped me. Chapter 67, Goodbye Red Carp. When I first entered the school, I only sighed in my heart and didn't pay attention to the bald grandpa, and now when I saw him stopping me, I immediately panicked in my heart. It's not that I'm afraid of him. The last time he used the book to help me fight away the wild ghosts on my body, I remember it vividly, and now that he's stopped me again, I just feel a fleshly pain on my body. It's hard to believe that there are still wild ghosts on me. The bald moncler outlet online still elegantly nodded at me and looked at me and said, "Little brother, long time no see, how have you been?" As soon as I heard him speak I felt awkward, making it sound like a costume movie, and wondered how he had applied for the position. I shrugged, casually. Not really, almost died. The bald grandpa tilted his head and laughed, saying, "Little brother is joking again. Your life is not something you can just take." I also did not intend to catch up with him. My heart was always thinking about the red carp to save Su Chunxiao, so I casually laughed twice and said, "Aha, I've got something I have to hurry home." After saying that, I waved my hand at the bald moncler outlet store and went around him to prepare to go out of the school gate, but the bald moncler outlet store actually pressed my backpack from behind. I was shocked and turned around in a hurry. "What are you doing? This is my stuff." The bald grandpa then withdrew his hand and said with a grave expression, "Little brother, if you have something you can't handle, you must come to me. Don't try to figure it out on your own. You'll risk your life." I tightened my backpack and took a step back, thinking it over. Didn't you say my life wasn't easy to take? And I feel the same way. After that, I walked past him decisively and left the school. On the way home, I finally did understand this bald moncler. Why 3 times told me, what should not take things, cannot handle things. This thing, the original refers to the mask, red carp. But how did he know that I took the red carp from the ruined building? Which made me think again of the day when we came out of the ruined building. There was a man by the side of the ruined building who I saw, and I guessed that this man must be the bald master. However, all of this was unimportant now, and would be pondered over later. The most important thing right now was to call out the red carp to help. When I got home, I was especially careful that the mask in my bag would be discovered by my family, and when I went into my room, I hung the red carp in my closet and covered it with winter clothes. In the meantime, I went to the kiosk and bought 2 candles, as well as a small mirror. When I was ready, I began the long journey of waiting time. Now there are no more messages to receive on my cell phone. I used to talk to Su Chunxiao every day, but now that Su Chunxiao is lying in the hospital, I can't imagine how painful it is for a person to never wake up. The imp also seems to have evaporated from the earth. Only the red packet WeChat group it built proves that it existed, but no one in the group dares to speak anymore. And perhaps everyone, like me, hopes that the group never rings again. Time went by and my parents thought I was long asleep. By 12 o'clock in the morning, I got up refreshed and took out the tools I had bought. I sat down in front of my computer and placed the mirror on the screen while lighting a candle and placing it in front of the mirror, and as soon as the room lights went out, this ethereal atmosphere instantly came to the fore. Looking at myself in the mirror, I was already much thinner than before, and when the time reached 12:04 a.m., I looked seriously into the mirror. Red carp, this is Xiang Nan. I would like to ask. Before I could finish my sentence, I looked in the mirror and saw red clothes shifting on the bed behind me. I quickly turned to look, only to see the red carp do not know when, has buckled small feet lying in my bed, despite having seen once before, but the red carp is not an ordinary person after all. After seeing again is still a bit flustered. Red carp said to herself as she shook her legs on the bed, her clean little feet extraordinarily attractive. Your bed is so comfortable. I want to sleep here for a night. Oh, I coughed awkwardly, so formal I didn't know where to sit when I was clearly in my own room, and ended up leaning on my computer desk. Red carp then covered her mouth at me and whispered, He, what is little Shangnan looking for sister this time? Red carp was so beautiful, and it was like she carried her own seductive power. I didn't dare to look at her at all. Looking at the candles on the table, I asked in disbelief, why did you come out just before I finished? Red carp glanced at the mirror and candle on my computer desk and skimmed it. Who taught you that trick? The online guru said this would invoke spirits. So nonsense. It is true that there are a lot of scammers on the internet, but when I thought that Su Chunxiao was still sleeping in the hospital, I quickly said seriously, Red carp, I want to ask you to help me save someone who is very important to me. When Red carp heard this, he instantly squeezed his eyes at me and said with a bad smile, is it that little devil again? You really have quite deep feelings for her. So touching. I exhaled and hurried to explain. No, it's another girl. Before I could finish, I saw Red carp suddenly float up and pout her lips in exasperation. Good eye you little Xiangnan, you have another girl. Say, In the end you have a few girls in your heart, I said aloud, scratching my head in a hurry. It's not what you think. I instantly covered my mouth when this was said because I forgot I was in the middle of the house and I had just been a little too loud. Red Carp also playfully covered her mouth like me. Sure enough, within moments, my mom was knocking on the door. Concerned. Xiang Nan, what's wrong? Is it somewhere uncomfortable? You must tell mom if you're not feeling well. I replied in a huff. It's okay mom, I just had a dream. I'm fine now. Go back to sleep. My mom stood outside the door for a while and finally whispered, let mom know if you need anything. Your dad and I will support you. Hearing my mom's words, I felt a warmth in my heart and hurriedly said, well, I know. You guys go to bed. I'm going to sleep too. Waiting until my mom left outside, I was relieved. While turning my head to look at the red carp, the result was that the red carp did not know when, had floated in front of me, just a palm distance away from me, open watery eyes looking at me, exhaling like Orchid said, you're a good boy. I took 2 shy steps back in a hurry and whispered with a red face, Red Carp, this time I really need help. Her name is Su Chunxiao. She is my favorite girl. She was injured because of me, and now trips to the hospital permanently fainting. I want to save her but I can't do anything about it. And when I think about it, maybe you are the only one who can save her. Red Carp floated in midair in the room, her red robes windless as she kept observing me from every angle. I said with red eyes as I thought about it. I'd give anything I have if it would make her wake up. When I said that, Red Carp instantly froze, then falling onto his side on the bed, he curved his mouth at me with a sudden smile and whispered, yeah. Chapter 68 Hospital. The 2 simple words sounded so pleasing to my ears that I stood up excitedly, wanting to rush over and hug Red Carp, but halfway through the rush, I suddenly felt again that it seemed a bit inappropriate, so I stopped. Embarrassment was 2 words that were written all over my face, but it was still hard to stop the joy I felt inside. Red Carp covered her mouth with a soft smile. Want to hug me? Su Chuanxiao's problem was solved. I was in a good mood, and I was grateful to Red Carp. How to look at her, how to be comfortable. See her ask me so. I nodded my head happily and said, aha, nice try. A breeze then drifted by, carrying a fresh scent, and the Red Carp instantly disappeared into my room. I scratched my head in embarrassment once again and lay in bed in unspeakable joy. It was only when I rolled over that I realized that the red-robed mask had made its way back to my pillow, which, as last time, was covered in a row of small, elegant letters. Let's take me to her tomorrow night. It's up to her if she can wake up or not. Oh, besides, my sister said she wants to sleep in the bed, and you still put me in the closet. Are you stupid? Humph. The next morning, my parents were sitting at the dinner table early waiting for me, and they were quite relieved to see me in a good mood. Being sick, my mom and dad watched me all the time for fear that I would have another problem. I was going to lie my way out of the house, but then I thought about it and decided it was safest to run out quietly so mom and dad wouldn't worry. By about 11 p.m., I packed the red robe mask into my book bag and tiptoed out of the house to sneak out. After catching a cab for about half an hour, I arrived at the hospital. I hugged my book bag tightly, and walked quickly toward the hospital entrance, because I often come to see Su Chunxiao, so the hospital nurses gradually are familiar with me, and do not ask me. Just as he reached the elevator, a beautiful woman walked out face to face. Surprisingly, it's Dr. Park Jing. Just see Dr. Park Jing changed off the white coat. The good body is showing. Black v-neck tight lace top. The lower body of a pair of straight small foot jeans, with high heels. Simple but not lose the sense of beauty. I had brought the red carp with me after all, and I was inevitably a little flustered. So when I saw that she was playing with her cell phone and didn't look up, I pretended that I didn't see her and brushed past her. As a result, just after entering the elevator, Dr. Park Jing turned around and folded back, just in time to see me again, and said with a surprised look on her face, Xiang Nan, you came to see Su Chunxiao at this late hour? I said with an awkward smile. Couldn't sleep to check. Dr. Park Jing why just down and going up again? Kashiwa said as she ran her hair through her head and patted it. Hey, lost and didn't take my wallet. Ha! Soon arriving at the 3rd floor ward level, I waved to Park Jing and then ran towards Su Chuanxiao's ward, clutching my backpack. Thinking that red carp hadn't come out yet, I stopped again and hurriedly looked for an empty ward to walk into. It's early in the morning and the hallways are largely empty, mostly with the little nurses on duty. I stood by the door to make sure no one was coming before carefully taking the mask out and placing it on the hospital bed, and said, Red Carp, you can come out now. When I looked up the law online earlier, Red Carp said it was fake, so I had to just yell. Sure enough, a breeze drifted by. The aroma instantly condensed around me, and I knew the red carp had come out. As soon as I turned around, I saw Red Carp staring at me again from less than a palm's length away. I was inwardly speechless. If it wasn't for the fact that I'd seen Red Carp before, and the fact that she was pretty, I'd probably have been scared to death several times over. I took 2 steps back and whispered, "Can Red Carp's sister not suddenly get so close to me every time? It's weird and scary." Red Carp covered her mouth with a smile and flew in circles around the ward without answering me. I was afraid that someone would come from outside and hurriedly shouted at Red Carp in a low voice, "Sister Carp, you have to be careful to hide it. This isn't my house. It's a hospital. In case you're seen by someone else, it'll be bad if you scare them," Red Carp said as she landed on her side in the hospital bed, wiggling her calves. "Other people want to see it, but my sister doesn't show it yet. My sister only shows it to you alone. Wow. He. I didn't have the heart to be poor with Red Carp, and rushed to the point. "In a while, I will see the right time. Take you to Su Chunxiao room. Her ward 24 hours have family guards. I will be responsible for her family to lure away. Then you quickly go in to see her. You see, okay?" The Red Carp playfully floated into the air, and, following the example of the ancient generals, bowed at me with a prostrate fist. "Yes, Lord Xiang Nan." Then he made himself laugh, covered his mouth and lay on the bed laughing. I really can't do anything halfway with Red Carp, but I do think she's kind of cute, and I remind her of that again. Always remember to hide it. I had just finished my sentence when I heard the sound of high heels outside the door and the door was suddenly pushed open. Dr. Park Jing stood in the doorway looking at me with a frozen face. I also looked at her with a confused look on my face. Over. Now the Red Carp must have been discovered. It's going to be bad. I'm ready for Dr. Kashiwa Zhang to run away screaming. Dr. Park Jing took the lead. "Who were you just talking to?" Hearing Dr. Park Jing say this, I was a little surprised. A red gown of Red Carp lying in the hospital bed beside me. Style, and cover the mouth to sneer at me. Cannot Dr. Park Jing cannot see her? I gulped and lied. "Oh, I was just practicing what to say to Su Chunxiao later." "Ha!" Dr. Park Jing nodded gratefully after hearing this, without the slightest doubt, and said, "I just came to let you know that I got my wallet and am ready to go. Bye. After that she turned around and left, and I was instantly relieved. As a result, the Red Carp floated directly beside me, hooked his hand around my neck, and said with a smile, "Look at how scared little Xiang Nan is." I was just about to speak when Dr. Park Jing pushed her way in again, with Red Carp still wrapped around me, and both Red Carp and I froze looking at her. I only saw Dr. Park Jing's pretty face slightly red as she said to me, "Anyway, I have nothing to do anyway, so I'll stay here with you." Yeah. Seriously, I'm already sweating from just this little thing. The incarnation of Red Carp. It seems that she's invisible to other ordinary people unless she wants it to be, so my worries are unwarranted. And with Dr. Park Jing there, it also solved the problem of Su Chunxiao's family being able to go directly into the ward to see her. At this point I was walking down the hospital corridor with Dr. Park Jing on my left and Red Carp floating on my right, and she was still wrapping her arms around my neck every now and then, high as a kite. Soon, we walked to the front of Su Chunxiao's hospital room. Dr. Park Jing chatted with Su Chunxiao's family while I stood and waited. At this time, the Red Carp on the side simply couldn't help themselves, and took the lead and entered the hospital room, floating on Su Chunxiao's bed, and I didn't even pull it. Only seeing Red Carp staring at Su Chunxiao's face, she slightly raised an eyebrow and said softly with a smile, "It's pretty, but it's almost better than me. He. I was afraid that Su Chunxiao's family and Dr. Park Jing would hear me, so I quickly and quietly made a shushing motion at Red Carp. As a result, Park Jing and the others just happened to be looking my way. Chapter 69, I'm sorry. I sighed in my mind. This Red Carp is really not a saving grace. Dr. Park Jing and Su's mom came over. Su's mom was the first to look into the hospital room and looked at me strangely and said, "Who were you just talking to?" I scratched my head awkwardly and didn't know what to say, when Bo Jing helped me out and said, "Oh, Auntie Su doesn't know. This classmate is called Xiang Nan. He is the best friend with your family Xiao Xiao. After Xiao Xiao's accident, he always wanted to come to see Xiao Xiao. A few days ago, do you still remember I mentioned it to you? At that time you were still emotionally unstable, so you gave a refusal. This is not." He came again. Before, whenever I came over to see Su Chunxiao during the day, it was her father who was there and had a tougher attitude, and in the evening, it was her mother who replaced her, so she didn't see me. Su's mom looked like a woman who knew what she was talking about, and when she saw Bo Jing say this, she immediately nodded her head to me with relief and said, "I remember. There is such a thing. So you're Xiao Xiao's classmate." I hurriedly climbed down the pole and shouted in a good and polite manner, "Hello Auntie Su." As soon as Su's mom saw me, I guess she thought of her own daughter, and immediately cried with uncontrollable emotions, choking and saying, "What a great kid." Seeing that Mom Su was so sad, I'm also sad. Park Jing sighed and said patiently to Mom Su, Auntie Sue, Xiao Xiao's current state is that she needs someone familiar to speak in chat and communicate with her. Maybe a miracle will really happen. Xiang Nan is Xiao Xiao's closest friend. Let him go in and talk to Xiao Xiao. Sue's mom kept wiping her tears while nodding to me. Thanks, Auntie. I excitedly pushed the door into Su Chunxiao's hospital room. Su Chunxiao was just lying there quietly. Only the beeping of the pulsar was sounding weakly. Red Carp, seeing my sad face as I entered, had the sense to float over to the window and sit down. No longer fooling around. This is the first time I've seen Su Chunxiao this close since she passed out. And even though it's only been half a month, I feel like it's been a long time. Looking at her pale face, I instantly went red. I wanted to touch her face, but I was afraid that Auntie Sue would misunderstand, so I could only pinch myself and whisper, Chun Xiao, I don't know if you can hear me. I'm Xiang Nan. Do you remember the day I grabbed the red packet and took the King of Luck and had to kiss you for 30 seconds? That was, I think, the right thing for him to do. Do you remember when we went to the waste building? That was the first time I took the initiative to hold your hand. We interlocked our fingers and I instantly felt that no matter how many dangers there were in the waste building, I wasn't afraid of them because you were my goddess of luck. Remember the first time we went shopping? You took an ice cream and kissed me on the street, and the cream rubbed all over my face. LOL. It was raining so hard that day, and so many people were taking pictures of us with their cell phones, but when we got home, there was a rainbow in the sky. It was so beautiful. Remember? Do you remember? I said I'd always protect you. I said I'd never let you get hurt. I said unless I died, I wouldn't let you get hurt in any way, but I may and I'm still alive and well. Will you wake up and slap me twice? Sorry. I forced myself to hold back my emotions, but I could never control my tears. My body couldn't help shaking, and I looked at Su Zhao's pale face. My heart was about to break. I don't know when, but Park Jing had already walked over, and she patted my shoulder, with the same red eyes. I sat on the edge of the bed struggling to control myself, tilting my head back and wiping away all the tears. At this time, Bo Jing suddenly tugged at me and pointed at Su Chunxiao for me to see. I looked down and saw that Su Chunxiao's tightly closed eyes were actually flowing a tear down her long eyelashes. Pa Jing said to me with red eyes and a forced smile, Dawn can hear you, so more power to you. I gritted my teeth and nodded firmly, gently wiping away the tears on her cheeks. And after looking at Su Chunxiao for a few moments once again, I decisively turned around and left the hospital room. No one could understand the unrelenting pain that was racking my heart as I walked out the door, gritting my teeth and forcing back the tears. Finally is out of the hospital. I squatted on the side of the road to light a cigarette, watching the road vehicles come and go. Red Carp followed me quietly, pulling up her red robe and taking a seat beside me. I adjusted my emotions a little before asking, Red Carp, you've already seen Su Chunxiao, do you have any ideas? Red Carp was finally well behaved at this point, gently leaning on my shoulder and softly saying, Little Xiang Nan, my heart aches for you. I didn't answer Red Carp's words, but could only take a hard, sharp drag on my cigarette and exhale again. Red Carp continued, You're Dawn. It wasn't really that serious in the first place. The reason she didn't wake up was because she lost her soul. I froze, puzzled. Lost your soul? Red Carp nodded good-naturedly and said, It is a person have 3 souls and 6 souls. One is indispensable. Su Chunxiao 3 souls are missing a soul. The person is not dead, consciousness is still there, but cannot wake up. I asked as I listened with some panic in my heart. So what's the solution? Red Carp paused. There is a way. Since a soul is missing, the lost soul has to be retrieved. However, the chances of getting it back are very small. After all, so many days have passed. We can only look at our luck. I asked, instantly anxious. What if the lost soul can't be recovered? Red Carp said sadly. Then Dawn will never wake up until she dies of old age. I kept my head down and gritted my teeth hard. When Red Carp said the chances were slim, it didn't mean there weren't any. That meant there was still a chance to find it. Thinking of this, I hurriedly raised my head again and grabbed Red Carp's shoulder, asking excitedly, Where can I find her lost soul? Red Carp beamed and looked at me accusingly while glancing behind me. I looked back, only to see that it was 2 drunken middle-aged men, one of whom couldn't even walk properly, who said to me, Kids, you are going to take the Central Academy of Film and Television? Wanna be a star, wanna go crazy? Sitting on the curb acting to the air. Ha 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 ha. I was already in a bad mood, and smelling them reeking of alcohol made me even more upset, and I sank right in. Asterisk 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 off. One of them, a middle-aged man with a big belly, instantly came to drink and pointed at me and yelled, Who the are you telling to off? Little farts with no hair. Without saying a word, I kicked him in the stomach, and while he was unsteady, I rushed forward and punched him again. Snap! With 2 strikes, the man let out an ouch and instantly fell onto his back. Before the other one could react, I pulled up Red Carp and ran. Still, standing here in place waiting for them to fight back isn't heroic. It's beat a drunken man. I am also in a better mood. This time has been 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. The road vehicle is also less. I pulled the Red Carp all the way to run wildly. Hate to put the heart of the depression and sadness all vented out. Red Carp giggled happily as well, and at first I pulled her along as she ran, to the point where she floated right in front of me. When we ran to a place where no one was around, Red Carp yanked me by the hand and in one smooth motion I lifted myself up. I only feel 2 feet empty, instantly off the ground, followed by Red Carp flying forward. This is flying it. The cool wind kept scraping my face, and my legs and stomach went weak as I looked at the building under my feet. Chapter 70, Spirit City. The Red Carp has been taking me to float to the front of the house before falling down. A landing I cannot stand on my legs. As a child, the most yearning is like a warrior flying over the wall. Now finally is the experience. This feeling of freedom. It is really cool, indescribable. I also know that the Red Carp to do so is to help me release the repressed mood. I also did a lot better for the Red Carp this favor. I silently remembered in my heart. After we tiptoed back to our room and unlocked the door to our room, I never forgot about Su Chunxiao and asked, Red Carp, you haven't answered me yet. Where can I find Su Chunxiao's lost soul? Red Carp entered and jumped onto the bed in a big pose, eyes closed and seemingly humming a little tune of enjoyment. When I asked her, she propped her head up with her hand and lay on her side, saying seriously, lost soul is generally in a specific situation. The scene will happen things, such as emotional collapse to the edge, such as by the irresistible blow. People to this time, the inner soul began to waver, involuntarily to the body outside the wandering struggle, until the body out of the body, the soul out of the body. The soul can be briefly stopped at the scene more than a dozen seconds, and then it will be the local spirit of the city to the soul will then be absorbed by the local spirit city. Listening to Red Carp speak, I suddenly thought of that heavenly day when you desperately beat me, when Su Chunxiao had already collapsed, and just when I was a few feints away from despair, a voice came through, Xiangnan, pull yourself together, hang in there. It was at this point that I realized that this voice was the one that Su Chunxiao's already detached soul shouted out. I can imagine how helpless Su Chunxiao was at the time, looking at herself lying with me, but unable to touch or return, and subsequently having to be absorbed to unfamiliar places. Red Carp also said is Spirit City, which is a new word I have never heard before. I hurriedly asked, what does Spirit City mean? Red Carp replied as he changed his stance. The so-called Spirit City, to put it bluntly, is not able to reincarnation of the lone souls and wild ghosts to stay in the place. People die to enter the hell, but the requirements of the 3 souls and 7 souls complete, like Su Chunxiao that kind of single soul small ghosts, can only go into the Spirit City, where fish and dragons mixed, all kinds of ghosts. The management of the city is loose, the guarding of the city spirit soldiers as if it were a setup. From the ancient times to the present day, every 1,000 kilometers will be built in a spirit city, for the management of the balance of the order of the earth. I listened to as dumbfounded. The original world really has a hell, and every 1,000 miles there is even a spirit city. I am excited at the same time and thought, Su Chunxiao alone went to the spirit city. That is not very dangerous. Red Carp, happily helping me to patiently explain, continued, the spirit city is between the netherworld of hell and the young world, and the average person may not see it for several lifetimes, and most of them are escorted to hell by the underworlders right after they die. At that moment, I suddenly thought of the imp, and I asked in disbelief, then why do we usually still meet the Yin spirits and get hurt by them? These Yin spirits, don't the Yin spirits detain them? And, Red Carp, aren't you, too? Red Carp pursed her lips and rolled over onto her back in front of me, only to hear her slowly say, the spirits you encountered, most of them ran out from the spirit city. The spirit city is loosely managed. A lot of the little ghosts who have cultivated the Taoist practice will mix into the Yang Wang world. Some can't let go of their loved ones and friends. Some still have unfulfilled wishes. Some for the sake of continued cultivation, and some for the sake of hatred and revenge. The little ghosts ran out is too much, and they turned a blind eye to it. And that's why I said that Xiaoxiao's soul is hopefully recovered. As for my sister, I'm not like them. Hearing Red Carp say this, I instantly gained confidence. Red Carp is so powerful and knows a lot. It can definitely bring me back to Su Chunxiao. I asked excitedly, when do we set out to find out? Red Carp shook his head and said with a resigned face, it's not us, it's you who goes to. I looked at Red Carp with some disappointment. Anxiously, Koi, aren't you going to help me? I'm all alone like a little cutie. Like, not knowing anything, how can I go to Spirit City and find Su Chunxiao? Red Carp floated to sit on my lap, her aroma tantalizing, and hooked her arms around my neck and said slowly, Little Xiangnan, don't be anxious. It's not that sister doesn't help. It's that sister's identity is really difficult to go to Spirit City to show her face. In the future you'll know about it. But you'll have a helper right beside you. It's enough to help you go to Spirit City. The scent of the red carp was so tantalizing that I didn't dare to smell it more than once, and held my breath as I asked, "You mean Qin Yong?" Red carp shook his head and said in a slightly deeper tone, "And another, is the one who's been trying to get you to put me at his disposal? The old monk." The old monk in the mouth of the red carp is undoubtedly the bald master in the janitorial room. Listening to the red carp so shouted, not to mention really a bit like a monk, it turns out that the red carp has long known this bald master. I'll continue. Ask him to help me get to Spirit City. Will he be willing to help me? Red carp smiled confidently. He begged for it. I nodded uncertainly. Since the red carp is so confident, there is no need for me to be skeptical. When the time comes to find the bald grandpa explicitly said, well, red carp continued. The place where Xiao Xiao lost her soul is in your classroom. So the path of searching must start from the classroom. The specific details, the old monk must know all about it. He will teach you how to do it. The only thing you have to do to prepare for this is that tomorrow you go to the hospital and cut a strand of Su Chuanxiao's hair. I nodded seriously and said I knew. A breeze then blew and the red carp disappeared from my room. A row of small, elegant letters will still appear on the pillow. I'm tired. I'll go to bed first. Little Xiangnan, cheer up tomorrow. Oh. I laughed and put the pillow down while glancing at the time. Unbeknownst to me, it was almost 4 a.m, so I hurriedly hugged the pillow and turned off the light and went to bed. Early the next morning, I was yelled up by my mom for breakfast. I sat at the dining room table in a daze, full of sleepiness. After all, I'd only had 3 hours of sleep. My dad loves to watch the morning news in the morning, and it was on the morning news that he saw the accidental death of that nice driver last time. I wasn't really interested, so I just buried my head in my food. Not long afterward, my dad said in sudden surprise, "Ouch, my God, this guy is too good, isn't he?" I didn't know what to make of it, and I looked up curiously, only to see the newscaster, with an exaggerated look of shock, reporting, in the early hours of last night, the public Mr. Zhang, in the vicinity of a certain hospital captured a scene that amazed people. A young man even flew out of thin air. From the picture can be clearly seen, the man near the very empty, and there is no place where you can hang the wire, the highest when it has been flown up to 100 meters high in the air. But unfortunately the darkness of the night did not see the face clearly. The public Mr. Zhang said, "This may be our country's Superman." I watched the video, dumbfounded, with cold sweat running down my face, as the young man whose legs were shaking straight up. My dad was so excited he stopped eating and excitedly pointed at the TV. "That's awesome. This is Superman, right, son? If dad meets him in the future, he'll get an autograph for you." Oh, Chapter 71, The Ghost Catcher and the Broken Sword. Luckily, the video on TV was only a back view. If it had captured my face, it would have been a big game, but after being on TV, my heart was also quite happy. I wonder what my dad's face would look like if he knew that it was me. At noon, I hurriedly packed my backpack, ready to go to the janitorial room. Bald big man looked at the mask under the pillow, thought about it, or not to bring it. After all, even the red carp know that this bald master want to deal with her, and I do not know what he means by deal with exactly. Is it like catching demons to subdue? When I took my backpack, I suddenly saw another thing. It was the broken sword that the grey-robed man gave me. This broken sword has been in my bag. I never used it, and I forgot to ask Red Carp about it. This time, I simply took it to let the bald master take a look at it, and if he wants to look at it, he can just give it to him. And anyway, I also asked him to help me to go to Spirit City. When I was ready, I didn't delay any longer, said hello to my family and headed out. The school wasn't far from my house, and in no time at all I was in front of it. It was during the noon lunch break and no students were passing by, so I breezed into the janitor's office. The bald grandpa had an ancient book and was napping in his chair. He immediately opened his eyes as soon as I entered and was obviously a little surprised to see it was me. "Grandpa's taking a nap. I'm disturbing you." I had nothing to do with it, and I had treated him badly last time, so it was inevitable that I was a little embarrassed. The bald grandpa froze with his eyes lowered for 2 seconds, pointed to the chair next to me to sit, and then smiled at me. "Little brother has finally come to his senses?" I scratched my head awkwardly, found a random place to sit, and said, "The main reason I'm here is to ask you for a favor." The bald grandpa asked with some surprise, "Oh, tell me about it, little brother." With what Red Carp told me in my head, I spoke decisively and directly. "I want to go to Spirit City." The bald grandpa instantly frowned, obviously feeling nervous, and asked, "What are you doing in Spirit City? And how did you know about this place? I know you can't lie your way out of a lie, and since I'm begging, I'm going to tell the truth. It's like this. I have a very important person, now fainted and slept in the hospital. Originally I thought she was hopeless, but others told me that she just lost a soul. But to find this lost soul, you must take a trip to Spirit City. As for how I know, at this time, I began to hesitate a little. Originally I did prepare to tell the truth, and then I thought, if because of this to betray the red carp, then I am not worse than a pig or a dog. I have already hurt Su Chunxiao, and cannot harm the red carp again. Thought about it, and I suddenly had a flash of brain. Said, as for how I know, I was told by a man in a grey robe who was very mysterious and whom I have only met once. The bald grandpa was obviously fooled by me, and with his full attention on the grey-robed man, he chanted, "Grey robes?" I said with a and then also seriously took the broken sword out of my bag and said, "Look, this broken sword was given to me by the grey-robed man before he left, so help me see what's so special about it." After saying that, I handed the broken sword to the bald grandpa. The bald master received the broken sword with a serious face, and I clearly saw that when his hand cupped the hilt, the broken sword actually shook twice by itself. Is really a gem that I just won't use? The bald grandpa looked at broken sword left and right a few times, and finally pointed at the door. Close the door. Engage in such a mysterious. I honestly closed the door of the janitorial room, and also deliberately looked out the door to make sure that no one was there, and then stood to the side and waited for the bald Moncler outlet store. The bald grandpa held the broken sword with a serious face, slowly swaying it from side to side in his hand as if he was dancing with it. Then he slashed up and down diagonally in front of his body twice, only to look a little funny without his sword. Just when I blinked, only to see the bald grandpa frown, suddenly and violently picking up the hilt of the sword and brushing it downward. Me so. I only heard a sharp chirp after that. The mouth of the broken sword below the hilt unexpectedly rose out of thin air with 2 meters of sword light. The light became greenish-green and bright. It's almost cooler than a lightsaber in World of Warcraft. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I couldn't help but sigh. So that's how this broken sword plays. The bald grandpa took the glaive broken sword, flipped his wrist, and handed it to me with the hilt facing upwards with a smile. I excitedly and carefully received the green light broken sword. The hilt was still very cool. The moment I squeezed it in my hand, it was like it was glued to my hand. There was always a feeling that the small snake on the hilt was wrapped around my arm, and I was able to control it at will. Looking at the 2-meter-long sword light in front of me, I tried to swing it, and as a result, I only swung it once, and the lime green sword light instantly faded and finally disappeared until it reached the hilt. The bald grandpa threw back his head and laughed twice, saying, "I don't know what the name of this sword is, but if you want to use it, you have to use spiritual energy to drive the sword. And since little brother doesn't have any spiritual energy in his body, he naturally can't use it." I nodded my head in a hurry, and instantly fell in love with this sword. How awesome it would be if I were to kill ghosts at night with this glaucous broken sword. At first, I was thinking of giving it to the bald grandpa, but now I think it's better to keep it for myself as the fertilizer doesn't flow to the outside world. Seeing my love for the broken sword, the bald master laughed twice and said, "The person who gave you this sword, if I'm not mistaken, should be a ghost catcher." Ghost catcher? I finally did understand why the grey-robed man would say that he was a catcher, and said that the people he caught were better than the bad guys, so it was the ghosts that he was catching. I just felt surprised and asked the bald grandpa, "Is a ghost catcher a ghost catcher? Why do I still hear about shady people and such?" The bald grandpa took a sip of tea and continued slowly. The netherworld has a EN agent, the spirit city has a spirit soldier, and the young world also has a ghost catcher. The ghost catcher is divided into yellow, gray, black, white, purple, and 5 classes. You met a grey-robed master. It didn't make much sense, but I nodded plausibly. In the past 2 days after the red carp and bald master's science, I really feel that the brain is not enough. Seemingly ordinary world. The original hidden so many mysterious things, and I am about to go to the spirit city. I wonder what kind of light. Thinking of this, I hurriedly took the opportunity to ask the bald grandpa, "By the way, can you help me with what I just said, Moncler?" The bald grandpa gave me a mysterious smile and said, "I'm sure you came to me because that ghost constable taught you the same thing, right?" The word was out, so I had to nod my head yes along the way. The bald Moncler outlet store head smiled and said, "Willing to help little brother." Seeing that the bald grandpa was so quick, I was so excited that I could only keep thanking him and asking at the same time, "When do we leave, Moncler?" The bald grandpa turned around and counted with his hand, and said with a straight face, "Tomorrow night, July 14th, 100 ghosts will walk at night, the ghost gate will open wide, and then I will help you enter Spirit City to find your soul." Chapter 72, The Imp's New Game. Honestly, bald Moncler outlet store, these words are said with great momentum, making it look like you are going to the front line to fight the war. Excited. Then, the bald moncler outlet online said thoughtfully, little brother, today prepare a strand of hair of your friend, as well as the birth date. Forget it, the birth date I counted myself. Ready, tomorrow night at 11 o'clock still converge here. I gratefully bowed at the bald grandpa, thinking that after knowing this bald grandpa for so long, I don't even know people's names. It's inevitably a bit rude, so I nodded my head and said, that's no problem, and besides, what shall I call you? My lord? The bald grandpa smiled brightly and said, the old man's name is Dong Yu. Dong Yu, the name sounds so powerful, seeing that he knows so much and can help me exorcise ghosts, test the sword, and enter the spirit city. He must be a high-ranking person. I put away my previous prejudice against him, remembering that Red Carp had called him an old monk, and said, I'll call you Master Dong from now on. Ha ha. Master Dong was still embarrassed and ready to excuse himself when I picked up my book bag while walking. Alright, Master Dong. I'll go prepare my things first. I won't see you tomorrow night. After saying that, I happily ran towards my home. This time there is Master Dong sitting. It should be reliable. Remembering Su Chunxiao waking up, I just giggled. But the good times don't last long, and life will always pull you up when you're desperate, and at the same time stab you when you're happy. My cell phone suddenly rang. A message sound I hadn't heard in a while. I opened my phone and closed my eyes in disappointment. The imp reappeared, sending a smiling emoticon across the group, then said in the group, it's been a long time, how's the rest of the class? Naturally, no one in the group responded to the imp. This can be how to do good. Su Chunxiao is still lying in the hospital personnel unconscious. This imp if now come to a task Su Chunxiao cannot participate in. It is not waiting to be punished it. I squeeze my cell phone anxiously, feeling my head start to hurt again. Tomorrow night, I'm going to Spirit City with Master Dong to look for Su Chunxiao's soul. This little devil didn't show up for half a month, and he appeared at this time of the day. Isn't this targeting me? The imp sent another smiley emoji when he saw that no one was talking, then said in the group, don't be nervous, guys, it's been a while since I've played a game, so I wanted to play a game with you all to warm up. I gritted my teeth in anger, and I didn't care. I said in the group, imp, how long are you going to play this game? Must all of us in the class die before you give up? Aren't you afraid of retribution? As soon as I said this, the class instantly began to talk to the wind, and Qin Yong was the first to follow me. No good deed goes unpunished, and no evil goes unpunished. I believe this is a truth. That's right, imp, can you leave us alone, please? My dad is ready to help me transfer to another school. Can the imp stop playing around? Is it okay to end it like this? There aren't many people left in our class, and there are so many classes in the school, so you can find another class to play in. The class livened up the group once more with your words, and it seemed that all the students, the time spent at home had served its purpose, or at least sobered up enough to know that the imps were the culprits. Instead of brutally killing each other, the imp sent a smiling emoji again, then said, wow, you guys haven't talked this much in a while. I'm so happy for you. Once the game starts, it can't be stopped. Everyone who has grabbed my red packet must play the game with me to the end, even if there is only one last person left. This is what we all agreed before. As the saying goes, no good deed goes unpunished. Sorry, I didn't see it. Also, Xiang Nan student, you asked me if I'm afraid of retribution. Aren't you afraid of Chen Jiwu's retribution for killing him? The imp's words were like a knife in my chest. I did kill Chen Jiwu, but I did it to save Lu Jing, and it wasn't on purpose. It was just an accident. The imp is totally sitting on my reputation on purpose by saying this out in the group at this point. A lot of the class didn't know about this and instantly shifted the blame from the imp to me. Xiang Nan killed Chen Jiwu? Oh my god. I can't believe you secretly killed a classmate. Do you have any humanity left? I thought all the students who died that day were the imp's doing. So you were in on it too? What's the difference between you innocently killing your classmates and an imp? What made me angry was that Lu Jing even followed them and scolded me. And there were people who kept on etching me to come out and explain the matter. I shook my head. My classmates were still the same. I thought they had come to their senses, but it seems I was overthinking it. This kind of thing that was being moved to the right and wrong, now wanting to explain clearly was harder than climbing up to the sky, so it was better to let them misunderstand, and wait to find a chance to let Lu Jing personally explain. I'm waiting for the imp to speak up, since it's not even announced for the game yet. The imp was sinister enough to wait until my classmates had scolded me enough before speaking. Well, the game goes on. Today is just to inform you that in 7 days, all students, at 12 o'clock sharp in the evening, must assemble in the schoolyard. This time, those who are late and those who do not arrive will be punished with outright death. See you in 7 days. Class. Looking at what the imp posted, my eyelids instantly fluttered and I was anxious. There are only 7 days left, and today has already reached the afternoon. it's considered to be over. And to go to Spirit City, Master Dong planned for tomorrow night, which is another day's delay, which means that I only have 4 days left. Can I get Su Chunxiao's lost soul back? Can I revive Su Chunxiao after I get it back? I returned home full of all kinds of troublesome thoughts. No matter what, time must be grasped. The daytime to go to the hospital to cut Su Chunxiao's hair is obviously unrealistic, can only be the night action. As usual, I slipped out with my bag on my back just after 12 a.m. on time. I was much more careful going into the hospital this time, because I was now afraid of meeting Dr. Park Jing. Her concern for me made me feel like I couldn't afford it. It wasn't that she wasn't nice, but there was only room for one Su Chunxiao in my heart. Instead of taking the elevator, I took the stairs up to the 3rd floor. In the stairwell, I let the red carp out, and as soon as they came out, they smiled and hooked their arms around my neck so I couldn't get out of breath. I can only make a long story short. Hong Carp, I think it's better for you to go and cut Su Chunxiao's hair for me. If I'm found out, it won't be easy to explain. After all, you're so good with your hands, Red Carp said with a cheeky grin as she took the lead and flew towards the corridor. Yeah, I hurriedly followed her, only to find that when I got to Su Chunxiao's hospital room, I realized that Red Carp had disappeared. I sighed breathlessly and folded back to look around again. It's so unsettling. When I got to one of the wards, the Red Carp suddenly jumped out from in front of the door of the room, startling me. I only saw Red Carp touching the clothes on her body and beeped, playfully asking me, look good? Carp did not know when. Quietly ran to find a white nurse's outfit to change. She was originally tall. After wearing a nurse's outfit, the good body instantly revealed a pair of small feet without shoes, but also extraordinarily charming. Little Xiang Nan, tell me if I'm beautiful. I hurriedly closed my eyes and shook my head, forcing myself to control myself from being mesmerized by her. At the same time a hand yanked her towards the hospital room. First things first, Chapter 73, Opening the Ghost Gate. It had to be said that Red Carp was indeed very seductive after changing into her nurse's outfit. Coupled with her natural beauty, it was estimated that anyone else would have been unable to hold on to her. But now the situation is urgent. On one side, the Imp's game is back, and there are only 4 days left. In these 4 days, I have to go to Spirit City to bring back Su Chunxiao's soul, and at the same time make sure that Su Chunxiao can wake up normally. The Imp said that those who didn't go by then would be punished by death, which means that Su Chunxiao's life and death are all tied to me at this time. Luckily, although Red Carp was playful, she still knew what she was doing at the critical moment, and with my cooperation, she easily cut a strand of Su Chunxiao's hair and handed it to me. In that case, it was time to wait for tomorrow night to rendezvous with Master Dong and go to Spirit City. On the way back, Red Carp took me flying once again, which relieved me of a lot of stress. At noon the next day, I thought of Qin Yong and sent him a message. Qin Yong, I might not be around these days. If there's anything, remember to WeChat me. Before I had thought about letting Qin Yong go with me. After all, we have been partners for so long, the tacit understanding between us. But then I thought about it. This time to go to Spirit City Heart is not at all bottomless. In order to bring back Su Chunxiao's soul, it is certainly not so simple. So I decided that it is better not to tell him, so as to avoid dragging him down again when the time comes. Bored at home, watching TV, something occurred to me. Ever since the Imp appeared, every time I went to investigate things in the past, someone would come home pretending to be me, which was no small thing in my mind. Even my parents couldn't recognize me, so wouldn't this person just logically replace me in case something happened to me? Thinking of this, I once again went to the school and found Master Dong to talk about this matter. Master Dong did not let me down, and on the spot, he took out yellow paper from the drawer and helped me write a few talismans, which were a bit different from the ones brought by Qin Yong. Not so many words, but instead more complex shapes. In total, 4 charms were written, on which, in addition to complex shapes, the words East, South, West, North were written. I was then told that, put these 4 talismans, according to the words on them, on the outside of your house in the direction of Southeast, Northwest, and Northwest, and they will keep your family safe. After thanking me gratefully, I flew back home, and while my mom was out shopping for groceries, I carefully followed the requirements and put up the 4 talismans, and after doing so, I was finally relieved. The long day passed quickly, and in the evening, Red Carp came out of her own accord to see me off, and she floated in front of me, looking at me with a worried face, and said, "Remember, in Spirit City you must not show off, listen more to the old monk, and run if there is danger." Seeing that Red Carp was rarely so serious, I nodded at him and said, "Got it, I'll be careful." I then smiled and waved at Red Carp and gently opened the door, placing a letter I had prepared in advance on the dining room table. Time waits for no one, and at 10:30, On time. I left my house with my bag on my back. It's windy out there and it's blowing my neck, and I don't have any red carp in my backpack today, which makes me feel a little less secure. With the wind in my face, I ran quickly toward the school. At this time the school has long been closed. The resident students have gone back to their dormitories to sleep. The campus under the searchlight is unusually quiet. Master Dong was waiting for me by the janitor's office early in the morning, with a sack slung across his waist and a large rooster surprisingly placed in the bag in his hand. I waved my hand at Master Dong and said, "I have everything ready. When do we leave?" Master Dong nodded calmly at me, then pointed to the distant school building and said, "There's no one upstairs right now, so let's go wait in the classroom." Previously, Red Carp told us that Su Chunxiao lost her soul in the classroom, so we must start looking in the classroom as well. But there was one thing I didn't figure out, so I asked, "Master, Chunxiao lost her soul in the classroom, but aren't we going to Spirit City?" Master Dong said as he walked. "At the origin of the lost soul you can track the trajectory of her departure. So convenient for you to find. Otherwise the Spirit City is so big. How do you start?" Although I did not understand much, but it seems to make sense. Anyway, no matter. Just listen to Master Dong tonight. At this time, the lights in the school building were out because the students were dismissed, and coupled with what happened due to the imp earlier, it was inevitable that I was a bit flustered. When we carefully walked to the front of the classroom and just opened the door, Master Dong frowned and said in a deep voice, "What a demonic aura." I was instantly scared by Master Dong's words and exited the classroom. Obviously, Master Dong didn't know about the imp, but as a janitor, he must have known that the school had been continuously dying before. I'm guessing he's so capable, yet he came to work as a janitor at the school. He must have come to quietly investigate the matter. He just isn't saying anything about it right now. I won't name the people who died in this classroom. The one who impressed me the most was Master Qin. I stood outside the classroom door and reminded Master Dong, "Master, be careful. This classroom is haunted." Master Dong kept sniffing, frowning as he sniffed around inside the classroom and said after turning around, "It's strange. It's obvious that the demonic aura is heavy, but we can't find a single evil spirit." Listening to Master Dong's words, the first thing that came to my mind was the imp. Perhaps the imp is even more powerful than I imagined, and the demonic chi in Master Dong's mouth might be the imp's. Except that with Master Dong's strength, he can't move the imp yet. I can't help but feel a little worried. If the imp steps in to block it in a moment, it'll be a problem. Master Dong waved at me and said, "It's okay, come on in, I'll be fine." I had to walk in with him stiffly, and Master Dong asked me where Su Chunxiao had fainted that day. After thinking about it, I pointed to the back of the classroom from memory, probably right there in the penultimate row of seats. Not too sure of the exact location. Master Dong nodded confidently and said, "It's fine, just about." Afterwards, I listened to his instructions and moved the seat away from an open spot, first spreading a circle around with glutinous rice, and after placing the large rooster in the center and throwing some rice to feed the chicken so that it would not run around, I tied a red rope to the left foot of the chicken. After doing so, Master Dong used his palm to measure sideways from the center, and I noticed that he measured a total of 9 palms distance. A white candle was placed on the 9th palm and tied to the white candle with the red string that had just been tied around the chicken leg. Finally, he came to me and put a paper bag wrapped with Su Chunxiao's hair in my hand, telling me to keep it. I watched with full attention as Master Dong finished all this. It was a heartfelt admiration. These seemingly simple steps were very elaborate. I always felt that the combination of these ordinary things would produce a powerful force. Looking at the time, it was already around 11:40. Master Dong moved a stool and sat down to rest, then said seriously at me, "Little brother Xiang Nan, at 12 a.m. the ghost gate opens wide. The formation rises and people enter. You just follow behind me. Don't believe or listen to anyone you meet or hear on the way. Do you understand?" I quickly nodded my head and said I knew, while my heart was thumping, and the more I went on, the more nervous I became, afraid that I would make a mistake in a moment. Master Dong was always keeping an eye on the time and finally waited until 12 o'clock. I held my breath and was sweating before I even started, only to see Master Dong take a pack of matches without haste, squat down, and decisively light the candle. A cool breeze rose around him. Chapter 74 On the Road. The dim candlelight instantly illuminated the dark classroom, and at the same time, a piercingly cool wind blew around. My first thought was that the imp was coming. To my surprise, even though the cool wind blew the classroom paper all over the sky, the faint flame of the white candle remained steadily and motionlessly lit. After lighting the candle, Master Dong took a brush from his bag. Then after his lips moved slightly and recited a few incantations silently, he steadily pointed a stroke at the forehead of the big rooster. Bang bang! Just then, only to hear 2 crunching sounds, the classroom against the outside of the window instantly exploded and shattered. The the gust of wind whistling into the influx, debris flying all over the sky, blowing. I can only raise my arm to cover my eyes. I was holding Su Chunxiao's birthdate and a strand of hair tightly in my hand, and although I was scared, when I thought that Su Chunxiao was still lying in the hospital, I suddenly summoned up courage again. At that moment, Master Dong yanked my arm and jumped into the glutinous rice circle he had drawn. It's like a haven in here, and the moment I jumped in, all the coolness around me disappeared, and the debris blowing over was also blocked by an invisible wall. Master Dong was busy non-stop, drawing graphic incantations on the ground for a while, picking up the big rooster for a while and chanting under his breath. I couldn't help anyway. In just a few blinks of an eye, Master Dong suddenly shouted at me in a stern voice, "Little brother, we're ready to go." Being shouted at by him like that, my heart instantly raced to my throat, while constantly paying attention to the classroom's surroundings, fearing that the imp would appear to obstruct it at this time. I only saw Master Dong yank on my wrist after he finished speaking and darted toward the front. As soon as I got out of the glutinous rice circle, I just felt like my face was going to be blown by the wind, and with whistling sounds all around me, Master Dong even dragged me and jumped directly onto the window. And what surprised me even more was that the scene outside the window had changed, becoming foggy, with thousands of mountains, keyed to a pale blue transparent figure floating every 100 meters distance. Thousands of them, too many to count. There was a 10,000 foot cliff at my feet, and I peeked over and instantly went weak in the knees and stomach. Master Dong shouted at me, "Little brother, the 100 Ghosts Night Walk is ahead. Take what you have in your hand and follow me closely." After that, without even giving me a chance to speak, he jumped forward into the wind. I was tugged by his wrist and flew forward at the same time. Floating out of the window, I realized that it seemed I had lost my gravity. The temperature around me was extremely low, freezing my hands and feet, and I could only squint my eyes to see clearly in front of me. I looked back at the classroom behind me, and just in the blink of an eye, it had been surrounded by a thick fog and I couldn't see anything. "My sight from time to time will float past a transparent figure," said the figure. "Some and not quite like. Some horse face body, some human face snake body, more is a weasel, fox, and other animal shapes, all kinds of." I was like a baby in a new world, curiously surveying everything around me. Master Dong was always focused on looking in the direction and would adjust his position from time to time. At this time, a cute kitten suddenly floated over to my side. It looked at me nicely, slowly leaned into my arms, and stretched out its little tongue to bite and lick my hand. I thought it was adorable, so I smiled and put my hand over. As a result, he only heard Master Dong suddenly yell out in front of him, "Sinner!" At the same time, a finger-long small sword instantly flew towards me. The small sword carried a yellow light and directly stabbed at that kitten. I was about to stop Master Dong when the kitten instantly changed its face, its originally blue eyes gradually becoming blood red, and its mouth opening at an exaggerated angle. Its nail-like black fangs in its mouth dripping with saliva as it bit straight at me. The kitten not only changed its face, but its body also began to grow larger, and finally it was the size of a tiger, which was scary to look at. This is not the same as the cute kitten just now, completely a monster. I was scared cold sweat, hurriedly put my body backside, but floating in the air is not good to control. Luckily, Master Dong realized in time that the small sword was extremely fast and flew past just in time to pierce into the claws of this monster reaching out to me. I only heard the monster hiss in pain, and after retracting its injured claws, it was not yet dead, and once again lunged at me. Master Dong had been prepared for this, and before it could stabilize itself, two more small swords flew by, one stabbing into the forehead and the other into the throat. After the monster was hit by the sword this time, it made two low howls, and its body slowly went limp and dying, and then got farther and farther away from us. Without turning his head back, Master Dong continued to rush on, the three small swords following closely behind, and finally landing steadily in the bag on Master Dong's waist. Awesome! I was still lamenting this sharp tactic of Master Dong's, but it turned out that he opened his mouth and said seriously, "This is the necessary route to Spirit City. Plus today is the Ghost Festival. All the way is ghosts. So on the way, we will surely encounter all kinds of tricky things. Little brother must be vigilant. Do not believe in your own eyes. The more beautiful it seems, the more dangerous it is." I nodded my head and said that I understood. At the same time, my heart was also a moment of fear. Just now that monster transformed into a cute kitten. It really fooled me. It was simply a skillful deception. I couldn't help but think, this is still just an animal. If it were a different person, and turned into a girl that he liked, then no one should be able to resist it. Thinking of this, I decided that I must follow Master Dong closely this time, or else I would definitely die in minutes. After flying for I don't know how long, the fog in front of me gradually became much less, and there seemed to be some faint outlines of houses in the distance. Master Dong yanked me downward and said at the same time, Spirit City has a total of 9,981 gates. In order to know which gate Su Chunxiao enters through, you have to follow her trajectory. Take out what you have in your hand. I hurriedly squeezed the paper packet and handed it to Master Dong, but he shook his head and said, "You'll have to do this one yourself, just follow my lead." I nodded my head and said okay. Then Master Dong clearly said to me, "You open Su Chunxiao's birthdate and fold the paper 9 times. Then, using Su Chunxiao's hair, tie it to the last fold of the paper. Bite your middle finger and put a drop of blood on the first fold of the paper. Then repeat after me, the Big Dipper technique. Ask the corpse to find the way. Fly." I followed Master Dong's request step by step, except for biting my finger, which took a bit of time. Everything else was done in one go, and by the time I finished reciting the last word of the incantation after him, the origami paper with my hair tied in my hand actually struggled in my hand. I stared at the origami in surprise, making sure I was right, only to have it move violently again. Master Dong shouted, "Release!" I hurriedly and carefully lifted my hand up, and as soon as I let go, this origami paper with my hair tied to it actually flew up out of thin air. I'm going to. Origami is like a kite with broken strings, flying forward with purpose. Good job, little brother. Let's follow them. Afterward, Master Dong tugged on my hand and quickly followed the origami as it flew forward, and the scene around him gradually became clearer. On the endless plains, a black ancient city stood in front of me. The topmost citadel was straight into the sky, and the whole ancient city was even thick with smoke. Chapter 75, The Little Shop of Ghostly Favors. I couldn't help but sigh as I looked at this spectacular scene in front of me. Is this the legendary Spirit City? Master Dong nodded and said, "Yes, this is Spirit City. But this is the main gate of Spirit City. Su Chunxiao shouldn't have entered from here. Let's just follow origami." The more time passed, the more worried I became. There was not much time left in the imps game. Finding Su Chunxiao's lost soul looked harder than expected. Such a big spiritual city. It had been so long. Where had Su Chunxiao gone already? She's all alone. Will she be bullied? What will she eat? Where will she live? All sorts of issues. And the more I think about it, the more anxious I am. Master Dong handed me a small bottle and said, "I'm guessing there will be more people up ahead, so drink this willow juice ahead of time." I asked as I took the small bottle and opened it. It was filled with a leafy green liquid that smelled like a fresh plant. "What's this for?" Master Dong patiently explained to me. "We are now within the Spirit City. Most of the people here are in spirits and evil spirits, so we must disguise the human smell on us to avoid unnecessary trouble. Willow leaves are in. Juicing and drinking them can hide the yang energy in the body for a short period of time." I nodded in realization, then swallowed it clean in one gulp without hesitation. I only felt a coolness from my throat to my stomach, and I noticed that my skin seemed to be changing, and I lifted my arm to see that my skin had lost its color and become pale and bloodless. It's kinda amazing. I guess my face got pale. At this time, Master Dong followed the origami in front of him and turned a corner to the right, and the people around him gradually increased, and I was surprised to find that there were so many people just like us. They were dressed in black robes, gray robes, and yellow Taoist robes of various colors, some carrying a large bag, others carrying boxes. I noticed a yellow-robed Taoist man, holding a frail woman in chains, speeding towards Spirit City. I asked curiously, "Master Dong, what are these people doing? Why are they grabbing people and sending them inside?" Master Dong glanced in the direction I was pointing and didn't feel surprised, saying calmly, "These are all ghost trappers. The 14th of July every year is the only time Spirit City is open to the public. These ghost trappers catch ghosts and subdue demons on weekdays to get rid of harm for the people. But there are a lot of greedy ghost trappers who take this opportunity to catch some wild ghosts to come in and sell them in exchange for the things they need." I was a little surprised to look at that yellow-robed Taoist once again, who at the moment had already gone through a gate and quickly entered the Spirit City. I found it unbelievable and asked, "There are still people selling ghosts in Spirit City?" Master Dong flew a little lower, looking at the road while casually saying, "What's strange about this? Spirit City is the largest ghost trader market. Big ghosts and small ghosts, male ghosts and female ghosts and colorful ghosts and phantom ghosts and beckoning ghosts and good luck ghosts. All kinds of ghosts have everything. Only you can't think of it. There is no you can't buy it. Do you think that those who are rich? Where do they raise the small ghosts come from? They are all bought by ghost trappers in Spirit City, and then returned to the young world to sell them at high prices to the rich." I was shocked and sucked in my breath. Raising small ghosts, this thing. I have heard reports. It is said that a lot of popular actresses on the raising of small ghosts, which Zhang surnamed, Zhao surnamed actress was also photographed by the paparazzi. I used to think that this is all hype, and now I am completely convinced. Master Dong pulled back and reminded me, "Little brother, remember, we are in Spirit City. We can't be there for more than 24 hours, or else once the ghost gate closes, If we want to return to the young world again, we'll have to wait until next July. Hearing him say that made me anxious again, and I asked in a hurry, but can we find Su Chuanxiao's soul 24 hours a day? Instead of answering me, Master Dong pointed to the origami paper slowly drifting downwards in front of him and said, "Here it is, the 39th gate." Then he yanked my wrist tight and lurched downward. I just felt like I was bungee jumping as the ground got closer and closer to me, and then finally with a sudden lift upwards, we were finally on the ground. Having flown for a bit too long, stepping on the ground at this point felt a bit too soft for my legs and stomach to adjust to. The place where we landed was a large grassy field. The grass on the ground was gray. Everything here, to be precise, was devoid of any color. After tidying up a little, the two of us, one in front of the other, started walking towards the small gate of Spirit City. As he walked to the door, Master Dong suddenly turned around as if he had thought of something. By the way, Spirit City is different from the mortal world. The requirement for spiritual energy is halved, so the broken sword in your bag can be used about 3 times in Spirit City, and can be used to save your life at critical moments. This is undoubtedly a windfall for me. Being able to use it 3 times is better than not being able to use it once, and it's kind of the only card I have. Just from above, I thought the door was very small, but I realized that the door was 3 stories high, and there was a ferocious dog statue at the top of the door edge, which was very imposing and lifelike. When we got in, I realized that the place was big, but not as crowded as I thought it would be. Once you enter the door is an ancient style street. The street is less crowded, but both sides are full of stores. All kinds of them. There are also tea houses and hotels, not much different from the ancient times. After a short walk, I was drawn to a store. This store is not big, but in front of the store is set up a lot of cages. Cages do not look carefully thought it is a small pet. Approach to see to know. This iron cage is filled with all the wild ghosts, only to be miniaturized, turned into the size of the palm of the hand, all kinds of appearance, which is demonic and beautiful women in the majority. I glanced at the sign, which read 2 traditional Chinese characters that weren't hard to recognize, ghost pets. The boss was a sharp-tongued middle-aged man, and when he saw me staring at the cage with eyes full of curiosity, he immediately came out and piled on the smiles. "Little Taoist master, which trinket do you fancy? Buying it back for fun won't get in the way," I asked, instantly wary of hearing him call me that. "How do you know I'm not a shadowy spirit?" The owner smiled playfully, with a self-satisfied look, and said, "Hey, Ihu Laosan has been selling ghosts here for more than 50 years. What kind of kid is it? Not that I'm bragging, I can tell at a glance. The little Taoist master is an expert at first glance, isn't it?" The boss was originally speaking to me, but when he saw Master Dong approaching, he turned his head and smiled at him again. I saw that many of these little ghosts set up in the store had sad and melancholy expressions, and there was even a little girl sitting in a cage crying. And when I saw this, I instantly thought of Su Chunxiao. In case she was captured by these people, would she be put into a cage to be bought and sold? Master Dong guessed that he could see my mood, and after nodding at the boss, he pulled me away. That boss wasn't angry, and when he saw us go, he immediately shouted respectfully, "The 2 Taoist masters go slowly. Think well, then come back to see." Seeing that I was depressed, Master Dong opened his mouth and said, "There is too much unfairness in the world. You see those brats pitiful, that's all their destiny. Thousands of brats. Can you save them? Let's find Su Chunxiao first." Master Dong's words also woke me up. Now Su Chuanxiao's soul, there is still no whereabouts. A little bit of time has passed, although successfully came to Spirit City, but within 24 hours to find Su Chuanxiao's soul, it is too difficult. Just as we reached a corner, Master Dong suddenly frowned and shouted, "Oops, origami's been taken." After saying that, Master Dong lifted his leg and chased after him, so fast that he disappeared in just 2 gasps. Chapter 76, The Bride in the Red Sedan Chair. Before I could react, Master Dong's figure was already gone from the street, and after I froze in place for a few seconds, I hurriedly lifted my leg to run in the direction he had just chased after as well. If I don't have Master Dong here, I basically can't move an inch. I don't even know how to go back. But when I caught up to the front street fork, I instantly panicked, because this place is so well connected. Not only did I not find Master Dong, but I even forgot the way back. I was sweating profusely as I scurried through the streets, not missing any corner, but Master Dong disappeared as if he had vanished into thin air. Gradually people around me had already noticed me and looked at me a little strangely. I anxiously and hastily turned to a corner and wiped all the sweat off my head while taking several deep breaths and closing my eyes to tell myself, "Be cool, be cool." I know that now that I don't have the shelter of Master Dong, it's tantamount to looking for death in Spirit City, and if I continue to act panicky, sooner or later I'll be targeted, and I'll probably die without knowing how. But staying put was definitely not an option, and I tried to move to a less crowded area, seeing what I could do and figuring out what I could do as I went along. After turning a few trails, I felt like my stamina was getting a little too much for me and I was getting dizzy. I was just about to sit down for a break when a man came up to me. I thought it was Master Dong, and quickly raised my head in excitement, but when I looked up, I was directly dumbfounded. Kotomine? I only saw a tall, thin boy standing in front of me, wearing our school uniform and a light smile, and it turned out to be the already deadly Shimming. I was so excited that I could hardly speak. So Xiao Ming came to Spirit City after he died? Kotomine saw me call out to him and smiled slightly with his head down. Yeah, I'm Ming. I was so excited to see my once best friend that I burst into tears. I thought I would never see Xiao Ming in my life, but I never thought I would meet him in Spirit City, I said as I walked over and whacked Ming on the shoulder. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I didn't expect to meet here. Instead, Ming calmly wiped my tears and smiled. Don't talk about it, come sit at my place. Hiss. I suddenly felt wrong again. Xiao Ming's character is not like this. The previous Xiao Ming is always lethargic and indifferent look. How suddenly become so considerate, and help me wipe my tears? Also, with all our affection, he acted too calmly and spoke in a somewhat different tone, but the way I turned my head to look at him, it was indeed Kotomine all right. I followed him, keeping a mental note in my mind while reaching into my bag to squeeze the broken sword. He led me around a couple of small streets, not saying anything along the way, and when I passed an old house, my afterglow swept that there were a couple of people hiding around here, and with weapons in their hands. My heart sank, knowing that I had definitely been tricked again this time. The sky in Spirit City is always gray, and at this time, Xiao Ming suddenly turned to me and said, "Why don't you go inside and wait? I'm going to do some shopping and I'll be right back." I followed the room he was pointing to, an old house that resembled a quadrangle, and I knew I couldn't expose him now because I didn't realize how many people in total he had in ambush. I smiled and nodded my head yes, then pretended to be relaxed as I headed for the quad. Just as I entered the door, I immediately turned around and hid on the side of the door while taking out my broken sword from my bag. Master Dong said that I only have 3 chances to use the broken sword, so I have to hold it before I use it. The door was left open on purpose, and I heard 2 or 3 footsteps already outside the door, and the man who had just posed as Kotomine said outside, "Another one tricked. I'll go in first to find out if he has any help. You two listen to my signal, then go in and do it." It was really unsettling, but hearing him say that made me feel slightly more at ease instead, since there were only 3 of them, and they were so careful, they shouldn't be very strong. I saw the man posing as Kotomine heading for the house. I had already made a plan in my heart, and the moment he stepped through the door, I instantly threw out the body of my glaive, while darting in chopping at him. Dabbing, only heard a sword ring out. The man's head was directly cut off. This also took me by surprise. I had only wanted to kill him, but I didn't expect the green light broken sword to be so sharp that it directly severed his head. His 2 accomplices were trembling in fear after seeing this scenario, hastily dropping the weapons in their hands and staring at my glaive broken sword, instantly falling to their knees and kowtowing unceasingly to confess their sins. "I'm sorry, Master Taoist. Our 3 brothers have eyes and don't recognize him. Tai. Please Master Taoist, be generous and let us go. We will definitely change our ways." I don't bother to listen to their nonsense, directly beckoning them to enter the house first, because I'm afraid that other people will see it and cause trouble. After all, I only have 2 chances left to use the broken sword in my hand. After making it once, the light of the broken sword really disappeared instantly, and I hurriedly took it back into my bag. It was then that I realized that the man whose head I had just beheaded, his corpse had turned into a large weasel. So it's an animal spirit. No wonder it can confuse me into looking at the wrong person, I said, pointing to the other 2. "You're all weasels?" The 2 men shook their heads respectfully, and one of the thinner ones smiled. "Master Tao, I am a snake." The other fatter one said, "Master Tao, I'm a wild boar." I nodded breathlessly and wondered how these 3 brothers knew each other. For a moment I didn't know how to answer. After all, I wasn't a Taoist priest and had never dealt with this kind of thing at all. Just cough a couple times like a TV line and say, "This Tao has come to Spirit City today to deal with you evil spirits. The one I just killed was to give you a warning. If you do anything to harm the heavens in the future, don't blame this Tao for being impolite with a sword in my hand." They 2 brothers quickly kowtowed and began to say flattering things. I couldn't stand this and waved my hand at them and said, "All right, take its corpse and get out." When they had gone far away, I was finally relieved. This Spirit City was indeed full of menaces. A little bit of time passed, thinking that Su Chuanxiao's matter was still unsettled. I no longer delayed, carefully poked my head out, making sure that no one was ambushing to retaliate against me, before I ran far away quickly. After about 10 minutes or so of running, without realizing it I ran into a lively street that looked like the main street of Spirit City. At this time, a group of people came from the distance in great numbers. These people are uniformly wearing cotton clothes and pants. And when you look closely, your face is white paper, and you don't have any facial features. Some of them beat gongs, some blow horns, some play drums, and some scatter flowers and paper. So lively. And right in the center of them, dozens of people carried a large red sedan chair almost 2 stories high. This colorful red sedan chair is particularly eye-catching in Spirit City. As the red sedan chair got closer to me, I could clearly see a girl sitting in it. The girl was wearing a long red dress, her long white legs on display, and I seemed to see a chain locked around her ankle. Beneath her long dark hair, she bowed her head slightly and covered her face with her hands as if she were sobbing. My heart was pounding harder and harder, and I kept pushing forward, looking at her long lashes, and between her eyebrows, and I couldn't help but cry out, "Spring dawn!" My voice was soft, so soft that only I could hear it, but the girl in the red sedan chair slowly turned her head toward me. Chapter 77, Robbing the Bride. She wore a gold crown and silver pendant on her head, reflecting the crystal-like Angelica skin, beautiful eyes and red lips, instantly as crying colorful makeup. Not Su Chunxiao is who. After Su Chunxiao looked up and saw that it was me, her tearful eyes stared at me with hope. That is, she was happy and worried. She tried to stand up but tripped over the chains on her ankles. To the south, I instantly felt a pain in my heart and excitedly rushed towards Su Chunxiao without any regard. I don't know what Su Chunxiao has been through, and I don't know why she appeared in the big red sedan chair. Is this going to be someone else's bride? Looking at the chains on her ankles, my heart aches and I can only clench my fists. The group was so large that almost everyone consciously gave way wherever they went. I couldn't care less. I directly rushed over from the side. I only had one thought in my head, which was to save Su Chunxiao. However, before I could rush to the side of the palanquin bearer, 4 tall, strong men wearing black armor, white masks on their heads, and chains around their waists, blocked my way. I noticed that on the black armor on their chests, the word soldier was uniformly printed. One of them pointed at me and snapped, "Where are the brats from? Get out of the way. You're not allowed to come near here." Su Chunxiao climbed in the sedan chair and kept shaking her head at me, her face filled with tears of grief. Looking at Su Chunxiao, I wasn't the least bit intimidated as I shouted at them, "What gives you the right to take her in chains? She is unbridled." My words have not yet spoken. One of them directly pulled out the chain. Snap! The sound hit me. This chain is not mortal. Hit me as if the pain of fire. I was instantly knocked out. Ruthlessly hit the wall on the street. A mouthful of blood spit out. This hit was so hard that I basically didn't even have a chance to fight back. My whole body bones felt like they were falling apart, and it took me a long time to support myself before I could stand up. By now the group had drifted away. I unwillingly wiped off the blood at the corner of my mouth and desperately chased forward. It was hard to find Su Chunxiao. This time I absolutely could not let go. At the same time, he cursed in his heart. Where did this Master Dong die at the critical moment? Luckily the group wasn't moving too fast, and soon I was on their heels again. But this time I didn't rush, but quietly trailed along. The ones who just stopped me should be the spirit soldiers of Spirit City. This strength is really strong. I reckon that even if Master Dong came, he wouldn't necessarily be a match for the 4 of them. If we want to save Su Chunxiao, we still have to outsmart her. I couldn't help but wonder who wanted to marry Su Chunxiao's soul, with such a big battle and a spirit soldier escort to open the way. After such a while, the injuries on my body had healed 7 or 8%, and I silently blended into the crowd, looking for a place to squeeze in where there were a lot of talking people. I saw a couple of old men with their pockets in, looking like old farts, and seeing that they were chatting away, I slowly walked behind them pretending to look at the big red sedan chair. This General Nyo, he's taking concubines again. He's afraid he has 20 wives. No, it's a shame that this little ninny looks like she's only in her teens, but it's good. Every time General Nyo takes a concubine, his family will set up a free banquet, so we can just have a good time. General Nyo? So it's a general from Spirit City. No wonder it's such a big deal. That old man just said that he has already married 20 wives. It seems that he is not a good thing either. But there is a point to that is useful to me. Since he is going to have a free banquet at his home, then I will have a chance to blend in and save Su Chunxiao. With that in mind, I quickened my pace to keep up with the group. Su Chunxiao was carried in a sedan chair in a full circle around the street, and almost everyone saw her, which wasn't a good thing. I noticed that Su Chunxiao would look through the crowd from time to time, and I knew that she was looking for me, but I had to lay low now so that I wouldn't attract the attention of those spirit soldiers. Finally, after more than an hour, the big red sedan chair was finally carried towards a large courtyard. The plaque on the gate of the courtyard read, Nyo Mansion. Then began some ritualistic process. I did not have the slightest intention to watch. Firstly, I am always watching the lost time. After all, The 24 hours have passed most of the time. And secondly, the bride inside is Su Chunxiao. I can't bear to watch. Almost half an hour. Finally is finished. I see all the people watching are ready to enter the house with the feast. I just mixed in the crowd touched in. Casually find a seat to sit down. See everyone eating so flavorful. If I dry sitting seems inappropriate, so I casually clip some food into the mouth. The result is that I chewed. Instantly spit out. A table of people are staring at me. I hasten to explain with a smile. Eat a rock. Ha! In fact, this is not eating a stone. It's like eating a candle. I obviously clip a green vegetable. The more I procrastinated, the more anxious I became. Fidgeting in my seat, when a stout, bearded man finally came out from the inner room. He was more than 1 meter 9 or so tall, surrounded by more than 10 maids, and looked like the master of the house. He was seen holding up his glass of wine and rushing the group with bravado. Today is my Niu Mao's big day. Everyone eat well and drink well. This cup I'll drink first. Sure enough, this is the so-called General Niu. I was waiting for him to come out and toast. Then Su Chunxiao must have stayed alone in the room. There was an uproar around me, and a number of people began to follow General Niu to persuade him to drink, and I stood up silently. As a result, just as I stood up, a hand pressed hard on my shoulder. My heart sank instantly. Had I been discovered? I turned around to see that it was Master Dong. I was so angry that I was about to question him about where he had run off to, but he stopped me directly and grabbed me. Let's talk about other things later. We still have 4 hours left. Now is a good opportunity. In a moment I will distract General Niu. Little brother will directly enter the house to save Su Chunxiao, and then sneak out through the back door. And then we'll meet at the doorway into the city. I hurriedly nodded my head. As long as I could save Su Chunxiao, nothing else was a big deal. Master Dong then took the lead and stood up with a bowl while whispering to me. Little brother, see what happens. After saying that, he began to wobble and pretend to be drunk toward General Niu, only to hear him suddenly drop the bowl in his hand. Bang sound. Almost everyone in the room looked at Master Dong. Not to mention that this Master Dong's acting skills are not bad, only to hear him shaking his head and pointing at General Niu and cursing. You bearded cow. All you know all day long is marrying your daughter-in-law. You don't care about so many things in Spirit City. Are you shy? That General Niu, obviously a red-faced man, slammed the table in anger and said, Dare to get drunk in this general's place. You're tired of living. With that, he commanded his spirit soldiers to catch Master Dong, only to see Master Dong dodging left and right, making everyone laugh. I slowly got up and walked away from the table, slipping into the backyard on the sly when no one was looking. Luckily, it's not a very big place, so if you look for the room with the happy words on it, you'll be right. Cautiously wary of my surroundings, I slowly made my way to the window with the happy words on it, knocked gently on the door, and called out in a low voice, Chun Xiao, are you there? I held my breath as I listened for movement in the room, and after a few seconds a sound of chains dragging on the ground rang out, and I heard what sounded like someone falling to the ground. I couldn't wait any longer and just kicked the door in. Chapter 78, Escape. Only to see that inside the room, Su Chunxiao fell to the ground. Her mouth was blocked and she couldn't speak. She was looking at me with anxious eyes full of tears. I just felt a twinge in my heart and rushed over to help her up and remove the contents of her mouth. Su Chunxiao directly embraced me and cried into tears in aggravation. Her icy cold body has been trembling and sobbing. Xiangnan, I thought I'd never see you again. I could only keep patting her back. The apology in my heart had no way to tell, and the more she hugged me, the tighter she hugged me, as if she was afraid that I would disappear into thin air. As time passed by, I was afraid that Master Dong outside couldn't drag it out, so I reluctantly pushed Su Chunxiao away and wiped away the tears on her cheeks and said, It's okay, Chun Xiao. I came here to get you out. Too much sorry in my heart, but we have to hurry. Saying that, I got up and pulled Su Chunxiao ready to go, only for Su Chunxiao to fall to the ground again. I realized that there was also a chain locked on her foot. I lifted her white and tender little foot. The ankle had been rubbed out of blood. Su Chunxiao bit her lips with tears in her eyes, and never screamed out. I touched Su Chunxiao's head with heartache, stood up and tried to think of a way. The chain can't be opened without a key, and it's definitely too late to find a key, so I can only chop it off. Thinking of this, I took out the broken sword from my backpack without hesitation. With only 2 last chances left, I straightened the chains and then said to Su Chunxiao, Trust me, close your eyes. After Su Chunxiao closed her eyes, I threw out 2 meters of sword light in a smooth manner, pointed at the chain and compared it a few times, then violently made a forceful chop, and with a crunching sound, the chain instantly snapped into 2 sections. I happily pulled Su Chunxiao up as soon as I could. She had no shoes on and her ankle was injured, so I squatted down decisively and said, Come on, Chun Xiao, I'll carry you. Su Chuanxiao's cold body was very light. She was clinging to my back, hugging me very tightly. I could feel the happy smile on her face at this time. Finally, he had found Su Chunxiao, and now it was just a matter of the last step. I carried Su Chunxiao on my back and carefully ran to the back door, which was hidden, as if someone had opened it. I gently opened the door only to realize that the two guards outside had already collapsed on the ground. Obviously preparations made by Master Dawn before he came. Since no one was watching, I made a decisive dash for it, lifting my legs and running wildly. At this point, I suddenly missed Redcarp. If she was there, she would have taken us and flown away in minutes straight away. Running on my two legs didn't work at all, and soon I realized that someone was coming up behind me. In order to avoid them, I can only keep circling around the path. It goes everywhere in all directions. I probably remember the direction I came from and run forward first, almost running for more than half an hour. I was tired and sweaty. Su Chunxiao kept wiping me with her sleeve. Worried. Xiang Nan, it's too tiring for you to run on my back. Why don't you put me down? I can walk by myself. No way. Never put you down this time. I gritted my teeth and ran furiously towards the city gates. Su Chunxiao was like my belief that allowed me to keep going. When I ran to a corner, two people suddenly rushed out from the side and instantly tackled me to the ground. I hurriedly protected Su Chunxiao while drawing my broken sword from my back. Only when I stood up did I see clearly. It turned out to be the remaining two of the three Weasel brothers from before. The two of them stared at me viciously as I picked up my broken sword angrily. I let you two dogs live earlier, but now you're here to die again. The short, thin man who said he was a snake spoke up. General Nyo wanted this all over the city. Why don't you take the reward if you have it? At first I thought you were a powerful Taoist priest, but it turns out you're just an ordinary mortal. And you want to cheat us brothers once more? My heart instantly tensed up. These two people knew I wasn't capable of much. While the broken sword in my hand was down to its last chance, it was fine to deal with one person, but it was up in the air to deal with two. However, I can't drag it out any longer, and if I spend it here, sooner or later, I'll be discovered by the spirit soldiers behind me. I pulled Su Chunxiao to hide behind me, and then decisively threw out the body of the green light sword. I didn't expect that their two brothers were not afraid of me at all, rushing towards me one after the other. Seeing that one person on the left was going to grab Su Chunxiao, I directly lifted my sword and stabbed it. The lightsaber was sharp and 2 meters long, and just for a moment, that person instantly had more than one hole in his chest, and collapsed to the ground. However, the broken sword in my hand had no light left, and I had completely expended my energy. Only feel a pain in the right arm. Is the rest of the man with a knife cut over? Arm wound 8 pain. Broken sword is instantly fell to the ground. I raised my foot to kick it away, but it sidestepped me, then violently raised its knife and stabbed me ferociously in the chest. In the nick of time, only a rubbing, a small palm-length sword flew over, piercing directly through the man's temple. The man instantly was falling down with both eyes. I looked to my left in surprise, only to see Master Dong running wildly towards me. Let's go. Time is running out. I hooned, excitedly carrying Su Chunxiao on my back while picking up the broken sword and running wildly after Master Dong. With Master Dong leading the way, I soon saw the gate with the statue of a dog's head in front of me. By the time we ran to the door, a large group of spirit soldiers had caught up behind us. Master Dong quickly pulled out a few pieces of talisman paper from his hemp bag, tying a red string around the paper as he ran, and then threw it up into the sky, followed by a few small swords in his bag flying out in the same direction, piercing through the talisman paper and flying rapidly. At this time, Master Dong yanked on my wrist as I carried Su Chunxiao on my back, only to see a point underneath his feet, and the three of us instantly were following a few small swords as we flew up. The fog around us grew thicker, and the spirit soldiers behind us could only stand in the doorway, watching us leave. I excitedly squeezed Su Chuanxiao's hand and said, "Dawn, I did it! Ha ha ha!" With a serious face, Master Dong waited and said after flying for some distance, "Going back is different coming in, plus we're back a little late. We have to be out of the Ghost Gate by 12 o'clock tonight. There's still an hour left, and there's a large number of people in front of the Ghost Gate right now, so you guys have to be careful." I hurriedly nodded my head as Master Dong continued. "There's a boundary vortex by the Ghost Gate. It's an existence that transcends the 3 realms. Listen to my command later. If you get swept up in it, it's basically ashes." These words made my heart tremble. I didn't realize that the way back, there were so many dangers. I thought that getting rid of the Spirit City would be the end of it. I started to get nervous again in my heart, and even Master Dong seriously stopped talking and just hurried on. After some time, I was finally able to see the legendary Ghost Gate, as well as the boundary by the Ghost Gate. The Ghost Gate vortex was black. The knot vortex was on the bluish side, the two whirring and rotating large vortexes, as if they were competing. The center of the vortex flashed with electricity and thunder, and the clouds were dense. All the people floating around the vortex were people, and there were constantly people flying towards the vortex. Master Dong pointed to the vortex on the left and said, "This is the ghost gate. Stay close." Afterwards, the three of us began to slowly float toward the vortex, only to feel two powerful suction forces that kept tearing at our bodies. Seeing that I was still a few meters away from the vortex, I only felt a lightness behind me, and Su Chunxiao instantly detached herself from me. "Xiangnan, save me." I sharply jerked my head back, only to see a long chain wrapped around Su Chunxiao's ankle, dragging her as she was flying rapidly to the side. Chapter 79 Loss. Su Chunxiao, who was wearing a long red dress, was like a kite with a broken string at this moment, drifting down at a fast speed, and she kept waving to me and shouting my name in fear. And the chain under her feet, which was more than 10 meters long, was connected all the way to the outside of the vortex, and I could vaguely see that there stood a tall, strong man, General Ox. He shouted angrily as he flung the chain he was holding. "You dare to rob my woman. If I can't get it, you can't get it either." Only to hear him madly and suddenly roar. And then Su Chunxiao once again accelerated towards the edge of the boundary vortex. "Little brother, if you don't get out, the ghost gate will close." Master Dong tugged me to death, calmly reminding me. Looking at Su Chunxiao's eyes, I couldn't hold back any longer and didn't care about Master Dong's discouragement. I directly broke away from his hand and decisively jumped in Su Chunxiao's direction. Without Master Dong's assistance, I lost my balance the moment I jumped and kept spinning in the air, only able to struggle to fall in the direction of Su Chunxiao. "Even if I can't save you, at least I can keep you from being alone." When I jumped, I prepared in my mind for certain death without fear. I landed faster than Su Chunxiao's, downwind, and seeing that I was getting closer to Su Chunxiao, I straightened my hand and prepared to pull her in. As a result, I only saw General Nyo's chain instantly loosen Su Chunxiao's ankle and violently whip towards me. Splat hit me on the back. I feel like all my internal organs are broken, like, instantly no strength. A mouthful of blood is spit out into the wind. However, this chain of his instead knocked me closer to Su Chunxiao. I stoically endured the tearing pain throughout my body and drifted with the wind towards Su Chunxiao. And in the end, it was she who pulled me back. The moment we both pulled our hands together, we began to drift at full speed into the knot behind us. Looking at her eyes full of tears, I felt 1,000 resentments in my heart but couldn't say why God must do this to us. Just as we were getting closer and closer to the boundary, a hand suddenly pushed me in the back, and a force came from it, and Su Chunxiao and I began to float upwards a bit again. I barely looked back. Master Dong was already behind us at some point. He couldn't stop shaking his head at me, his face full of disappointment. I was too beaten to speak. All I could do was look at him gratefully. After pushing us up, Master Dong once again flew in front of us and tried to pull me to continue walking, only to have General Ox's chains once again mercilessly whip at us. Su Chunxiao and I held hands tightly. Originally Master Dong blocked in front of us, but as a result, the power of the chain was too strong, and in just one look, Master Dong was beaten back. Not only that, when Master Dong dodged once, the chain with a whistling sound was directly drawn towards me and Su Chunxiao. Su Chunxiao and I were originally pulling hands, and when we saw the chain draw over, we could only let go at the same time. The first thing Master Dong did was tug at me, but Su Chunxiao drifted away once again. I anxiously pointed at Su Chunxiao, almost pleadingly looking at Master Dong, and my mouth was also spitting blood. Master Dong had no choice but to comply with me and fly towards Su Chunxiao. As it turned out, something that made me despair came up. Just now using the chain to break up Su Chunxiao and I was obviously planned in advance by General Nyo. Just at the moment we let go of his hand, his chain drew out again. This time it was more ferocious than any other time, and it seemed to me that I felt that the chain carried the sensation of fire on it. I had thought that the chain was going to be drawn towards us. What I never expected was that it was aimed at Su Chunxiao. Bang! A muffled sound came. The chain pumped in Su Chunxiao even with fire. Su Chunxiao's red dress instantly ignited, her body like a ball of flame to the vortex. The speed of the fast, as much as in the blink of an eye I disappeared into thin air, swallowed by the vortex. Spring dawn. Spring dawn. The air seemed to stop in front of my eyes at this moment, and I finally realized that people have no tears at all when they are extremely sad. I opened my mouth wide in disbelief of what was in front of me. I wanted to reach out and grab something, but I didn't know what to grab. It seemed that there was something in my body that was taken away as if I didn't want to give up. There was no longer any shadow of Su Chunxiao in front of my eyes, and I felt that my heart was going to stop beating in general. General Bull's chain lashed out at me again, and I didn't flinch or dodge, really wanting him to whip me to death right now. Master Dong yanked my wrist and kept charging upwards. Four small swords surrounded him as if they were escorting him, poised to strike. That bull general didn't seem to dare to get too close to the ghost door, just swinging the chain from afar. Every time the chain draws, there are two small swords actively rushing up to unload the power. In this way, the bull general seems to be no longer able to take us. In front of us was the madly spinning vortex, and Master Dong took the lead, rushing in first, while I was dragged in by him like a walking corpse. Master Dong looked back at me and persuaded, "There's no need to be sad. We all did our best. It's all Su Chuanxiao's destiny. Yes, it's all fate, and we did all try our best. I know all that, but the pain in my heart is so real. I just hate that I'm so small. I just hate that I'm so useless." Master Dong took me to fly forward at breakneck speed. The front seems to be vaguely able to see the shadow of the school building. I lost a glance back. If at this time Su Chuanxiao is by my side, that would be more perfect. The surrounding fog, and there is no longer the 100 ghosts of the night before. It seems that only Master Dong and I are left here. He looked at the time and said, "In the last 10 minutes, it was safe to go into the classroom, so we were out of danger." I didn't respond to Master Dong. I didn't save Su Chuanxiao. I already didn't care about anything in my heart. The point is that it's just a little bit close. The outline of the classroom could already be seen up ahead, with the large rooster and candles still inside, and our destination, back to the broken glass window, almost 10 meters or so. Master Dong took the 4 small swords back into his bag and relaxed. "That should be fine. Let's go in." With that, he tugged me towards the glass window and slowly flew towards it, and when we were about to step on it, the big rooster inside suddenly tilted his head and chirped. The rooster's chirping sound resonated through the sky, and the cold wind rose up all around us. Master Dong frowned and instantly conjured up 4 small swords while quickly saying at me, "Watch out! That thing in the classroom is coming out." That thing in the classroom? Did the imp show up? I tensed up again and stared at the classroom window, only to see the broken glass from the window fly straight up in the air as if it was being controlled, pointed at us, and just blinking, hurtling towards us. Master Dong dragged me behind him, and at the same time, he called upon 4 small swords to bang 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 to block, and the air was full of glass debris. And I noticed that the world outside of us was shrinking a little bit, and the distance had returned to the way it was before. This means that we have to get into the classroom before it recovers or there will be consequences. Master Dong naturally knew this well, and after he finished blocking a burst of glass, he quickly led me toward the glass window. I noticed that the benches in the classroom had all begun to shake and slowly rise. It's the imp's usual trick. Chapter 80, Kneeling. When we were just about to rush in, a stool came crashing in, and Master Dong kicked the stool away while throwing me through the window with a force. After I fell in the classroom, I immediately stood up and tried to give Master Dong a hand. Just then, the classroom suddenly went dark. It was the white candle that had gone out. Master Dong's face changed, and he quickly rushed towards the glass window, only to have a handful of tables and chairs smash him away with every rush he made, again and again. Seeing that the place where Master Dong was staying was getting smaller and smaller, and the surroundings were all back to normal, I anxiously shouted out, "Master Dong, hurry up and come in." Master Dong desperately slammed his way in, but the imp's tables and chairs slammed into him in quick succession, and with blood already smashed out of his mouth, he just couldn't get in. For once I saw panic in Master Dong's eyes. He had given up resisting and pointed at the classroom, seemingly saying something to me. I didn't hear a word. Finally, his figure outside the window became more and more blurred, from a full body to a half body, to just a head, and finally all disappeared into the night sky. I lay by the window and looked at the night outside, as if it just seemed like a dream, a trip to Spirit City. Su Chuanxiao did not save, but instead also hitched a ride with a Master Dong. My body doesn't hurt so much anymore, but my heart is still twisting like a knife, and I always feel like everyone around me is going to leave me. I sat down on the floor exhausted and a little confused. I didn't know what to do next or where to go next. Just then, I saw tables and stools surprisingly still floating in midair in the classroom, and they seemed to slowly turn toward me. I panicked and got to my feet. Sure enough, as soon as I moved, a stool came crashing down on me so hard that I ducked out of the way and it shattered instantly on the floor, showing no mercy. Then more and more stools flew at me, and I had been hit several times in a row. Is the imp ready to kill me? I gritted my teeth, and when I thought that the death of Su Chuanxiao and Master Dong was caused by the imp, I instantly came to be tenacious. You let the old man die. The old man is partial to not dying today. The imp seems to have always known what's in other people's mind. At first it just smashed me with one stool after another. Now seeing that I stood up and was full of energy, it didn't dilly-dally with me, and instantly flew 4 or 5 tables and smashed them at me. Obviously, it wanted to kill me all at once. With all these rows of tables, I just couldn't hide anywhere even if I wanted to, so I could only stand still and stare. At this time, the classroom door was suddenly blown open by the wind. A red robe instantly flew in, only to see a sweep of the red sleeve in her hand. A few tables directly shattered. Then she did not hesitate to pull my hand. Ready to leave. The visitor was none other than Red Carp. I was a bit excited and worried at the same time. This was the first fight between the imp and the Red Carp. I was both hoping that the imp would be killed by the Red Carp and afraid that the imp would injure the Red Carp. Just as Koi led me to the door, the classroom door suddenly slammed shut. Red Carp had a serious face and didn't speak, completely lacking the playfulness she had before, and slowly turned around. The imp meant it clearly. Come and don't leave so easily. Then 7 or 8 tables and chairs, directly floating in the air, ready to go. The Red Carp is not willing to show weakness, instantly floating in the air, but also control a row of tables and chairs. Imp and Red Carp are arrows in the air, only to hear Red Carp gulp softly. The tables and chairs in front of her instantly flew over, and the tables and chairs on both sides crashed directly into the middle of the classroom, shattering into pieces all over the place, with wood shavings flying all over the sky. I was expecting them to have a second round of sparring immediately, but then I noticed that Red Carp was actually bleeding from the corner of his mouth. I instantly thought of the day old Master Chin died tragically, and quickly shouted out in worry. Red Carp, don't fight. Listen to me. Leave if you can. Don't fight hard. However, before I could finish my sentence, I saw that the air was once again filled with small pieces of paper, all of which I had seen before. And Elder Chin was slashed to death by these pieces of paper. I exclaimed, red-eyed with impatience. Imp, you damn capable of coming at me. Didn't you just want to kill me? Come at me. The imp seemed to have found Red Carp as an opponent, and now instead, he simply ignored me, and all the pieces of paper flew towards Red Carp like 1,000 flying daggers. Although the Red Carp's body is flexible, but still frequently hit, the red robe has been cut through a lot. I looked anxiously at the Red Carp in the air. She wouldn't listen to me. What to do? What to do? I saw that the Red Carp kept getting scraped by the paper knife, and every now and then a flying stool would hit her. I looked at the books scattered on the floor and had no choice but to take out my lighter from my backpack. Since you're hiding in the classroom and won't let us go out, I'm going to burn down your lair. Red Carp and Imp fought tirelessly in the air, so I burned the textbooks one by one. The classroom was full of scattered pieces of paper and wood chippings. It was easy to light. As I kept changing the place to light the flame, the whole classroom lit up a little bit. I know it won't work, but it's all I can do. As the last stool flew, Red Carp's entire body hit the wall hard and fainted. And what struck me as odd was that as soon as the classroom was but lit up, all of the imp seats instantly fell down and were motionless. Red Carp. I was afraid to pick up the Red Carp, and I kept chanting in my heart, don't be okay, don't be okay. If anything happens to Red Carp again, I really don't know how I'm going to redeem myself. The fire in the classroom was getting bigger and bigger, so I hurriedly picked up Red Carp, and the classroom door was easily opened by me at that moment. I darted outside with Red Carp in my arms, looking for someone to call for help. But the darkened campus was empty at the moment. I guess no one can understand how I feel. First I lost Su Chunxiao, then Master Dong, and now Red Carp. All 3 of them because of me. All I could do was rush out of the school and make my way to the hospital, holding the Red Carp in my arms as I stopped cars on the road. Unable to hold back the tears that were streaming down my face, the drivers ended up looking at me with strange faces and just wouldn't stop. In the end, I had no choice but to run to the hospital with her in my arms, and when I finally got there, I rushed into the hospital and yelled at the top of my lungs, help, help, where's the doctor? The people in the hospital also looked at me strangely, kept whispering as if they were looking at a psychopath. I stood helplessly in the hall with the Red Carp in my arms. No one paid any attention to me. They even called security to remove me. At that moment, Dr. Park Jing passed by, and after seeing that it was me, she approached me with a worried look on her face and said, Xian Nan, what's wrong with you? I cried out and looked at Park Jing, as if I had seen a savior, and shouted at her, please save her, save her, I've already lost Su Chunxiao, I can't lose her again. The crowd of onlookers grew, and I hugged the Red Carp and knelt down in front of Park Jing. Park Jing directly helped me up the moment my knees hit the ground and whispered, go to the wards first. Excited, I hurriedly followed her into the hospital room while carefully placing Red Carp on the bed. I pointed at Red Carp anxiously. Dr. Park Jing, please hurry up and save her. Park Jing glanced at the bed, then at me, and after a moment of contemplation, frowned. I believe you, Shangnan, there is someone in the bed, but the key, maybe only you can see. I can't see anything. I remembered at this point that they were invisible to the Red Carp. Chapter 81, we're all in. After listening to the words of Park Jing, I only calmed down a little at this time. The Red Carp used to say, in addition to her willingness, otherwise other people cannot see her. The fact also proves that it is indeed so. In fact, even if Dr. Park Jing can see the Red Carp, there is nothing at all that can be done with it. I am so grateful that Dr. Park Jing chose to believe in me at my most desperate time. Looking at the severely injured red carp lying on the bed, I reluctantly smiled at Bo Jing and said with a sigh, "Well, thank you, Park Jing. I'm fine. I want to be alone now." Seeing me say that, Park Jing patted my shoulder with eyes full of trust, stood up and said, "Be nice and don't do anything stupid." After saying that, Park Jing turned around and left the hospital room, and thoughtfully closed the door behind her. I hold tight red carp cold little hand, overwhelmed lowered his head. All this is in the end for what? The people around me really want to leave me one by one. Su Chunxiao is still lying next to the hospital room. Here red carp and lying down. I'm just an ordinary person. In the end, what do I have to do it? Little Xiang Nan, it hurts when you squeeze my hand. Red carp's weak voice suddenly came over, and I immediately raised my head in excitement. At that moment, red carp had opened her eyes and looked at me with a smile. Her lips were a little cracked and she looked full of fatigue. Red carp, you didn't die? Ha ha ha. I threw my arms around red carp's shoulders and laughed tears of excitement, like a madman. And there were a couple of little nurses standing outside the door of the hospital room peeking in, all of them thinking I was really crazy. Red carp patted my hand weakly. Little Xiangnan, if you keep shaking, I'll really die. I hurriedly stopped and apologetically righted red carp's body, looking at him as we laughed at each other. Red carp laughed and started coughing. I went up to support her in pain, looking at the side of the red carp. I remembered Su Chunxiao. Red carp can wake up with her own strength, but Su Chunxiao will never wake up again, I said as I choked back another sad sob and wrapped my arms around red carp. Red carp, I failed. Su Chunxiao's soul, I didn't bring it out. Red carp whispered as she leaned over my shoulder and wrapped her arms around me. Is Su Chunxiao really that important to you? I said firmly. Of course. She's the favorite girl in my life. I love her more than anything, and if she doesn't wake up, maybe I won't be happy in my life. Red carp was silent for a moment and said in a very small voice, "What about me?" Unfortunately, I didn't even hear her remark at the time, and it wasn't until much later that it suddenly hit me. What did you just say? Seeing that I didn't hear him clearly, red carp didn't repeat himself and said with a smile at me, "I mean, there's actually a way for Su Chunxiao to wake up." These words were like a thunderbolt exploding in my heart. Still able to wake up? I stared at red carp excitedly and asked with some disbelief. Su Chunxiao's lost soul has already gone up in smoke. How can she wake up again? Red carp bit her lip, as if she had made a great determination, and finally looked me in the eyes and said slowly, "I know everything you said. Su Chunxiao did lose a soul. As I said before, the best way is to find her soul. Now that you can't find it, then to save her, you have to find a soul that has cultivation, consciousness, and is willing to help you to replace her lost soul, so that Su Chunxiao can wake up." I listened to red carp excitedly, and my heart was filled with renewed hope, but I was a little fretful. How easy is it to find this soul that has cultivation, consciousness, and is willing to help me? Red carp hugged me tightly again and took a deep breath in my arms and said softly, "I am." "You?" Red carp nodded and seemed to say with a catch in her voice, "Su Chunxiao has lost her soul, and must replenish it if she wants to wake up, and only I can enter her body and use my own cultivation to suppress her other two souls and seven spirits to achieve balance." But, red carp paused for a moment and continued, "But Su Chunxiao became two people after that. She could only be awake during the day, and once night came, she became me." My heart is beating fast. Listening to red carp's words, I began to hesitate a little. Red carp himself has a powerful strength. He was injured to save me, and now he is going to sacrifice himself in order to save Su Chunxiao. It's naturally a good thing to let Su Chunxiao wake up. It's better than having her lying on the bed for eternity. I didn't know what to say, and looking at red carp, I asked, "So, what happens to you if it does work?" Red carp smiled a slight, somewhat sad smile, pretending to be playful. I instantly understood what red carp meant. That is to say that if she saved Su Chunxiao, from now on, all the abilities on her body would all disappear, becoming just like an ordinary person. I didn't know what this meant to her. Anyway, I saw sorrow in her eyes. I was about to say something when red carp flipped right over and floated up, smiling at me. "Alright, don't be sad and act like a little girl. Shouldn't you be happy that you were able to save Su Chunxiao?" He. As I watched the red carp smile at me, I tried to respond, but I couldn't smile. I could clearly see that red carp's eyes instantly reddened, and after a single tear fell, she turned around quickly and drifted toward the hospital corridor. I stood still and clenched my fists, as if my heart had been cut by a knife, and muttered to myself, "In order to save Su Chunxiao, am I too selfish?" Red carp her. I rushed out. As soon as I opened the door has been blocked. 4 or 5 watching the nurses are covering their mouths and snickering. See me red tears out of the back, even scared back. Seems to be afraid that I went crazy. Look at that psycho acting himself out again. Ha ha ha, laugh your ass off. Oh, there seems to be a line plot there. High-end psycho. You guys keep your voices down. Don't let him hear you. It's not illegal for a psychopath to kill someone, do you know? The jeering of a few nurses came from behind me. I didn't even bother to pay attention to it. Jeering all you want. I was a loser who deserved to be jeered at in the first place. Looking at the red carp drifting away at breakneck speed in front of the hallway, I lifted my leg and ran. Outside Su Chuanxiao's hospital room stood a few doctors. Seeing me running over with red eyes, they were scared and hurried to stop me, blocking the front of the hospital room. What are you doing? This is an isolation ward. Go away. You go call security. I struggled desperately and kept pushing my way to the front of the hospital room as a couple of doctors held me up like I was fighting off robbers. I could see from the window that the red carp had drifted into the hospital room. Su Chunxiao was still lying quietly, and the red carp in a red robe stopped right in front of her, and her four eyes were facing each other, and the two of them were only separated by half a meter. My tears could no longer be held back as the rushing security guards began to beat me with their batons. But I can't feel any pain. I only saw red carp looking at me suddenly with her head on her side, smiling at me with tears in her eyes, her lips moving slightly as if she was saying something. A gust of wind blew by in an instant, and the security guards who were beating me up around me were all blown down and slammed into the wall and fainted. At the same time, the red carp's entire red figure gradually became transparent, slowly falling towards Su Chuanxiao's body, until fully integrated. Chapter 82. Don't go. I stood outside the window and witnessed everything. Su Chuanxiao's bedside sat Su's mother. She was completely unaware that just now, Su Chunxiao had risen from the dead. I climbed in the window both happy and sad, with all the flavors in my heart. By this time, a number of staff members had already gathered around, and as they looked around at the several security guards who had fainted and then gone away, they were too scared to come close to me. Only Dr. Park Jing slowly walked over, touched my head, and whispered, "What happened? Can you tell me?" I looked up at Park Jing, who was full of kindness. I really wanted to tell her all about the red carp, but I buried it inside. I could only tell her, "Xiao Xiao will wake up soon." As soon as I said this, Bo Jing looked incredulously at Su Chunxiao, who was still lying in the hospital room. After all, Su Chunxiao was judged to be a vegetable by the experts. It wasn't just Park Jing who was surprised. Many of the doctors next to me heard what I said and began to speak disdainfully in a sarcastic manner. Go. Even Dean Jiang said she can't wake up. What are you talking nonsense here? Really crazy. I just heard the nurse say that this guy has a nervous breakdown. And it's really, Dr. Park Jing. Is this boy your patient? The surrounding chirping from me began to question the Park Jing. Dr. Park Jing in the hospital has always been very good, and is President John's favorite students. The future is to take over the role of the president of the figure. These doctors are a lot of red but do not dare to say, "This time I am in the hospital is really too big a commotion." They see the Park Jing has been to protect me. They began to take advantage of the opportunity to pick a fight up. That's the scary thing about human nature. You never know if the people around you will suddenly stab you in the back. Dr. Park Jing looked back at me and frowned as she barked at the group of doctors and nurses behind her. Enough! Do you all have nothing to do? Why don't you go to the hospital to see what's going on? The cry came down and finally quieted the surrounding doctors and nurses, but still no one wanted to leave, and I noticed several doctors had their arms crossed, waiting for the joke. There was also a whisper, "I'd like to see how that dead guy in there wakes up." Hearing this, the anger in my heart instantly rose. Su Chunxiao is my favorite person, even if she can't wake up. I can't tolerate others to talk about her like this. Besides, there is still red carp on Su Chunxiao now. I directly bypassed Park Jing and walked towards this group of doctors and nurses alone, gritting my teeth and red eyes. Who just said she was dead? Say it again if you can. My name isn't Xiang Nan until I beat you to death. The group of doctors and nurses looked at me and kept backing away in fear, but they were still full of disdain. After all, this is a hospital, and I'm not targeting everyone, and there are naturally quite a few good doctors, like Park Jing, for example, who tugged me back and whispered, "Okay, stop it. This is a hospital. Calm down." Just at this time, Su's mom in the hospital room suddenly shouted loudly. I was delighted. Did Su Chunxiao wake up? I looked excitedly inside the ward, and the doctors and nurses around me were just as curious as I was. However, I saw Su Chunxiao still lying quietly in the hospital bed, only to see Su's mother crying tears, violently rushing toward the outside of the ward, opening the door and shouting, "Help my daughter. Her heart pulsar won't beat. Help her." Su's mom fainted as soon as she went out and shouted twice because she was in too much of a hurry. Dr. Park Jing rushed into the ward at the first opportunity, and I stood in the doorway looking at the heart pulsator next to Su Chunxiao, my scalp instantly tingling. "Do! Do! Do! only to hear the strong sound of alarms coming from the ward. Su Chuanxiao's heart pulsator screen has stopped beating in a straight line. I'm almost paralyzed. Did Red Carp's plan fail? Did Su Chunxiao die just like that? The doctors and nurses around the room began to pick their heads and look in. And so many of them were actually laughing and muttering in whispers. This psycho still says she can wake up. LOL. I held my head, not really knowing what to do. At this time, Dr. Park Jing quickly walked over, yanked me up and pulled 2 more small nurses in from outside, then rushed the people outside. Commence first aid. The door was then closed with a bang. I just stood in the corner of the hospital room, not daring to look at Su Chunxiao as Dr. Park Jing and the 2 young nurses began to skillfully perform the final resuscitation. Ready? 1, 2, 3, go on. 1, 2, 3. The electric shock struck my heart one at a time until the 3 of them, sweating, stopped their hand movements. Park Jing wearily walked up to me and whispered, "I'm sorry. I did my best. Condolences." With that said, covering her mouth, she walked out of the hospital room. As soon as the door opened, the chattering people outside began to boil over, all pointing at Park Jing and me. I've never been able to figure out if Red Carp was really a failure of plan. Su Chunxiao was lying on the hospital bed. The 2 little nurses were helping her to organize her clothes, and there was chaos outside. At this time, the thing that scared me the most came. Su's mother, a tearing cry reached my ears. She squeezed into the ward from the crowd, and all of a sudden fell on her knees in front of Su Chuanxiao's ward, crying and shouting, "Oh daughter, what do you want me to do?" I stood inside, really full of sorry, but could not say, can only be to watch her mother heartbroken. In a short while, Su Chuanxiao's family members had all arrived, and after Su's father saw Su Chuanxiao's pulsator, he similarly reddened his eyes and hugged Su's mother. Things have come to a head, and I'm undoubtedly giving others a laugh by staying here. I was ready to head out, but the guys outside the door were actually blocking me on purpose, not letting me out so I could stay in my hospital room and get laughed at. I looked at the adults and shook my head. If I had a knife at this point I could literally stab one to death. "Kid, didn't you just say she could wake up? What's going on here?" A middle-aged doctor, with a teasing face, looked at me like I was a clown. What kind of doctor is this to embarrass a high school student in a hospital? The imp bullied me. You guys bullied me too. Line. Now I am also unattached. I stood in the ward, swung his fist and rushed up. Also do not care how many people around. Directly find the middle-aged doctor to hit. Around there to persuade the fight, but also out of the Blackfoot. And soon we hit a mess. At this time, Su's father inside the house yelled loudly, "Get out of my way. All of you. Can you give my daughter a break? What's the use of having you doctors fighting here?" After saying that, the group finally stopped. I leaned against the door, wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth, glanced guiltily at Su's dad, and turned to get ready to go. As a result, just as I turned around, I heard a weak voice coming from inside the hospital room. "To the south. Don't go." Chapter 83, Waking Up. At this time, the ward window into a ray of sunshine. Do not realize that already dawn. I froze in place, cannot turn back. I was afraid that this is again God's joke with me. Su's father in the hospital room shouted out in excitement, "Where's the doctor? My daughter is awake." "Doctor." It just so happened that Bo Jing brought Dean Jiang over at this time, and Dean Jiang glared at the group of doctors and nurses who were watching, and then nodded at me before he and Bo Jing hurriedly walked towards Su Chunxiao. The 2 of them cooperated skillfully, carefully checking Su Chunxiao's condition. Pulse, normal. Heartbeat, normal. The more he checked to the back, the more excited Dean Jiang became, and finally directly rushed at Su's father. "What a miracle! Congratulations, Mr. Su. Your daughter has been cured." Su dad and Su mom kept expressing their gratitude to President Jiang, while at this time Su Chunxiao kept looking at me from between the gaps of the 3, wanting to cry and pursing her lips to hold back. I leaned against the door and squeezed my eyes at her, making her laugh instantly. This hard-won excitement is something I can't afford to lose in the future. This small interaction between Su Chunxiao and I was all seen by Bo Jing, who was happy but also had a somewhat lost expression. The group of doctors outside the door began to talk as well. Did the sky really wake up? Could it be true what that boy said? Didn't Dean Jiang personally say that she was hopeless and turned into a vegetable? How? By this time, Dean Jiang had pretty much finished talking to Su's father and mother, telling Su Chunxiao to rest well, and then walked towards me with Bo Jing. Dean Jiang looked at me with an appreciative face and said, "How did you know Su Chunxiao would wake up just now?" I know that this is what Bo Jing told Dean Jiang. Of course I can't say that it was Red Carp that saved her. They won't believe me if I say that. I have to say that. By feel. Dean Jiang stroked his chin and let out an "oh," then glanced at Bo Jing, who could only shrug her shoulders and say she didn't know. Then, Dean Jiang said to me seriously, Xiang Nan, I appreciate talents like you, and you are a miracle in yourself. If you are willing, I will personally sponsor you to study at the best medical school. I believe you will soon excel. The group of doctors around them instantly gasped out in shock. This kid looks like he's familiar with Dean Jiang. What a traitorous luck. Don't talk nonsense. The person who was bailed out by Dean Jiang might soon become our leader. Park Jing interjected in a small voice at this time. Dean Jiang doesn't do this often. He's only bailed out a total of 3 students, all of whom are now on their own in the capital's medical community. Looking at both of them expectantly, I might disappoint them. Being an ordinary student who couldn't see a future, being able to get Dean Jiang's help was undoubtedly a pie in the sky, but it wasn't what I wanted. And I also knew that the most important thing about Dean Jiang's desperate attempts to draw me in was the powerful healing ability that had suddenly appeared in my body. There's another reason. The imp, and until it's gone, I might as well be dead tomorrow. So what's the point of talking about a future? I said, shaking my head at them. I'm sorry, Dean Jiang, I don't have the heart to think about that right now. Can I give you an answer later? Dean Jiang nodded briskly and said yes. Once again, the doctors around the room were aghast. This stupid kid rejected Dean Jiang. At this time, the ward door was pushed open. Inside, the Su father walked out. Can see his eyes cannot hide the excitement. After all, his daughter woke up. Papa Su went out and came straight to me, sizing me up twice and smiling. Your name is Xiang Nan? I nodded and said yes. Papa Su sighed and smiled at me in what seemed to be a compromising manner, patting me on the shoulder and saying, my daughter wants to meet you. In fact, after Su Chunxiao woke up, I had wanted to see her for a long time, only that she was surrounded by too many people, so I didn't have a chance. Hearing that Su's father had said so, I naturally happily and without any hesitation walked towards the hospital room. At this time, Dean Jiang also wanted to follow me into the house, only to be stopped by Father Su, shaking his head. Leave the kids alone. I excitedly walked into the hospital room and closed the door behind me while walking towards Su Chunxiao. Su Chunxiao then leaned on the bed and smiled at me. Looking at the tears fell, I slowly sat down beside her and squeezed her hand and said, hey, you big sloth. This sleep is really long. Su Chunxiao wiped her tears and pursed her lips. Yeah, I was trying to get a good night's sleep, but then the last time someone cried in front of me, it was ugly. I stared at Su Chunxiao, and the corner of my mouth slowly lifted up as I continued. That crybaby guy must be good looking, or else why are you in such a hurry to get up? Su Chunxiao snorted and pursed her lips again. It's not bad. This can't be put together. Just make do, for all you care. Saying that, Su Chunxiao sat up and wrapped her arms around my neck. Her eyes full of tears couldn't stop them from pouring out any longer, and she said as she cried, Xiangnan, I miss you. I can hear everything you say and I remember it all. I'm so scared. I'm scared I'll never wake up and see you again. I kept touching Su Chunxiao's hair, and to my relief, at this time, Su Chunxiao's body was finally warm and no longer cold. I had prepared a stomach full of words before, but when I actually met, I couldn't say a single word. Su Chunxiao fell asleep again after chatting with me for a while. With me by her side, she slept peacefully, and soon the faint sound of fragrant snoring came from her. I watched her fall asleep before I gently left the ward. Outside the door beside Su Chunxiao's parents, there was only Dr. Bai Jing left. As soon as I came out, Su's father and mother rushed back into the ward. Dr. Park Jing stared at me with a curious look on her face, smiled and shook her head. It's hard to see what has happened to you. I didn't explain. I could only bow my head and smile. And now that Su Chunxiao had woken up, I was much more relaxed. Dr. Kashiwa Zhong continued as she leaned against the wall. Go back and see your family. It's been a while since you've been home. Park Jing's words instantly reminded me. I glanced at the time. Going to Spirit City seemed to have taken only 24 hours, but in reality, it was already the 4th day by now, which meant that the imps game, at 12 o'clock in the morning tonight, had to go to the school for the rendezvous. The point is, I can't believe I'd been away from home for so many days. I guess my parents are worried sick. Thinking of this, I quickly said to Park Jing, tell Dawn that I'm going home and I'll see her tonight. Park Jing smiled and nodded in understanding. Then I hoofed it to the house. Just after leaving the hospital, the sun's rays shone head-on outside, so much so that I couldn't open my eyes, and I always felt as if I hadn't seen the sun for a long time. On the ride back, I became apprehensive again and didn't know how to explain it to my parents. The hospital is not very far from my house, half an hour away. When I arrived at the house, I didn't rush in, but walked towards the southeast and northwest of the house to check the charms I had put up myself. As a result, when I saw the charm, I was instantly covered in a cold sweat, only to see that the originally yellow talisman, at this time has become a charred piece, the wind blowing, fluttering, broken. That proves that I must have had a shadowy spirit come to my house. Chapter 84, New Clues. At this time is daytime. The amount of it is not so bold. I decisively opened the door into the house. It just happened to be the weekend and my parents were home. And when I walked in the door, they both froze and looked over at me. I don't know what's going on and softly yell, "Dad! Mom!" My mom came over to me, surprised, and asked, "Didn't you go to take care of your sick classmates in the past few days? Why are you back so early today?" I was on fire inside. It seemed that the person who had impersonated me had indeed come back. I forced myself to ask, "Mom, what time did I leave during the day the other day?" My mom didn't suspect a thing and smiled. "Look at your memory. How to memorize vocabulary in the future. You leave at 6 o'clock every day. Said to take care of that student in the hospital? 8 o'clock in the evening only to come back." I thought about it and continued to ask, "Didn't you see the letter I put on the table?" My mom froze, looked at my dad and said, "What letter?" I had to shake my head and say it was nothing, just that I couldn't find the letter from my classmate. I actually left a letter on my desk before I left for Spirit City that said I was going to travel around the area for a few days just in case someone came home pretending to be me. And it turned out to be too much of a defense. My dad came over with the paper as well and smiled. "You kid. If it wasn't for Chin Yon coming over the other day to find you to play and talk about it, I still don't know you're in love." I laughed dryly and casually chatted with my parents before heading back to my room. I didn't bring my cell phone with me when I went to Spirit City before, and only at this time did I open my cell phone to see that Chin Yong had sent me quite a few messages. "Xiang Nan, where have you been? I found something wrong with your parents. The last time I went to look for you, they told me that you took care of your classmates in the hospital during the day and came home at night. But I went to the hospital but I couldn't find you at all. I don't think it's that your parents are lying, but that there are shadowy spirits at work. Please reply when you get this. Xiang Nan. I squatted in front of your house today and found that you went home at 8 o'clock. Is it you yourself? Come back quickly. Xiang Nan. I finally know. I'm sure that man is the Yin spirit. He came to your house at night and never showed up during the day. I squatted for the whole day. I was shocked to read the message sent to me by Chin Yong. What the hell is this shadowy spirit coming to my house for? If you wanted to kill my parents, you should have done it already. Why wait for me to come back? Thinking about it, I couldn't figure it out. But anyway, it seemed like as soon as I got home, the guy stopped showing up. I sent a message to Chin Yong saying that I'm back. I've seen all the messages, and I'll see you tonight. Chin Yong didn't say anything and returned an okay. It was still early, so I thought better of it and turned on my computer. Although the feeling is not much hope, but still cannot give up is not it. I once again clicked on the bar connection. I did not expect there are still 2 information messages, and I've also established 2 things. The first is that this poster, the barkeep, gives me a weekly information thread right on time. The second important thing is that this poster is not afraid of the imp. You know that for so long, but anyone who helped me with information about Wando Village would be targeted and killed by the imps. Except for this posting bar owner, who so far hasn't had anything happen to him. As if I had caught the starburst again, I clicked on the messages in one smooth motion, and there were 2 messages. The monolith is the entrance to Manto Village. Only one person will go without implicating the others. To be honest, I was a bit shocked. The stone monument, he said, should be the place where the Grey Robed Man took me to hide last time. At that time, I remembered clearly. The Grey Robed Man said that I would come back again, and asked me to remember this place. Did the Grey Robed Man already know that the stone tablet is the entrance to Wandu Village? If he wanted to help me, why didn't he just take me into Wandu Village to find out? Was he afraid of the imp? The information from the posting bar owner was too important, including his statement that I was the only one going so as not to implicate anyone else, and I believe he was also reminding me that the imp's eyes might be on my friends at all times, and it was true that none of my friends with me, including Su Chunxiao and Red Carp, were not in multiple disasters over these days. With these clues, I was instantly confident, as if I had found my goal again. After a while, my mom called me out to dinner, and I was in a particularly good mood. Now that Su Chunxiao has also woken up, there is a new and clear direction of clues. As long as I safely survive tonight, I will be able to go to Wandu Village to find out what's going on. It's time for me to visit this little devil's old home. Sitting at the dinner table, eating the 3 dishes and 1 soup fried by my mom, I felt incredibly happy inside. My dad still reads the newspaper while watching the news on TV. Within moments, my dad was pointing at the TV. Xiang Nan, this girl is from your school, right? I looked up, only to see the news posted a picture of Su Chunxiao. Su Chunxiao was already good looking, especially photogenic, looking like a star report. Written below, miracle. The miraculous resurrection of the vegetative girl is a medical miracle. The girl is currently undergoing recuperation and refuses news interviews. I go to. This Su Chunxiao woke up this matter. Have been reported to the news. Also really enough. My mom looked at it too and smiled. This little girl is quite pretty. Xiang Nan, is your girlfriend as good looking as this little girl? Oh, I shrugged, not knowing how to reply. But the next news story left me even more speechless. Do you remember the last Superman? This time the citizens Mr. Zhang once again captured the video. The man once again from the hospital side of the flyaway, while in the air also made a variety of super difficult actions. Only the limited conditions of the photography still did not shoot the front. Mr. Zhang said he was sure that this person is definitely our city's superhero, decided to follow him for life. And now Mr. Zhang's video has more than 300 million hits. Instead of being happy to see this, I was a little lost. This video I remember is the red carp after cutting Su Chunxiao hair, the last time to take me to fly home, when the red carp is still in the air to tease me. Now the red carp in order to wake up Su Chunxiao life and death is not known. Maybe this Mr. Zhang in the future will never shoot me again. My dad fell all over himself, making this Superman his idol to worship. At night, I went to the hospital early because I had to meet at the school by 12 tonight, and I hadn't figured out how to tell Su Chunxiao. When I got to the front of the ward, it just so happened that Su's mom was there, and when she saw me coming, she even happily took the initiative to ask me to go in and keep Su Chunxiao company. At this time, Su Chunxiao was still sleeping with her eyes closed. Only after Su's mom left the house did I carefully squeeze Su Chunxiao's hand and was thinking about what to say to her later. Little Xiang Nan, why are you squeezing my hand? Ah, he. I looked up at Su Chunxiao. At this moment, her demeanor and speaking voice had turned into a different flavor. Seeing me frozen in front of the hospital bed, Su Chunxiao covered her mouth and smiled, hooking my chin playfully. What's wrong? Is little Xiangnan, sister, more beautiful? Red Carp, Chapter 85, Going Back to School. Even though Red Carp had told me before that after she sacrificed herself to help Su Chunxiao mend her soul, it was Su Chunxiao who was alive during the day and became her at night. But looking at Su Chunxiao's face, I still didn't get used to it at once. I reconfirmed and asked in a small voice, are you really Red Carp? Su Chunxiao blankly glanced at me and said as she lay on her side, how long has it been and you can't even hear your sister's voice? I scratched my head awkwardly. In fact, it's not my fault. You said that Su Chunxiao's appearance, her voice and style of speaking become another person. Anyone else would find it hard to adapt at once. Red Carp stopped teasing me and said softly, it's actually not that difficult. From now on, every morning after 6 o'clock, your Su Chunxiao wakes up, and after 12 o'clock at night, she is equivalent to falling asleep, and turns into Sister Me. That's when I nodded and said, well, that's just as well. Everyone's fine. Thank you, Red Carp. Only my heart but always still diaphragm should panic, because my relationship with Su Chunxiao and the relationship of the Red Carp is not the same. Su Chunxiao is undoubtedly my favorite person, and the Red Carp is more like caring about taking care of my sister, which in case I and Su Chunxiao make out when, this Red Carp will not also feel it, and, won't I have no, at night? But I just thought about it and didn't say anything. After all, it's for the best right now. One step at a time, Red Carp asked with a smile when she saw that I was preoccupied. Were you thinking about the imp at night? I asked with some surprise. How do you know about the imp? Red Carp shook the cell phone in his hand and told me with a smile. This imp is quite interesting. I fought with it last time in the classroom. It was twice as strong as me and almost killed me. I'm curious. It kills you guys easier than a chicken. Yet it still wants to play games with you. What is its purpose? I shook my head helplessly. That was the thing I wanted to know the most. Why else would I be checking out what happened in Manto village? Hearing Red Carp's words, I suddenly thought of a serious problem and asked worriedly, by the way, the imp said that no one in our class is allowed to tell outsiders about this WeChat group, and someone has already died because of it. So does it count as a violation for you, Red Carp, to know about it? Red Carp said with an indifferent smile. Hey, I'm now considered half Su Chunxiao. It shouldn't be considered a violation. Besides, if it was a violation, the imp wouldn't have already shouted up in the group, right? It does make sense when you put it that way. The imp has always punished us severely for infractions and has never been soft on us. It was almost 10 o'clock after I looked at the time. I asked Red Carp, the imp is playing a new game tonight. Do you have any countermeasures? Speaking of this, Red Carp's eyes darkened a bit, and she muttered her mouth in aggravation. But in the end, she still smiled at me and said, Little Xiang Nan, if it was before, I might have been able to help you. But after I helped Su Chunxiao mend her soul, all of my mana disappeared, and I'm now no different from an ordinary person. Seeing Red Carp say these, I am more sad than her. Red Carp's a body of cultivation do not know how many trials and tribulations to become, but because of another and her irrelevant people and disappeared. I in addition to gratitude, but also some guilt. I said firmly as I gently squeezed Red Carp's hand, it's okay, I'll take care of you from now on instead. Red Carp even a rare blush shy smile. This scene in Su Chunxiao like. I also hurriedly retracted the hand. The biggest problem now is Su Chunxiao's family, who are watching over the ward 24 hours a day, and it's really a bit difficult to take Su Chunxiao out. Red Carp and I discussed it for half a day, and finally decided that sneaking out would be the least troublesome. The big deal is that when we find out, we'll just say that I took her out to have fun, and at most, I'll be scolded. At almost 11 o'clock, while Su's mom went to the bathroom, I pulled Red Carp and quietly slipped out of the ward. At night when the hospital is less crowded, we purposely don't take the elevator and make a mad dash down the stairway. When we got to the first floor, we were surprised to run head-on into Dr. Park Jing, who was staring at us dumbfounded with a cup of coffee in her hand. You are. I smiled awkwardly, knowing that I couldn't delay here for too long, and that soon Su's mom would find out about Su Chunxiao's disappearance. When I thought of this, another plan came to my mind, and I hurriedly said to Bo Jing. Xiao Xiao said she was too bored after sleeping for so long and wanted to go see a movie, so I was going to quietly take her out. Kashiwa Jing raised an eyebrow. Go quietly? I hurriedly bumped the Red Carp and said, right, Su's mom is too tightly controlled. In fact, Su Chunxiao has long been fine. If she doesn't go out and move around, she'll be bored sick again. Sister Park Jing, you're the one who knows what's good for you, don't you think so? Red Carp reacted even after being bumped by me, and hurriedly smiled sweetly and said to Park Jing, yes, Sister Park Jing, I'm all better now. Later you help me persuade my mother not to worry. I'm watching 2 movies with Xiang Nan. It's no big deal. Park Jing was overwhelmed by the two of us, Red Carp and I, working together to persuade her, so she shook her head and said, okay, I'm afraid of you guys. Go, Xiangnan, you pay attention to safety. Aha, good. Afterward, I gave a no-problem gesture to Bo Jing and hurriedly pulled Red Carp and ran out of the hospital, with Park Jing lying for us. Then Su's mom shouldn't be so worried. The current Red Carp had lost its magic power, so naturally it couldn't fly with me. Plus the body was Su Chunxiao's, so I was out of breath after only a short while of running. So I had to call a cab and rush towards the school. When we arrived at the school, it was already 11:30, and it was still terribly quiet around us. As I passed by the janitor's room, I thought of Master Dong again. He was trapped in Spirit City in order to help me, but I believe that with his intelligence and strength, he should be able to come back again next year when the ghost door opens again on the 14th of July. The moment was not the time for sentimentality. The most important thing was to adjust his spirit to face the imp of the night. As soon as I stepped into the school, the cool wind from the surrounding area blew, piercingly cold. I scowled and wrapped my arms around Red Carp at the same time. The campus in the early hours of the morning is nothing but silence, the unseen darkness of the periphery, and the constant feeling that something is hiding inside, ready to pounce at any moment. I don't know when, but a big bright searchlight had been placed on the school building, and the light shone just in the center of the playground, as if a stage had been formed. If you don't look closely, you can't even notice that a number of students have come to the edge of the light. They were still standing in various corners, a few people at a time, all talking to each other about something. Seeing this scene again, I inevitably got a little nervous, feeling like I was going to start killing each other again tonight. I worriedly looked at the Red Carp next to me, but I didn't realize that the Red Carp had a disinterested look on his face, calmly looking at what was in front of him, and curving the corner of his mouth in disdain every now and then. Although it was Su Chunxiao's body, at this time it was the time of the battle-hardened Red Carp. I let out a deep breath and stride toward the playground. Chapter 86. Red Carp and I had just walked to the edge of the playground when we saw Qin Yong running over from the distance. Qin Yong was still well prepared, carrying a large bag, and was also very happy to see Su Chunxiao waking up and said with a smile, I'm relieved to see that you're both okay. I also smiled at Qin Yong with relief. He and I are considered to have become good brothers by accident. Since the appearance of the imp, he and I have fought side by side, and we have shared troubles together for I don't know how many times. At this time, Qin Yong looked at Su Chunxiao and said with concern, Su Chunxiao, are you physically okay to participate in the imp's game now that you've recovered from a serious illness? It was just a very ordinary greeting between friends, but Qin Yong didn't realize that the Su Chunxiao in front of him had turned into another person by the end of the night. Red Carp was not familiar with Qin Yong, and when he saw that he was talking to her, he just nodded his head in a high and cold manner, not even smiling. This made Qin Yong look embarrassed. I hastened to ease the atmosphere and said, there's nothing wrong with Chun Xiao. Let's find a place to sit down and talk. Only then did Qin Yong walk over to me and whispered over my shoulder, your daughter-in-law isn't still well, is she? You don't even recognize me? I gave Red Carp a breathless look, but luckily Red Carp didn't hear me, so I had to reply in a whisper, it's a bit, don't mess with her just yet. Shin Yong let out an oh-so-subtle sound, then suddenly said to me, "By the way, have you solved the matter of that shadowy spirit in your house?" Being mentioned by Shin Yong, I also suddenly remembered this headache, and do not know how to deal with, can only sigh and said, "Hey, what can I do to fix it?" In fact, I've long since realized that this guy has impersonated me home more than once, but it's not like it's harmless, and it's really weird that it's gone again when I get back. Shin Yong thought for a moment and added, "Why don't we wait until after tonight, and then we'll take the time to catch it?" I flinched slightly. Catch it? Just us? Only then did Shin Yong suddenly skim his head, his eyes looking at his feet with some sadness, and slowly said, "When Grandpa was alive, he always wanted to teach me Taoism, but I couldn't look at it, thinking that Grandpa's crafts were all feudal superstitions, and it would be a shame to learn them. But ever since Grandpa was killed by the imp, I've made up my mind to inherit his crafts, and even if no one teaches me, I'm going to learn it by drilling through my head, and I'm not doing anything in my house these days, so I went through quite a lot of the ancient books that Grandpa left behind, and it's just right that I can take your family's in spirit to try my hand." Shin Yong's grandfather's death, I witnessed. As Shin Yong's only relative, I can understand the pain in his heart at this time. To see Shin Yong so positive, I also feel relieved to nod, patted him on the shoulder and said, "All right, bro, I believe you. After tonight, if everyone's okay, go to my house and clean it up." With that out of the way, the three of us found a random lawn to sit on, and Red Carp just leaned indifferently against my shoulder and hummed softly. Shin Yong and I began to observe the changes in the class. Now the class no longer has a large organization. All are some scattered small teams of 2 or 3 people, but there is no longer any single person who has fallen alone. All learned to be smart to find a helper. Since the last time I looked for the Devil's Card game, everyone's opinion of me has been surprisingly consistent. They all think I'm a murderer who has lost his conscience, and they all think that Chen Jiwu's death was due to the fact that I wanted the Devil's Card in his hand. Speaking of which, I looked at Lu Jing again. This disgusting woman stood with Wang Qingqing, and there was a fat man next to her, who was famous for his color, called Yang Dashi. It really stinks. I just looked at Lu Jing twice. She found me. I was a hostile face to her. No good face at all. Directly a mouthful of saliva spit out. Lu Jing shook with anger and rushed me. "Xiang Nan, what do you mean? What did I do to you? I wasn't the one who called you to Wang Yu that night, so why are you flinging your face at me?" I didn't expect this Lu Jing to suddenly get angry and say so many words. He didn't say Wang Yu, okay? As soon as he said Wang Yu, my heart also came to the same fire. Su Chunxiao's soul was lost, saying that it was the responsibility of the imp, but it was also Wang Yu who hit him, not Wang Yu who was nosy. Now Su Chunxiao and Red Carp are all fine, I said as I clenched my teeth and angrily looked at her. "Don't you mention Wang Yu to me that night, but if I could still move, I would have taken your lives long ago." Wang Qingqing kept pulling Lu Jing on one side, only daring to sneak a look at me, full of guilt towards me. Lu Jing was stunned by my words, and finally, out of breath, she began to shout, "Listen guys, this Xiang Nan is going to kill again. Last time he killed Chen Jiwu, not to mention. Just now he personally said he wants me dead?" The class heard her ghostly screams and they all slowly moved toward me. Yeah, I almost forgot if Lu Jing didn't say it. Xiang Nan the murderer still dares to come to school? Xiang Nan who kills people for a demon card, and you want to go after girls? You don't take the boys in your class seriously. Lu Jing, don't be afraid. I'll protect you. Seeing that the class was starting to deal with me, Lu Jing cocked her head at me with a smug look on her face. I sighed. What a nasty. Shin Yong pulled out a stick from his bag and handed it to me, after which he and I slowly stood up at the same time, glaring angrily at this group of trashy classmates without any fear at all. I'd been to Spirit City and I'm still afraid of you. Not wanting to explain much at all, I pulled Red Carp behind me and yelled at them. I killed Chen Jiwu. So what? This I also sooner or later to kill her. How? Any of you who are not happy, feel free to come over. This crappy school, no one cares about killing people anyway. I don't mind killing a few more. After I said that, I saw a few students gradually stop and hesitate a little, so I hastened to add more fuel to the fire and yelled loudly, "Get over here!" As I roared past, quite a few of my classmates began to back off. As the saying goes, the bold fear the unwilling, and no one wants to lose their lives for me for nothing. Lu Jing saw that those students who came over were yelled at by me, and there was nothing she could do about it herself, so she could only grunt in exasperation. Red Carp whispered beside me at this point, "Wow, little Xiangnan, so you're so fierce, but why are your hands all sweaty?" He. I huffed awkwardly. To be honest, just now, although the momentum was overwhelming, but if I really face so many classmates surrounded, or a little panic, the sweaty palms also proved everything. Red Carp continued, but the boys in your class are really wimpy too. I sighed. If only it was really just a wimp. The bottom line is that they're like wallflowers now, tortured by the imp and no longer have an ego. The time passed quickly, and it was good to wait safely until 12 o'clock. The imp was right on time and sent a smiley emoticon to the WeChat group. Then said, "Well, it was very good. Everyone came on time. Today, we're going to play a new game. And it seems like it's been a while since we've all grabbed a red packet. So let's all grab a red packet first." Saying that, the imp decisively sent out a $400 red packet. Chapter 87 Undercover. Now that the class has dwindled, a $400 red packet averages out to a good share for everyone. So many students started asking in the group, "Is the King of Luck going to play games again this time? It's over. It's over." That's right. It feels like nothing good happens every time you grab a red packet. Imp, you start by saying who's in the game. Yeah, is the King of Luck going to be involved in playing the game or not? And what's the punishment? There were a lot of questions in the group, but most of them were asking about who would be in the game for the imps. And that's not what I'm most worried about right now. Instead, it's what the imps are going to do with the game. Exactly. The imp guessed that he saw too many questions from people, or he answered selectively and said, "Why ask who's in the game? Each of you will have a chance to participate anyway, so don't rush." Also, the punishment for the game. I'll get to that later. Naturally. And then, this red packet everyone must all grab. I will never repeat this again. As long as I give out red packets, whoever doesn't grab it will be directly punished by death. The imp's words were extremely arrogant, seemingly angered by these students' questions, which was not a good thing. The students in the class were also quite sensible and did not continue to ask, but still no one dared to take the lead in grabbing the red envelopes. Seeing that a little bit of time had passed, I was afraid that the imp would make the rules harsh again in a while, so I decisively grabbed the red packet first. I didn't realize that I had just grabbed the red packet and the imp replied, "Xiang Nan is still brave. Good. Yuck. Brave you, sister. If you don't want to play the game of death, who wants to accompany you in the playground at night to grab red envelopes here?" I grabbed 34.6, Qin Yong grabbed 25.7, and Red Carp grabbed 82.3, with Red Carp having the most. I was starting to get a little worried, afraid that Red Carp would be chosen by the imp. As we finished grabbing the red envelopes, everyone started scrambling to grab them, and then began to cross their fingers and check each other's red envelope quantity amounts. In just a few blinks of an eye, the red packets were grabbed clean. I was also instantly relieved that the King of Luck wasn't Red Carp, but one named Sun Yalong. Sun Yalong in the class is well liked, especially loved to joke with classmates. Is that he usually loved to play games? So the hair looks a little less. As soon as Sun Yalong saw that the King of Luck was himself, he instantly collapsed and screamed in disarray. "How come it's me? Devil Dad, can you give a simple task? A kiss or something?" Maybe it had something to do with his usual personality. With so many people dead in the class, he still looked amused when he whined. And many of his classmates covered their mouths and laughed at the scene. But we all knew in our hearts that the imp would certainly not be playing such a simple game again. After waiting about 2 minutes or so, the imp sent a smiling emoji to the group and then said, "Okay, since everyone has grabbed their red envelopes, let's start the game. Please, students, unite in a brightly lit area at the front and sit down in a circle." As I said before, a searchlight was placed on the roof of the school building, and the light shone just to the center of the playground, forming a circle of light, like a spotlight stage. What did the imp tell us all to do in the aperture? Although with doubts, but I still pulled Red Carp over. Red Carp to the end did not say anything. I guess she must be watching something. I have to say, the imp's words worked better than a gym teacher's whistle, and a class of us, in less than 5 minutes, sat in a neat circle in the aperture. I made Red Carp sit between Qin Yong and me so that I could protect her. After sitting inside the circle of light, I realized that I couldn't see anything else around the school except the people in the circle of light. It was pitch black. It was like we were covered by this searchlight and isolated from the school. Moreover, after we sat in a circle, we could see the expressions and emotions of all the students in the class. When we were seated, the imp finally spoke up and said, "That's good. Everyone's cooperating. Then the game begins now. Today's game is called Catch Undercover." The undercover game, which I'm sure we've all played before, is a game in which several people have an identity, but they don't know what the other person's identity is, and one of them is an undercover agent. And we can judge the identity of each person by their performance, and the ultimate goal is to find the undercover agent. Of course, I'm just talking about regular games. I don't really know what the imp's catching undercover is like. The imp went on, "Later, I'll issue everyone an ID, and there are only 2 types of identities, civilian and undercover. The students who just grabbed the red packets, starting with the student who grabbed the most, Sun Yalong, will first stand in the center of the aperture to point out who the undercover agent is, and so on. Each student's designation time is only 1 minute. After the designation is over it can't be changed. Pointing out the wrong undercover agent will be punished. All students, you cannot show your cell phones to anyone else, or there will be a direct penalty of death. All students, until the end of the game, you cannot exit the aperture early, or there will be a direct penalty of death. Looking at the game released by the imp, my forehead started to sweat again because I felt that this was another trap laid by the imp for us to kill each other. I clicked on just that red packet again, and I noticed that Red Carp was actually in third place, which meant that after Sun Yelong finished playing this game, one more person would be Red Carp, and my heart began to thump. It was Red Carp, who leaned on my shoulder again, eyes closed as if asleep. At that moment, the imp spoke again. Right away, I'll send you an ID message, and remember, you can't show your own cell phones to anyone. I hurriedly shook the Red Carp. Anxiously. You get nervous? Ah. Immediately issued identity cards. Still sleep. Red Carp gave me a breathless blank look and barely sat up straight, before collapsing back on top of me a short while later, whispering softly, "It's such a simple game. What are you afraid of?" I was so angry at Red Carp that I couldn't say anything. Red Carp had lost all of her mana now, and she had never even played Imp's game before. Just as I was about to continue explaining to Red Carp, our cell phones rang at the same time. Red Carp then leaned over my shoulder and took out her cell phone, and I was afraid that I would see the message in her phone and get caught by the imp, so I turned my head away in a hurry. As a result, I quietly opened my own cell phone to take a look, and instantly was head over heels. Just a text message on my cell phone from the imp. "Let's pick the brave Nan as the undercover agent." I squeezed my phone breathlessly, but I didn't dare to show that I was particularly upset because I was afraid that the other students would see it. So I could only sit up straight in a pretense of calmness as Red Carp buckled the phone back on the ground and leaned back against my shoulder to fall asleep with her eyes closed again. Chapter 88. Seeing that most of the people were relaxed after everyone saw the cell phone, and even a few students had already started to entertain their own suspicions, our circle instantly buzzed with excitement, completely forgetting that this was the imp's game of death. Looking at the tone of the imp's message to me, I'm thinking to myself, I can't be the only one who's undercover. If it's as I suspect, then it proves that all the other students are of civilian status, so it's normal for them to be relaxed, but I'm the only one who knows who I am, and anyone who's ever played an undercover game knows that when they take a civilian, it always feels like the relief everyone else shows is faked. That's why the imp chose this game, to make the students suspicious of each other, lose trust, and then kill each other. Only, I don't know yet how the imp is going to guide us. I was just thinking about it when the group imp sent a message. Please stand in the center of the circle of light. Student Sun Yaron. Sun Yalong scratched his hair, stood up with a helpless face, and walked towards the center of the circle of light. Right in the center was the best light. At this time he stood there like he was going to perform a show, and we all looked like spectators. Sun Yalong was still a bit formal when he stood up, and kept dryly smiling at his close friends. The imp continued. Okay, now the game begins. 1 minute on the clock. Point out who the undercover agent is. As soon as the imp's message was sent out, everyone quieted down and looked at Sun Yalong. I was definitely nervous as an undercover agent, and when I saw my classmates staring at Sun Yalong, I stared at him as well. Only I didn't dare to look into his eyes for fear that he would see a break. Sun Yalong stood in the center, circled around his surrounding classmates, and scratched his head with some difficulty. None of us are undercover. Surely none of us are afraid of him pointing. And the one person on the field who was scared right now is me. As time passed by, I nervously lowered my head slightly. This action was instantly seen by Sun Yalong, who narrowed his eyes and stared at me, looking as if he was going to choose me. I secretly screamed in my heart bad, really did not calm down. Nothing low what ah. Sun Yalong seemed to recognize me and kept sizing me up, and a minute wasn't long. Just then, Red Carp suddenly sat up straight, smiled at Sun Yalong, and said, "Vote for Xiang Nan. He's an undercover agent. Vote for him." I was only slightly stunned, and then I reacted to the fact that Red Carp was deliberately using Sun Yalong's mentality to help me. Xin Yong was calmer than me, and he immediately followed Red Carp's words. "Xiang Nan, that's the undercover agent. Vote him to death." I gulped, pinched the meat of my own palms, and smiled at Sun Yalong even as I pretended to be calm. Yeah, I'm undercover. Vote for me." Sun Yalong instantly panicked, originally almost raised his hand, and then slowly retracted. I saw that he was already sweating. In fact, I'm not much better than him. My back has long been soaked. In the nick of time, the imp actually counted down the group. 10, 9, 8. Sun Yalong is getting more and more excited. wanting to vote for me but not daring to do so, and as the imp counts down, Yang Xin, who is with him, reminds him in a whisper. They're three of a kind. Don't believe it. Quickly find a random one. Oops. I really thank this Yang Xin from the bottom of my heart, but with the last 3 seconds left on the clock, Sun Yalong was getting more and more agitated. He held up his finger and kept trembling, and finally stared at Yang Xin's face and shouted, "Are you deliberately trying to hurt me?" 1. I vote for Yang Xin. I vote for Yang Xin. As the imp's last message was sent, Sun Yalong unexpectedly pointed to Yang Xin. Yang Xin looked at Sun Yalong with a confused face and shouted with a frown, "You right? Vote for me for what?" Sun Yalong was almost on the verge of collapsing, sweating like a pig as he stood in the very center with his head lowered and a hard expression on his face. The imp said in the group at this point, "For the first round of the game, Sun Aaron failed to find the undercover agent. Penalty, Sun Yalong kills the person he pointed out wrongly, Yang Xin, with his own hands, or else die himself, within a 5-minute time limit." After hearing the content of the punishment issued by the imp, Yang Xin directly stood up and cursed at Sun Yalong. "What a piece of a you. Who's not good enough to vote for? Vote for me. Now it's just me playing with you. Who cares about the others? Don't trust me." Sun Yalong stood in place staring down at his cell phone and didn't know what he was thinking. Yang Xin scolded him and didn't talk back. Yang Xin was so angry that he directly stood up, rushed to Sun Yalong's side, raised his hand and gave Sun Yalong a slap, cursing, "Chow, now you say what to do, right? Being named by the imp, none of us can live. What a nasty piece of bad luck." At this time, Sun Yalong slowly raised his head and whispered, "There's a way to live." I noticed that there seemed to be a hint of ferocity in Sun Aaron's smiling eyes. Yang Xin, angry, is straight shaking his head. "Hate to beat Sun Yalong on the spot," said in a good humor. "What's the solution? Have a fart. Have a word." Before Yang Xin finished his words, he saw Sun Yalong suddenly raise his cell phone in a violent manner and violently smashed Yang Xin's head. Bang! A muffled sound. I saw the cell phone screen shatter, so you can see how hard the blow was. This hit on Yang Xin's head. Yang Xin stood in place although he had not yet collapsed, but wobbling. Not long after the head has bled. Sun Yalong's red eyes, ferociously pumped up with his cell phone again. The scene was disastrous. Only to see the blood and flesh on Yang Xin's head. Sun Yalong's cell phone fragments splattered all over the place. And after reaching the 5th blow, Yang Xin was finally lying straight on the ground. Sun Yalong, panting heavily, see Yang Xin is still conscious, directly sat on him, waving his hand constantly towards his head, ruthlessly smashed, shouted as he smashed his mouth, "The way to do that is to kill you so I can live. No one plays with me. You think I care about you? Old man trash. Why don't you move?" Yang Xin's face had already been smashed and bloodied, and Sun Yalong still had no intention of stopping. The surrounding students were apathetic, watching the two of them perform a killing game in the center of the spotlight, and not a single one of them said a word. I couldn't look away and shouted, "Sun Yalong, he's dead. Stop." It wasn't until I spoke that Sun Yalong stopped in a trance and sat on his butt, his expression numb as he chanted, "Dead, already dead, dead." Looking at this scene, I couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. This imp really won't play the game with us properly. This time it's even more ferocious than before, directly naming each other to kill each other. It's also fortunate that Red Carp was just witty enough to help me disrupt Sun Yalong's train of thought. But, in the back of my mind, I can't help but wonder if this game is over when I find the undercover agent. If that's the case, then I'll just get people to believe me and identify me as an undercover agent, won't I? As long as we find the undercover agent, the game is over. Then the students won't have to kill each other. But then again, I'm not so sure if the end of the game is about finding undercover agents. I asked cautiously in the Microsoft group, "Imp, can you tell me if the game is over when you find the undercover agent?" The imp replied with unexpected decisiveness, "Yes." After confirming with the imp, I had more confidence in my heart, and looked at the second ranked in the red packet was Yang Dashi, the same fat guy who followed Lu Jing and Wang Qingqing. Although I don't treat them well, fewer people will die if I can, and I still hope, inwardly, to save everyone through my own efforts. But reality never follows your thoughts. Chapter 89. Yang Xin's death didn't cause much of a ripple. It was as if it should have happened as a matter of course. His bloody body just lay in the center of the spotlight. No one cared. No one cleaned up. A cool breeze blew through the air and the smell of blood instantly filled the air. I gritted my teeth and thought to myself that I had to find a way to stop this killing. Sun Yalong was also slowed down by the wind. He glanced at the corpse in front of him, only slightly stunned, and then still numbly stood up, sat back to his position, raised his hand and wiped the blood on his face, instantly letting half of his face turn blood red, looking no different from the butcher. The surrounding students gradually began to whisper as well, and before the imp could speak, someone whispered, "Who the hell is the undercover? Ah, say it yourself," Xiang Nan have asked. "As long as we catch the undercover we can end the game." "Yeah, come out undercover. There's no need for any more deaths. It looks pretty brutal. Come out undercover yourself." I felt relieved to see that my classmates were all so clear in their minds on a rare occasion, so I smiled and said to everyone, "Actually, I'm the undercover agent. Point to me in a moment. I want to end the game quickly too. Please believe me." I thought that my very sincere sentence would be recognized by everyone, but I didn't expect that after I finished, my classmates looked at me with contempt and disbelief, and I almost forgot that I was now a public enemy of the whole nation. So how could they believe me? This is a bit of a pain in the ass. Many of my classmates began to sneer at me. To the south you forget it. Dare to kill for the devil card goods. I do not believe. You just like the thrill of killing, right? Just now when Sun Yalong identified, it was you three who deliberately misled him. Yes, Xiang Nan, do you think we are all? Do you want us all to die? I really can't say anything, even though I want to help them more than I can. But I can't get the trust, so I can't do anything about it. I shook my head and didn't want to argue with them. At this time, Lu Jing suddenly said at her classmate in a conspiratorial manner, "Ouch! Why don't you people believe Xiang Nan's classmates? I just believe Xiang Nan is an undercover." I was a little surprised. Could this Lu Jing suddenly wake up? Want to be a good person? She does not seem to have such a good intention. A classmate shouted at Lu Jing, "You believe that Xiang Nan counts for nothing. How do you prove that he's undercover?" Lu Jing tilted her head and laughed, putting Yang Dashi on the side to see his straight gulping saliva, only to hear her tone of disgusting whine. "Of course I can't prove it, but Xiangnan can. Xiangnan, show us your cell phone and you can prove that you're an undercover agent." Lu Jing's eyes flashed with a hint of venom after she finished speaking. My classmates seemed to think that made sense to her and looked at me hopefully. "Xiangnan, I'll believe you when you flip your cell phone over and show us." "Well, so am I. Just make sure you're undercover and everyone's okay. Flash your cell phone. Come on. Why are you wimping out at this point?" I thought about it, and since I wanted to gain their trust, I might as well offer to show them my phone so the game could end sooner. I then looked at my cell phone, which was buckled back on the floor, and was about to pick it up when Red Carp's small white hand suddenly pressed me. I turned my head to look at Red Carp, only to see her giving me a blank stare full of breathlessness and whispering, "Have you forgotten the rules of the imp game, pig?" "Rules?" I instantly slapped myself hard on the head, cold sweat pouring down my back. What's wrong with me? Almost made a stupid mistake. The rules of the imp's previous game emphasized that one's phone was not to be shown to others, or there would be a penalty. I was so damn focused on helping other students that I forgot about this. Thinking of this, I looked up fiercely at Lu Jing, who was smirking smugly at me and pretending to be innocent as she shrugged her shoulders, seemingly satisfied with what she had done. I have to admit that sometimes, the human psyche is really easy to exploit, and even if I'm calm, I'll still lose myself and lose my mind, which is a common method used by imps. Lu Jing is not that capable, and it is impossible to guess accurately whether I am an undercover agent or not. She just took advantage of my want to gain the trust of my classmates, set up a trap for my classmates to force me, and then tempted me to light up my cell phone, and finally violated the law to be punished. This woman, her heart is in the right place. Luckily, the red carp reminded me in time, or else it would not be worth it to be in Lu Jing's hands tonight. Now, my classmates will definitely not let me off easily. Instead they lost trust in me even more when I didn't flash my cell phone. Luckily, the imp sent a message to the group in time, and the surrounding students quieted down. For the second round of the game, the second place in the red packet rankings, Yang Dashi, will identify the undercover agent. Now please ask Yang Dahi to walk to the center of the aperture. Yang Dashi is known to be horny, but nearly 200 pounds of him is very timid, only to see that he slowly stood up, a nervous face. When he walked to the center of the circle of light, he was already sweating. He looked at the body of Yang Xin, who was already dead on the ground, and instantly turned his face pale with fear, and turned his head in a hurry. The imp then said in the group, "Okay, the game starts now. 1 minute time limit. Please identify the undercover agent." After reading the imp's message, Yang Dashi hurriedly raised his head and turned around to observe his classmates, and the 1 minute time was very short, and it was simply too late for you to think. Perhaps now that it's the second round and there's been a lot of time in between to observe the others, maybe there's already a plan in mind. 2. I was getting anxious again in my heart, although my classmates didn't believe me, but I was really an undercover identity, and I had a great responsibility for every death of my classmates. When Yang Dahi looked at me, I deliberately made myself sincere and said to him, "Yang Dahi, I really am the undercover agent. You have to believe me." Vote for me. As soon as I said this, several students in the class started messing up. I'm undercover too. Vote for me. Vote for me. I'm undercover. Young Dashi was confused by these people, stood in place and kept wiping sweat, and finally had no choice but to look to Lu Jing for help. Lu Jing is not a good thing. She saw young Dashi looking at her and instantly lost her color in fear. She quickly pretended to be flirtatious and said, "Brother Dahi, I think the undercover agent is a boy-o." Meanwhile, the group imp started counting down again. 10, 9, 8. Young Dashi looked left and right. Just don't know who to vote for. I kept convincing him to vote for me. Those troublemaking students also followed my example to convince him. Just a few blinks of an eye. 10 seconds quickly arrived. Wait for the imp to say something in the group. Game over. But young Dashi didn't identify a single person until the beginning. He stood in a panic and wiped his sweat. All his flesh began to tremble. After waiting for this result, everyone was unanimously quiet, as if waiting for the imp's approval. After a few seconds, the imp said, "Please return to your seat, Mr. Yang Dahi." "Oh, is this no punishment?" I looked at the information in my hand incredulously, and everyone was as puzzled as I was. Could I avoid punishment by not identifying the undercover agent? Young Dashi took a look at the content of the imp and instantly cheered up, smilingly trotting back to his position and sitting down obediently. Lu Jing also smacked him full of stinky sweat, frowned and covered his nose. As a result, I saw with my own eyes, from the darkness beyond the aperture, a miserable white and withered hand slowly reached out from behind his head, directly and ruthlessly pinched young Dashi's neck. Chapter 90, Game Over. It was so dark and cool around us that we couldn't see anything except inside the circle of light we were in. And after Lu Dashi was strangled, he didn't even come to scream in a hurry, staring at the people around him in agony and asking for help, his face gradually reddening. On the contrary, Lu Jing, who was sitting beside him, suddenly screamed and crawled to the side in fear. At this time, Lu Dashi has gradually given up struggling. Both eyes rolled white, hands also began to go limp. I also noticed that he is being slowly lifted up. Nearly 200 pounds of big fat man was actually hard to lift up, until his entire body was suddenly dragged into the darkness after being completely lifted into the air. The surrounding students were all in a state of shock, and I wondered in my mind if the hands that were strangling him could be the hands of the imp. Thinking of this, I hurriedly poked my head into the darkness outside the aperture, wanting to see where Lu Dashi had been dragged to, and who exactly it was that dragged him away. When I was just about to probe, Red Carp yanked me back, breathless. "What for? This aperture can't be out." Hearing Red Carp's words, I gradually remembered Imp's words, and I hurriedly flipped through my phone again to check the chat logs, and sure enough, Imp had said that I couldn't get out of the aperture until the game was over. I gave Red Carp another grateful look, only to have her shout in disgust, "Pig!" At the same time, there must have been people in the class who thought the same way as I did. Curiosity killed the cat, as they say. A student sitting across from me just couldn't help himself and wanted to see what was in the darkness outside the aperture. But as soon as his head stuck out, he heard him ah. The screams were so heartbreaking that I didn't have time to warn him, and I couldn't see his head, which was already sticking out, only that he was trembling except for the part below his head, and halfway through the screams came to an abrupt end. The air froze for roughly 3 or 4 seconds, and a bloody head was thrown from the darkness into the center of the circle of light, drawing a perfect arc through the air with blood. The student had no idea what he saw in his horrified eyes, and he didn't close them until he died, and it was only then that his body slowly collapsed, and his neck, which had lost its head, was bleeding madly outward, so bloody that I would have thrown up if I hadn't been dying so often in my classes these days. I skimmed my head only to feel my brain spinning. As I had expected before, this place had been turned into a slaughterhouse and we were the lambs to the slaughter. I wanted to see how Red Carp was doing, but the ninny fell asleep on my shoulder once again. She whispered with her eyes closed like she knew I was watching her. "Imp's game, just to scare you kids. Sister, what has not experienced? Childish." Despite Red Carp's easy words, I do believe that with the strength Red Carp has shown before, he is indeed unconcerned about all this. I was secretly glad that the imp chose to play this game at night. If Su Chunxiao came during the day instead, I guess she must have been unable to stand it a long time ago. Even though Red Carp didn't care, I still had my heart in my mouth, and looking at the body in the center of the circle of light always made me nervous. Qin Yang hadn't said anything, and at this time he said to me with a face full of gravity, "Xiang Nan, are you really an undercover agent? The next game is Su Chunxiao." I nodded seriously and said, "Yes, I'm undercover. No one will believe me if I say it now anyway, so I won't lower my voice. As soon as Red Carp identifies me, the game is over." Thinking of this, I hurriedly shook the fast falling asleep Red Carp and said, "Don't sleep, Red Carp, your next inning. Just point directly at me. Red Carp beamed, a look of displeasure on her face, and said, well, Su Chunxiao, this body bone is really bad. I am now non-stop sleepy. Well, I know. Hurry up and finish. Go home early and sleep. Luckily, everyone knew about my relationship with Su Chunxiao, and with the fact that 2 people had just died in a row, no one paid any attention to the small movements of Red Carp and I. At this point, the imp began to say in the group, okay, game on. In the 3rd round, Su Chunxiao, who is ranked 3rd in the red packet, will identify who is the undercover agent. Please walk to the center of the aperture. Su Chunxiao. I bumped Red Carp and said, just be quick. Stop playing around and just identify me and the game will be over. Okay? Red Carp smiled and nodded, standing up slowly and heading for the center of the circle of light. The aura was immediately different. The 2 students from before were filled with nervousness and scared to death, while Red Carp forked his hands into his pockets, tilted his head, and jumped over with a relaxed face. She smiled and looked at the body on the floor, then made a face at me. My heart was thumping nervously, and she was making faces at me, so I didn't have the heart to hurry and emphasize it again, telling her to vote for me and not to play around. At this time, Lu Jing saw the interaction between me and Red Carp, and with a face full of disdain, she said to Wang Xingqing, I didn't realize Su Chunxiao was also a. This was said in a low voice, but I'm sure everyone heard it. I stared hard at Lu Jing. If I wasn't playing a game, I would have rushed up to clean her up. As a result, when Red Carp heard this, she curiously turned her head to look at Lu Jing. Lu Jing disdainfully rolled her eyes at Red Carp and smoothly wrapped her arm around a boy beside her. Meaning, what can you do to me? Red Carp grinned. Directly lifting his foot, he kicked the head on the ground towards Lu Jing. The head, with blood, flew towards Lu Jing like a soccer ball, frightening Lu Jing to the point of shrieking until the head disappeared into the darkness. Game on. 1 minute time limit. Please begin identifying undercover agents. In the beginning, I was most worried that the Red Carp would vote for Lu Jing, and then fight with her. After all, now the Red Carp no longer have the magic power. In case by Lu Jing to make the loss of tactics to count to the Red Carp as more than Red Carp, or Su Chunxiao. It turned out that I was still overthinking things, and Red Carp still knew the priorities, and after slightly scaring Lu Jing, she identified me. I'm going with South. With Red Carp's finger pointing at me, the imp sent a smiling emoji across the group. I'm curious, why would it send a smiley emoji at this point? The imp said, congratulations Su Chunxiao. You've successfully found the undercover agent. Game over. The students around me and I breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, but the searchlight on the roof of the building was still on, and a bad feeling struck again. I nervously pulled on the Red Carp and waited with everyone else for the imp to turn off the searchlight so I could get home early. It resulted in another message from the imp in the group. The undercover agent has been successfully captured, and the undercover agent is about to be punished. Chapter 91, Sister Helps You. Looking at the imp's message, I instantly froze in place. So is that why the imp smiled? I knew the imp would target me every time. Obviously it was a game of catching undercover agents, but I had to be the undercover agent. After everyone caught the undercover agent, I thought it was going to be the end of the game, but it turned out that there was a penalty. I realized at this point that my thoughts were really naive. I had thought that by getting everyone to vote for me quickly, I could end the game earlier, never realizing that I myself had been put in a dangerous situation. It wasn't just me. Red Carp and Qin Yong similarly frowned. And Red Carp even squeezed my hand and whispered, this imp is a lot more sinister than I thought. Earlier, I took the initiative to identify myself to gain the trust of my classmates, but I didn't expect that after everyone saw the imp's message, not only did they not care about me, but instead, they all looked at me gloatingly. Humph, really deserved. This Xiang Nan should have died a long time ago. Still thinking about killing people all day. Now you're drawing fire. Qin Yong saw his classmates pouring cold water on me and roared at them in anger. When Xiang Nan took the initiative to help you guys just now, you didn't believe it. Now that the truth has come out and he's the undercover agent, not only do you not feel guilty, you're all crazy for talking about it, right? Qin Yong's words didn't make the classmates change their views. They all thought that Qin Yong was in league with me and were still sneering at me. I looked at them with disappointment, and suddenly felt in my heart, was it worth it to me to try so hard to help them every time? Red Carp whispered reassuringly to me from the sidelines. Don't worry. The imp's punishment isn't out yet. All I could do was nod my head and pray in my heart that I would get through this unscathed. After all, there was so much more waiting for me. At this time, the imp was finally speaking again. This game Shang Nansan is undercover. Punishment, please have sex with a girl in your class within 2 days. That is, before 12 o'clock in the morning of the day after tomorrow. Xiang Nan, or the punishment is death. Looking at the content of the punishment, I just couldn't hold my breath and said directly into my cell phone, "Imp, why are you targeting me? Obviously it's a game of catching undercover agents. I also asked you. You said that as long as you catch the undercover agent even if the game is over, why do you still need to punish the undercover agent? You never even mentioned this before. You're just messing around with the rules of the game. I'm not convinced." The imp was quick to reply to my words every time. "Xiang Nan student, listen carefully, this is my imp's game. I am the rules. I can target whoever I want. If I want you to die, you have to die. If you insist on saying that I'm changing the game's norms, then let me ask you, did I say who I'm going to punish before the game started?" The imp's words were impeccable, and all I could do was squeeze my cell phone so hard that I couldn't do half as much as I could with him. I looked at the darkness outside the aperture, wishing I could rush over right now and find the imp to fight, but reason told me that it would undoubtedly be the same as sending death. As the imp's words finished, the searchlight on the roof of the building went out with a mischievous bang, and the circle of light instantly disappeared. It also became dark before our eyes and everyone pulled out their cell phones to illuminate and look around. I don't know who said it. Is the fact that the aperture is gone proof that we're good to go? Then, as the first person slowly walked towards the outside of the school, the others followed, one after another, and before long there were only 3 of us left in the whole playground. I sat on the floor holding my head, feeling particularly aggrieved. Shin Yong came over and patted me on the shoulder, not knowing how to persuade me, only said, "Go back to sleep first, maybe we'll figure it out tomorrow." At this time the red carp also came over, picking at my arm, playfully staring at me, smiling and not saying anything. I looked up at her, even though I knew that it was red carp now. Her body was indeed Su Chunxiao, and thinking about it, my face instantly reddened, because if I really had to have sex with someone, it would only be with Su Chunxiao. Red carp said in a very small voice, biting into my ear, "Why don't my sister help you?" The words made me hot. Only Qin Yong was still standing on the side. I could only shake my head in embarrassment, plus it was dark to see clearly, and my blush wasn't noticed. I said as I hurriedly stood up and digressed, "Let's leave the school first." After losing the light from the searchlights, the whole campus was silent like a graveyard, making people panic in their hearts. I suddenly thought of Yang Xian who had just died. He was dragged into the darkness, and even though I knew he was bound to die, I wondered what the imp had done with him. I stood up and told the 2 of them to wait. Then, lifting my cell phone, I headed for where Yang Xian had just been. I remembered that it was almost only 4 or 5 meters away, and I cautiously moved forward, and with the light of the flashlight, I was finally able to see a body in the distance. I picked up speed and headed across, but the further I went the more alarmed I became as I gradually got a better look. Yang Xian was originally a 200-pound fat man, but as a result, he now looked deflated, and I wouldn't have been able to tell if it weren't for the big clothes he was wearing. Waiting to go over, I was instantly scared back 2 steps, only to see Yang Xian. The whole person has become a withered dry corpse, as if it was hung on the wall air-dried. The face of the muscles and veins can be seen clearly, only less flesh and blood. I sucked in a breath of cold air and didn't dare to look at it again, pulling red carp and hurrying back. In the middle there was a body that was killed by Sun Yalong. I didn't have the heart to check it out. The 3 of us left the school at a fast pace. For safety's sake, Red Carp and I first sent Qin Yong back home before speeding up our pace toward the hospital. It was now after 3 a.m. and I didn't dare to take a cab at all because the last time I encountered a hearse in front of a funeral parlor was still fresh in my mind. The school and the hospital weren't far from each other, but by the time he ran there, Red Carp was too tired to stand up, so that the people at the hospital wouldn't worry. Red Carp and I sat on the side of the road near the hospital and rested for a while, looking at Carp's head full of fragrant sweat. I wiped her with my cuff. Red Carp smiled at me and exhaled in the heat, and every now and then he would wipe the sweat off with his hand. I knew it was another deliberate attempt by Red Carp to show me, and I only looked at it one last time before I never looked again. I blushed to say it. At that moment, Red Carp whispered, "Little Xiang Nan, why don't we not go back to the hospital tonight?" Surrounded by the scent of fragrant sweat wafting off of Red Carp, I wiped the drops of sweat from my forehead and asked in a small voice, "So, where to go back to if not the hospital?" Red Carp pursed her lips and laughed, hooking her arms around my neck and whispering, "Find a place where your sister can help you finish the imp's game. He 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 he." Chapter 92, The Little Girl. Honestly, the seductive power on Red Carp is really hard for me to resist, and it's not the first time I've said this. Before she floated in the air it was fine. I could still imagine that she was just a ghost. Now after attaching herself to Su Chunxiao, I really can't help it more and more. Originally I liked Su Chunxiao. You said that looking at Su Chunxiao's appearance, she also infinitely seduced you. In exchange for who can stand it. My mind was still wandering when Red Carp's lips had already kissed me. She was already hot from running over just now, and now that she was hugging me was even hotter. I was always reminding myself that she wasn't Su Chunxiao. She was Red Carp, but the softness and warmth of my body was like a caress on my nerves, and it quieted me instantly. I gradually worked my way up to her waist, my brain a mush. Just then, my phone suddenly rang, a sound that woke me up like an alarm bell. I hurriedly retracted my own tongue and slowly let go of her, taking a deep breath before picking up the phone. Hey Xiang Nan, it's Park Jing. Have you and Xiao Xiao finished watching the movie? Sue's mom is worried, I said calmly as I tried to calm myself down. Well, it's been read, and Dawn and I are already on our way back. It's fine. Okay, fine. Just hurry back to the hospital. Yeah, bye. I hung up the phone, only to breathe a sigh of relief, when Red Carp leaned gently on my shoulder again and whispered, do we really have to go back to the hospital today? Thinking of Su Chuanxiao's mom's concerned eyes, I said firmly, I have to go back to the hospital today. Auntie Su must be worried about you. You know you're more than just Red Carp now. You're also Su Chunxiao. Red Carp beamed, somewhat reluctantly. Got it. I then helped her fix her hair and it was almost time before the two of us went into the hospital. When we got up to the third floor, Park Jing was waiting for the two of us at the door of the corridor early. You two are really naughty, running out in the middle of the night and making me take the fall for you. Kashiwa John looked at me with a look of feigned unhappiness. I smiled at her and hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, Sister Park Jing. There won't be a next time. Why don't I treat you to dinner some other day? Park Jing's eyes lit up and she said without hesitation. Okay, say it like it is. Then we were hurriedly greeted back to the hospital room. Su Chuanxiao's mom was worried. Fortunately, the Red Carp is not bad at deceiving people. A few words to coax Su's mom's face smile, but also kept praising me. This is something I did not expect. After taking care of all this, I looked at the time. It was already after 4 o'clock. It was definitely inappropriate to go home now, so I might as well stay at the hospital and wait for the dawn to go back. Instead of going into the hospital room, I told Su's mom to stay inside. Sitting on the porch, I tilted my head back and looked at the ceiling, thinking about the events of the night. It was also just a couple of hours before 2 or 3 more students died in our class, and at this pace, with 10 more games, our class would basically be dead. I'm so worried that one day, Su Chunxiao and Qin Yong will encounter insurmountable difficulties. So, finding Wandu Village to go to the imp's old home really has to be urgent, now that the location of Wandu Village has been found. And if that poster didn't lie to me, that stone monument is the entrance to Wandu Village. Then that means, Wandu Village is built under the ground. No wonder this Wandu Village is so hard to find. It's not even on the map. Another problem is my own strength. I definitely won't bring Qin Yong or Su Chunxiao when I go to Wandu Village. I really don't want to implicate them, but I'm really not enough on my own. The broken sword in my bag has only been used 3 times in Spirit City, and although it's really powerful, I can't even conjure up a lightsaber here. My head began to ache again at the thought, and I collapsed into a chair and drifted off to sleep. I don't know how long it was, but I felt someone poking my calf, and I slowly opened my eyes, and it was a little girl of 3 or 4. She looked at me with a confused look on her face, a little pale, wearing an ill-fitting hospital gown, and squeezing a balloon in her hand. I glanced at the time, which turned out to be only 10 minutes of sleep, and then smiled at her and said, "Where's your mommy, little friend?" The little girl was a little wary of me, her eyes wide as if watching me, and finally beamed. "Brother, have you seen my mom?" I flinched slightly as I asked her and she asked about me instead. I smiled and tried to touch her head but she stepped back to avoid it. I said thoughtfully, "I don't see it, but brother can take you to mommy." The little girl arched her eyebrows and smiled happily. "Really?" I nodded my head and gave a thinking that the little girl was cute. The big deal was to carry her to find Bo Jing. Anyway, the hospital was this big. The little kid's mom shouldn't be hard to find. The little girl then dropped her guard on me and handed me the balloon in her hand and said, "Brother, a balloon for you." Well, thank you. I didn't want to take it, but when I saw how happy she was, I pretended to take it, because kids are kids, so I'll give it back to her later. At this time, the door of the ward was pushed open, and Sue's mom walked out softly. Seeing me sitting in the hallway, she quickly smiled and whispered, "Xiang Nan, you haven't returned yet. Xiao Xiao is asleep. I'll go over there to lie down for a while as well. It's not good for your body if you stay up all night like this. Why don't you go and lie down for a while as well?" I laughed and shook my head, ready to say I'd go home and sleep after I helped the little girl find her mom. As a result, when I turned around, the little girl was gone, and I looked around again, and there was no semblance of the little girl, and the balloon in my hand similarly disappeared. I eeked. "That's weird. Did I hit the evil again?" Sue's mom asked me what was wrong, and I hurriedly smiled and said it was fine. telling her to get some rest. When Sue's mom left, I sat back down in the chair I had just been in again, which instantly refreshed me. Wasn't that little girl human? When I thought of this, I no longer had any sleep. After all, seeing a shadowy spirit in a hospital is no small matter. After all, there is a morgue downstairs. But then again, that little girl just now, she didn't seem to have any malicious intent towards me. It's just that if she became an spirit at such a young age, it would be quite pitiful. Almost half an hour passed and the little girl was never seen again. At this time, my cell phone rang, and I saw that it was Su Chuanxiao's WeChat. Little Xiangnan, it's almost dawn. Come in and talk to your sister. It turned out to be Red Carp looking for me, which in turn made me think of the punishment that the imp had given me. If I really had to have sex with my classmates, perhaps only Su Chuanxiao would be able to do so. I sighed and gently pushed open the door to the hospital room. Chapter 93. Finally, inside the hospital room, Su Chuanxiao had sat up and leaned against the bed. Now Red Carp to be exact. It turned out that just now Hong Carp was pretending to be asleep, just waiting for Mama Su to go out. I slowly walked over and sat down on the edge of the bed, whispering, "What's wrong, Koi? Can't you sleep?" Red Carp shook her head and smiled, cocking her head as she looked at me and said, "Little Xiang Nan, why don't you dare to ask for your sister? Don't you care at all about the imp's punishment?" Hearing this, I silently sighed, and didn't know what to tell her. Red Carp is really like a sister to me, and her life is also like a mystery. When I fainted before, the memory in my head, in addition to the ancient things, also flashed Red Carp's figure more than once. I guessed that she must be related to me, but I'm not sure. In the face of her question, I could only say it stiffly. "Hong Carp, you know, I only love Su Chuanxiao in my heart. This kind of thing I do to others, don't make it difficult for me, okay?" Red Carp instantly reddened her eyes, pursed her lips and looked at me and said, "You take me for someone else?" I knew she wouldn't be happy with that, and I hurried to explain. "Other people are not outsiders means that. Is that in my life? I may only be able to fit Su Chuanxiao alone in my heart." As a result, Red Carp said something I couldn't figure out. "Did you really forget about me?" I was momentarily speechless, mulling over the meaning of that in my mind, and couldn't squeeze out half a sentence after half a day's thought. Red Carp shook his head and smiled at me while shedding tears. I could see how sad she was, and I wasn't sure why she had such deep feelings for me in a short period of time. Her tears made me feel as if we'd known each other for a long time, and I was surprised to feel some hidden pain in my heart as I watched her shed tears. I've never seen Red Carp like this before. In the past, even if she encountered a big thing, she was not shocked, but this incident has torn her apart. Am I really wrong? Overwhelmed, I tried to reach out and wipe Red Carp's tears, only to have her head tilt to the side, finally forcing back a sob and smiling at me. "Alright, sister is joking with you. No matter who you are with, imp's punishment, just don't forget it. Sister is going to sleep. You go out." At this time, a ray of sunlight sprinkled in the window. I looked at the time. Almost 6 o'clock. That is to say, it will soon be Su Chuanxiao time. When I saw Red Carp say that, I had to smile at him and turn around, ready to go. When I reached the door, Red Carp suddenly called out to me, "To the south." I turned to look at Red Carp, only to see that there seemed to be so much sadness in her eyes, and whispered with tears in her eyes, "You have to take care of yourself." After saying that, Red Carp even waved her hand at me, and I stupidly smiled and waved back at her, which didn't mean goodbye. And Red Carp had a strange look in her eyes that made my heart ache, and I was about to ask her about it when it turned out that she was already lying straight on the hospital bed. I thought better of asking her later. At this time, 6 o'clock, the sky is already bright. I went out of the ward just after I met Park Jing. She should have worked the night shift last night. After seeing me, smiled and said, "Don't go home early. It's been all night." That reminds me, I'm really running around lawless these days without classes. My family must be anxious, but I blame the imp's game. Thinking of this, I hurriedly nodded my head to say goodbye to Bo Jing and quickly left the hospital. The morning air was crisp and there were fewer passers-by, so I took a deep breath and bought a cup of soy milk right on the side of the road, sipping it slowly as I walked along the path. But strangely enough, as I walked, I kept shedding tears, and I don't know why, but I couldn't wipe them away. I checked the soy milk thinking there was something wrong with it, but nothing came up. Is this something wrong with my eyes? After a while, I just felt my heart suddenly twitch, and my whole body instantly stayed in place, as if something had been taken out of my body, invisible and untouchable. Soy milk spilled all over the floor and I stood still for a long time thinking about it until everything was back to normal before I tried to move forward. Luckily it was just a false alarm. I wasn't in any serious trouble and my eyes stopped tearing up. I guess I'm just having some health problems because I've been staying up late a lot these days, so I'll let Dr. Park Jing take a look at me when he's free. Then I made it back to my home without incident. I forgot my keys when I left the house yesterday, so I had to knock on the door, and my dad sleepily opened it and asked me, "Next time you kids go out for a run, remember to bring your keys." After that, my dad yawned and was ready to go back to sleep. I, on the other hand, was staring at every corner of the room in alarm. "I went out for a run this morning? Did this guy do it again?" I asked hurriedly when I saw my dad about to enter. "So, Dad, what time did I leave the house this morning?" My dad, who was too sleepy to keep his eyes open, scratched his head and said, "I don't know. Your mom woke up and said you went out around 5:30. I'm going back to sleep. We'll talk later." Listening to my dad, the guy left the house at 5:30, and seeing as my parents are in such a state that they aren't the least bit worried about me staying out all night, that proves that it came back to my house last night. Looking at my closed door, I unknowingly actually got a little nervous, afraid that someone exactly like me would be sleeping in the bed. I pulled my broadsword out of my bag. I couldn't conjure up a lightsaber, but at least it would be strong. I was also relieved when I gently pushed the door open. The room was empty. Everything was pretty much the way it was when I went out, and I checked the cabinets, the drawers, and the computer again. None of them had been touched. This shadowy spirit is really strange. It doesn't harm anyone, it doesn't want anything, it just wants to pretend to be me. Thinking of this, I felt that I still needed to plot with Qin Yong. Firstly, to see if Qin Yong's self-taught Taoist skills were of any use, and secondly, I really wanted to ask this Yin spirit personally what it really wanted to do. After staying up all night without sleep, I took a shower and headed to bed exhausted and unable to keep my eyes open. In my dream, I came alone to an ancient city, which was full of flowers and bustling with activity. I wore a white robe and slowly walked towards the entrance of the city, where a girl stood. "Xiang Nan, it's time to eat, get up." Before I could get a good look at what this girl looked like, I was woken up by my mom. I rubbed my groggy head and looked at the time. It was already past 12 noon and I was really hungry. This dream was also quickly forgotten by me. In the afternoon, I was about to go to Qin Yong to discuss the matter of dealing with the Yin spirit when my cell phone rang. I opened it and it was Wang Qingqing, who privately messaged me. "Xiang Nan, help, please help me." Chapter 94, Going to Wang Qingqing's house. This Wang Qingqing, to be honest, in my heart I cannot reduce much of the hate for her in Lu Jing. The night of the search for the devil card, Su Chunxiao must have been betrayed by Wang Qingqing, only to be captured by Wang Yu. Without this incident, Su Chunxiao wouldn't have lost her soul, and Red Carp wouldn't have sacrificed her entire cultivation to wake Su Chunxiao up. But then again, I'm not someone who can't see things clearly. Wang Qingqing wasn't the kind of girl with a poisonous heart in her class before. Otherwise Su Chunxiao wouldn't have played with her. Plus several times I've noticed that she's had guilty looks at me. I wondered for a while if she was caught by Wang Yu that day, and after Wang Yu died, this handle fell into Lu Jing's hands. So now Wang Qingqing is being threatened by Lu Jing again. Of course, this is just my personal guess. People are unpredictable and this is shown in our class. I can't believe anyone anymore. I was about to turn off my phone when Wang Qingqing sent another message. "Xiang Nan, trust me for once, okay?" I stared at the message on my phone and began to hesitate a little. Even though I said every time that helping my class wasn't worth it, it wasn't really what I had in mind. After thinking about it for half a day, I sighed and decided to help her for once. "Who made me kind?" I asked. "Where are you?" Wang Qingqing replied quickly and said, "I'm at home. You must come over." Then, Wang Qingqing sent me another address of her home. Wang Qingqing encountered trouble at home. So where did her family go? Did they encounter a shadowy spirit like me, and couldn't handle it at night, so they came to me during the day to solve the problem? Anyway, let's forget about that for now. Since I've decided to help her, let's not think about it too much. Let's go and see it first. I don't believe she can do anything to me as a girl. Besides, if she did get some boys to ambush me, I'd admit it. Count on it. Thinking of this, I hurriedly hitchhiked to Wang Qingqing's house. Originally, I had asked Qin Yong to come out to talk about dealing with the Yin spirit, but it turned out that a Wang Qingqing came out halfway, so I had to send a message to Qin Yong to say, "I'm going to take care of something, so I'll see you in an hour after the delay." It didn't matter to Qin Yong. The most time we had on us was now that we were suspended anyway. Bored in the car, I leaned back in the seat and thought about the words of the imp. After today, there is also still one day left tomorrow. The punishment it gave me. How on earth should I tell Su Chunxiao? Soon, Wang Qingqing's home arrived. Cannot see that her family is quite rich, but also an independent villa. I paid to get out of the car and stood around looking around and didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. Then I went up and rang the doorbell, and in a short while Wang Qingqing opened the door. As soon as he saw it was me, he immediately smiled and let me in. I have to say, Wang Qingqing home is the most luxurious I've ever seen. The home comes with a handrail on the second floor. The decoration is opulent. Every corner is filled with a taste of the landlord. This Wang Qingqing usually quite low-key, really hide deep enough. Just see Wang Qingqing today only wearing a halter dress, casually tied a ponytail, although the body is petite, but the proportion is coordinated. The skin is also very white. Gigi, bare little feet ready to take me into the house. I didn't move after standing in the doorway and said to Wang Qingqing, "What happened to you?" Wang Qingqing walked halfway, turned around to see that I didn't move, froze slightly, and said with a red face, "Why don't you come in first? You don't have to change your shoes." I looked up and around the house and pondered in my mind for a while, thinking that I seemed to be acting too petty. The big thing was to run away if something happened. So, I took my shoes off anyway and followed her in. When Wang Qingqing saw me come in, she smiled happily at me and said, "I'm going to go get you a glass of juice, feel free to wander around by yourself." I nodded indifferently and waited for her to walk away before I started to slowly wander around the room. After all, I had only seen this kind of big villa on TV, and I was still a bit curious to come in for the first time. As I wandered around, I slowly made my way up to the second floor. I had wanted to see if there was an ambush on the second floor, but as soon as I came up, I was stunned by these large rooms. Let's not talk about the decoration. Just this one room. I guess it's as big as 4 of my rooms, and I don't know if these rich people are afraid of sleeping in such a big room. I casually entered a room, which was decorated in a very stylish manner, slightly different from the other rooms, with a lot of celebrity paintings hanging on the walls, and there was also a wall of large bookcases at the very end, which looked like a good learner. At this time, Wang Qingqing also followed me in, handing me a cup of juice and smiling at me. "Pretty, huh?" I asked, nodding. "Very classy indeed. Is your room?" Wang Qingqing shook her head and said, "No, this is my cousin's room." I owe a sound. Drink a mouthful of juice. Heart kinda wanna know what her cousin looks like, but I know in my heart the purpose of my coming here, so I asked directly, "You didn't call me for help just to drink juice, did you?" Wang Qingqing put down the cup in her hand and slowly took 2 steps towards me with a red face. I didn't pay attention when I just entered the door, and only now did I realize that Wang Qingqing was actually wearing pajamas. I hurriedly turned my head away from her, only to hear Wang Qingqing say, "Xiang Nan, I know you still hate me, but the last time Su Chunxiao happened, I really didn't do it on purpose. I have to explain to you. It's fine if I don't mention Su Chunxiao. I get angry when I mention it." I directly interrupt her and say, "It's none of your business. Then why did Wang Yu only arrest Su Chunxiao and not you?" Wang Qingqing lowered her head in aggravation and bit her lip. "Wang Yu forced me to take explicit photos." When she finished, her eyes turned red. "Photo?" Only then did I turn my head to look at her. And Wang Qingqing continued, "The day I was looking for the devil's cards, the first time I landed on a single person, I was caught by Wang Yu. A few of them dragged me to the classroom, forcibly took my picture and threatened me to gain your trust. And those 2 devil's cards were also given to me by him. And if I didn't do what he told me to do, his men would have immediately uploaded the picture to the internet, and by then, my life would be wasted." As she said that, Wang Qingqing started to shed tears. It was really Wang Yu, this scum, who did this. Since the matter is clear, I don't hate it so much. I guessed the latter. It must be that her photos were again in Lu Jing's hands and she was threatened again. I asked with a sigh. "Alright, don't cry. So you're looking for me because you want me to help you snatch the photo back from Lu Jing?" Wang Qingqing wiped her tears and nodded excitedly at me, then said, "Yes, it's Lu Jing. She's now threatening me again. I really don't know who to look for. Really a thing is not solved. Another trouble, Lu Jing this woman. Anyway, I sooner or later to find her trouble. Simply pack up together." So I said, "Alright, when I look for Lu Jing at that time, I'll get the photos back for you on the way." Wang Qingqing only laughed at this time, took 2 more steps towards me, and said with a red face, "As long as you can help me, Xiang Nan, I will also help you." I didn't hear what she said, so I went, "Huh?" A sound was made. Wang Qingqing continued with a red face, "In order to repay you, and to apologize for what happened last time with Su Chunxiao, I'm willing to help you complete the imp's punishment, having sex with you." Chapter 95, In the Closet. When I heard that, I almost didn't spit the juice out of my mouth. It really came as a surprise. I wiped my mouth and hurriedly took a step back, deliberately digressing. "That didn't do anything to you last time Wang Yu took your picture, did he?" Seeing me ask about this, Wang Qingqing shook her head angrily and said, "It's enough that he took my picture. If he dares to do anything else to me, I'll die on the spot for him." This is quite surprising. I did not expect Wang Yu was still some bottom line. If you do other people, I estimate that Wang Qingqing's chastity will not be guaranteed. This is also considered to be an unfortunate fortune. Taking advantage of the diversion, I hurriedly put down the glass in my hand and laughed dryly. "That's good. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. After all, I still have to go take care of Su Chunxiao. When I finished, I stepped around her and prepared to head out, but I always ended up feeling dizzy and incredibly hot. I rubbed my head and continued to walk forward, and just a few steps later, Wang Qingqing ran up to me. She looked at me with a flushed face as if she was going to eat me up. I hurriedly averted my head, not daring to look at her, because I only felt myself getting hotter and hotter, and the fragrance of Wang Qingqing's body was inhaling into my nostrils non-stop. I shook my head vigorously to clear my head, knowing that Wang Qingqing must have tampered with the juice. However, my body was getting weak and I could only stand with perseverance. I gritted my teeth and made a dash for the outside, but I didn't make it half a step before my legs gave out and my body was about to fall. Wang Qingqing immediately reached out to help me. I wanted to push her away, but I ended up having no strength in my hands, and instead moved even closer to her. I leaned over the table breathing heavily, only able to will myself to do so, and shouted down, "Wang Qingqing, you, put on your clothes." Wang Qingqing didn't listen to me at all and took another step forward, saying softly with eyes full of spring water, "Xiang Nan, what exactly are you restraining?" Wang Qingqing, in terms of looks, in terms of my family's power, what bit of me is not as good as Su Chunxiao? Break up with Su Chunxiao. Let's be together from now on, okay? After Wang Qingqing finished speaking, she even took my hand and slowly lifted it up and stuck it on her face. Just then, I heard the door to Wang Qingqing's downstairs suddenly open. I am happy in my heart. Finally come to the savior? Wang Qingqing also frowned and turned around to listen, only to hear a woman shouting downstairs, "Haruka, Haruka, are you home?" Why did that voice sound so familiar to me? But the second thought was dismissed by me, as I was in a delirious state and my judgment was not accurate. Listening to the footsteps like they were going up the stairs, I felt bad all over, but at the same time, I was also bloating. If your family sees you Wang Qingqing messing around with a boy like this, let's see how you can explain. As a result, Wang Qingqing decisively yanked me towards the inside of the bedroom and opened a large closet, first stuffing me in and immediately jumping in herself. Their closet is so big that it's surprisingly not crowded when you hide two people in it. I also thought of resisting, but after being drugged by Wang Qingqing, I felt as if my limbs were out of control and I was weak. Within a few moments, someone walked into the bedroom, and I could clearly hear the clacking of high heels. I was ready to shout and startle Wang Qingqing's family, but as soon as I had that thought, I was pressed down by Wang Qingqing's mouth. I closed my eyes speechlessly. It seems that I really fell into this woman's hands today. To my surprise, the drug on me, it seemed to be taking a little less of a toll, and while it was still hard, it was certainly a lot better than it had just been. I guess it must have something to do with my own strong recovery ability. I don't know where I acquired this ability, but it has saved me many times anyway. I could see through a crack in the cabinet that the woman in the bedroom seemed to be looking for something at her desk, giving me only a slim back view, unable to see the front face, but I always had the feeling that I'd seen her somewhere before. Who knows? This Wang Qingqing, even in the closet, slowly came over to me. Wang Qingqing stuck her head to my ear and said in a very small voice, biting my ear, "Don't you think that's exciting? Being a man and being drugged. If you don't want that at this point, then there is something wrong with yourself." But I want to think. I still know clearly in my heart, I really misread this woman. Too damn able to pretend. I even suspect that what she said Wang you photographed photos are false. I was so hot and itchy and uncomfortable that I wanted to just pounce on her and kill myself right away. By this time, the woman in the bedroom looked like she had found something. She had a bag in her hand and turned around ready to exit the bedroom. I'm in a hurry. Seeing that Wang Qingqing had already reached her hand over, I used all my strength to hit the cabinet with my head. Bang! The voice wasn't loud, but it had stopped the woman, who turned around and prepared to walk towards me. I couldn't see her face due to a coat rack in front of the cabinet. I looked at the woman with excitement, and I thought to myself, hurry up and come over here. Hurry up and come over here. Wang Qingqing also stopped at this time, staring nervously out of the cabinet. As it turned out, the phone rang, and it was the woman's, who stopped and started to answer it. Aha! I know. I'll be right back at the hospital. Back to the hospital? And this sound. I only saw the woman walk directly towards us after answering the phone, and when she was still a meter away from us, she bent down to pick up the hanger that fell on the floor, casually threw it on the sofa and left. My heart was pounding, not because she hadn't come to open the locker, but because she had just bent over and I finally got a good look at her face. Surprisingly, it was Park Jing. Isn't Pao Jing's last name Pao? Wang Qingqing's last name is Wang. How does that make her a cousin? Chapter 96, Anger. I was still in the middle of uncertainty, but Park Jing had already left the bedroom on her high heels, and I was really surprised, scared, and sad. Surprise is the person who came is actually an acquaintance, Dr. Park Jing. and the fear of her to open the cabinet. If she saw me in Wang Chung Chung, so the state of the two people are not right. I just have 10 mouths cannot be explained clearly. Unfortunately, I had thought that came to the rescue, did not think that just blindly happy a game. The air in the cabinet was not circulating, and both Wang Qingqing and I were sweating quite a bit, and she was relieved to see her cousin leave. After just a few seconds of rest, she started crawling towards me again, wrapping herself around me like a water snake. I tried my best to keep my eyes closed and not look at her, while quietly biting the tip of my tongue as a means of doing so, while the effects of the drug on me were getting weaker and weaker, and I seemed to be able to move one of my hands slowly. At this time, Wang Qingqing's flushed face slowly loosened my mouth, only to feel that she was going to come over again when I was scared and hurriedly said, "By the way, was that your cousin just now?" My words finally made Wang Qingqing stop, and she smiled at me and said, "Yeah, beautiful?" she said, and was about to kiss me on the mouth when I hurriedly turned my head sideways and opened my mouth to reply. "Beauty?" Wang Qingqing asked again. "So am I beautiful, or is my cousin?" After saying that, he reached for the buttons of my shirt, and I hurriedly ran out of things to say. "Is that she your uncle's daughter?" Wang Qingqing then froze slightly and said with some hatred in her eyes, "Her mom and my mom are sisters, and I don't know whether to call her cousin or not, but I hate her anyway." "Don't mention her." I realized that their mothers were sisters. No wonder they had different surnames, and I didn't expect Dr. Park Jing's family to be so rich. I deliberately talked to Wang Qingqing, just to stall for time, waiting for the medicine to pass, and now basically both of my hands have a little bit of strength, just that my body is still limp and weak. Seeing that Wang Qingqing was about to pounce again, I hurriedly pretended to say, "Haruka, it's so stuffy in here. Your sister went out anyway. Can we get out?" Wang Qingqing was overjoyed to see me suddenly taking such initiative, and wrapped her arms around my neck. I pinched the flesh of my palm with my fingernail to try to stay calm. My body had long been soaked to the skin. Afterwards, Wang Qingqing pushed open the door of the cabinet as soon as she did so, and the wind from outside blew headlong into my face, causing me to wake up quite a bit again. Before I could catch my breath, Wang Qingqing tugged at me and headed for the bed in Bo Jing's bedroom. I was weak, and was slowly moved by her support, and when I reached the bed, Wang Qingqing smoothly pushed me onto the big bed of Park Jing. Park Jing's bed is folded neatly and meticulously, and there is a faint fragrance on the bed, coupled with the extremely stylish decoration of the bedroom. It can be seen that Park Jing is a very conscientious woman. Wang Qingqing wasn't the least bit afraid of being discovered by Bo Jing, and after pushing me onto the bed, she jumped up herself. In fact, I can see that this Wang Qingqing, like me, has absolutely no experience whatsoever, and even if she uses the drug on me and I don't cooperate, she has no idea where to start, so she just learns from the TV and kisses around. It has been delayed so long again, and the effect of the medicine on me is wearing off a little. I said to Wang Qingqing again, "Haruka, I like the way you look in your school uniform, can you wear it for me?" Wang Qingqing obviously didn't know that I was deliberately delaying her, thinking that I had really accepted her. She smiled at me with a red face. "Yeah, wait for me. I'll go change you in my own bedroom." After that, she ran towards her bedroom, and I knew this was the best chance I'd ever have. My feet also began to have some strength. I gritted my teeth to support my body, raised my hand and fiercely slapped myself, but it was still not enough to wake up. I saw that there was a utility knife on the desk of Park Jing. I walked over with difficulty, picked up the utility knife and aimed it at my palm, gritted my teeth and made a quick cut. Blood instantly gushed out from my palm. The tearing pain instantly attacked my whole body, making me much more refreshed. I shook my head vigorously, found something random to wrap my palms around, and without further hesitation, wobbled and started sprinting for the door. When I just came out of my bedroom, Wang Qingqing also happened to have changed her school uniform and came out of her bedroom. She looked surprised when she saw me, and instantly realized my intentions and flew towards me. Knowing I must not be caught by her again, I grit my teeth and run. With the effects of the drug still fresh on my body, I had a dozen steps left to go down the stairs when my feet gave out and I collapsed. Rolling down the stairs, I fought back the pain and stood up immediately the moment I rolled down the first floor. At the same time, Wang Qingqing rushed over and yelled as she tugged on my arm, "Xiang Nan, don't you dare run away." I turned back and without hesitation, I kicked it. Then, without looking back, I opened the door and ran out, the cool breeze outside making me much better. I didn't dare stop for a second to hitchhike to the hospital first, as I was afraid of losing too much blood now that I had a wound on my hand. When I waited for the hospital, I went to the infirmary at the first time. Things in the world are so coincidental. I just entered the infirmary. I saw a white coat of Bo Jing walked out from inside. She was about to greet me when she saw it was me, only to immediately frown when she saw my bloody hand. "What's wrong with you? Did you get into another fight?" All said and done. I had been dragged into the infirmary by her, where Dr. Park Jing frowned as she tenderly applied medicine and bandages. I was embarrassed to look at her. I guess she couldn't have imagined that just moments ago, I was hiding in her bedroom closet with a crazy teenage girl. I said in a rush when I saw that she was almost done bandaging me up. Thank you, Dr. Park Jing. Park Jing looked at me with a helpless face and shook her head. It's not that I'm talking about you. Su Chunxiao is a good girl. Don't fight with people all day long. If you have the heart to fight with others, you might as well come to the hospital to spend more time with her. All I could do was nod my head and say yes. It was hard to explain that I had cut my palm to protect myself in order to refuse to have sex with someone else. Afterwards, after bidding farewell to Bo Jing, it just so happened that I went to the third floor to visit Su Chunxiao in passing. When I reached the front of the ward, I saw Su's mom coming out of the ward just in time. She saw it was me and smiled in a hurry. Xiangnan is here. Xiao Xiao is in a bad mood today. You just happened to quickly go in to see her. Bad mood? Why is this moody for no reason? In order not to let Su Chunxiao worry, I forked my injured hand into my pocket, and then walked into the hospital room in an unknown manner. When she just entered the hospital room and saw Su Chunxiao, she turned her head sideways in anger and couldn't stop her tears. I rushed over to her and tried to take her hand, only to have her shrug it off harshly. I asked worriedly, not knowing what I had done wrong. Dawn, what's wrong with you? Su Chunxiao was sad and kept shedding tears, seemingly not wanting to talk to me at all, and finally simply threw her cell phone at me. I picked up my phone and instantly people were dumbfounded. I don't know who stole a photo of me just entering Wang Qingqing's house. Chapter 97. Looking at the photos on my cell phone, I truly feel that I am too stupid, knowing that there is a possibility of being trapped, but still cannot let go of the goodness of my heart to trust others. This is not the first time to be set up. Luckily nothing happened at Wang Qingqing's house, otherwise it would be useless even if I tried to explain. I put down my phone and looked at Su Chunxiao and said, Xiao Xiao, this is someone else setting me up. I only went to Wang Qingqing's house because she said to save her life. Su Chunxiao still kept on shedding tears and said sadly, so if every girl screams for help, do you have to go to her house? And you've already been to her house. Who knows what you've done? I knew Su Chunxiao would say that, but I also knew in my heart that she just cared about me a lot. Xiao Xiao, I swear, nothing really happened between Wang Qingqing and me. When Su Chunxiao saw me say it so firmly, her face seemed to slow down a little and she turned her head to look at me and whispered, didn't you go to Wang Qingqing because of the imp's punishment? I then remembered that the one who went to the imp game with me that night was Red Carp, and Su Chunxiao only woke up today, so it was only after she saw the message in the WeChat group that she knew about that day's events, which, together with that sneak peek of my photo, led to this misunderstanding. I patiently held her hand and whispered, if I complete the imp's punishment, shouldn't the imp announce it to the group? Only then did Su Chunxiao nod her head in realization, reaching out to hug me in a somewhat aggravated manner and softly saying, Xiang Nan, I'm just worried about you, and also, how come I don't have the slightest memory of this game? I feel like I've lost my memory? I don't know how to explain to Su Chunxiao. If I tell her the truth that Red Carp is alive at night instead of her, I don't know if she can accept it, even though Red Carp is trying to save her, and for a moment my head starts to hurt again. I had to calm her down first and said, maybe you've just awakened and your body isn't very good. You'll get better later. Su Chunxiao nodded her head, not having any doubts about my words, which made me very touched. Isn't the most important thing for two people to be together is trust? Even if I tell a lie, it's for her own good. Su Chunxiao drew circles on my palm with her fingers and whispered with her head lowered. So, what are you going to do about the imp's punishment? I glanced down at Su Chunxiao. Her face had already reddened to the base of her neck, and she shyly kept burrowing into my arms. I smiled and patted her head. To be honest, my first time with Su Chunxiao, if it was because of the imp's punishment, I felt it was very unworthy, but then again, I only had Su Chunxiao in my heart. I didn't say anything, but kissed her gently on the forehead, the meaning of which was self-evident. There's still a day tomorrow, and there's no rush at this point. Someone outside the ward knocked on the door and prepared to come in, so I hurriedly helped Su Chunxiao to sit on the bed. Park Jing would come to check on Su Chunxiao's body several times a day, and when it stabilized for a period of time, she would almost be able to leave the hospital. I saw her come in and nodded politely to her, then took the initiative to exit the hospital room. Time passes so fast. I look at the time. I don't realize that it's past 5 o'clock. Thinking about it, I first called home. Mom, I'm eating out with my classmates today, so I'm not going back to eat. My mom said with a Your dad and I are going to your aunt's house today. Aren't you coming? Hearing my mom say that, an idea instantly came to my mind and I quickly said, well, no go. You guys go have fun. After hanging up the phone, I hurriedly called Xin Yong again. Xin Yong, My parents happen to be out of the house tonight. In a while you prepare your things. I'll pretend to go out from the house to check things out, and after luring that spirit to my house, we'll clean it up together. Shin Young said excitedly. Well, I've been wanting to try my hand for a long time, and today I've learned one more trick, and I've got a special guy for you. I shook my head and laughed. This Shin Young has now turned into a Taoist obsessive. Not only does he study on his own, but he also helps me make weapons, and it's really enjoyable too. Okay, looking forward to it. I'll call you back later. After that, I hung up the phone happily. Since we can't find the imp for now, let's take it out on you, the little nether spirit. Just a moment later, Dr. Park Jing had walked out of the hospital room. She saw me sitting in the chair giggling and said, "What's up? Make you happy?" I scratched my head. Of course I couldn't tell her that Shin Young and I were going to catch the spirit. So I asked, Hey, how's the inspection going? Dr. Kashiwa Zhong raised an eyebrow and smiled. Your family, Xiao, will be discharged tomorrow. I kept nodding my head, and I was so excited that I wanted to hug Dr. Park Jing, but I smiled and held back my hand. Park Jing seemed to be quite busy today and didn't say much to me, waving her hand at me before stepping on her high heels and walking away. After accompanying Su Chunxiao for a while, I left her in the care of Su's mom. Then I hoofed home, picking up a random meat loaf on the way to fill my stomach. When I got home, I first made sure my mom and dad were gone. After that, I pretentiously started packing my backpack, and while doing so, I paid attention to the movements around me. But unfortunately, I didn't have any special abilities and couldn't notice anything but the cool breeze. Looking at the broken sword in my bag, I took it out, recalling the feeling of conjuring the lightsaber when I was in Spirit City, and kept flinging it with force, and after practicing it almost dozens of times, I gave up. The broken sword didn't respond in the slightest. After packing my things, I slung my book bag over my shoulder and headed out the door decisively without looking back. I pretended to hitchhike away, and after 2 stops, I called Shin Young and said, Shin Young, I've already gone out. According to past experience, that spirit will go to my house in less than an hour. You first ambush in the garden on the left side of my house. I'll come back to you after making a round. After hanging up the phone, I started staring at the clock, and almost half an hour passed before I got off the bus, and then went back across the street to get my ride home. In order not to be noticed, I waited until I was 1 stop away from my house, got off the bus again, picked up my bag and started running towards my house. Shin Young was, as I said, squatting by the garden early, carrying a large bag. I was already sweating profusely after I ran and sat down next to Shin Young breathing heavily and asked, What, is anyone coming? Shin Young shook his head and said, No sign of it for now, and by the way, guy first. After saying that, Shin Young pulled out something from his bag, and it turned out to be the copper coin sword. Last time, this copper sword had been damaged after killing the class teacher, but I didn't expect that Shin Young had already repaired it and it still looked cool. Shin Young said with a smile, I have Grandpa's mahogany sword now. This copper sword is for you. From now on we'll fight side by side as brothers. I wasn't being melodramatic. I gritted my teeth and took the copper sword with great bravado. The moment I gripped the coin sword, I don't know if it was an illusion, but I seemed to feel that each of its coins was beating slightly, like a heartbeat. At the same time, I noticed that there seemed to be a blue transparent shadow shifting in front of my house. Chapter 98 Stabbing at it. I quickly bumped Shin Young on the side and made a shoe gesture to him, signaling him to keep quiet. I only saw the blue transparent shadow come out from behind my house, cautiously and slowly, about as tall as me, and I couldn't see its face for the time being. Shin Young followed my gaze with a confused look and asked me, What's wrong? Are you seeing what? I nodded quickly and pointed to the transparent shadow again. Shin Young squinted his eyes for half a day, then looked down at the willow leaves he had prepared in his hands and asked in a puzzled whisper, *********, I haven't opened your eyes yet. How can you see the shadowy spirits? That statement did put me on the spot. These fluttering transparent shadows, unlike the ones I saw in the ruined building, didn't seem to be visible to everyone, and I seem to be seeing them all of a sudden lately, which at the same time made me think of the little girl in the hospital who was looking for her mom with a balloon. Ordinary people want to see the spirit. You must use props. The simplest thing is willow leaves. Willow leaves are extremely in the wine soaked in 77-49 days. Take it out can be used as a medium to open the eyes of the These are later, Shin Young told me. I said, shaking my head. I'm not sure. You can forget about that for now. Let's get it. After nodding, Shin Young put 2 willow leaves in front of his eyes, then bit his middle finger, pressed a drop of essence blood on his forehead, and recited a few phrases of mantra under his breath before finally opening his eyes. And I vaguely saw that Shin Young's eyes instantly looked like they had pupils, and they glowed with a faint green light. I only saw the shadowy spirit hanging around my door for half a day, seemingly checking out the people in the house, and after it had raked a circle around the house, it went right through the front door. Shin Young tightened his backpack and said excitedly, "It's almost time, let's hurry over there." After I let out a deep breath, I nodded my head and said yes, then squeezed my copper sword and prepared to walk towards my door. I didn't take a few steps, but I backed up again, and Shin Young asked me what was wrong. I said as I held up my copper sword, "*********, this thing looks awesome. How do I use it?" Shin Young was also slightly stunned and thought for a moment and said, "My grandfather said that this copper sword itself is made to have a powerful attack on the in spirits, and you can use it as a dagger." I looked at the delicate copper sword in my hand and said in a heartfelt voice, "Use this as a dagger. Isn't it spoiled?" Hiss. "I remember when you beat the class teacher last time, didn't you use it quite a lot?" Shin Young tilted his head a bit badly and said awkwardly, "Last time that was a sudden thought in an emergency. This has been so long I've forgotten." I cried and laughed, already unable to speak. Looked at the copper sword and said, "No wonder your kid wants to give me the copper sword. It turns out that you forgot how to use it, causing me to still be touched for most of the day." Shin Young said with a serious face, "You don't give it back." I lifted up my copper coin sword and took the lead in rushing towards my own door. By now the in spirit should already be in the house. Shin Young and I had both discussed this in advance. He handed me a couple of charms and divided the work between the southeast and northwest, quietly applying the charms. This was still inspired by Master Dong, although it didn't block the in spirit last time, but looking at the charms that had burnt, it meant that it still played a role. Let's block its escape route first. After doing so, Shin Young and I stood in the doorway. Shin Young obediently drew out his grandfather's red mahogany sword, looking at me with envy. I also held up my brass sword at the ready, as I counted with hand gestures. 1, 2, when the count reached 3, Shin Young and I instantly pushed the door in, immediately closing it after entering and backhanding a talisman onto the door. I distinctly heard the sound of something falling to the ground in my room. Shin Young and I had a heart-to-heart, holding our weapons left and right, moving slowly toward the room in a pack position. When we had just reached the door, we only saw a blue shadow darting towards us. The cups on the table of the room were brought to the ground and shattered. Shin Young and I's first reaction was to dodge. It wasn't really fast, it just rushed rather suddenly, the equivalent of a running ordinary person. I was the first to slow down and raise my copper sword and followed, while shouting to Shin Young, **********. At the same time, the spirit has already run to the door, only to see that it is not afraid to rush towards the door. The result is bang was bounced back. The doorway spell instantly turned into a black scorched, white smoke. Seeing it fall to the ground, I swung up my copper sword and swiped it. Who knows that it itself is a transparent body, not too clear to see. The moment I swiped it over, it rolled over and dodged, letting me strike a blank. I quickly stood up straight and leaned against the door, pulling a charm out of my pocket in the process and sticking it on top of the already charred one. Shin Young was holding up a peachwood sword at this time, wearing 3 talismans on it, and stood across from me looking around with all his concentration. Just now, in a single glance, the shadowy spirit had hidden itself. I held my breath. This was the first time I had taken the initiative to deal with a shadowy spirit, so it was inevitable that I was a little nervous inside. Just then, I saw a chair suddenly float up behind Shin Young, and I quickly shouted out, "Shin Young, be careful!" Before Shin Young could turn around, the chair slammed hard behind him, while the blue shadow lifted its foot and tripped Shin Young. I rushed over and swung at the blue shadow once again, only to have it hit and leave, not even bothering to fight. The house is just so big that it seems like we can't see it unless it moves. I pulled Shin Young up and asked in a low voice, "Is everything okay?" Shin Young shook his head and gritted his teeth. "I can't get any energy out of this guy without coming at him head on." The words are not finished. Shin Young again tripped over it. A pot of flowers also flew over at the same time, just smashed in Shin Young's face. Fortunately Shin Young blocked with his hand, otherwise this time quasi-accident. When Shin Young fell, I couldn't even pull and went straight around behind him, only to have it slip away again. It's helpless. It's playing like that. With the strength of the two of us, there's nothing we can do to it. Shin Young stood up with difficulty, rubbing his head and said, "Chow it big, how it does not hit you, only hit me." Listening to Shin Young so say, seems to be the reason. From the beginning to the end seems to be Shin Young was beaten. I have nothing. At that moment, there was another bang in my room. Without hesitation, I rushed towards my room, and before I could reach the door, I heard Shin Young shouting behind me, **********, get off me." My scalp went numb and I hurriedly turned around, only to see that Shin Young's peachwood sword had been knocked off the ground, and his entire body instantly flew up and crashed right into the door. Looking at where Shin Young flew past, I probably knew in my heart what this shadowy spirit was thinking. If he wanted to escape, he had to remove the talisman, and Qin Yong's body was the best way to do that. Only to see Qin Yong just hit the center of the door and fall to sit on the ground. At the same time, the talisman on the door was rubbed off by Qin Yong. It must have thought I was going to pull Qin Yong up, and I favored over rushing toward the door with my eyes fixed on it. Finally, I saw a blue shadow appear by Qin Yong. Seeing that it had already crossed the door, I quickly rushed over, yanking its feet from above Qin Yong's head and pulling them back with force, then rolled over and sat on it, raising the bronze sword with both hands, aiming it at its forehead and preparing to stab it. Chapter 99, Ghost Brother. Although the Yin spirit was transparent and incorporeal, it was useless to me, and I only felt cold all over as I sat on it. I no longer delayed, and gritting my teeth, I prepared to stab down. Who knew that when I was halfway through stabbing my copper sword, I only heard that Yin spirit nervously shout, "Brother Xiang Nan, don't kill me." I stopped my hand momentarily, a bit confused. He called me Brother Xiang Nan? At the same time, Qin Yong also stood up, and he came over with his peachwood sword raised in anger and said, "Xiang Nan, don't bull asterisk with it, it's full of ghostly words. Exterminate it for the sake of the people." I know that Qin Yong is furious with it. After all, so half a day has been beating him. Who else would be angry? I asked, holding up my copper sword and not letting my guard down. "Who sent you? Is it the imp?" The shady spirit shook its head and said, "I don't know any imps. You lie." Qin Yong was furious and raised his peachwood sword, ruthlessly poking it on its shoulder, only to see white smoke rising from its shoulder instantly, and that Yin spirit was trembling in pain, screaming miserably. I told Qin Yong to hold off for a while, but Qin Yong's mahogany sword stayed stuck in its shoulder, refusing to pull it out. I had to keep asking, "Since you don't recognize the imp, what does your real body look like? And why are you impersonating me?" The shadowy spirit didn't speak, but trembled, and not long after its originally transparent blue body, gradually starting from its feet, turned into the appearance of an ordinary person. And when its head took shape, I was simply dumbfounded, because it was the exact same me. I glanced at Qin Yong, who was also a little shaken up because he looked so much like me. I said hurriedly and fiercely, "I'm your essence, not turning into me. If you're not honest, I'll kill you right away." The shadowy spirit said with an aggrieved expression, "That's what I am, Brother Xiang Nan. I always feel that there is something wrong. Why does he keep calling me Xiang Nan brother? And although he looks exactly like me, some of the details of his demeanor are a bit different from mine." Thinking of this, I took the initiative to help it pull out Qin Yong's mahogany sword and stood up myself, asking, "Tell me why you're impersonating me?" The paused, pressed his injured shoulder, and began to narrate, "Brother Xiang Nan, I'm actually your real brother. I grew up with you, but Yin and Yang are separated. Mom gave birth to us as a pair of Yin and Yang fetuses. You stayed in the world, but I was reduced to a Yin spirit. Mom and Dad couldn't bear to let me go, so they built me a small grave behind the house, and would visit me every year on holidays. At first I was so small that I only dared to play outside the house, and then I dared to go inside after I got bigger, and I liked to lie down and sleep beside my mom until she got very sick once, and I didn't dare to go there anymore. Do you often feel followed by a cool breeze at home? That's me. I want to talk to my own brother, but I don't get a chance. Until one time, I found that I could take human form. I couldn't wait to get into the house while you were out. My parents didn't even notice me, which made me very happy, and it was the first time I really felt my parents' love, and the first time I was a human being, and from then on it was all out of control, and as long as you went out, I would go into the house and learn how to live like you did." In addition to his words touching me, they also left me in disbelief. Did I really grow up with a ghost brother? After all, I've been lied to too many times lately, and even though it said it sincerely enough, I asked warily, "And how do you prove that what you say is true?" He said, looking at me with a smile, "You call and ask Mom." I asked Qin Yong to watch it, while slowly pulling out my cell phone, apprehensive. When the call was dialed, I froze on the phone for a long time before I could say anything. "Mom, wasn't there a brother when I was born?" My mom froze for a similarly long time after hearing this from me, and finally just choked up. "Are you? How did you know?" "Yes, you do have another twin brother who died the day he was born." I just felt the heavenly accident exploded in my brain. I kept comforting my mom, who remembered the past, but in fact, I had mixed feelings in my heart. My ghost brother glanced at Qin Yong's mahogany sword and asked carefully, "Is Mom sad?" I shook my head breathlessly, told Qin Yong to put away his sword, summoned up the courage to crouch down, looked him in the eyes and said, "It definitely won't do for you to stay in the Yang world all the time. Something will happen sooner or later this way. If we help you reincarnate, would you be willing to go?" The ghost brother lowered his head a little sadly and said, "But I can't leave you guys," I said with a sigh. "You and us are separated by yin and yang. Not only can you not help us by staying in the yang world, you will also bring us trouble. Besides, it's not good for you either. In case you meet some people with evil intentions, what should you do? Become an evil ghost to harm people?" The ghost brother then nodded his head nicely and said, "I won't harm anyone. So, brother, do you burn something for me every year?" I smiled, my nose a little sore, and stroked his cold head and said, "Sure, brother," I said to it as I looked at the time. It was almost 8 p.m. "Go back, brother. Mom and Dad are coming home in a little while." Then, Shin Yong and I followed it together towards the back of the house, and sure enough, behind the house, there was a small grave with a lot of tributes in front of it, so I could tell that my mom usually came often. Only after it turned transparent and floated into the small grave did Shin Yong and I sigh and head back. I asked Shin Yong, "Helping someone to cast off, would you?" Shin Yong scratched his head and said, "I have to go back and look at Grandpa's book. It seems to be written there. Don't worry, it's on me." Afterward, I said goodbye to Shin Yong, and it was finally a relief. Looking at the stars and moon in the sky, I smiled. I didn't realize that I had a brother by my side all the time. The world is so big, maybe quite a lot of people still have someone by their side. They just didn't realize it. I was home alone, cleaning up everything that had been broken and subsequently removing all the charms from the walls. I lay in bed, tossing and turning, and still couldn't sleep after reaching 12 o'clock. I decided to go to the hospital to see Su Chunxiao, and just try to come back earlier. Nowadays, when I go to the hospital, I have long been familiar with it, and I have become a big name in the hospital, not only as the brother of Dr. Park Jing, but also as a talent valued by President Jiang, so no one stops me at all like before. By the time I got to the third floor ward, it suddenly occurred to me that once it was past 12 o'clock, it was red carp time. I was starting to back off again, because now that the imp's punishment hadn't been completed, it was really inappropriate for me to come at this time, and I was about to turn around and leave when it turned out to be on the wrong side of Su's mom coming out of the hospital room. She couldn't have been happier when she saw me and smiled. "Xiangnan, you came to see Xiao Xiao so late. What a good boy. She's still awake. You just happened to go in and talk to her." I had to walk in stiffly, more nervous than if I just fought a shady spirit. Su Chunxiao was leaning on the bed at this time, looking at me coming in, shouting at me with a surprised face and saying, "Xiangnan, you haven't gone back to bed yet?" I said with a smile and a nod as well. "Yeah, Red Carp, checking in on you," Su Chunxiao asked with a dumbfounded look on her face. "Who is Red Carp?" Chapter 100, Letter from Red Carp. Thinking that Red Carp was playing a joke on me, I didn't care and went straight to the bed and sat down. What makes me feel strange is that today Red Carp sits in a very disciplined way, leaning against the bed, and not lying on her side, or reaching out to put her arms around me, and her expression is innocent, no longer so playful and seductive. I was looking at her, feeling a little strange, when she continued to ask, "Xiangnan, what's wrong with you today?" Looking at me strangely, "Is there something dirty on my face?" I said, shaking my head. "No, it's just that I think you're being unusual today." Red Carp looked down at herself with an innocent look on her face and said softly, "What was I like before? The more I talk, the more I think something's wrong. Isn't that Su Chuanxiao's tone? Red Carp always calls me Xiao Xiangnan. What's going on here?" she asked in a worried whisper again. Seeing that my face was full of thoughts, "What's going on, Xiangnan? And who the hell is this Red Carp you were talking about?" I asked, staring at her with some lack of confidence. "Are you really Su Chunxiao?" Su Chunxiao helplessly skimmed her mouth and said, "Who am I if not Su Chunxiao? What's wrong with you? Tell me." I seemed to understand one thing instantly. I understood why Koi waved goodbye to me yesterday, why Koi looked at me with dismay yesterday, and why she suddenly said she wanted me to take care of myself. Is this goodbye to me? But didn't she say that she and Su Chunxiao had fused together? One living day and one living night. So how come one was suddenly gone? I only felt an indescribable pain inside. I looked at Su Chunxiao and held her hand as if I was afraid that she had left me as well, while my eyes were uncontrollably shedding tears. I couldn't control my eyes at all, and for the second time, it was like I was shedding tears on my own for no reason. Dawn, a friend of mine seems to have left, but I'm not sure. I don't know what to say. Su Chunxiao saw me in tears and thought I had encountered something, and hugged me worriedly. What's wrong with me? After a while, I was afraid that Su Chuanxiao's family would come in and see me like this, so I told Su Chunxiao to go to the hallway to get some air. Sitting in the hallway chair, I didn't even know what to do. Standing up one moment, sitting down the next, clearly not knowing what was going on, but the tears kept flowing. I thought about it and couldn't do anything about it, so I ran to Dr. Park Jing's office. Peijong asked as soon as she saw me, What's wrong with you? I didn't know how to answer her at all, except to say, my eyes keep tearing up. Help me see what's wrong. Kashiwa Young frowned and came over to me, looked at me twice and sighed. What's the sadness you're experiencing? I said, shaking my head. I don't know. I'm not experiencing anything sad. I don't even know what's going on. I just feel like something has been ripped out of my insides. With that said, I no longer wanted to pretend. I lifted my leg and made a mad dash for home. I obviously care so much about Red Carp in my heart. I obviously don't want Red Carp to disappear into my world just like that. And I'm trying to pretend that nothing happened. But how can that be? I ran all the way down the road until I was too tired to run. On the way, I saw a middle-aged man carrying a video camera. And there were quite a few people around him. There are so many other people on the sidelines asking, Mr. Chang, how did you shoot Superman? Do you have any experience? One look at Mr. Zhang's appearance. You know it's very professional. Look at this stance. Professional. Mr. Chang, may I ask Mr. Superman, will he show up again tonight? That middle-aged man is Mr. Zhang, a citizen who has been on TV twice. And he's the one who captured the video of me being carried away by the red carp. Thinking of this, I feel more and more sad. The past scene with the red carp all flashed in my mind. I said to myself under my breath, maybe you'll never shoot me again in your life. With that said, I walked past them in silence. That Mr. Zhang was busy answering his fans' questions while still curiously looking back at me and thought. When I arrived home, I wiped the tears from my face and quietly entered the house before walking to my room and locking the door behind me. I then hurriedly took out the red-robed mask from under my pillow. I tried to control my emotions and whispered, Red Carp, are you there? Come out here for a second. Red Carp? But my faint voice drifted around the room, and I turned back to the bed, which no longer contained the red carp with her hands on her face and her little feet crossed. I fought back tears and without giving up got the candle out of the box, placed in front of a mirror. He held up his red-robed mask and said, Red Carp, I want you to show up. I want to see you. I can't say it enough. I know the red carp is really gone. I finally know that morning, from walking on the road why suddenly tears. It is not my tears, but the red carp. I raised my red robe mask and just as I stood up, I saw the red robe under the mask suddenly start to turn into powder from underneath. Little by little, it fell toward the ground, like an hourglass. Don't. I tried to stop it with my hand, but just as my hand touched the red robe, the whole red robe all spread out and turned into a large piece of powder that fell to the ground. I felt like I was breathing a little too hard, and the pain in my heart was so far beyond normal that I always felt that Red Carp and I had definitely known each other for more than just this long. Just then, a passage suddenly and slowly appeared on the powder that fell to the ground. The handwriting is beautiful and already Red Carp. I crouched down and looked carefully at what it said. Little Shangnan, when you see the letter, sister has gone. With you this period of time really happy, so like suddenly become shy you. You don't have to be sad. My sister will take care of herself, and you have to take care of yourself too. Speaking of which, I have to say sorry to you. In fact, when your Xiao Xiao fainted and slept, I didn't need to share time with her. I possessed her body as long as I used my cultivation to fill her soul on the line, but I just wasn't willing to do that. I wanted to have you as much as Su Chunxiao, and it was only until I saw how much you loved Xiao Xiao that I realized it was time for me to get out of the picture. Hey, maybe you really forget me, but sister will never forget you. I remember to fight with you side by side, remember with you to rob the rich to help the poor, also remember to spend the night with you, 1,000 years, for sister is actually not short, but I'm willing to wait. Sister is still in the Jianghu. If someday you want a sister, come to find me. Do not let me wait for 1,000 years. Oh, the road ahead is difficult. Take care. Oh, Red Carp stay. Chapter 101, Me and Her. Looking at the letter left by the Red Carp, my body trembled. 1,000 years. The concept of this word for me, like a myth, although ethereal, but I feel so real. I was looking at the letter that Red Carp had left me and was in a daze, when a sudden gust of wind blew by, and the red powder on the ground was instantly whipped up and fell like a heavenly flower in every corner of my house. I picked up the mask of the beauty that had lost its red robes and remembered the first night I met with Red Carp, when she was supposed to scare me on purpose. I curved my mouth in a smile at the thought, and maybe that's as good an ending as any. At that moment, my afterglow suddenly glanced at something outside the window, and I turned my head in a hurry, only to see a small piece of red robe flying by. Surprised, I rushed to the window and shouted, Red Carp, is that you? However, there was no one at all outside the window. I was so anxious that I hurriedly opened the door and rushed out, which woke up my parents. My father asked, Son, what are you yelling for in the middle of the night? I had no time to explain to them and dashed out of the house, looking all over the sky, hoping to find the Red Carp. However, the sky was pitch black all around. Where could one see half a shadow of a red robe? I'm sure it was Red Carp just now. She didn't go far. I shouted as I chased forward. Red Carp, I know you're here. Come out. My voice rang through the sky, but unfortunately there was no one to reply to me, and I frantically ran forward, shouting as I ran. Carp, wait for me. One day I'll come for you. It wasn't until I had run until I had no energy left in me that I sat down on the side of the road with a big gasp. The stars in the air, and I was sitting alone, and this feeling of loss was really too much to bear. Within moments, my parents followed, still in their pajamas and with worried faces. What's wrong with you, kid? Who are you chasing? Yes, son, don't scare Dad. How dangerous it is to be out there this late at night. Come home with me. It warmed my heart to see how much my mom and dad loved me, and I had to look to the sky again and smile. I just saw Superman, so I wanted to chase him. My dad shook his head and laughed, looking up as well, and said, next time you see one, call out to Dad to chase it with you. How dangerous for you to be alone. Then, as a family of 3, we strolled home from the road, in our pajamas, at 2 a.m. In fact, the departure of the Red Carp, for me is not a bad thing, although the heart always feels sorry for the Red Carp, but at least I can single-mindedly love Su Chunxiao. I didn't wake up from this sleep until the next afternoon, and I couldn't have been more relieved. I went out the door of my room and realized that my parents had slept on the living room couch all night, not daring to go back to the bedroom at all for fear that something would happen to me again. I grabbed 2 blankets to help cover them, then went to the kitchen and ordered some pasta. Halfway through the process they woke up and both looked relieved to see me busy in the kitchen by myself. After dinner, I was going to try to find Shin Yong and take care of my ghost brother, but when I called him, he said that he was still studying, and that he would take the initiative to come to me in a couple of days. I had no choice but to wander around on the road alone, and eventually, without realizing it, I arrived at the hospital again. When I went up to the 3rd floor ward, I realized that it was empty, and when I froze, Bo Jing just happened to follow me and said, "Didn't I tell you? Dawn got out of the hospital today. And also, how were you yesterday?" I actually lost it a bit, but still smiled at Park Jing. Nothing much, just a friend leaving. Kind of sad to see her go. I didn't have much heart, so I casually chatted with Bo Jing before excusing myself and leaving the hospital. When I was leaving, Park Jing even smiled and told me, "Xiang Nan, you still owe me a meal. Don't forget." Won't forget. Ha ha. Out of the hospital door, I actually have no direction, and do not know where to go, so I sat down on the hospital roadside. I lit a cigarette, after 2 puffs, as if I felt that the Red Carp is still sitting next to me, but when I turned my head, but nothing. At this time, my phone rang. It was Su Chunxiao calling. "Hey, Dawn," Su Chunxiao asked worriedly. "Xiang Nan, were you okay yesterday?" "I was worried sick," I said with a relieved smile. "What can I do? It's fine." Ha ha ha. Su Chunxiao added, "I got out of the hospital today, and I was going to call you to tell you, but there were too many relatives picking me up." "Oh, this is happening." "I know, it's fine. I just got out of the hospital. So what are you doing later? Let's go eat together. It's been a while since we've eaten together." "Fine, eat whatever you say." Then, Su Chunxiao and I made an appointment to meet somewhere, and I looked at the time and directly took a ride to go first. After arriving at the store, I first found a seat and sat down. Not long after Su Chunxiao came, she wore a plain black knit shirt today, a pair of torn jeans underneath, with a pair of white canvas shoes. Her long hair was untied and had fallen to her waist, and she looked like she had a good complexion. "It's beautiful today." Su Chunxiao tilted her head and pretended to be angry. "What day is this girl not pretty?" I said with a cough. That's right. After all, it's my Xiang Nan's daughter-in-law, so it can't be a disgrace." Su Chunxiao pushed her cup forward. "Humph, show my lady the tea," I said in a rush, picking up my own cup of tea. "Miss doesn't mind if I have a drink under my belt, do you?" Su Chunxiao didn't hold back a laugh. "Of course I mind. You're disgusting." Ha ha ha. Afterwards, we ate together, and then went to see a movie after eating. Watching The City of Love, Su Chunxiao cried into tears, leaning on my shoulder and sobbing in a small voice. "Where in the world can you find something so touching and so beautiful? Compared to the hero, you're just ugly." Almost around 10 p.m., Su Chunxiao, also with red eyes, followed me out of the theater. She took my sleeve and I put my hands in my pants pockets and just walked aimlessly. The moon was so big today that it was like it was purposely illuminating us. At this time, Su Chunxiao whispered, "Xiang Nan, aren't you in a hurry?" I asked, stopping slightly. "What's the rush?" Su Chunxiao reddened her face and buried her head downward, saying shyly, "Aren't you in any hurry? For the imp to punish you?" Only then did I wake up like a dream. Looking at the time, It was already 10:30. I quickly pulled Su Chuanxiao's hand and said, "Go, help me finish my punishment, go." No refusal. After saying that, I took her hand and walked straight towards the hotel. "In fact," said the dashing, really walked to the bar to open a room. We both wimped out. After all, our the first time, I red-faced ID card handed to the waiter. Said, "Get a room, please." Behind me, people kept lining up to get a room, and I pulled Su Chunxiao, whose palms were covered in sweat. The waiter asked, "Live alone, or for two?" The waiter's voice was loud, and I always felt like the people behind me, all of them, were looking at us two high school students. I replied sheepishly, "Two." The waitress said in a no-nonsense manner, "Two people? Just get two people's IDs out." Only then did Su Chunxiao pull out her ID card and hand it to her with a red face. When we entered the room, Su Chunxiao and I both laughed out loud at how shy and humiliated we had just been. And as we laughed and laughed, the two of us got closer and closer until the tip of my nose touched the tip of her nose. Chapter 102 Responsibility. I can feel Su Chuanxiao's nervousness at this time, even though I kissed me countless times in the past, but at this moment it is still tightly clenched silver teeth. Two hands tugged hard at the corner of my coat, and then we fell down obediently. I got up and prepared to pour a cup of water to drink. I inadvertently saw the bedsheet. There is a small group of falling red. See this, I swore in my heart. Must be responsible for Su Chunxiao in this life. I want to marry her. Of course I didn't say what was on my mind. Sometimes useless promises are not as good as a kiss. I poured a glass of water and drank it in one gulp before handing it back to Su Chunxiao. Su Chunxiao, her face flushed, wrapped herself in the bed sheet, climbed on the bed to receive the water, also drank it, then said to me seriously, "Xiang Nan, if there is no punishment from the imp, you will follow me." I smiled at Su Chunxiao and said deliberately, "With you what?" Su Chunxiao instantly and delicately covered her face with a pillow and said, "Nasty, you know what I'm talking about." I said with a smile as I yanked the pillow off and looked her in the eyes, "You are mine and I am yours." Su Chunxiao pursed her lips and kissed me as soon as she hooked my neck. Just then, our cell phones rang at the same time. I gently let go of Su Chunxiao and brought my cell phone over, wrapping my arms around Su Chunxiao and leaning against the bed. It turned out to be a message from the imp. "Congratulations to undercover agent Xiang Nan, who has successfully accepted his punishment." I looked at the message in my phone speechlessly, and Su Chunxiao also lowered her head a bit unhappily. Nowadays everyone in the class knows about my relationship with Su Chunxiao, and now that the imp sent this message out in public, it's to tell everyone in the class that I slept with Su Chunxiao. This is for us is supposed to be a matter of course. I will not mind. The key Su Chunxiao as a girl, is still only a high school girl. She is thin-skinned. This news is known by others. It is inevitable that the heart is a little embarrassed. High school isn't like college. And if that girl goes to a hotel with someone else and the whole class finds out, she's sure to be talked about behind her classmates' backs all the time. I hugged Su Chunxiao tightly, kissed her forehead, and whispered comfortingly, "It's okay." What surprised me was that the students in the class didn't come out to say anything at this time. And then I thought for a second. The last game, Hong Carp showed her strength to Lu Jing. Maybe the other students had some scruples? When I thought of Red Carp, my heart ached a little again. I hurriedly shook my head. I still had Su Chunxiao in my arms, but I was still thinking of Red Carp. This was too sorry for Su Chunxiao. After a while, I was about to turn my phone off when the imp sent a few more messages. The class has had another long break, so let's start the next game. Students are asked to meet at the 14th floor terrace of the Starlight Building at 12 o'clock noon the day after tomorrow. Same old rules. Those who don't show up on time are all punished with death. Starlight Mansion is the most luxurious shopping plaza in our area, which has everything to eat, drink and play. The building has 14 floors, and each floor operates differently. The key is the day after tomorrow, Saturday. Noon is the time when the Starlight Mansion has the most traffic. The imp chooses this location, this time to play the game. Not afraid of making a mistake? By then, the death of any random person in the building would cause a violent reaction from the crowd. I also wonder what the imp is up to this time in the game. The class was also finally unable to hold back at this point and began to make a scene in the group. "Ah, Starlight Mansion. It's super crowded. Is it appropriate for us to play games there? Imp, can you change the location? Playing the game there is sure to make the news. I thought you didn't want people to know about this game. And now you're specializing in finding crowded places to play." The crowd was talking, but they were all saying irrelevant things. I didn't impulsively reply to the imp anymore. I was sure that as soon as I spoke, he would definitely reply to me. For the sake of my own safety, and also for the sake of Su Chunxiao, I still had to keep a low profile. After thinking about it for half a day, I think there's one good thing about this game. Since we chose a high traffic area in the middle of the day, at least we don't have to think about the presence of a shadowy spirit. I just hope that the latter game is not too brutal. He and Su Chunxiao lingered in the hotel until dawn, and by the time he woke up the next day, his legs were a little weak and sore. After having some breakfast together, I sent Su Chunxiao home and caught a ride myself to get ready to go back. While sitting on the bus, Qin Yong called me. Xiang Nan, I've almost worked out how to help your brother reincarnate. I was still a little excited to hear this news, and I asked in a hurry, how to say, are you steady? Don't screw my brother over. He's poor enough. Qin Yong said in an affirmative tone. Don't worry, there's absolutely no problem. I'll go to your house tonight and I'll tell you more about it then. I also let out a long breath after hanging up the phone. Nowadays, my life seems to be a constant stream of solutions, and I can't help but wonder if one day the imp really does disappear into thin air, and maybe I'm not used to it anymore. I secretly clenched my fists at the thought. The imp waited for me. The red carp waited for me. Chapter 103, The Path of Three Lives. When I got home, I was also exhausted, and after some casual computer play in my room, I collapsed into bed and fell asleep. I slept until 3 p.m. when I woke up hungry and found something to eat in the kitchen, wondering where my parents had gone. After eating, I went back to my room and pulled the broken sword out of my bag. Nowadays, my strength is really too weak. If I want to venture to Wanda Village, just relying on a copper coin sword given by Qin Yong is simply not enough, and I can conclude that the Manto Village, which exists underground, will definitely not be that calm, and there's no telling what dangers await me. Therefore, I have to arm myself. The broken sword is the most powerful weapon I currently possess, but unfortunately, I don't have the spiritual power to conjure up its blade. I stood in my room and seriously practiced dozens of times. Still no effect. Thinking about this, I think just so stupid practice definitely not. Have to find a way to practice to the spiritual power. As long as I can call out the lightsaber once in its entirety, it can be used as my crushing killing move. Unfortunately, all the masters around me seem to have left me. From the very first Master Dong to Red Carp, I really regret not asking them about this aspect. After spending the day at home in a trance, at 7 o'clock in the evening, Qin Yong called me. Hey Xiang Nan, I'm in front of your house. Is it convenient to come out? Okay, wait for me. Then, out of habit, I put my bag on my back, told my parents and headed out the door. Qin Yong was sitting in the garden across the street, and when he saw me come over, he said with an excited face, Xiang Nan, what you said last time, it's done. I said with a happy smile. Come on, tell me how to get it. Qin Yong organized his thoughts and told me. I read in one of my grandfather's diaries that a person's soul will transform into a Yin spirit after death, and the Yin spirit will actively float to the Three Lives path, where Yin messengers stand guard every day. If it misses the Yin messenger's escort to the netherworld, in order to be reincarnated again, it must be helped to re-lead the way, and when it floats to the Three Lives path again, naturally, there will be a Yin messenger to help it. Your ghost brother, who was made a little grave by your mom since he was born prematurely, so he stayed used to it and refused to leave, so I guess he just missed the time. I nodded, a little uneasy in my mind, and asked, was it hard to help redirect it? Qin Yong smiled confidently, patted his backpack and said, I've been working on this stuff for the past 2 days. Don't worry, I'm still very relieved about Qin Yong. He's always been reliable, and he's helped me a lot by being the leader many times in the game of playing imp. I continue to ask, so when do we start? Qin Yong said with a serious face, it's tonight, but, I saw that Qin Yong's face was a bit heavy again when he was halfway through his speech, so I asked in a hurry, but what? Qin Yong looked at me and said, however, doing so is actually risky. My grandfather also wrote in the back of his diary that generally the Yin spirits who missed the escort of the Yin messengers would mostly choose the 14th of July when the ghost gates are wide open to go and live in the spirit city, which is undoubtedly considered a good place for the Yin spirits to go, despite the scattered management there. If you forcefully help the Yin spirit to lead the way again, there will be a great risk. There are only 2 types of people on the Three Lives Road. One type is the dead Yin spirit, and the other type is the Yin managers and ghost trappers with Taoist skills. The good Yin managers will help you to escort you to the front of the black and white uncanny brothers, and the Yin managers who are harboring the ghost strategies may not be so sure. The Yin managers and ghost trappers who are selling ghosts and raising ghosts are too many in this year's world. Hearing Qin Yong's words, I believe unconditionally, because first of all, I have been to Spirit City, and I have seen with my own eyes a Taoist priest go to Spirit City to sell ghosts, and also shopped in the small store selling ghosts. If we have gone through a lot of trouble to help my younger brother to send to the Three Lives path, and as a result, we are robbed by a ghost arrester and a Yingy, then it would be more than worthwhile to lose. Qin Yong sighed when he saw me looking down and contemplating. Xiang Nan, you can make your own decision about your brother, but I have to warn you, your brother and you, including your family, are separated by yin and yang. And last time it also said that your mom's illness was caused by the yin chi from it, so I don't think you need to think badly about it, so you might as well give it a try. I nodded. What Qin Yong said was clear in my mind. In fact, there was one more thing that I was most worried about. In this world, there seem to be high-profile people hiding around every corner, and in case I come across a bad ghost catcher who finds my brother one day, my biggest fear of getting my parents involved would be my mom and dad. Thinking of this, I decisively said at Qin Yong, "Okay, my brother is in your hands." Qin Yong laughed and hammered my shoulder with a smile. "What gave it to me? We could have escorted it along the way. You think I'm magical, a skill to turn it away? That's only in the movies." I shook my head and laughed. Qin Yong had seen less than me after all, including his grandfather's death which he hadn't seen with his own eyes, as well as the red carp, Master Dong, and the spirit city that I had been to. Too many magical things had happened in front of me. I felt that I wouldn't be surprised no matter what appeared. Qin Yong made me wait together until about 10:30 p.m. before he and I headed toward the back of our house. My parents go to bed early, so there's no need to worry about them finding out. It was pitch black all around us, and we held up our cell phones like two thieves as we slowly made our way to the small grave. I looked at the small, half-human tall grave, and even though I knew my brother was buried inside, I still felt a little panicky. I shouted in a small voice, "Brother, brother, are you asleep? Come out." As I shouted in a small voice, a piercingly cool wind blew around us not long afterward, and Qin Yong and I shivered at the same time, but I didn't see my brother at the little grave. After a while, I only saw Qin Yong yell and jump violently towards me. I hastily covered his mouth with one hand and frowned as I looked up at my family room. It's a good thing my parents weren't woken up. I shook my head at my mischievous brother, who looked exactly like me, and it was so emotional. Qin Yong broke away from my hand and helplessly said at my brother, "Why do you always deal with me?" My brother tilted his head with a handsome crooked smile, "Because he's my brother." Hearing this, my heart warmed. As a yin spirit it had always treated me as its own brother, but I had never fulfilled my responsibility as a brother. The three of us then walked across the street from the house to the garden, which was the best venue as there were fewer people at night. I patted my brother on the shoulder and said seriously, "Brother, today my brother is going to send you to reincarnation. Be obedient on the way and you will be fine." My brother nodded his head nicely, but I could see the reluctance in his eyes. There's no way around it. What's meant to be is meant to be. I nodded at Qin Yong and said, "Okay, here goes." Qin Yong without delay from the backpack out of a large pile of things, and then pulled my brother to stand in a south-facing position, and then sprinkled a circle around him with white flour, a few talismans into the 5 elements of the 8 trigrams of the orientation of the circle around the placement of the 7 small flags into the square also inserted in the center of the circle. After doing this, Qin Yong took out a bagua mirror from his pocket, aimed at the moonlight in the sky, a moonlight shining through the bagua mirror on the ground. Qin Yong slowly moved, just moved to the top of my brother's head. "Just look at the charms on the flower circle." Instantly boom of fireless spontaneous combustion. Qin Yong trend gossip mirror covered the younger brother's head. Chapter 104. I saw my brother shiver, his entire body gradually covered by moonlight, and finally slowly changed back to its shadowy spirit form, a blue transparent shadow. I asked in a somewhat worried whisper, "How are you feeling, brother?" Qin Yong quickly made a shushing gesture to me, signaling me not to speak. I had to shut up and stare closely at my brother, only to see that it had closed its eyes at that moment, as if it was asleep. I have to say, Qin Yong, this kid is worthy of being Master Qin's grandson. Learned these things, did them in style, and they seem to have had an effect. After almost a minute or so, Qin Yong asked me to help hold down the bagua mirror. I nodded and took a step forward, reaching out to take the bagua mirror, and it was then that I felt the coldness of my brother's body, like a cool breeze coming from an ice cellar. I just saw its eyes peacefully closed and wondered how it was doing, and next to Qin Yong's men did not stop. He took out another white Kongming lantern from the bag, lit it and circled 3 times against the burning talisman, which, strangely enough, seemed like it would never burn out. Then, Qin Yong picked up a talisman to light the candle in the Kongming lantern, and as the lantern slowly swelled up, Qin Yong quickly chose 4 out of the 7 token flags and taped them around the lantern. After doing so, Qin Yong nodded his head in satisfaction, seemingly pleased with his results. He said to me after wiping off his sweat, "Almost done. You take over the gossip mirror for me." I nodded, not daring to relax at all as I pressed down on the gossip mirror, waiting for his hand to come up and hold it down before I let go and took a step back. Qin Yong carefully held the Kongming lantern above his brother's head, and used the gap underneath to aim at the bagua mirror. Then Qin Yong silently recited a few incantations, and gently drank under his breath. Citation. Become. As the words fell from his mouth, he saw a beam of light flashing out of the bagua mirror for a split second, And then Qin Yong suddenly picked up the Bagua mirror and quickly pressed it on the bottom of the Kongming lantern. The moment it was completed, Qin Yong let go of his hand and threw it up into the sky, only to see the Kongming lantern float directly 10 meters away, and then its speed began to slow down. At the same time, my brother opened his eyes and looked at us with a confused look on his face. Qin Yong looked at the Kongming lantern slowly flying away in the sky, sat on his butt on the ground and wiped his sweat and said, "It's done." I looked at Qin Yong somewhat anxiously, and then looked up at the Kongming lantern and said anxiously, "Well, aren't we going to follow the hole in the ground? What are we waiting for?" Qin Yong slowly pulled out cigarettes from his pocket and handed me one, saying, "There is no hurry. Grandpa's diary said that when the Kongming lantern is released to fly in the sky, we must wait until it flies to the highest level before we can follow it. If we follow it too fast, the Kongming lantern will be used as a medium to illuminate the Yin spirit's own body, and it would not be good if it scares other people." I nodded in realization at that. Even though I didn't understand anything, I sat down and took Qin Yong's cigarettes and lit them as well, asking as I smoked, "It's okay, your kid is decent now. Are you going to be a Taoist priest after graduation?" Qin Yong pretended to be mysterious and smoked a cigarette and said, "My ambition is to be a ghost hunter, specializing in catching people like imps." I shrugged and smiled after him, not answering him, because I don't want to fight Qin Yong's bravado, only I know the real strength of the imp, that is even the red carp can't beat the existence, even if Qin Yong did the ghost trapper, and enough for it a few hits. Thinking of this, I suddenly remembered the broken sword in my backpack, and I asked, "Qin Yong, does your grandfather have any books on feats that can cultivate spiritual energy or something like that?" Qin Yong thought for a while, turned his head and looked at me helplessly and said, "There is, but I looked at a few eyes. Can not read. Is some strange text. When I was a child grandfather translated to me. I was too lazy to learn. Now want to learn, but can not read a word. Back to me to bring you see?" I nodded my head and said yes, but I didn't hold out much hope. It seemed that if I wanted to gain psychic powers, I would have to find someone to teach me. I couldn't even read the words if I just fumbled around on my own. At this time, Qin Yong looked at the sky and shouted, "It's almost time. The peacock has started to fly forward in parallel. Let's follow." I also looked up at the peacock lanterns, which by now had flown so far away that they looked almost the size of stars, flickering with candlelight. I said as I stood up and threw away my cigarette and put it out with my foot, then turned to look at my brother. "Go away, brother. Brother will protect you." My brother nodded his head obediently, and then, led by Qin Yong, we began our journey to find the 3 life paths. In order to protect my brother, I asked Qin Yong to take the front and lead the way, while my brother stood in the center and I took the last cover. We were very careful along the way, but whenever we encountered a passerby or movement, we stopped and so on to make sure everything was okay. It's a good thing it's almost 12 o'clock and there aren't a lot of people on the streets. After following for almost half an hour or so, the lanterns began to slowly reduce their height, and the lower the height, the closer they were to us, and the more accurately we followed them. Qin Yong stopped to look in the direction of the Kongming lanterns and said, "Almost there. Let's stay close." Subsequently, Qin Yong took us around the path, a little close to the lantern. Before has been in the main road with no attention. The results walked, even with the countryside on the path, surrounded by all the trees and weeds, only a very few villagers' house, but are not lit. The temperature around us also began to drop, and the breeze grew stronger. I glanced back around at the darkness, always feeling like there were a few eyes hiding in the bushes in the distance, staring at us. Without hesitation, I drew my copper sword from my backpack and took almost 3 steps back, wary of my behind. The more I go inside, the more I feel panicked in my heart. I whispered and shouted to stop. Qin Yong said, "Qin Yong, are you sure the direction is right? Why do I feel weird here?" Qin Yong looked back behind me, then at the still flying Kongming lanterns, and said firmly, "I think it's right. After all, I'm not the one who led the way. It's the peacock lantern. Let's follow it closely first." The peacock lantern flies faster and faster. I'm afraid I won't be able to keep up with it in a while. Qin Yong said so. I had to nod my head and say okay, urging Qin Yong to say, "Watch the road ahead then. I'll keep a wary eye on the back." Then we went forward again, and the Kongming lanterns flew faster and faster. As Qin Yong said, by the end of the day, we almost had to run to catch up, and after almost 10 minutes or so, we finally crossed the field and instead were faced with a small hill. I didn't notice it on the way in, and it was only after climbing a few meters that my legs and stomach went weak with fear. I quickly used my cell phone to take a picture. It turned out that this hill, all the damn graves, a mountain of dense stone monuments. From time to time there are wild cats and wild dogs from the graveyard side of the run-through. A little bit of movement is a little bit of me scared all over the body shivering. Qin Yong had obviously noticed this as well. But he continued to lead the way with a strong sense of fear, and I had no choice but to follow. On the way my brother was well behaved, not fluctuating or talking. Finally, as after climbing up the hill, not waiting for me to stand firm, Shin Yong immediately pressed the two of us to get down. I held my breath and looked up slightly, only to see that at the foot of the mountain, there was a yellow dirt path about 3 meters wide, foggy, couldn't see the end of it, and on it bustled more than a dozen shadowy spirits, each of which was quiet and expressionless, and on the stone monument by the side of the road, 3 big words were clearly written, 3 Lives Road. Chapter 105, Robbing Someone Halfway. At this moment, the 3 of us were lying on our backs, looking at the shadowy spirits walking at the foot of the mountain, with an indescribably eerie feeling, fearing that one of them might have discovered us. The surrounding dark, visibility is extremely low, but on the contrary, the road below can be seen very clearly, as if it can gather moonlight, accompanied by fog drift. I do not know what it is like here during the day, and the Kongming lanterns that Shin Yong had just released had also gone to an unknown destination early on. I turned back and vigilantly checked behind me to make sure there was no danger before whispering to Shin Yong. The stone tablet below says 3 Lives Road. This should be it. What should we do now? Shin Yong also looked around for a while, and finally looked in the direction those Yin spirits came from and said, when this batch of nether spirits has gone by, have your brother go straight down and follow them? There should be a net Herman up ahead to meet them. I nodded, then peered over my head to look ahead, only to find that the fog was so thick that I couldn't see the end of the road ahead. This batch of Yin spirits looked like a dozen of them, and after seeing them walk past about 50 meters away, Shin Yong said seriously, almost there. Hurry up and let it go down or there'll be another batch coming up behind it. At this point, my brother had his head down, not knowing what he was thinking. I said as I rubbed its hair, it's okay brother, go down and follow the front. We'll watch you from the hill. Don't be afraid. My brother slowly raised his head at this time. There was fear and some reluctance in his eyes. It slowly stood up, and as it prepared to go down, it turned to look at me and said, brother, you have to take care of mom and dad from now on, and remember to visit me on holidays. I smiled and nodded at it, and when it had taken 2 steps, I called out to it again and asked, I don't think you have a name yet. Brother named you. My brother's eyes lit up and he looked at me expectantly. I thought about it and smiled. My name is Xiang Nan, and you'll be called Xiang Bei. To the north. Sounds good. Ha ha, I finally have a name. The moment my eyes saw it turn its head, I could vaguely see tears glistening. Watching my own brother walk towards the path of the third life was a bit disheartening. It seemed that there was always someone on my side leaving me and there was no way to stop that. The descent wasn't very congested, and we watched as it jumped northward onto the Samsara road, and it looked back at me, and I smiled and waved at it, and then it was all alone and headed for the crowd in front of it. Shin Yong and I hurriedly followed his footsteps, moving horizontally across from the hill. Behind us was a large graveyard, but the hill was indeed a vast expanse of trees, just perfect for hiding, and we bent down to always keep a distance of 10 meters away from Xiang Bei. After almost a few minutes of following, I could vaguely see 3 or 4 people standing 100 meters ahead of me. They stood in the left and right side, uniformly wearing black robes and strong clothes, with a big blood-colored iron chain tied around their waist. All of them were very thin, but it was impossible to see what they looked like. It seemed that every shadowy spirit that passed in front of them had to be inspected by them before being released, and there was no telling where the place behind them was. I asked Shin Yong in a low voice, what are these people? Shin Yong exhaled and lowered his head, as if he was afraid that we would be discovered by them, and said, these are the legendary Yin messengers, and they are very powerful. Grandpa said in his diary, the Yin messenger is different from the ghost arresters. The number of Yin messengers in existence is limited. Each Yin messenger has to be approved by the 2 generals of the Black and White Invincible personally. Every year we'll brush down a batch of unqualified, sent to the local spirit city to do things, and then in the recruitment of new Yin messengers. It is said that the 2 generals of the Black and White Invincible once said the following, even if there is only one left in the hell of a Yin messenger, but also never will anyone of the waste. Hearing this, I remembered that the last time I went to Spirit City to look for Su Chuanxiao's soul, those guards were also equipped with blood-colored chains around their waists, so they must be the Yin agents who were brushed down by the Black and White Impermanents. So it's no wonder that I was kicked off with just a simple kick. It's indeed formidable. However, the Black and White Invincible, 2 legendary characters, I heard for the first time. For their doings, I personally very much appreciate. I do not know whether the real person will be as horrible as the legend. Saying that, Shin Yong and I moved a few more steps forward. 3 Lives Road is to our left, a small hill on one side, and to the right of the run is a large, thickly wooded area. I watched as my brother approached the crowd step by step to the north, and behind it gradually followed a large group of shadowy spirits. which looked vast, but it was alone and seemed somewhat disconnected from the larger group. As I was thinking so, all of a sudden, I saw a man in black rushing out from the woods, and he rushed behind my brother with great speed, and with one hand, he pressed down on its mouth, and carrying it, he ran into the woods. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I almost didn't react as I drew my copper sword and rushed towards the foot of the mountain. Shin Yong pulled and failed to pull me, and could only follow me while shouting in a low voice, "Xiang Nan, don't be impulsive. If the underworld finds out, both of us will lose our lives. Where do I care about these? Watching their own brother was robbed. This kind of thing I can bear it, no matter what the shady ghost catchers. Robbing my brother is no reason. Say die I have to go after." I didn't take care of Chin Yong, and jumped off the 3 life paths in a few steps. Just the moment I jumped off, I felt like I had entered a morgue, freezing my body and shivering. Although my heart was in a hurry, I still carefully glanced at the 4 Inin warriors in front of me. Fortunately they were concentrating on checking the passing In spirits and didn't notice us. I hurriedly yanked over Chin Yong who was following me, and bending down, I went through the side of the thousands of In spirits. For just a moment, all I exhaled was a white mist. Time was urgent and could not be delayed. The Sanshang road was not wide and we quickly rushed to the opposite side of the bushes. I was just about to rush into the woods when a shadowy spirit, not knowing if it was enlightened or not, suddenly grabbed my arm, mechanically crooked its neck, and opened its blackened mouth as if it wanted to bite me. I frowned, and without hesitation, I covered its mouth, raised my copper sword and aimed it at its head and swiped it. Just a sword down. Zera a sound. It was instantly by my weak body. I raised his head around the alert, while dragging the In spirit into the woods, and then once again raised the coin sword, covered its mouth, aimed at the center of its eyebrow stabbing without mercy. I don't want to cause a ruckus here by cutting off the grass. It's the one that pissed me off in the first place. There was no time to see what the shadowy spirit looked like after death. Having been stabbed twice by me, it was bound to die. Shin Yong had already started to chase forward, and I quickly followed. The woods were much brighter than I expected. Maybe it had something to do with the 3 life paths. Just too many trees for speed. Since the 2 of us run fast with light armor, and since the guy just had to carry my brother, it didn't take long for me to see his back. I gritted my teeth and picked up speed on my feet, flying after him while gesturing to Chin Yong to pin him from both sides. Chapter 106, The Ruthless Corner. The man in black carrying my brother kept running forward. From time to time we'll change the direction. It seems to be a light old oil. Earlier also saw my brother struggling, now seems to have fainted asleep. The more I chased the more anxious I felt in my heart, although I could barely keep up. But looking at the copper sword in my hand, I really didn't know if I had the ability to save my brother. As Chin Yong and I gradually followed him, the man in black seemed to have noticed us as well, and as he ran forward, he slightly looked back, but his feet didn't stop, and he continued to run forward without stopping. Unconsciously, I realized that the light in the forest was also getting worse and worse. Apparently it was already far away from the 3 Lives Road, and the visibility around me was so low that I could only vaguely see his shadow in front of me. The temperature around me also started to drop dramatically, accompanied by a cool breeze, and I started to get a little freaked out. I turned back to look behind me. At this time behind the darkness, in addition to the big trees, basically cannot see anything. I hastened to slowly stop the footsteps. Not far away from the Chin Yong shouted, "Shin Yong, don't chase after him yet. I feel like I'm being led into a trap by him." Shin Yong stared at the man still running in front of him and said as he quickly ran towards me. I thought it was a little weird too. The guy was turning left and right. I don't even know where this place is anymore. Seeing that the man in black was almost out of sight, and thinking that my brother was still on top of him, I gritted my teeth anxiously and said, "Anyway, we've chased him here, so let's be careful not to split up and follow him first." After saying that, I once again raised my speed to follow. The man in black looked like he didn't know how to get tired, and although he was carrying my brother, he was already able to maintain an even speed. At first, Shin Yong and I were chasing after him in an encircling situation because I thought he wouldn't be able to run far, but now it seems that I still underestimated him. After chasing with Shin Yong, I was a lot less nervous. Shin Yong and I divided the work clearly, one paying attention to the movements on both sides, and the other paying attention to the movements behind us, to make sure that we weren't attacked by a sneak attack. Luckily, the man in black who snatched my brother was always visible on our backs, and we chased him for almost half an hour or so. Shin Yong and I both began to gasp for air. Our physical strength was not enough. Our lungs and calves were a bit unbearable. Shin Yong was sweating profusely and pulled me to slow down a little. I was anxious in my heart, but my body was also tired, and I was pulled by Shin Yong, and I also stopped without air. We both bent over and kept taking deep breaths in an effort to regain our strength, and now the man in black wasn't turning anymore. so I rested while keeping an eye on him. As a result, at this very moment, I only saw him suddenly carry my brother and turn into the right. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Not good. In this blink of an eye, that person's figure instantly disappeared from my field of vision, and I no longer dared to delay, pulling my leg and rushing forward, drawing out the copper sword in my sleeve as I did so. I clearly saw the turn he took about 100 meters away from me, and when I rushed over, all I could see was a large, dense forest on my right, with leaves covering all the view inside, and I couldn't see any silhouettes at all. I anxiously clenched my teeth and was ready to rush in. At this time Qin Yong also followed. He gasped to see that I was going to enter the woods from the front. He himself consciously groped his way in from the side. I used my copper sword to pluck away the branches that blocked my path, being careful with every step I took, because it was just too easy to hide someone in here. I hadn't taken more than a few steps into the woods, and before I could see half a shadow, I heard Qin Yong yell out, asterisk 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 you. It seemed that I vaguely heard a fight on his side, and my heart tightened as I hurriedly turned around and rushed in the direction he had just gone. At the same time Chagrin patted his head a bit, before clearly said to act together, but the result is still anxious to separate. This black man, even if strong, but also does not know our true strength. He a person want to deal with the two of us. The best way is to break each one. I quickly turned around and plucked away the branches behind me, once again returning to where I had just been, and just as I exited the woods, I saw that Qin Yong was lying in the grass. I rushed over to check, only to see Qin Yong at this time his head has been hit with blood, tightly closed eyes. I nervously probed his nose. Fortunately the breath is still alive, but he held in the hands of the mahogany sword but do not know where to go. I looked up at the woods in front of me and suddenly felt as if someone was charging at me from behind. My scalp tingled and I turned instinctively in fear and raised my copper sword. Only heard a bang sound. A blood-colored mahogany sword is just hit the top. Shocked me as the tiger's mouth numb. I took 2 steps back in a hurry, staring at the visitor with a wary face. I only saw that the one who just sneaked up on me was the man in black, who had a long, yellow face, a terrible hunchback, like he was malnourished, a head of disheveled hair, and a goatee on his chin, which looked like some kind of evil. He sneered and stared at me with interest. I thought he was going to say something to me, but in the end, before I was ready, he lifted his leg and jumped towards me, like a frog, leaping 2 meters in a single bound, instantly rushing to me, lifting his mahogany sword and swiping it into my face. I didn't have time to react, and was instantly knocked to the ground, only to feel the left side of my face raw and painful, and raising my hand to touch it was already bloody. The pain on my face was so severe that I could only grit my teeth and back away, and in my heart I cried out, "Oh no, I've encountered a ruthless corner." I backed away as I prepared to stand up. I thought about circling him first. He was here in person anyway. That meant that my brother was also being hidden nearby by him, and as long as I stalled, there would always be a chance to counterattack. But my thoughts are always good. Before I could stand up straight, the man didn't even give me a chance, rushed over again, raised his foot and kicked me in the calf, instantly sweeping me to the ground again, and then I only saw a foot kicking at my face again, and I didn't even have time to cover my hand before I was kicked solidly. I felt his legs and feet kicking me, as strong and powerful as if they were filled with steel, and I just felt myself getting dizzy and my nose was bleeding. There was no chance of any resistance. At this time, the man in black carefully walked to the side of Qin Yong again, squatted down and looked at him for a few eyes, then picked up the stone on the ground and smashed it down on Qin Yong's head. This scene to see my heart seized. I instantly closed my eyes tightly. Trembling body, do not dare to look again. Do we all have to account for it? At the same time to make efforts to climb up, but there is no strength. The movement of me crawling upward instantly startled the man in black, and after he smashed Qin Yong, he once again pinched the bloody stone and walked toward me. I stared hard at him. The anger in my heart kept burning again. He stared at me with a sneer and didn't say a word. The asshole reached out and took the hair on my forehead, ruffled it to the side, then aimed it at my forehead, excitedly raised the rock, and slammed it down hard. Chapter 107. This man in black is extremely cruel in his methods and seems to be very excited about killing people. From his details and expression, I feel that he must have psychological problems, and since he knows about the 3 Lives Road and also robs the Yin spirit, then he is either the Yin man or the ghost catcher for sure. Seeing him raise a rock towards me, I clenched my teeth hard in fear while closing my eyes in despair. However, only felt his arm with the wind. In front of my eyes suddenly stopped. I breathed heavily, slowly opened my eyes. He pinched the stone. A drop of Qin Yong's blood fell on my face. The man in black slowly removed the stone and cocked his head to look beside me. I didn't know what he was going to do, so I just kept taking deep breaths to regain my strength. He dropped the rock and bent over to pick something up off my side. It's the broken sword I dropped on the ground. He took the broken sword and carefully examined it for a while, and finally looked at me with a cold smile, and suddenly threw his hand downwards. The greenish-colored light of the sword instantly rose 2 meters, which was very bright in the dark woods. It's so hard for me to watch my stuff being taken away by someone else and used with such ease. The good thing is, at this point, the injuries on my body have started to slowly recover a bit, and it doesn't hurt as much as it did at the beginning. The man in black walked up to me with his glaive broken sword raised and gestured in front of my eyes a few times before finally speaking. "This sword, yours?" His voice was extremely raspy, like he was opening a rusty iron door, and I looked at him angrily and nodded. The man in black grinned, crouched down and said with his sword against my heart, "You're afraid you can't even conjure up a sword? Who gave it to you?" The green light broken sword against my heart, as if there was a fire burning inside me. I forced myself to endure the pain and said fiercely, "The man who sent me the sword is also a ghost constable, and if I die, you don't want to live either." In fact, when I said this, I was only trying to scare him. After all, the grey-robed man who gave me the sword had long since run off somewhere, and I only hoped that he would let me off for the sake of his fellow officers. Sure enough, the man in black let out an oh-so-slight sound and immediately put away his lightsaber, smiling as he asked again, "So they're all ghost catchers? That's a misunderstanding. So can little brother take me to meet him?" I was happy in my heart. This black-clothed man is still considered a Jianghu moral. It seems that tonight's danger is considered to have passed. I said in a huff, "The master who sent me the sword is not here today, and you will have to take you to tomorrow if you want to see him." I thought, let's stall him for a while. After all, it's just too unsafe out here in the middle of nowhere, and we'll figure out a way to get out tomorrow. However, as soon as I finished my sentence, I noticed that the man in black changed his face, and he once again said with a sneer, "Not in, huh? That's just right." After saying that, he instantly raised his hand and gave me a punch, one that didn't knock me out, and again gave me a few more punches until I fell asleep. That repentance in my heart, I really am simple, but also afterthought to understand. The man in black deliberately said, "To see the person who sent me the broken sword, is to test whether he is in the vicinity. If in the vicinity of the person he will go along with the people to release me. If no longer in the vicinity of the person, that just can be the person's sword together to snatch away." I really am getting more and more stupid. These ghost catchers are not those students in the class. All of them have very rich experience in the rivers and lakes, and they deal with me like a game. When I woke up again, it was to a tear in my ankle. I slowly opened my eyes and looked, only to see that the man in black was tying my feet with a rope and dragging me along. The ground was potholed and hit me everywhere, while my ankles had long been strangled with blood. I looked around. It was still light out and I had no idea where this was around me. It looked strange. He was still carrying my brother on his back, but I realized that Qin Yong was gone. I swallowed my parched throat. My mind kept thinking of ways to escape. The blood from all over my body had stopped a long time ago, and it was fortunate that I had a strong recovery ability of my own, or else I would have died long ago. Seeing that he suddenly let go of the rope and threw my brother to the side, I was so scared that I closed my eyes and pretended to be asleep. Hold your breath. Your heart is pounding. Listening to the sound, I secretly opened my eyes, only to see him running to the tree to pull open his pants ready to pee. I took the opportunity to look up at my brother to the north. My brother at this time tightly closed his eyes. The slightest movement, and I also found that it is attached to the back of a talisman. I gritted my teeth and moved forward, ready to kick it with my foot to see if I could wake it up. As a result, I kicked it several times in a row, but it didn't respond in any way, and when I finally saw the man in black pulling up his pants, I had to close my eyes again and pretend to faint. Well, the man in black looked like he wasn't going to leave, and he dragged us over to a boulder and pulled out a cigarette for himself. A short while later, a man seemed to come from the distance. I quietly opened my eyes and saw that the visitor, like him, was dressed in black, slightly chubby, with small eyes, carrying a large bag and a large sword behind him. The man in black first stood up and handed him a cigarette, pointing at my brother. "Dude, I just got this brat with my hands tonight." Little Eyes looked at his brother twice, smiled instantly and said as he lit his cigarette, "This little brat doesn't look like he has good qualifications." The black-robed man's face twitched, and without arguing, he asked directly, "So what's the price, bro?" Small Eyes looked down and rubbed his chin, raising his palms and saying, "I can only give a 5 or I lose money too. You know how many people are selling brats these days?" The man in black said with some unhappiness, "Brother, what do you mean by that? Are you ready to stop doing business with me? Used to give 10. Why suddenly half less?" Small Eyes tilted his head and smiled, patting the black man on the shoulder and saying, "Where is the word? Where is the word? Who we are with, who is it? Only you this. So, give you 6, cannot be more. Give 8 at least." This cannot be now sells a whole lot of brats, besides you this road wild, who knows will not be stained with enemies. The man in black stopped bargaining at this point and suddenly said with a sullen face, okay, bro, 6 is 6, you take the brat. I only saw the little eyes instantly happy, as if they had found a treasure, and bent towards my brother, touching its forehead as if inspecting something, and at the same time, I saw the black-clothed man behind Little Eye's face grow sullen. I only saw him slowly take out my broken sword from his backpack, and easily threw out the glaive body. Little Eyes didn't even notice the sudden change behind him and was having a blast, only to see the man in black, both eyes were ruthless, instantly raised his head and chopped towards the Small Eye's neck, lightsaber sharp. Small Eyes did not even scream, directly head to the ground. The head is just rolled in front of my eyes. I held my breath not daring to look, my heart thumping in fear, only to hear the man in black huffing and puffing. Dare to blackmail me? Chow Nima, I want to die. After saying that, he began to pick up the relics of Little Eyes, especially the large bag in Little Eye's hand, which the black-clothed man opened, and both eyes instantly glowed. Chapter 108, Ghost Traffickers. I didn't know what was in the bag, but anyway, by the look on the black man's face, I knew it was something good, maybe money. Seeing this black-eating black deal carried out, to the end, I really fear in my heart. This in the end is a group of what kind of people? The darkness of this is no one to control it. Innocent Yin Ling said to Catch. A word on killing. I did not think that this world, there is really a ghost trader, one said. There was still a bloody head lying in front of me, its little eyes full of fear, perhaps not realizing until it died that his friend would be so vicious. I narrowed my eyes at the man in black, who first picked up the things on the ground, then started searching for things on Little Eyes, taking everything he could. After doing this, the man in black rushed into the woods with the broken sword, coming out for a while and going in for a while. At first I didn't know what he was going to do, but then I realized that he was checking to see if there was anyone in the vicinity. It was really well thought out. He returned with a relaxed look on his face after checking it out, chopping a handful of grass and twigs and throwing them at the corpse of Little Eyes, and then pulling a charm out of his pocket, only for it to burst into flames with a shake of his hand. Afterwards, he threw the spell on the corpse and ignited the fire with a loud bang. The man in black did not forget to come to me and bent down and lifted up its head and threw it into the fire as well. Only after watching the body get charred did the man in black shoulder my brother again and drag me away. I was a little puzzled. Since he was a ghost trader who robbed the Yin spirit to sell, why did he arrest me as well? If he was afraid that I would go back to retaliate, wouldn't it be more economical to kill me directly? Why did he have to drag me away? And why only arrest me and not Qin Yong? Having seen the man in black's methods with my own eyes, I didn't dare to make my death so easily, and I didn't doubt for a second that he would kill me in the next second. It's just that I was dragged on the ground by him. The back of my head and my back kept rubbing on the ground. It was really painful, and at the corner of an intersection, a sharp boulder I didn't pay attention to, and as soon as he turned the corner, my head was just hitting it. I let out an ouch and couldn't hold it back. The man in black immediately stopped, slowly walked to me, crouched down and stared at me with a cold smile, and said, "Awake again? Your kid is tenacious enough." With that, he drew a 2-inch machete from his back and aimed it at my neck, ready to slash down. I knew that even the gods couldn't save me with this stroke, and I anxiously shouted in a hurry, Don't! Big brother, don't kill me first. I can walk on my own, so you don't have to drag me along. It can also save you a lot of strength, isn't it?" I held my breath as I stared at the man in black. The scimitar in his hand was against my throat and it felt like it had cut through the skin and started to bleed. Well, the man in black cocked his head and seemed to think that there was some truth in what I said, and slowly withdrew his scimitar and rushed at me fiercely. "Kid, don't even think about screwing with your head. It'll only take a second for me to kill you. Understand?" I hurriedly nodded my head and said I knew. Then the man in black used a knife to cut the rope on my feet and tied it to my hands again. Due to the blood being strangled from my ankles and the lack of blood flow from being dragged by his feet the whole time, the moment I stood up, my legs gave out and I fell down again. The man in black frowned and drank harshly. "Can you or can't you?" I quickly gritted my teeth against the pain in my feet and stood firm and said it was no problem. The man in black gave me a fierce look and kicked me in the back, then shouldered my brother and continued on his way. Now, although still tied up by him with ropes, the good thing is that I'm finally standing up, and the wounds all over my body are healing fast. I start to slowly observe my surroundings. Qin Yong and I arrived at Sanshang Road around almost 12 o'clock, and now only a little over 2 hours had passed, and the sky was still not yet bright. The man in black took us only on small paths, specializing in woods, mountain villages, and through places I'd never seen before. Finally, we were led by the man in black to a place similar to a refugee slum, almost the size of a soccer field. A small village where no buildings had been built. All small one-story dirt houses. Messy and unplanned. With clothes and pants hanging all over the roadside and garbage all over the place. What I found amazing was that the streets of what seemed to be such a poor place had small yellow lights hanging every 10 meters or so it looked very bright. I guess because it was nighttime. I didn't run into anyone. I walked behind him being held by the rope, and kept looking back and around, trying to see which part of our county this place actually belonged to, and also trying to see if there were any other villagers in the room that would help me call the police when they saw I had been arrested. But I was overthinking it all. I couldn't see anything around me except this village. It was pitch black. The lights were also turned off in the small earthen huts, and not a single villager could be seen. After about 3 turns, in the center of the village, the man in black finally stopped. I fixed my eyes on a small iron door a man's width in front of him, with a rusty lock on it like it hadn't been opened in ages. He searched halfway through the bottom of his pocket, pulled out the key, and opened the door. When the door opened, the dust came out face to face, and there was nothing to see inside in the pitch black. I flinched back a bit, only to have the man in black yank the rope straight through and pull me over, then kick me in hard. Get in there. I didn't have any resistance at all, so I could only grit my teeth and write it down. After entering through the small iron door, there was a narrow, dark passageway inside, and I held my breath and stared ahead with all my concentration, fearing that something might appear inside. When it was almost 10 meters away, there was another small door. After I gently pushed open the door, a rotten smell accompanied by the wind blew over, and I hurriedly took 2 steps back, only to be kicked again by the man in black. I fell to the ground as he kicked me and stood up and looked around apprehensively, but the room was too dark to see anything but the putrid smell that persisted. After a while, the man in black looked like he had pressed a switch, and a dim light instantly lit up on the roof of the room, and it was only then that I realized that the place where I was actually a hidden warehouse, which contained various kinds of wine jars of various sizes, several hundred jars. But if it's brewing wine, it should smell like wine. So why would it smell like rot? Before I could think about it, the man in black directly threw his brother on the ground and rushed at me, viciously punching and kicking me, and only when I was half dazed from the beating did he yank me by the collar, dragging me toward the innermost dark red altars. I'm trembling with fear. What is this ghost dealer up to? When he reached the altar, he violently lifted my arm, took the machete and slashed at my wrist, blood gushing out instantly. I wanted to beg for mercy, but I didn't have the strength. I saw that he also uncovered the lid of the wine altar at the same time, and put my hand on the mouth of the altar to drip blood into it, and in a short while, I saw a blood-red human mouth with its tongue sticking out, constantly licking the blood that was dripping down from me. Chapter 109, A Glimmer of Life. I was already in a blurred state of mind, but when I saw this scene, I was instantly energized. The pores of my entire body were opened up, and I stared wide-eyed at what was in the altar. Just see that the mouth slowly stretched out from the altar, like a monster. No eyes, no nose and ears, bloody flesh as if it had just been stripped of its skin, and there was a shocking crack at the back of its head, stitched up with some thick rope, like a human skin string puppet. As my blood was swallowed into its throat in one gulp, I felt like I was going to be sucked dry in minutes. My body trembled so much that I tried to retract my wrist with force, but the big hand of the man in black was like a pair of iron pincers holding me in place. The thread puppet monster in the altar didn't seem to be satisfied with slowly drinking like this. It violently rushed upwards, opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and was about to bite at my wrist. I even saw that its tongue had already touched my wrist, and the icy cold touch made me have a vicious chill. Luckily, the man in black reached out and jerked it over in time, slapping it on the forehead and splattering blood and flesh everywhere, and the thread puppet monster howled low in fear and retracted its neck. The man in black then capped the altar and dropped me to the ground as if I were trash, and no longer caring about me, he walked straight out the small door. I gritted my teeth and trembled as I slowly retreated backward until I was some distance away from the red altar before stopping, leaning against the wall and looking at the blood on my wrist that still hadn't stopped. I hurriedly bit the corner of my own shirt with my teeth and ripped a section of cloth and tied it around my wrist, and the blood quickly permeated the cloth. I forced myself to hold back the fear inside me, looking at my dim and scary surroundings, somewhat wanting to cry. What the hell am I going to do? I am also finally aware of why the man in black wants to take me back. The thing raised in his altar is bloodthirsty, and I was captured by him to feed on. As for why Qin Yong was not taken away, it may be because he can't take 2 people at the same time. Looking at my brother, who was still unresponsive, I struggled to get up and, despite my splitting headache, I gritted my teeth and walked over to him. Almost my entire body was covered in bruises, especially on my wrists, and coupled with the loss of blood, I would fall down and rest for a while with almost every step, and after only 3 or 5 steps, I was already sweating profusely. I think the charm behind my brother's back is the only shackle that controls it. Even if I can't escape this time, I'm going to let my brother go. After all, the shadowy spirits can ignore obstacles. However, I was only halfway there when I heard footsteps coming from outside, and by the sound of them, it was two people. Frightened, I exerted all my strength and crawled backwards, laying down honestly where I had just been, my eyes slightly closed. A short while later, the small door was opened and the man in black was the first to walk in. He first stared at me and saw that I didn't move much before turning his head to look at his brother. Following him was a white-haired old man, dressed in a kung fu outfit, and despite his age, his eyes looked gleaming. It looked like the man in black had found a new buyer. While I was silently praying for them to kill each other, I was also thinking of a way to get out. This warehouse, apart from the uncountable wine jars, didn't even have a window. Trying to escape from here was simply impossible, and the only way out was the one-person wide passageway I came in through. But it's not easy to escape from here, the man in black said, pointing to his brother who was sitting motionless on the floor. Elder Shui, this brat, I got it clean with my own hands last night. Elder Shui nodded slightly and gave his brother a crooked look, then turned to me and asked, and this man is? The man in black grinned. This is a kid I met halfway and just happened to catch to feed my brat. Elder Shui doesn't need to care. If it's inconvenient, I can finish him off right now. Saying that, the man in black directly drew his scimitar from his back and quickly walked towards me. I hurriedly opened my eyes in fear while crawling backwards. The man in black sneered as he grabbed my collar and violently lifted me up, the scimitar pointing at my neck without hesitation. Elder Shui frowned and said as he skimmed his head in disgust, "Come on, don't play that game in front of me. Let's talk about the brat first." As soon as the man in black let go of his hand, I directly fell to the ground, and the fear in my heart was accompanied by a great deal of gratitude for this Shui Lao. The man in black retrieved his scimitar and smiled evilly as he spoke to Elder Shui. Then let's cut the crap. This brat, give it a 10 if you fancy it. Shui Lao huffed, seemingly not wanting to talk nonsense with the man in black at all, and without hesitation, he took out a bank card from his pocket and threw it to the man in black. There's no password. Saying that, he bent down and carried his brother, and the man in black instantly tensed up and stopped Shui Lao, saying, "This bank card, I don't know if it's real or fake. Shui Lao shouldn't fool me." It could be seen that this man in black was very afraid of Old Man Shui, only to see Old Man Shui kicking the man in black and saying with an aggressive voice, "I, Shui Lao, know that everyone in my circle knows what I do. If I wanted to take it for nothing, would I still leave you alive?" The man in black touched his stomach and hurriedly kept apologizing while picking up the bank card on the ground and storing it in his pocket. Shui Lao shouldered his brother and turned to leave, and when he reached the door, he suddenly turned to look at me again. My heart rejoiced. Could it be that this Elder Shui wanted to save me? I looked at Elder Shui with a longing face. As a result, Elder Shui just glared fiercely at the man in black and said, "Do less unethical things in the future and beware of retribution." After saying that, I walked away without ever looking back, only to hear the small metal door slam outside and my eyes close in despair. Now that my brother has also been bought out, even if I could escape, I still don't know where I could find it. Today at noon is when the Imps game starts, and if I don't make it in time, I'll receive the death penalty. But then again, what's the difference between me being here and being dead? The only thing I'm worried about is Su Chunxiao. How is she going to face the imp when she's all alone without me? The more I think about it, the more anxious I get. What should I do? When the man in black saw that Shui Lao had left, he kicked the table and chairs in his own anger, and after he lost his temper, he didn't even count. He came over to me and punched and kicked me again. But it's a good thing that he doesn't kill me now, because I can still help him feed the little ghosts. After taking out his anger on me, he saw me lying motionless on the floor before he turned to leave. I waited until, after the rattling of the small iron door outside, before I dared to take a big breath, while spitting blood out of my mouth. If it were anyone else, they would have been tortured to death by him long ago, and it was me, who was able to survive until now with my own strong recovery ability. My wrists had stopped bleeding, the old wounds on my body had long since stopped hurting, and all that hurt was what he had just hit. I sat up with difficulty and climbed up against the wall again. It made me feel a little safer. Just then, my pants pocket actually vibrated. I covered my mouth in surprise and some disbelief. At the same time, I was cautiously alert for movement in the passage outside the small door, and when I was sure that there were no footsteps, I felt with a trembling hand for my pants pocket. This man in black is so cautious he forgot to take my cell phone. Chapter 110, The Only Chance. I covered my mouth in surprise on the verge of tears. This could be my only saving grace. Being caught in this hole of a hellhole, even if I'm killed, I might end up with no one to collect my body. I was a million times more careful to pull out my cell phone while keeping a wary eye on what was going on outside the small door. My wrist was still bruised and the moment I pulled it out it fell to the ground once again. I was so scared that I hurriedly covered my phone and looked up at the red altar around me. Luckily, these altar-raised little ghosts are not able to come out. My taut nerves are slightly relieved. Covering the light, I quickly opened my cell phone, and it was already 10 in the morning, which meant that there were still 2 hours left for imp game time. And there was also the surprise that Chin Yong wasn't dead. It was Chin Yong who just messaged me and asked me, "Xiang Nan, how are you doing? Do you know which direction you are in? I'll come to your rescue right away." Looking at Chin Yong's message, I said while holding back tears of joy and typing rapidly, "Don't do it yourself. Call the police. Call the police. Call the police." I sent 3 alarms in a row just to remind Chin Yong that the man in black wasn't something Chin Yong could handle alone, and that what happened this time was purely accidental and not in the slightest way connected to the imps game. So calling the police was the safest way to go. Afterward, I hurriedly used WeChat again to share a location of my own to Chin Yong, although the map did not show a specific name. But I believe that as long as there is this approximate location, the police will certainly be able to find me. Without waiting for Chin Yong to reply, I then wrote rapidly, "Don't contact me during this time. I must shut down my phone right away. Help me take care of Su Chunxiao. It's a matter of life and death. Listen to God's will. Good brother." After saying that, I ruthlessly pressed my cell phone off. Watching the screen go black, I was afraid in my heart, but I was still encouraging myself. There is still hope. There must be hope. Gritting my teeth, I put my phone back in my pocket and began to survey the warehouse again. At this point, while the man in black wasn't coming back, I had to give myself a chance, and to defend myself, bare hands wouldn't do. I had to be armed. I stood up with difficulty and walked towards the small door. At this time the passageway behind the small door was still dark. I was not so stupid as to escape directly from here, because since the man in black had gone out, the last iron door must have been locked by him. So, the only way to escape is to wait until he comes in. After taking a good look at the terrain, I began to hold onto the wall and look for things all over the warehouse. But all that was placed in this warehouse was wine barrels except for a table and chairs, and not even a piece of fabric. The man in black was careful to take everything with him on his way out the door. I gulped slowly. The lack of water in my body was so bad that I leaned against the wall with my eyes closed, my mind straining to think of a solution. Thinking about it, I suddenly opened my eyes and slowly made my way to the nearest cask, which had a closed lid, not knowing what it contained. And what I was looking at was the nails on the side of the lid. Looking at the ring of nails that had become somewhat decayed, I plucked at them with my hand, but they were too tight to get out. There were a lot of kegs here, and I began to change positions to look for them, and finally came upon a nail with a missing section on the lid of a keg against the side of a small door. I excitedly rattled away with my hands, and finally, in conjunction with my cell phone while pulling and prying, I was able to remove the nail. Looking at the still rusty nail, I squeezed it tightly in my hand. This is the only weapon I have now, and my only chance to turn the tide. I must find a chance to strike a blow, or it may be me who dies. I took a few deep breaths, then lay back down again where I had just been. After about 10 minutes or so, I heard the small metal door outside slam, and I knew it was the man in black returning. I instantly began to tense up and my body involuntarily began to shake again. I squeezed the nail tightly in my hand. My hand was sweaty. Listening to his footsteps, as the second small door swung open, I saw the man in black carrying a bag of stuff in. He turned his head to look at me, and then sat himself down on the table and began to nibble on a roast duck, eating and drinking beer, licking his fingers every now and then, eating in an ugly way, but still watching me gag. It was mostly the beer, because I was so thirsty from all the blood loss in my body and the constant injuries. After eating for a while, the man in black threw the bone in his hand onto the table and looked back at me. I thought he was going to bring me a bottle of water over, and the truth is I was overthinking it. He took a big swig of beer and then got up and came straight to me. Greasy hands yanked me up as soon as they could, lifted my hand and punched me hard, then slammed me to the ground and kicked me again, and I hurriedly crawled to the ground without moving, pretending to pass out. Sure enough, that's when the man in black stopped, and he dragged me over to the same dark red wine barrel that had begun feeding the brat. One yanked up my uncut wrist and placed it on top of the tonneau lid once more. He then reached for the machete in his back. This is the time. I snapped my eyes open, put all my accumulated strength into my right hand, raised the nail in my hand, aimed it at his eyes, and slapped it hard. It was so fast that he didn't have time to react. There was no time to rest, and the moment the nail slapped into his eye in my hand, I rolled over and drew his scimitar from behind his waist as soon as I could, and aimed it at his neck. I only heard the man in black yell out in pain. He didn't dodge the nail in my hand, but he defended himself against my knife. My machete was 2 fingers away from his neck when he jerked his foot up and kicked me off. I rolled on the ground several times in a row and just felt like my bones were breaking. Quickly stood up. I saw the man in black covering his eyes and constantly howling. He quickly took out my broken sword from his pocket. Miso sound throughout the glazed sword body 2 meters. In the dim room is particularly bright. The man in black grimaced in anger, his face covered in blood, and jumped at me in mere moments. It's all been said before. It's not heroic to hit someone and not run and wait for them to hit you back. How could I give him another chance to counterattack? Right when I was kicked off by him, I prepared myself in my heart, and after falling to the ground, I immediately rolled over and stood up, spread my legs and opened the small door to rush out. 10 meters away in the passage, sunlight was already dispersing through the gap in the small iron door in front of me, and this was my only chance. And the man in black behind me was getting closer and closer to me, and the glare of the broken sword in his hand seemed to be illuminating the dark passage. I couldn't even shed my breath as I rushed forward, only to feel the coolness in my back become more pronounced as the panting of the man in black seemed to have reached my back. I only feel that I am going to be stabbed to death by the man in black in the next second. I can only grit my teeth and make my whole body strength to rush out. Just as I was 2 meters away from the exit, the small iron door in front of me was suddenly kicked open, and I lunged forward, wide-eyed, no longer able to control my body. A man in the doorway, his face unreadable under the sun's reflection, quickly yanked me over with one hand, and at the same time, the glaucous broken sword stabbed past my ear. Chapter 111. The greenish glow of the broken sword pierced just past my ear with a whistling sound of the sword, and the blazing flames scraped my cheeks. It's a good thing that the guy at the door tugged on me, or I would have definitely died under my own broken sword just now. I screamed in fear. My body with inertia was slammed towards the wall. At the same time, the man in black once again lifted his sword to stab at my chest. He was no longer covering his eyes with his hand at this point, and squinting that injured eye was a bloody mess, with the end of the nail I'd slapped in clearly visible. Just as the broken sword was about to stab over, the man in the doorway smoothly leaned forward and lifted his foot and kicked over, only to hear a muffled sound as the man in black fell directly backwards. The series of actions that took place was accomplished in a few blinks of an eye, and the ferocity of it is not something that can be written in words. I was sitting on the floor already frozen in fear. Due to the narrow passageway, the man in the doorway jumped directly over me and rushed straight to the man in black. Looking at his back, I always felt something familiar, but I couldn't name it. After the man in black stood up, he knew that he had met his opponent, plus his eyes were injured, strength was greatly reduced. He could only pinch the broken sword and retreat back. Has been forced back to the warehouse by the incoming people. My heart is happy, but also a little worried, because the man in black is very cunning and venomous. I am afraid that the one who saved me will suffer. So after I gritted my teeth and stood up, I first opened the small iron door and looked around outside. At this time the sun was shining brightly. There was not a single pedestrian on the path outside. I used a stone to put the small iron door against it, so that one is convenient for us to escape, and the other is to let the police who came to save us to be able to find this place in the first place. After doing so, I felt up the machete I had snatched from the man in black from the ground, squeezed it tightly in my hand, and once again headed for the dimly lit warehouse. Just as I opened the second door, I saw that the two of them were already fighting, and the one who had saved me was holding a stick, which I couldn't see what it was due to the dimness of the warehouse. I slowly walked through the small door and leaned against the table, biding my time. The heart secretly resolved that as long as the opportunity arose, I would not hesitate to rush up and end the black-clothed man's life. At this time, only to see the broken sword in the hands of the man in black fiercely chopped at the man, and then quickly lifted up a wine barrel on the ground and threw it over. The man was not afraid at all. Crooked body to avoid the broken sword, the body sideways on the wall a step, a beautiful backflip. Sini dumbfounded. I was afraid that his head would hit the roof, right after the guy dodged the keg and landed on the ground. I finally did get a good look at who he was. I was also dumbfounded and could not have imagined with my toes that the visitor was a mustachioed policeman. Looking at the mustache policeman's body, I am simply fast stunned. The original has always thought that he is a waste of police. I did not expect to be able to fight with the ghost arresting the man in black like this. Simply shocked my eyeballs. And the weapon he held in his hand wasn't anything out of the ordinary, just the baton he carried with him. Surprised as I was, I still moved slowly towards them, and the mustachioed policeman seemed to have guessed my intentions and shouted without looking back, "Stay where you are. You don't need help." After 2 rounds of fighting, the man in black was kicked off by the mustache guy, who stood up and wiped the blood from his face fiercely. "Who are you? I have nothing against you. Why are you bothering me?" The mustache guy wasn't in a hurry to deal with him, and said easily as he pulled the baton in his hand, "I am a police officer and a ghost arrester. It's true that I have no grudge against you, but you broke the law and the rules, and I can't spare you, inside or out." It was then that I realized that the mustachioed policeman was also a ghost arrester. "So it's true that you can't tell the difference between a man and a woman. The man in black sneered and twisted his neck viciously. Is it a cop or a ghost catcher? Very well. Since I can't hide today, I won't keep my hands off. Then, without waiting for us to react, we only saw the man in black instantly jump onto the large dark red wine altar, and as soon as he uncovered the lid, we only saw the thread puppet monster inside, once again showing its teeth and sticking out its head. The mustachioed policeman shouted with a slight surprise. I can't believe you raised evil spirit brats. I heard clearly from the side. This monster that ate my blood turned out to be called the evil spirit kid. No wonder it looked so disgusting. The man in black didn't reply. A greedy sneer appeared on his yellow-faced face as he pointed at us and said in a deep voice, Go up and eat them. Bite them and drink all their blood. As soon as the words fell, the evil spirit brat in the wine altar instantly rushed out, dragging its own bloody body as if it had been chopped off from the waist, with no legs, but two claws that looked exceptionally sharp, like two scissors. Evil spirit brat took the brunt of the flight to the mustache policeman. The blood and water on its body scattered all over the place. Two scissor hands are straight to the mustache policeman to grab. The mustache policeman quickly turned around to dodge, and then lifted up the baton in his hand to draw. As a result, the evil spirit brat just bluffed and fooled the mustachioed policeman before quickly charging at me again, and I was so scared that I hastily backed away, slipping and falling instantly. At the same time, the evil spirit brat had already rushed to me. I clearly smelled the bloody stench of its body. Its claws rushed straight to my face. I wanted to use my hands to block, but it was locked in a death grip. I saw its mouth full of sharp teeth about to bite at me, and I didn't know whether it was blood or saliva in its mouth, which flowed all over my face. At this time, only heard miso a sound, only to see its forehead suddenly appeared a truncheon. It is the mustache police behind it. From the back of the head of the evil spirit ghost to stab a pair through. Before I could react, the mustachioed policeman threw a copper coin from his pocket on the ground and said quickly, Feed it to it. At the same time, the men in black behind the mustachioed policeman came at him again. I was lying on the ground with a face full of blood and water, and in front of me there was still a pestle in front of the evil spirit brat that had stopped moving, and the blood on its face kept dripping onto my face. I broke free of its claws and picked up the copper coin from the ground. I don't know much about history, so I couldn't tell how old the coin was, except that it was a dull yellow color with 4 traditional characters written on it. Afterwards, I didn't care and directly fed the copper coins into the mouth of the evil spirit brat. Just after I put it in its mouth, I saw that the evil spirit brat's body began to frantically emit black smoke, and its body trembled unceasingly. I was afraid that it would move again, so I gritted my teeth and rolled up and pressed it to the ground, using the machete in my hand against the copper coin. I didn't stand up until it shook harder and harder and finally its body began to thicken into water. After a long exhale, I wiped my face and looked toward the man in black again. At this time, the man in black had long been out of the fight, and the broken sword had been kicked aside by the mustachioed policeman, who was frantically thrashing him with his baton. I squeezed the machete and slowly made my way to the man in black, who looked unconscious anyway, and I aimed a vicious cut at his neck. Chapter 112, Escape. My blow came so suddenly that even the mustachioed policeman didn't react to it. He looked at me with a stunned face, and then at the already dead man in black. The blood in the veins of the man in black's neck sprayed me in the face, and I stared at him through clenched teeth so hard that I felt he was too dead to die. The mustachioed cop, obviously having a hard time accepting me now, whispered, Xiang Nan, when did you become so? My hand was still shaking with the knife, and after calming down a little, I wiped my face and said, Vicious? This man sold my brother and tortured me for so long. If you hadn't come, I'd be dead through and through. The mustachioed cop sighed and patted me on the shoulder. This man is indeed guilty of a crime, and it's not a shame that he's dead. It's just not very nice for you, a high school student, to actively kill someone. I closed my eyes and swallowed. I didn't know how to explain to the mustache policeman. Anyway, the hatred in my heart had reached the top. Although I was afraid, I felt that if this person was not removed, it would definitely become my lifelong shadow. I leaned against the wall and took a few more breaths before addressing the mustachioed cop. By the way, how did you know about this place? The mustachioed cop smiled slightly and picked up his cell phone to talk to me. Your classmate Qin Yong. This is the second time he's asked me for help. It seems like he's prompt every time. But it's you, Xiang Nan. It seems like you've never put me in your heart. Do you think I'm a waste of space? Ha ha ha. The mustache policeman's words made me blush a little. Indeed, I have always despised these policemen in my heart before, without any effect, especially the death of Li Wan before, which is still fresh in my mind. But the last time Wan Yu killed me that night, it was thanks to the mustache policeman who arrived in time. Otherwise I might have died too. With this one in a row, I kind of owe the mustachioed cop 2 lives. I never dreamed that the mustachioed policeman would be so good with his hands, and even more so, I never thought that his other identity would be that of a ghost arrester. I shook my head with some embarrassment and said sincerely to the mustachioed policeman, "I'm sorry, I misunderstood you before. I really didn't think you were a ghost catcher." The mustachioed policeman laughed and helped me to walk out, saying with a somewhat dark expression as he did so, "There's really no misunderstanding. I wasn't much use in the first place, as I told you before. I have been on police duty on your school side for 7 years. The fire case that happened in the school 7 years ago. Until now I have not been able to find out any trace. Now it is your class turn. I feel more and more that I can't do anything about it. In these 7 years I seem to find out your pattern, but I can't catch and touch it. I can only help you as much as possible with my feelings." The mustachioed policeman continued after a pause. "That thing is much more powerful than I thought, and in order to protect you all, and myself, I have to pretend I don't know anything about it. Can you understand that?" I nodded, touched. "The thing," the mustache policeman said, "is referring to the imp. So many years he must have found out something, also must have investigated a lot for the sake of the imp. Just that the imp said that any outsiders can't know about this matter, so he can only pretend not to know, so as to be able to protect each other. The last time Li Wan died, in fact, he could not help it. Li Wan told the truth. He could only pretend not to know. At the end of the day, I feel like I'm no longer alone as long as someone is willing to help." After walking out of the passageway with the mustachioed cop, I pointed to the warehouse behind me and said, "There aren't still evil little ghosts in the kegs in here, are there?" The mustachioed cop sighed and shook his head. "No, he won't. He's not that big. Keeping one is enough for him. When we get out, I'll call my colleagues to deal with the village." After saying that, we walked out from the small iron door. The sun was shining outside. The sunlight pierced my eyes. It felt as if I hadn't seen the sun for a long time. Looking down at my battered and bruised form, I shook my head and smiled. Another desperate attempt at survival. The mustached policeman led me all the way. It was daytime and the village didn't look as spooky as it did at night. The strange thing is, why do I never see the villagers? What a thought. We just turned 2 corners. We saw a large group of plainly dressed villagers blocking the intersection in front of us. They were holding all kinds of weapons in their hands. Hoes, shovels, kitchen knives, wooden sticks, all kinds of things. All of them were staring at us with angry faces. It looks like it's going to be against us. The mustachioed cop and I stopped almost simultaneously and slowly backed away. I asked in a somewhat puzzled whisper, "These villagers, why are they beating us?" The mustache guy also seemed a little nervous and replied in a small voice, "This village looks like it is isolated from the world. Never entered outsiders. The black-robed candidate you just killed made his home here. It is convenient for him to capture the villagers to feed their blood to raise the evil spirit brats. We suddenly broke in. The villagers will surely make us the enemy." I nodded in realization. No wonder I'd never seen this place before. And the man in black had returned in the wee hours of the morning while everyone else was asleep. Without waiting for the villagers to react, the mustache suddenly turned around violently, yanked my arm and started running wildly. I could only hear the villagers behind me yelling, and I couldn't understand what kind of bird language they were speaking. But they were catching up anyway. No matter how powerful the mustached policeman was, he couldn't stand up to a village. So running away was the best option. I was already badly injured, and with my body being so dehydrated, I was a bit overwhelmed within a few steps. Luckily, the mustachioed cop's car was nearby and we practically jumped in. The car just started. I heard a clanging behind the car. I looked back. It was the villagers threw the hand of the guy over. Fortunately the car has been running, or just escaped from the hands of the man in black, and was innocently beaten to death by the villagers. It would be too tragic. When I got in the car, I took a long, deep breath and grabbed a bottle of mineral water from the car and drank it. After resting a bit, I finally regained some energy. Opening the window of the car, the cool breeze instantly blew on my face so uncomfortable. I closed my eyes and felt like I was reborn. I suddenly spoke to the mustachioed policeman for no apparent reason. "Can you teach me to practice my psychic powers?" After I said that, I felt something was wrong. After all, the mustached policeman and I were not familiar at all. I didn't even know what his name was, so what right did he have to teach me? Unexpectedly, the mustachioed policeman curved his mouth and replied without hesitation, "Yes." This left me a little unexpectedly overwhelmed, and I didn't even know what to say, so I could only awkwardly pull out my cell phone. Before I could turn it on, another serious problem suddenly occurred to me. Looking at the gradually rising sun, I hurriedly asked, "What time is it?" The mustachioed cop glanced at his watch and said casually, 11:40. Chapter 113 Warning. Listening to the mustache policeman to give me the time report, I instantly anxious or about to jump out of the car. I quickly poked his head out to check the surrounding places. Good thing has been driven out of the main road town. The imp's game was set to take place at 12 noon, which meant that there were still the last 20 minutes left. I asked Mustache nervously. Can you make it to the Starlight Mansion by 12 o'clock? The mustache guy could already tell I was in a hurry and asked with a frown while starting to pick up speed. What are you doing at the Starlight Mansion? I bristled. It was definitely something I couldn't say, but my helpless expression told him the answer. He nodded at the look in my eyes, then swept a glance over me and said, Aren't you afraid of scaring people when you go to Starlight Mansion covered in blood? I looked down at myself. My shirt and pants were covered in blood and sewage, most of which had dried, including my wrists and ankles, and the wounds on my face looked as if I had just returned from a battle. But time is limited. This is not the time to pay attention to image. Who cares if it's scary or not? Let's go to the Starlight Mansion first, and I'm sure the imp's game is more scary than mine. I anxiously stared at the time on my cell phone while sending a text message to both Qin Yong and Su Chunxiao. I'm safe. Wait for me to come over to the south. After sending the message, I began to close my eyes and recuperate. After all, I'm going to participate in the imp's game in a while, and my tired body surely can't do it. It's good to replenish a little bit of energy. The mustached policeman was an old driver. The car drove fast, like racing with others, and he was especially good enough to pull the siren directly in order not to be blocked by the passers-by. And instantly it was a smooth ride. Seeing that 10 minutes had passed, there were still the last 10 minutes left. At that moment, my cell phone rang and I opened it to see that it was a message from the imp in the group. There are still the last 10 minutes left. Everyone remember to be on time, or all will be punished by death. Looking at the imp's message, I felt more and more nervous, wishing the car would fly. That's when someone in the group started talking. We arrived on the 14th floor of the Starlight Mansion a long time ago. That's right, we're all here. No, it seems like Xiang Nan hasn't come yet. Xiang Nan, you didn't have an accident and couldn't come, did you? 8 minutes to go. Can you make it? If you can't, don't come. Ha ha ha. I also held back my temper. Getting angry with them now was undoubtedly a waste of my energy. I just wished the car would go faster. I asked the mustachioed cop a question now and then. How much longer? The mustache policeman just frowned and drove, not caring about me at all. Seeing that we had already arrived at the county town, I was slightly relieved, because it was close to the Starlight Mansion. But driving, mustache suddenly a sharp braking. I was looking at the phone. Head is instantly hit the car glass. I covered my head and hurriedly looked up, only to see the front crowded with people and cars arguing over what appeared to be a car accident. The mustachioed cop opened the door and looked forward, then said to me, Run through it, the car won't go. It's blocked up ahead. I nodded my head and got out of the car without hesitation, and just a few steps away, the mustache suddenly called out to me. I looked back anxiously, only to see the mustache throw me a knife, the curved blade from the black man's body, and he nodded at me with a smile. Be careful. Thanks. There was no time to delay any longer, so I thanked him and rushed towards the Starlight Mansion. It's Saturday. The streets are especially crowded. I weave in and out of the crowds, bumping into pedestrians every now and then, but there's nothing I can do about it, so I'll just have to let them yell at me a few times for good measure. Luckily, my blood-covered look saved me a lot of effort, and many passers-by stepped back to the side in shock when they saw me, with that look in their eyes that they thought they had met a murderer. Looking at the time, there were almost the last 3 minutes left, and the Starlight Mansion was just ahead. There was no time to rest, so I took a big breath, pressed my heart, which was about to burst, and gritted my teeth as I ran inside. Finally, I was inside the building, and the cool, air-conditioned chill sobered me up a lot. I gulped and looked up at the location of the 14th floor platform before hoofing it toward the elevator. The elevator was crowded, and even though I was covered in blood, I couldn't stop the lazy people, most of whom gave me a disgusted look, and after seeing that I was in no danger, they pushed their way inside. Seeing more and more people crowded, but the elevator has not risen. I was anxious and sweating. At this time, a fat man rushed straight into the elevator. The overweight alarm sounded instantly, and he still lowered his head and pressed his phone unresponsively. Asterisk 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 Nima, get out. I couldn't stand it any longer and just kicked him out while hitting close. With the elevator a little bit up, the middle of the non-stop people in the next elevator, I was anxious to hold my head straight, well to the 10th floor and then never stopped, is a steady up to the 14th floor. I looked at the clock and there were about the last 30 seconds left. As soon as I got out of the elevator, I made a mad dash for the platform on the 14th floor, which, despite being on the 14th floor, was extensive and the platform was in the very center of the floor. Well, far from it. With almost the last few seconds left, I was finally running to the edge of the platform. Before I could catch my breath, I saw Lu Jing with 3 to 5 boys, surrounding Su Chunxiao and Qin Yong. They were completely oblivious when I ran over. Only Lu Jing could be heard saying in a self-proud tone, Su Chunxiao, as long as you're willing to take off your clothes in front of everyone, I'll guarantee that the game won't come after you and Qin Yong this time. Qin Yong angrily blocked in front of Su Chunxiao and said, Lu Jing, you'd better take your people and get the hell away. Don't think that I'm scared because there are more of you with me here today. You don't want to touch Su Chunxiao. Su Chunxiao lowered her head, her eyes filled with aggrieved tears. Not daring to speak, Lu Jing rolled her eyes at Qin Yong and said in a conspiratorial manner, You are just a dog of Xiangnan. Xiangnan is dying. Why do you need to be so protective of your master? Besides, I am just crowded, so what? I'll see how many you can fight alone. I, Lu Jing, just want to bully Su Chunxiao today. What's wrong with that? I couldn't hold back any longer, gritting my teeth and darting over, letting out an exclamation of surprise. Only then did Lu Jing's group of people turn to look at me. It was too late for them to be surprised. I directly slapped Lu Jing in the face while lifting my foot and kicking her away. At the same time, I moved towards Su Chunxiao's front and pulled her hand, and with my other hand, I drew the black-clothed man's scimitar from my back, pointing at the boys who were about to rush over and said fiercely, Listen to me. From now on, if any of you dare to touch a hair on Su Chunxiao's head, I will remove one of your arms even if I die. If you don't believe me, come and try. Chapter 114, 4 rounds of play. Those boys saw that I was bruised and covered in blood, coupled with the brightly shining machete in my hand, the whole look of a murderer. Instantly scared, a little afraid to move forward. Lu Jing from the ground after being helped up, cover the face on the angry squeeze away from the front two boys, was ready to scold me. The results of a see me now this appearance. Also the same goat, mouth open, words to the edge of the mouth and hard to swallow back. Finally glared at me fiercely. Hump sound turned away. Those boys who support her also just found a step down, pretending to look at me fiercely after two eyes, hurriedly followed Lu Jing's back and ran away. In fact, anyone who is a little more attentive should be able to see that my legs and hands holding the knife are trembling, which is not a sign of fear, but of physical exhaustion. Last night has been tortured and beaten by the men in black, but also by bloodletting, would have been to the limit of the body, but the result is that I have to run wildly to escape from the villagers, and today at noon and hoofed it to the Starlight Mansion. If it is not for my ability to recover, may have died suddenly. Watching Lu Jing and the others leave, I immediately couldn't hold on any longer and my feet were about to fall to my knees. Qin Yong came forward and hurriedly picked me up, whispering to me, Brothers, this gang is watching you. Let us go to the side to rest. I let out a deep breath and swept back to the students who were watching. Sure enough, they were all staring at me. If I fell down now, then the build-up that I had just done to Lu Jing's gang would be for nothing. Thanks to Qin Yong is still calm, assisted me to immediately turn around. Back to the classmates slowly walked toward the side bench. Su Chunxiao looked at me covered in bruises and didn't dare to touch me at all, and looked at me with heartache and whispered, To the south. What happened to you last night? Looking at Su Chunxiao anxious for me. I also feel guilty. Obviously Qin Yong did not tell Su Chunxiao what happened yesterday, which is exactly what I want. There are some things that we men go to do just fine. It is best for women not to know. I barely managed to squeeze out a smile and tried to touch Su Chunxiao's head, only to shrink back when I saw the blood on my own hand. As a result, Su Chunxiao held my hand and her heartbroken eyes instantly reddened. I gulped and whispered, Xiao Xiao, I'll tell you later. I'm thirsty now. Go buy me a bottle of water to drink. Su Chunxiao will always have faith in my words, and after she nodded her head obediently, she immediately ran towards the convenience store. Looking at the gauze wrapped around Qin Yong's head, I took this opportunity to ask Qin Yong, what was wrong with you that night? Qin Yong frowned and said after some thought, Last night I saw you went to the woods. I thought of flanking from the side. The result just went in not 2 steps. Met that man in black. His speed is too fast. I can't hide. Just one move. I was knocked out. When I woke up again, my head was also smashed. Good, not fatal. And then found that you and that man in black are gone. I looked at the blood on the ground. I guessed that you might be he captured. So I sent a message to you and looked for the mustache policeman. I had wanted to follow along to save you, but was firmly denied by him, saying that it was not safe. I nodded inside as I leaned back in my chair. In fact, Qin Yong was making light of the situation. He didn't realize that last night he was almost smashed to death. As long as it's okay, it's good. At this time, Su Chunxiao also ran back and bought 3 bottles of water, and we each took one. After I drank some water, I recovered a lot of strength, and I looked at the time a little strangely and asked, What's going on today? It's 10 minutes past 12. Why don't the imps start the game? Su Chunxiao and Qin Yong shook their heads at the same time to indicate that they didn't know, and I noticed that the class, too, had begun to stir up a bit, but they all didn't dare to ask in the group for fear of being targeted by the little devil. That's when the imp finally did send a message. Have you rested yet, Xiang Nansan? Hearing this, all the students in the class looked toward me. Damn, This little devil is obviously targeting me. From the beginning of the game to now, every time, it stares at my every move. And now that I've been seriously injured this time, it must know about it as well. The game is delayed for 10 minutes also to let me regain stamina. Really enough? Who the hell wants you to specialize? I said in the group without mercy. What a lot of crap. The moment this was said, the group of students in the class looked at me in surprise. After all, in their minds, the imp was now the master. Right, and the game up to this point, perhaps I was the only one who still dared to talk to it like that. The imp didn't seem to be angry at all, and first sent a smiling emoji, then said, well then, the game is now officially on. For this game, we'll complete it in 4 sessions with 4 students each. During the game, no one else can help the one who is playing the game or they will be punished together. During the game, you must listen to my instructions, and the one conducting the game is not allowed to talk the entire time, or else you will be directly punished with death. Students who fail to complete the game according to my instructions will be punished directly by death. I stared at the rules of the imp's game this time. In fact, there was no difference from before. The most important thing was 2 points, you must complete the game, and other people can't participate. Other than that, I couldn't see any loopholes. The only thing that puzzles me a bit is that this time it's in 4 separate games, which is something I've never encountered before. There was no use thinking too much about it, or waiting for the imp to speak. The imp seemed to be waiting for us, digesting the rules of the game it had sent before saying 2 minutes later. So the game begins. Students grab the red envelopes first. The King of Luck is the participant of the first round of the game. When he finished, he sent a $400 red envelope to the group. Now the class has very few people, almost 30 or so the red envelopes are grabbed very quickly, and the students will not be like before, in the group chirping non-stop, because there is no use at all. The sooner or later will come. As the first person grabbed the red packet, those behind them proceeded to grab it instantly. The first time I clicked on the red envelope ranking, I was also relieved that the King of Luck was a lapdog boy next to Lu Jing. Sure, June. Maybe it was because everyone, who still didn't know what the game was about, seemed to have a relaxed expression. So did I. The nervousness I felt before was temporarily gone from my mind. I turned my head and glanced down from the 14th floor, where the fear of heights must have made my legs weak, and there were many passers-by on each floor, including the platform on our floor, where pedestrians were uninterrupted. It's not clear how exactly the imp is going to play the game. After Jun was selected as the King of Luck, he pretended to smile easily, and Lu Jing beside him immediately put her arm around him and said, "Go Junior." Seeing Lu Jing with a petulant smile on her face, the few other dog boys around her instantly revealed a jealous look. Chapter 115 Morality and Survival. Seeing Lu Jing, she only felt a wave of nausea, and at the same time just happened to run into Wang Qingqing with her eyes, who was particularly low-key today, and in fact seemed to have been pretending to be low-key all along. Seeing me look over, she quickly turned her head with a red face. What happened at her house that day? I won't mention it to anyone. It's kind of the only respect I have for her as a girl, but it doesn't mean I'll forgive her. That's when the imp said in the group, the first round of the game will be completed by the Stone Army. The game, 1 minute time limit to run to the trash can by the elevator on the 13th floor. Game on. Hearing the content of this game, Jun instantly came to self-confidence, but also boldly hit Lu Jing with his arm. See, Lu Jing did not get angry, smiled like 2.5 million, said, "Wait for me, be right back." After saying that, he pulled out his legs and ran downstairs. The group instantly exploded in disbelief. Is that all? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why are all the games we play so difficult? But this kid Jun's game is so easy. This game is something that any individual can complete, right? Imp, I hope you'll be fair and assign us such a simple game too later. Looking at the information in the group, I was originally surprised that the imp's game would suddenly become so easy, but as I recalled the content of the previous game, I felt that this was simply impossible. There was no way that it would make it so easy for us. The imp must be laying a trap again. As I thought about it, I became alert and stood up and leaned over the railing to look downstairs. Even though the mall was huge, getting down the stairs in a minute couldn't have been easier for high schoolers in their prime. Soon, Jun's figure had appeared on the 13th floor, and the elevator entrance was diagonally below us, so we could see clearly, and we could even hear the passers-by on the 13th floor when they spoke. Jun had completed his task in less than a minute, and he waved at Lu Jing with a smug face. That's when the imp's message went out in the group. Mr. Jun did a great job. Sure enough, the imp didn't say the game was over, which meant there was more to come. Jun looked at the imp's message, and his smile froze on his face, staring at his phone and not daring to move. At this time, the imp's message was sent out again. See that old man who's walking around collecting garbage? No one in the group dared to respond to the imp. Only Jun weakly replied, see, the imp continued. Get up there and put him down and kick him 3 times in the head. Seeing this, I was instantly filled with rage. Before it was against my classmates. Now even passers-by have become props for the imp. Sure enough, I saw not far away from a hobbling old grandfather walked over. He bent over carrying a large bag of garbage, tired and sweaty, wearing a dirty overalls, feel like falling down at any time. Although separated by a floor, I can still see his face full of wrinkles of the years. Even if Jun was bad, he was still just a student, and as he looked at the old grandfather who was walking towards him, it was inevitable that he hesitated a little. The old grandpa smiled at Jun, who froze in place, and then flipped open the trash can and began to pack up the garbage. At this time, from behind him ran a tiger-headed little boy, smilingly embraced the old grandfather's legs, holding up the toy in his hands naively shouted, "Grandpa, look at the new toy I picked up." The old grandfather kindly touched the little boy's head. Looking at this situation, I really didn't know what the imp really meant, and was about to type and question it when the imp suddenly said in the group, 1 minute time limit, failure to complete the game, penalty death on the spot. Jun held his cell phone and hesitantly walked around in place. Time passed by, and Jun never refused to make a move. The imp reminded in the group, the last 10 seconds, 9, 8, 7, watching the imp counting down. Jun finally couldn't help himself and pinched his cell phone and rushed towards the old grandpa. From behind, he locked his neck in a chokehold and let go in a smooth motion. The old grandpa, already weak, fell to the ground and could not get up again, staring at Jun with a face full of terror. The little boy was so scared that he hurriedly jumped on his old grandfather and cried out, "Why did you hit my grandfather?" Jun stared at the phone, and then looked at the old grandfather, and when he saw the imp's countdown counting down to 1, he clenched his fists tightly, and with one closed eye, he lifted his foot and kicked the old grandfather in the head, 3 times in a row. The 3 kicks weren't very heavy, but after all, they were kicks to the old grandpa's head, and there were passers-by passing by next to the stone army all the time. "Why did you hit old grandpa, young man? Nowadays the lads are really unqualified and the old people are hitting. Chow, you're just bullying the old man's skills. Come fight me if you can." A lot of people next to them took out their cell phones and filmed the scene, and a few adults with a strong sense of justice instantly rushed towards Jun. As soon as he pressed down Jun, he began to beat on him angrily, and the harder he beat, the more the little boy next to him cried. As soon as the word spreads, and what was originally just 2 or 3 people beating up the stone army turns out to be dozens of people, and the scene is extremely ferocious. Jun didn't have any room to fight back at all, and was beaten by the group on the ground, shrunken and covered in blood, and didn't know whether he was alive or dead. I watched the whole thing almost with my mouth covered, in the face of the imp's shadow. Perhaps the Jun can only do so much, with a moral conscience on one side and his own life on the other. The imp is trying to make us choose for ourselves. I finally realized what the imp was up to in this game. It's still the same word. Its heart is in the right place, with Jun being carried away and a large puddle of blood dragging away on the ground. It was then that the imp said to the group, "Congratulations to the stone army for completing the game. Let's start the second game. It's the same as before." Everyone grabbed the red packet first. Then the imp sent a 400 red packet to the group. Looking at Su Chuanxiao's scared expression, I patted her back and wrapped my arms around her and whispered comfortingly, "It's okay." The class no longer felt the same sense of relief as before, and they all looked grave as they found a place to sit down. People didn't dare not to grab the red envelopes, and in just a few seconds, the red envelopes were once again snatched up. I clicked on the leaderboards and breathed a sigh of relief once again. Today seemed to be a lucky day. The king of luck was a girl named Zhou Tingting this time. Zhou Tingting had originally played well with Xia Lu, and was also quite a literary girl. As the imp's game went on, she had no choice but to follow the 2 boys and mix with them for safety. I watched her reach for her cell phone and closed my eyes helplessly when I saw that I was the king of luck. Today's kings of luck seem to be people who have never been in a game alone before, so if it's as I suspect, then the 3 of us are considered safe today. Zhou Tingting's side of the 2 boys began to comfort her, but she simply did not take care of. In fact, I have long known that this type of girl, especially realistic, if not forced to helpless, simply will not take the initiative and 2 boys hooked up with, and now he was selected for the game. Her side of the 2 boys naturally useless. The imp said in the group at this time, "Congratulations to Tina Zhou for becoming the king of luck. This round of the game, it's up to Zhou Tingting. The game, a 1-minute time limit to run to the front of the Uniqlo store on the 13th floor. Game on." Chapter 116, Money Grabbing. Coming to this trick again. Zhou Tingting almost ran towards the stairs with despair on her face. What just happened to Jun? Everyone witnessed it with their own eyes. No one would think that this was an easy game anymore. All of us leaned over the railing and watched Tina Chow, who looked nervous as she ran to her destination and immediately grabbed her cell phone. The imp didn't dilly-dally and said in the group, "Very good. See the pregnant woman sitting in front of Uniqlo?" The imp's words were looking at me like I was clenching my fists, and some of the slightly more conscientious ones in the class turned back, not wanting to look at it again. Zhou Tingting turned to look at the pregnant woman. The pregnant woman smiled and leaned back in her chair, looking at her stomach. It was estimated to be at least 7 months. She was gently stroking her stomach with her hand, with headphones, and seemed to be whispering to her child. Zhou Tingting didn't reply to the imp at all. Looking at the pregnant woman, she instantly closed her eyes and lowered her head. The imp didn't seem to care about Zhou Tingting's answer and said directly in the group, "Please walk over and kick the pregnant woman in the stomach." 4 kicks. Ms. Zhou Tingting. I just felt my scalp tingling. I was made uncomfortable by the imp. The targets it chose were all the old, the weak and the sick. How could this pregnant woman's stomach not be able to withstand 4 feet? There was a new life inside. I wanted to type in the group to persuade the imp, but thought about it and held back. After all, I can't even take care of myself still in the game, so what qualifications do I have to help others to persuade them? Maybe the next king of luck will be me. Everyone was fully focused on Zhou Tingting. The pregnant woman was just 10 meters away from her. She wouldn't really go over and kick it, would she? At this time, I noticed that Zhou Tingting lowered her head, clenched her small fists, and her body began to tremble. She suddenly picked up her cell phone and shouted into it, "I can't do it. I can't do it. Why was I chosen? I don't want to play this game anymore. I want to go home. Please leave me alone. I want to go home." With that said, Zhou Tingting knelt down, holding her head full of fear and crying. This action attracted the attention of many passers-by. Even the pregnant woman beside her saw her. The pregnant woman held her back, slowly stood up, walked over to Zhou Tingting's side, pulled up her arm and asked gently, "What's wrong with you, little girl?" Zhou Tingting looked up to see pulling her was pregnant, shook her head and closed her eyes, was crying even more. That's when the imp started counting down again. 10, 9, 3, 2, until the imp counted to 1. Zhou Tingting was not able to stand up after all and kept crying and shaking her head. I was starting to appreciate this Zhou Tingting a little at this point. How hard it was to hold on to your inner goodness after the game had gone on for so long. Of course, the imp certainly didn't think so, and after it counted 1, it said directly to the group, "Tina Zhou failed to complete the game. Penalty death fall. Death drop?" Before I had time to think about it, I only saw Zhou Tingting suddenly stand up with an expressionless face, and as soon as she broke away from the pregnant woman's hand, she quickly rushed toward the railing. This is the 13th floor, only to see that Zhou Tingting looked like she had been struck by an evil spirit, and without fear, she tumbled and jumped from the 13th floor, so high up. I watched her body plummet and she still had tears on her face, only heard bang a muffled sound. Downstairs came a burst of screams. Her entire body fell in the center of the first floor hall. Body twisted. Blood instantly gushed out a large area. I just feel like my head is starting to spin. This scene is really making it hard. Many of the students in the class should have been like me, and they have been shouting out to the group, "Imp, please, will you stop pushing us? Your targets are all old and sick. Who could lay hands on them? The stone soldiers who could lay their hands on them have already been killed. Can you stop us from attacking these people? Instead of pushing us to death like this, why don't you give us closure and play the game?" Unexpectedly, the words of these classmates really worked on the imp. The imp sent a smiling emoji to the group and then said, "Good, then listen to you guys and don't let you attack anyone else." The students in the group said excitedly, "Really? Imp, you keep your word. Don't get some other anything else as long as we don't deal with the old and the sick." Even though the imp said that, I still didn't believe it would be so kind, and the danger was definitely still there. The imp stopped talking and sent a red envelope straight out. After everyone had grabbed them one by one, I clicked on them to see that the king of luck was Li Wuming. Li Yuming is one of the boys just beside Zhou Tingting. Looks very clean, dresses very trendy, usually also draws eyeliner, has a kind of Korean fresh meat feeling. Even when he snags the king of luck, he still has to be cool and lick his lips. People didn't even care to see him play it cool. They were all staring at their phones waiting for the imp. The third game will be completed by the king of luck, Li Yuming. Please, Li Yuming, give your cell phone and wallet on your person to a classmate for safekeeping for 1 minute. Game on. What's the game here? I took 2 steps forward and saw Li Yuming dancing mechanically while taking out the cell phone and wallet on his body. And I have to say that this move of his really attracted the girl's favor, especially Lu Jing, who kept throwing winks at her. Maybe it's because the imp said there's no need to attack anyone else. Or maybe it's because of Li Wuming's own personality. But anyway, I see that he's quite relaxed. I don't envy that at all. Though, because people like that tend to die horribly. Watching Li Wuming finish taking the things on his body, the imp then said, "Very good. The game, a 2-minute time limit to get 2,000 yuan from the supermarket. Game on. Isn't this a ing robbery?" I looked at the imp's message speechlessly. Li Yuming also froze. I guess the heart is also wondering. This does not need to attack others again. Now changed to rob the supermarket? Although there are only cashiers and waitresses in the supermarket, it is not impossible to rob the money. But such a big shopping mall is surrounded by people. Where to hide after the robbery? Li Yuming loves to follow the stars. This kind of boy is the most important face. Let him handsome a fresh meat to rob the money. Undoubtedly gave him a big problem. He shouted at the group. How about another one? I can't do this kind of robbery. The imp didn't even talk to him and replied directly. 1 minute and 30 seconds left. Failure to complete the mission. Penalty for falling from a height. The loss of time is the biggest threat to those involved in the game, which I have experienced firsthand, only to see Li Yuming standing in place for a few seconds to think about it, and finally rushed over to the supermarket not far away. Chapter 117, Innocence. The fact that there were 2 accidents in the mall in a row was enough to cause a mass commotion, knocking back the crowd like a pack of dynamite, as many passers-by began to push their way to the mall doors. I saw 2 corpses already laid out in the hall on the first floor. One was definitely Zhou Tingting, who had just jumped from the 13th floor, and the other was undoubtedly Shi Jun, who had been determined to be dead beyond resuscitation. Their 2 corpses were placed in the center of the hall. The police pulled a cordon, and the crowd of onlookers was so large that the doors were so crowded that some passers-by had to squeeze their heads in if they wanted to get out. Looking at the doorway, I started to panic a bit in my heart, because the imp's game this time had said that there were 4 rounds, and we had only completed 2 rounds, leaving aside Li Yuming who was in the middle of it. There was still the last round of the game left to be completed, but now that the downstairs had already started to be in a commotion, I was sure that very soon, the police would be onto our group of students who were on the penthouse floor with their cell phones. I also don't know if being found by the police is a good thing, or a bad thing. Just as I was thinking ahead, Su Chunxiao said in surprise, "Oh my god, Li Wuming really went into the supermarket." I hurriedly walked forward a few steps, lying on the railing to see, only to see Li Yuming a person, imposing to the supermarket inside. He was not vain. Directly from the doorway to pick up a billboard pole, go in and point to the cashier shouted, "Bring out $2,000. Quick." In fact, he had the right idea. This kind of thing could not lose its momentum in the first place, and by scaring others first, things would go smoother instead. There were many other passers-by in the supermarket who were shopping, and when they saw Li Yuming's behavior, they all stopped and stared at him. After all, Li Yuming was still a student, not a big burly man, and he was holding a pole, not a gun, so people didn't seem to be afraid of him at all. The little girl at the cash register was a bit confused by Li Yuming's yelling and froze in place, looking at the shopping passers-by every now and then. At this time, I saw several strong men began to slowly put down the things in their hands, groping and preparing to come toward Li Yuming. Li Yuming is not stupid. He also saw clearly what happened to Shi Jun, being rushed up and beaten by these crowds. He would be half mutilated even if he was not killed. So he decisively jumped into the cash register, yanked the little cashier girl over hard, and locked her in a chokehold while holding a pole to the girl's neck and shouting at the crowd, "All of you back the up. One more step towards me and I'll kill her immediately." Although Li Yuming roared loudly, but I could hear that his voice was trembling, and now his heart was 10,000 times more nervous. After all, he was robbing. The little girl then cried out in fear, tears falling down her face. Seeing that the roar had retreated from the crowd, Li Yuming hurriedly rushed at the little girl. "Come on out with the $2,000 and I won't hurt you. Don't worry." The little girl, trembling with fear, bent over and took out a wad of money from the drawer, handing it to Li Yuming without even counting it. When Li Yuming saw the money in hand, he instantly leaked out a smile of joy, holding the little girl hostage as he slowly exited the supermarket and walked to the door before releasing the little girl and pulling himself up by his bootstraps. I didn't realize that the crowd in the supermarket wasn't coming after him, but instead I could see that downstairs, some police officers were starting to notice us, and kept looking up at us while talking on their walkie-talkies. This game of Li Wuming's, although it looks difficult, but the good thing is that he successfully completed it. Do not have to die in vain. Then $2,000. I think human life is still more important. Li Yuming is really considered smart. He ran and put the money into his pants pocket while hiding around the corner, took off his jacket and threw it away. Although he will be discovered sooner or later, but this can maximize the hiding of himself. This practice has given me a lot of inspiration. After he ran back and saw the girls in his class, he instantly played it cool and started walking back while doing a street dance slide, mesmerizing Lu Jing and the others. At this time, the imp suddenly sent a message. "The mission has failed. and student Li Yuming will be punished by falling from a height. Looking at the imp's message, I was in a million pieces. Didn't Li Yuming get the money? Could it be that there wasn't enough money? Why did the mission fail? Didn't the other brother Yuming complete the mission? That's right, imp, you can't be unruly. Anyway, I saw with my own eyes that brother Yuming got the money, and it was such a big stack of money. Isn't it enough money? The group to help Li Wuming to speak are girls. The last person's message, to also remind Li Wuming. He has long been scared of the face white. After seeing this, hastily took out all the money from the pocket, began to count. After counting, Li Wuming frowned and said in the group, "Hey, I robbed over $3,000 and also completed the mission in your time. Why did I fail the mission? Imp, you have to give me an explanation." Li Wuming began to thrust his legs in some anger and shook them, looking like he was greatly aggrieved. Actually, I also think Li Wuming has done his job. What the hell does the imp mean? Just as everyone was in a heated discussion, the imp spoke up. Before the game began, I have emphasized that any student involved in the game is not allowed to speak or the penalty is death. I won't emphasize it a second time. My rules of the game, follow them or die. I instantly was sucking in a breath of cool air. So this is the point. Just died 2 students in a row. The attention is completely attracted. Everyone seems to have ignored the rules of the game. Simply cannot be defended. Li Yuming just went into the supermarket to grab the money, and did speak, and in more than one sentence. He looked at the words of the imp in his cell phone, began to be a little uncertain and uneasy, looking at the height of the railing downstairs, slowly backing away. His face has long since lost its blood color. I guess the image of Zhou Tingting has just flashed into his mind. He's not playing it cool and handsome anymore. Reads the melancholy whisper. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I'm not hot yet. I'm going to be a star. At the same time, I saw 4 security guards come to the entrance of the supermarket. They cupped their batons in their hands and were talking to a few witnesses, and 2 middle-aged men had already reached out and pointed toward Li Yuming. The 4 security guards did not hesitate to rush over when they saw Li Yuming. At this time, only the imp said in the group, "Punishment begins." High fall, only to see the 4 security guards, when they were still a few meters away from Li Wuming. Li Wuming suddenly raised his head and rushed towards the railing with an expressionless face, and one of the security guards was quick, and yanked Li Wuming's arm. I thought the security guard could drag him, but I didn't realize that Li Yuming's speed hadn't decreased at all by the slightest bit, and he directly dragged the security guard forward, because Li Yuming's speed was too fast. That security guard didn't even have time to let go of his hand, and the 2 jumped from the 14th floor almost simultaneously. Only the fearful cries of the innocent security guard could be heard in the air.